Seeing the two's shock, Qi Xiong and Grand Elder nodded with certainty. Yes, it is immortal. As for what kind of immortal it is, we don't know. It's said that Central Forbidden City only opens to the public once a year, and those who have been inside are tight-lipped about its contents. Our Wu City is located in a remote area, so not many people know about it either. Kang Ji tapped the back of her hand and frowned slightly. What about the 9 major powers? How much do you know about them? The 9 major powers each control a large pool, which are distributed around Central Forbidden City. These are the Winged Human Clan, Mech Human Clan, Magic Human Race, Cultivator Human Tribe, Gene Human Race, Elf Clan, Undead Tribe, Magic Dragon Tribe, and the Aquatic Clan. Among them, Mech Human Clan, Magic Human Race, Cultivator Human Tribe, and Gene Human Race are all human races, only their paths of cultivation differ. In addition, the Winged Human Clan and the Elf Clan are both human races. They have the appearance of human races, except that the Winged Human Clan has a pair of wings, and the Elf Clan has pointed ears and a tail. Only the Undead Tribe, the Magic Dragon Tribe, and the aquatic creatures are unrelated to the human race. Yet they are also the most resistant to it. Human race has actually taken over 4 cities. Kang Jai was slightly surprised. Suddenly, Kang Jai realized something and hurriedly asked Dao, "Which direction is the center of this world?" Qi Xiong, Grand Elder, pointed east. "It's in this direction. If we keep going east, it will take us several months to get there at our pace." Looking in the direction Qi Xiong and Grand Elder pointed, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Because this is the direction Sword Tomb ultimately left. Could it be that Sword Tomb also went to World Center with Feng Buhui? Kang Jai's eyes flickered. If that were true, then what Sword Tomb said, that a divine light once soared in the sky at the center of the world, could it be true? There are also rumors about the existence of immortals in Central Forbidden City, which may not be entirely unfounded. If that's the case, there's a high probability that there are good items in Central Forbidden City. Perhaps this is the greatest opportunity that the Tower of Babel offers to its test takers. It seems I have no choice but to go to Central Forbidden City, Kang Jai decided. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He still had a lot of things to take care of, and would have to stay in Wu City for a while longer. Looking at Qi Xiong, Grand Elder, he said, "Grand Elder, could you please find me a place to cultivate in seclusion? I need to go into seclusion for a while." Upon hearing Kang Ji's request, Dian Lai immediately looked at Qi Xiong, the Grand Elder, seemingly hinting at something. Upon meeting Dian Lai's gaze, Qi Xiong and Grand Elder immediately guessed what Dian Lai was thinking. After thinking for a moment, Dao said, "My benefactor, you have done so much for our Wuren race. We have no way to repay you. If you want to go into seclusion, why don't you go to the Wuren blood pool in our blood pool canyon to cultivate? Cultivate in the blood pool of the Witch Clan." "But I don't have your Wuren race either. Bloodline." Qi Xiong, Grand Elder, explained Dao. "My benefactor has misunderstood. It's not necessarily true that there must be a Wuren race. Only bloodline can be cultivated in the blood pool. However, possessing Wuren race, for those of us with bloodline, activating Witch Clan bloodline in blood pool will make activating it much easier. As for others, if they can cooperate with our race's unique blood spirit, the Jade Bee Nectar, and then cultivate in the blood pool, they too can refine their physical body and enhance their mental energy." Qi Xiong, Grand Elder's words caught Kang Ji's eye. Since there were benefits involved, Kang Jai naturally wouldn't refuse. "All right, then I'll leave it to Grand Elder." Qi Xiong, Grand Elder's old face immediately broke into a wide smile. "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. It's our honor to be able to help our benefactor. Led by Grand Elder and Dian Lai, Kang Jai arrived at Bloodpool Canyon. Upon entering Bloodpool Canyon, Dian Lai suddenly called out to Xiexyong, Grand Elder, you stay outside the canyon. Xiexyong, the Grand Elder, wanted to say something, but when he met Dian Lai's unquestionable gaze, he finally nodded. Are you in trouble? Standing by the blood pool, Kang Jai finally spoke up and asked Dao. Ever since seeing Dian Lai again, Kang Jai has sensed something is amiss, especially since he had just called out to Xiexyong, the Grand Elder, and asked him to guard outside the valley. Although Dian Lai acted as usual, Kang Jai, who knew Dian Lai well, noticed a hint of sorrow hidden deep in Dian Lai's eyes. This is quite unlike Dian Lai's personality. He's always been easygoing and rarely encounters troubles. If something doesn't work, he just solves it with his fists. Dian Lai didn't hide anything and said directly, I'm awakening. Chi-Yu after bloodline, I obtained a cultivation technique. Legacy, also known as war god art, is a cultivative method that specializes in combat. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, surprised that Dian Lai had just acquired Leiyin Temple. Not long after, it gained the legacy of the Witch Clan, which was truly fortunate. Kang Jai was also puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? This war god art seems to suit you very well. Kang Jai knows that Dian Lai has a violent streak deep down, so this war god art series, which focuses on fighting, is indeed suitable for him. But Dian Lai was not happy at all. I was very happy at first, but I found that the war god art and the Sutra of Salvation are in conflict. If you want to cultivate Sutra of Salvation, you cannot cultivate war god art. If you cultivate war art, you cannot cultivate Sutra of Salvation. In other words, I can only choose one of them. Huh? You can only choose one? Kang Jai was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Kang Jai narrowed her eyes slightly, and a number of thoughts suddenly flooded her mind. This cannot be Leiyin Temple. Was this a setup by Old Monk on purpose? Old Monk had long seen through Dian bloodline issue, and I know Dao will awakening. Chi-Yu bloodline. In other words, Old Monk never actually intended for Dian Lai to inherit their mantle. However, Dian Lai is rather honest and simple, making him a good candidate for over legacy. No wonder Old Monk said that as long as Dian Lai can help them find the next legacy, their hair will grow back. In retrospect, hair and such were not Old Monk's real killer move. The real killer move is here. If Dian Lai wants to cultivate war god, he will inevitably have to abandon Sutra of Salvation. In this case, Leiyin Temple did not actually pass on its own cultivation techniques to Dian Lai, but instead found them a caretaker. You dare to scheme against my brother? Ha! Very well. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, feeling displeased. Looking at Dian Lai, he asked Dao, which cultivation technique do you prefer? Dian Lai didn't hesitate. I feel that war god art, this cultivation technique, suits me better, but in the end, Dian Lai hesitated again. Kang Jai asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are you reluctant part with Sutra of Salvation? Dian Lai shook his head and gave Dao a wry smile. It's just that after activating war god art, the Witch Clan bloodline will be continuously activated and my physical body will keep growing. At that time, seeing Dian Lai's distress, Kang Jai could understand. After all, Kang Jai still considers herself a human race at heart, but once she cultivates war god art, her physical body will grow taller and taller, developing into the true form of a witch. But if that happens, how will Dian Lai walk in the human race in the future? You can't just walk around on the street if you're 100 meters or 1,000 meters tall. No major city would allow that. Seeing Dian Lai's troubled expression, Kang Jai rubbed his temples as well. This is indeed a problem, unless Dian Lai can freely change size like a true witch. Alternatively, Dian Lai may one day come to understand the divine ability, which allows it to change size on its own. That would also be fine. Before this, Dian Lai had been troubled by his height. This is a problem that cannot be ignored. Give me your copy of War God Art, Kang Jai suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chi Xiong and Grand Elder, who were guarding outside the valley, froze and got up to come in and dissuade Dian Lai. Before Chi Xiong and Grand Elder could make a move, Dian Lai had already tossed a jade slip to Kang Jai without hesitation. This was something he had prepared long ago, ever since awakening after obtaining the cultivation technique. Bloodline burned it onto a jade slip, waiting for Kang Jai to return so he could give it to her. He doesn't hold back when it comes to his own brothers. Moreover, he knew that Dao himself wasn't very bright, so he might as well listen to Kang Jai in everything. Kang Jai took the jade slip and placed it on her forehead, absorbing it instantly and memorizing it. Kang Jai plans to use this time of seclusion to fuse Sutra of Salvation and War God Art. With a million clone as a backing, he is still confident in fusioning the two cultivation techniques. Old Monk doesn't want Dian Lai to actually cultivate the Sutra of Salvation, and he especially doesn't want Lei Temple's legacy. Magic treasure, the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower, fell into Dian Lai's hands. But Kang Jai was determined not to let him have his way. As long as I fuse these two cultivation techniques and resolve Dian Lai's concerns, then Lei Temple can. Old Monk's plans fell through. Having sorted out these thoughts, Kang Jai looked at Dian Lai and said, "Don't use cultivation yet. I will give you a new cultivation technique after I come out of seclusion." By this time, Chi Xiong and Grand Elder realized what was happening, but it was too late to stop them, and they could only helplessly sit down again. But when he heard Kang Jai say this, he shook his head repeatedly. My benefactor is good in every way, except he's too good at bragging. War God Art is a cultivation technique that my Chi royal family specializes in. It's not something that can be easily modified. Not to mention, incorporating another cultivation technique is simply wishful thinking. Chi Xiong, the Grand Elder, shook his head repeatedly, sighing inwardly. So be it, so be it. I am not a member of the Chi Yu royal family bloodline, and I cannot cultivate War God Art. I shall go with my king. Chi Xiong, the Grand Elder, also knew that Dao, Dian Lai, and Kang Jai had a close relationship. Even if he tried to dissuade them, it probably wouldn't have any effect. Instead, it would only offend Dian Lai and Kang Jai, which would be a loss for them. Kang Jai naturally noticed the commotion on Chi Xiong and Grand Elder's side, but he ignored it. Nodding to Dian Lai, Kang Jai then jumped into the blood pool. After drinking the premium blood spirit Jade Bee nectar prepared for him by Wernrace, Kang Ji activated his physical body. The cultivate method, let's start cultivating. At the same time, Kang Ji's mind also sank into the spirit realm space, and he began to take stock of his previous gains. Kang Jai hasn't had time to take stock of what he gained from both Blood Pool Canyon and Sword Grave Canyon. When Kang Jai entered the spirit realm space, she discovered that the entire spirit realm space had become much, much larger. With a thought, Kang Ji immediately realized that the entire spirit realm space had expanded tenfold, reaching an area of 10,000 square kilometers. This is already the same size as the new city we plan to build on Earth. This is just Xiaokai, the area from breakthrough to nascent soul level. For every major realm Xiaokai's cultivation level advances, the area of the spirit realm space expands tenfold. Moreover, with the expansion of spirit realm space, Xiaokai with the increase of realm. The space-time authority of the spirit realm space is also strengthened. The original time flow rate was 10 times faster than usual. But with Xiaokai, when you break through the nascent soul level, the normal flow rate increases to 20 times. This is 20 times more energy efficient, without requiring any additional energy consumption. It's the power granted by the authority of the time-space godhood. Furthermore, due to the advancement of spirit realm space, Xiaokai's cultivation level also increased from core formation level. Peak directly broke through to nascent soul level peak. Directly bypassed nascent soul, the early stage, middle stage, and late stage all reached the peak stage. Judging from Xiaokai's feedback, as long as spirit realm space accumulates enough world power, it can advance again, almost without any bottleneck. Of course, the amount of world power required to advance spirit realm space to the next rank is also enormous. If source coin is used for the upgrade, 1 million source coins will be required. If it were after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, Kang Jie would naturally be willing to spend the money. Now that source coin is linked to points, Kang Jie can only temporarily make do with Xiaokai. Having just checked on the changes in Xiaokai and spirit realm space, all the pets sensed him. In an instant, Xiaokai, Xiaohong, Aiyin, Devil Vine, and the mother and daughter insects created by Xiaohong all greeted Kang Jie. Kang Jie simply condensed energy into clone and landed beside the 10,000 beast blood pool. Huh? The blood spirit flower is planted? It was then that Kang Jie noticed that there were countless green dots around the enlarged 10,000 beast blood pool. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be newly sprouting green shoots. Kang Jie immediately guessed that this was the blood spirit flower he had his pets grow. Master, these are the plants I had metal-eating ants plant, and they've all sprouted. With a 100% germination rate, Xiaohong, pulling the shy queen ant along, showed off her dao to Kang Jie. Kang Jie's eyes lit up. As expected of the spirit realm space, which was created by absorbing the energy of the chaotic breathing earth. Although the soil here cannot compare to the heaven-defying soil of Cyrong, it is still incredibly rich in nutrients and vitality. Xixiong, whose germination rate was less than 1% according to Grand Elder, achieved 100% in Kang Jie's hands. If Xixiong and Grand Elder knew this, I wonder how envious they would be. Looking at the densely packed blood spirit flower seedlings, Kang Jie nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Xiaohong. From now on, the blood spirit flowers here are your responsibility. If they condense into seeds, you can have Ao Yi and Xiaofeng continue to plant them. Upon receiving Kang Jie's affirmation, Xiaohong jumped for joy. Even the queen ant behind it shyly twisted her body, as if expressing joy. At this moment, Kang Jie noticed another insect next to the queen ant. Isn't this bee queen? Xiaohong, you even produced the illusory poison bee's offspring? Xiaohong pulled bee queen aside and proudly introduced Dao. Yes, master, the little bees are quite capable. In addition to inheriting the illusory poison bee's original abilities of collecting nectar and making honey and spraying poison, they have also inherited the ability to control heavenly fire greatly, enhancing their own strength. Seeing Xiaohong showing off, Kang Jie patted its head. Good. Keep up the good work, master. I have high hopes for you. Praised by Kang Jie, Xiaohong became even more excited and pulled another person out from behind her. Master, look who this is. Kang Jie's eyes lit up when she saw the human-like creature in front of her. You resurrected number one. Kang Jie's eyes lit up when she saw the mechanical puppet, which was somewhat similar to the previous one, yet also quite different. Hey, master, you guessed right. This is the previous number 1, but now it's my mother and daughter insects. Your mother worm? Can it produce offspring too? Kang Jai looked at the male-looking mechanical puppet No. 1 with a strange expression. Xiao Hong, unaware of what Kang Jai was thinking, nodded excitedly and said, "Of course, but its method of producing offspring is quite different from ours." Kang Jai seemed to have guessed something and probed Dao. Is it manufacturing larvae like manufacturing robots? Xiao Hong nodded, then shook her head. There are still some differences. Spring worms produced No. 1 are not quite the same as normal offspring worms. It is now capable of creating 2 types of sub-entities, one of which is like an artificial intelligence robot. The other type is a puppet spirit. Puppet soul spirit? What's that? Puppet soul spirit. What is a puppet soul spirit? Kang Ji asked, puzzled. Kui Ling knew Dao, and the core of the former No. 1 was Kui Ling, but what is Kui Hun Ling? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Xiao Hong explained. The puppet soul spirit is a special soul body that I extracted the spirit pattern from the core of the No. 1 Kui spirit, then used divine fire to burn the remnant soul, and added this spirit pattern, thus creating a soul body that is between soul and Kui spirit. These souls do not possess the ability to reincarnate, but they can possess intelligence and unparalleled computing power, comparable to artificial intelligence mechanical life forms. After being created, number 1 possessed the ability to control fire, lightning, and metal, as well as the energy ray ability he already had. Its fire control ability is inherited from my divine fire, so I also incorporated this ability to forge puppet souls into it. The current number 1 is now able to independently integrate the Kui Ling spirit patterns into the remnant soul body, thereby creating this puppet soul spirit. This kind of puppet spirit can not only replace the core of the mechanical puppet, but also allow the mechanical puppet to possess intelligence like number 1 before reaching the tribulation, transcendence level, thus becoming a true living being. The puppet soul can also serve as a soul body, which can be given to the devil vine to refine into a courier ghost for its use. Xiao Hong's explanation made Kang Ji's eyes light up, and he realized that this might be ability to utilize remnant souls that Xiao Hong had mentioned before, which might be born after absorbing No. 1. In this way, the purified remnant souls of those strange realm creatures that were devoured also have a purpose, and not a single one is wasted. So, given enough remnant souls, number 1 could create something like itself. But what if there's no remnant soul? What then? Xiao Hong chuckled and said, Master, this brings us to another ability of number 1, which is to create artificial intelligence robots, namely those mechanical puppets that don't have true intelligence. Unit 1 can independently refine a mechanical puppet production line and then independently produce intelligent mechanical puppets. However, this kind of mechanical puppet has no growth potential. Its strength is limited to what it produces. It doesn't understand cultivation and cannot grow. Only mechanical puppets equipped with the puppet soul can possess the ability to grow autonomously, just like number 1. Kang Jai smacked his lips, already quite satisfied. To be honest, he didn't expect Xiao Hong to bring him such a big surprise. Number 1's abilities can not only affect himself, but also equip Devil Vine with cougars. At this moment, Kang Jai suddenly remembered what had happened to those remnants of Wuren race souls. During my previous conversation with Wuren race, I learned that there were 200 remnant souls whose families did not want them to become Changi, a type of ghost, while the remaining 800 people all hoped that their families could continue to exist as Changi. That way, At least they'll have a chance to meet again in the future. These 800 remnant souls have been preserved within the devil vine. Xiao Hong wriggled her body and chuckled. Master, those 800 remnant souls have a surprise in store. A surprise? Kang Jai asked, puzzled. Master, you don't know this, but I was also very surprised. I didn't expect that after they were refined into puppet spirits, they would regain their memories. Although they cannot reincarnate, their puppet souls are no different from their previous souls, possessing almost all the memories of their past lives. Kang Jai was overjoyed, never expecting such a surprise. In this way, these remnants of Wuren race will truly have the chance to reunite with their families. Moreover, these puppet spirits are all capable of growth. Even if they become servants of the devil vine, as long as the devil vine is powerful enough to condense a sufficiently powerful stone giant for them, their combat strength should not be underestimated. Kang Jai called these 800 men the 800 warriors. With these 800 soldiers, devil vine's strength will be further enhanced. What Kang Jai values most is the future. In the future, with the integration of Devil Vine and Three Kingdoms world, these 800 warriors will become a great asset. After all, these ghosts with human-like intelligence could play a significant role. Patting Xiao Hong on the head, Kang Jai said with satisfaction, "Well done." Then he looked at the remaining 8 Yin and Devil Vine. A Yin and Devil Vine haven't changed much this time. After all, a Yin just broke through. Body integration level after reaching the peak. If you want to break through again, you will need opportunity. As for the Devil Vine, although it is controlled by its own soul clone, it has not actually evolved since it obtained the Devil Vine. For the Devil Vine to evolve, it must take root in the earth for a long time and draw on the earth's power to grow. However, Kang Jai always kept it by his side, making it impossible for it to grow up in peace. It seems that after the National Higher Education entrance examination is over, I'll have to find a way to plant it at Three Kingdoms World Portal. With thoughts in mind, Kang Jai decided to leave Spirit Realm space. But just then, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell in Danshan suddenly contacted Kang Jai. Master, I'm about to open up the world of their punishment and heavenly Dao space. Would you like to bring your pets in for a look? You mean, we'll watch you create the world of thunder punishment and heavenly Dao space? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell nodded. Repeatedly, Master, this will be Guryu, and A Yin is a major in lightning magic. So he might be able to break through the Tribulation Transcendence level through this opportunity. The last sentence, Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell, touched Kang Jai. If A Yin can break through to the Tribulation Transcendence level, he will also have Tribulation Transcendence level helpers, and will no longer have to worry about encountering those top-level power families' disciples. Even if those disciples, like Feng Buhui, have helpers at the Tribulation Transcendence level, Kang Jai has nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Kang Jai nodded. Okay, I'll bring them right away. With a thought, Kang Jai, along with Xiao Kai, Xiao Hong, A Yin, Devlin, the Queen Ant, Bee Queen, and Number 1, arrived in the inner space of the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell. Master, please be careful. I may not be able to take care of you much from now on. Kang Jai waved her hand. Don't worry, we'll be careful. After all, such an opportunity to explore the world is rare, and Kang Ji is unwilling to miss it. This is not the spirit realm space that Kang Jai created before. The spirit realm space is just a space without the heavenly Dao space, so it cannot be considered a real world. Although the world of thunder punishment, created by the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell, cannot be considered a true world. However, The creation of heavenly Dao space is already considered the prototype of a world, which is more advanced than spirit realm space. This is why Kang Jai was willing to bring A Yin and the others to watch. Seeing Kang Jai nod, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell didn't waste any words and unleashed all the heavenly punishment power it had absorbed earlier. Also appearing at the same time were heavenly punishment chains. The heavenly punishment chains contain 3,000 heavenly Daos. Even though these laws are incomplete and of low level, they are still complete possessions of 3,000 heavenly Daos. Law. The moment the heavenly punishment chains were unleashed, the entire space trembled violently. Wherever the heavenly punishment chains passed, the void realm shattered, and the earth, wind, water, and fire surged, accompanied by endless thunderous roars and flashes. A great opportunity, as the entire chaos began to evolve, and at the same time, endless lightning appeared in the void realm. Kang Ji's eyes shone brightly. This is the innate divine thunder from the very beginning of creation, so Kang Jai naturally wouldn't miss it. In a flash, Kang Ji appeared directly in the world of thunder punishment. A Yin shared the same idea as him. As a lightning-type being, Yin naturally understood the benefits of these innate divine lightning bolts. Xiao Hong and the others were eager to try, but their strength was still somewhat inferior to A Yin's, and they were not primarily focused on lightning attributes. Unfortunately, after weighing their options, Xiao Hong and the other pets ultimately chose to observe from the edge of the area. Kang Jai and A Yin appeared directly in the center of the world of thunder punishment. The world of thunder punishment has just been created, and the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell is not able to perfectly control the thunder of this world. Just as he was about to say something, Kang Jai spoke. You just focus on developing the world, don't worry about us. Appearing this, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell thought for a moment, and then ignored the man and the bird. At the same time, endless innate lightning was born from chaos and ravaged the entire world, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Meanwhile, Kang Jai and A Yin, located at the center of the world, were the first to be attacked. Endless lightning surged through Kang Jai and A Yin's bodies, causing them to tremble violently, but neither Kang Jai nor A Yin gave up. While enduring the endless baptism of thunder, they did not forget to observe the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell opening up the heavenly Dao space. While the world of thunder punishment was established, the heavenly punishment chains did not cease their operations. Dao law arises from chaos and evolves the world, while also being supplemented by heavenly punishment chains, thus completing the incomplete law within heavenly punishment chains. Snap. A palace-shaped jade pendant appeared. It was the heavenly tower that Kang Jai had previously obtained from Sword Tomb. The moment the heavenly tower appeared, it grew larger and larger. Then, the heavenly punishment chains wrapped around it, instantly turning the heavenly tower into nothingness. But after the void, a space suddenly appeared, emanating a mysterious aura. Heavenly punishment chains are integrated into it, and the winds and clouds change instantly, giving rise to endless Dao rhythms. Is that heavenly Dao space? Kang Jai stared intently at the suddenly appearing heavenly Dao space, as did A Yin and Xiao Hong. They knew that the opportunity was rare, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Those outside weren't so lucky. All they could see was a big bell replacing Kang Jai in the blood pool, but they had no idea what Kang Jai was doing. Is this heavenly Dao space a special space constructed with the 3,000 laws as its framework? And these laws? Kang Jai stared intently at the heavenly punishment chains, which shattered instantly upon being placed in a vessel, his eyes unblinking. After the heavenly punishment chains shattered, they transformed into 3,000 fragmented heavenly Daos law. 3,000 heavenly Dao law breaks down again, and infinite laws begin to combine, pair up, and evolve into new secondary laws. Ultimately, infinite law spread throughout the entire heavenly Dao space, stabilizing it. At that moment, the previously open heavenly Dao space slowly closed. Master, the heavenly Dao space has successfully evolved. It was completely hidden, and even I cannot make it visible. How do you feel now? Once heavenly Dao space successfully evolves, it will conceal itself. Even though myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell is its master, it cannot make it appear in the outside world. One can only enter it by oneself. Kang Jai was not surprised by this. Without even exchanging pleasantries with myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell, she transmitted her voice to Dao. I need to go into seclusion. Please take care of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai could no longer control his soul power. After witnessing the opening of heavenly Dao space, Kang Jai was surprised to find that the first thing to break through was not the physical body, but the power of the soul. Not only is the main body's soul account experiencing a surge, but the million soul clone accounts are also seeing a surge at this moment. Kang Jai had to divert some of his attention to the priest world to observe the situation of the more than 1 million clones. After all, there are two important clones here. Yin-Yang divine tree and witch rats. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Besides these two Dao besides clone, Kang Jai also devoted some of his attention to the Three Kingdoms world. The soul clone here seems to have undergone some strange change because of this incident. Before he could even observe the specifics, Kang Ji's mind raced, and he immediately returned to the priest world. He found a Dao. Soul clone is in reincarnation. This Dao soul clone is not only in the midst of reincarnation, and specifically within 6 paths of reincarnation, unexpectedly occurred. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, clone, who had just entered reincarnation, suddenly experienced a surge in soul power, with Dao aura emanating from her body. That wasn't all. Because he was inside reincarnation, as the power of soul surged, a suction vortex appeared around him, absorbing the free-floating soul power around him. How dare you disrupt my reincarnation? Meng Po, who was feeding the living soul Meng Po soup, suddenly sensed the changes in reincarnation, and his face immediately turned cold. Thinking it was some reckless ghost daring to act so recklessly in reincarnation, he waved his hand without a second thought, sending a gust of wind lashing at Kang Jai. Kang Jai, who's enjoying absorbing the free soul power, was suddenly struck by this power and was immediately thrown out of control and flew into the distance. Oh no, this is going to happen. Reincarnation. Kang Jai was surprised. This gust of wind had actually pulled him from his current location in reincarnation to another location in reincarnation. But he didn't know about the other Dao. Which Dao is reincarnation? Furthermore, his soul power is insufficient. Even if he were to enter the upper 3 Daos, he would only perish prematurely. It's better for him to remain in his current Dao. Reincarnation is good. Just as Kang Jai was getting anxious, another unexpected event occurred in the Three Kingdoms world. Before he could even check the changes in Three Kingdoms world, Soul Clone in reincarnation was suddenly enveloped in Taoist energy, with a flash of golden light. The soul, which had been dizzy and disoriented from Meng Po's beating, miraculously stabilized. However, although Meng Po's strong wind could not harm Clone's soul, it still formed a whirlwind around the soul, causing the surrounding soul power to surge. The power of heavenly Dao. Meng Po, who had been indifferent, suddenly opened his eyes and was about to carefully observe Kang Ji's soul. But the next second, Kang Ji had already followed the momentum from the previous stroke and entered another stroke. Within reincarnation, it immediately disappeared. Meng Po was taken aback. He wanted to use his access privileges to investigate, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it. Whoever is behind this, let's get into the human domain and see what you can do. She didn't want to create unnecessary trouble, as long as she couldn't influence the situation with the Lich. At this moment, Kang Ji was a little confused. Listening to the noise outside, Kang Ji knew that Dao had succeeded in his reincarnation. And reincarnation has become the human race. With time accelerated tenfold, Kang Ji quickly figured out his current identity. Son of Suiren clan Wind. Kang Ji never imagined that she would be reincarnated as the son of Suiren clan in reincarnation. This is Suiren clan, one of the 3 founders of human race. He himself became his son and was named Feng. The reason I was given this name is because when I was born, there were strange phenomena in the sky. Thunder and lightning rose from the ground, and the wind howled, almost blowing away the human race residents. That's why Suiren clan named himself Feng Wind, meaning he was born with strong winds by his side. The wind, could it be Meng Po's strong wind causing this? Following reincarnation, was soul brought out? Kang Ji quickly realized this possibility. Although it's a bit far-fetched, it's the explanation closest to the truth. If that's the case, then doesn't that make me a second-generation rich kid? Kang Ji was fairly satisfied with the result. I originally thought that the first reincarnation of an adult would be a postnatal human race spanning many generations. But to everyone's surprise, it turned out to be Suiren clan's son, a second-generation rich kid. He was already very satisfied with this result. The only thing that troubled Kang Ji was that her name was actually Feng Wind. Feng? Could it be related to the surname Feng in later generations? Kang Ji murmured to herself. However, now is not the time to worry about these things. Since nothing happened in the primordial world, and there were no accidents on the yin-yang divine tree and witch rat side, Kang Ji paying attention, and wind clone grow freely, and his mind returned to the 3 kingdoms world. Upon arriving in the 3 kingdoms world, Kang Ji immediately sensed something was different. This is a complete fusion with 3 kingdoms heavenly Dao. Kang Ji was slightly surprised, because back then 3 kingdoms clone and heavenly Dao during fusion. This Dao clone's intelligence and memories were erased by 3 kingdoms heavenly Dao. Kang Ji will not be aware of the changes in the 3 kingdoms clone unless she actively descends upon it. Previously, I only sensed the 3 kingdoms world. Clone has changed, but I never expected it to be like this. Phew, now that we've merged, there's nothing to hold back. Kang Ji's mind stirred, and the previously dull 3 kingdoms clone suddenly became lively, regaining all its memories and intelligence. At the same time, the previously unchanged heavenly Dao space also underwent a strange transformation. With Kang Ji clone recovered, and heavenly Dao space gained a new Dao of will. Thinking back to Sun Tree, originally, Sun Tree, the split soul clone, within clone has formed a strange connection with the soul clone in heavenly Dao space. As the 2 resonated, the heavenly Dao space gradually shifted. With Kang Ji centered on soul clone, 2 Dao soul clone merged in one, transforming into the original soul clone. Heavenly Dao space also merges with Sun Tree, transforming into heavenly Dao space with Sun Tree as its carrier. Meanwhile, the Sun Tree began to grow wildly. The creatures living in the 3 kingdoms world only saw that the Sun Tree, which was originally 1,000 feet tall, suddenly increased in size and instantly soared to a height of 10,000 feet. Moreover, even at this height, the sun tree did not stop growing, only its growth rate slowed down. That wasn't all. The roots of the sun tree began to extend along the underground dragon vein, merging with it to become physical dragon veins, taking root throughout the entire planet. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. As the sun tree breathes, the spiritual key of the entire world is rising rapidly. Kang Jai had a feeling that this world was not far from being upgraded. What surprised him even more was that the Pangu Dao fruit fragment in heavenly Dao space also entered his soul clone the moment he merged Dao. However, Pangu Dao fruit fragments are too advanced, and it seems that they are not easy to absorb and digest. Regaining his composure, Kang Jai spoke out. I never imagined that a single visit to observe the opening of heavenly Dao space would bring about such a tremendous change. Not only all soul clone, the power of soul surged, and the Three Kingdoms world even achieved a complete fusion with soul clone. Now that he has complete control over the Three Kingdoms world, anyone who wants to enter or leave must obtain his permission. If he doesn't want to, even if someone has a teleportation card, they can't enter or leave the Three Kingdoms world. However, Kang Jai did not restrict the entry and exit of teleportation cards. Before acquiring ownership of Three Kingdoms world, they do not want anyone else to notice anything amiss. Human race in prehistoric world clone was also a pleasant surprise. If it weren't for the fact that Three Kingdoms world happens to coincide with clone fusion feeds into the main body, which in turn affects all soul clones, I'm afraid this human race clone may not even be born. Even if he were to reincarnation into human race, he could never become the son of Suiran clan. It was a series of coincidences that led to so many wonderful changes. Phew, human race is now that we have clone, it's time to move on to the next step of the plan. Kang Jai murmured to herself. As the first human race, clone appears, followed by human race. Clone will only increase. What Kang Jai needs to do is to quickly develop cultivation, realm breakthrough to transformation God realm. Only in this way can one's own human race be realized. Only by cloning can one grow with the strongest foundation. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination should be over soon. Thinking this, Kang Jai slowly opened her eyes. The moment I opened my eyes, my bones cracked and popped. Hiss! I actually broke through to the soul transformation peak. Kang Jai hadn't expected that. While his mind was completely focused on the prehistoric world and the Three Kingdoms world, his physical body, under the tempering of the innate divine lightning, would undergo a soul transformation. The middle stage suddenly broke through to soul transformation. Peak, looking at A Yin again, one sees that A Yin is currently being bathed in lightning, actually undergoing tribulation. Bah! A sharp cry rang out as A Yin spat out a beam of lightning that collided with heavenly tribulation above its head. The two collided and exploded, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Master, I've broken through. A Yin landed next to Kang Jai and excitedly said, Dao. Sensing the power of A Yin, Kang Jai nodded in satisfaction. This was a huge success, not only for A Yin breakthrough to undergoing tribulation in the early stage. I simultaneously broke through to soul transformation, gaining physical body and divine sense. Peak. And his overall combat strength even slightly surpassed that of A Yin. Kang Jai could sense that his soul was now. The main body has become terrifyingly powerful. If not limited by the cultivation realm, soul with the main body bound by the nascent soul, it's likely that it will become even more powerful. With the aid of the soul sound vibration skill, Kang Jai is confident in facing all of undergoing tribulation. early-stage powerhouse. The simultaneous breakthrough of physical body, divine sense, and soul brought about earth-shattering changes to Kang Jai. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai looked at Xiao Hong and the other pets that were flying in. Although they did not experience the baptism of innate's divine thunder, they witnessed the birth of heavenly Dao space and gained considerable benefits. After some questioning, Kang Jai discovered that after watching the evolution of heavenly Dao space, Xiao Kai was able to create an independent dimensional space within spirit realm space. Although this dimensional space cannot compare to heavenly Dao space, it has given Xiao Kai a very powerful ability. That is to extract the various attributes and abilities from the 10,000 beast blood pool and record them in this space. As spirit realm space evolves in the future, more and more pets will be born, creating a cultivate. They will also imprint their respective cultural imprints on this space. In the end, Xiao Kai was able to use the various attributes and ability imprints in this space to generate various laws, ultimately perfecting the entire space and reaching the level of heavenly Dao space. This ability made Kang Jai very happy, as it was equivalent to building a prototype of heavenly Dao space in advance within spirit realm space. Moreover, with dimensional space, the evolution speed of pets will also be accelerated in the future. When you are able to comprehend the law divine power, you can use this space to further your understanding, which is truly a win-win situation. Aside from the changes to A Yin and Xiao Kai, the changes to pets like Xiao Hong are much smaller. They only have enhanced learning attributes and resistances, as well as the ability to use lightning. While these enhancements are quite good, especially the laser energy beam of number 1, which is a very powerful attack method. However, compared with the achievements of A Yin and others, it seems somewhat insignificant. Let's go. It's time to get out of here. After taking A Yin and the others back into spirit realm space and storing the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell into Danshin space, Kang Jai reappeared in Wuren race. The blood pool. Looking at the blood pool beneath him, even though his physical body had been broken through, Kang Jai suddenly had a strange idea as he looked at the blood of the sorcerers in the blood pool. If we collect some Wu clan blood and add it to the 10,000 beast blood pool, will anything change? The 10,000 beast blood pool has the function of purifying bloodline. If the blood of the Wu tribe is added to the 10,000 beast blood pool, will there be any changes? If feasible, in the prehistoric world, the witch rats have a large amount of witch blood. With that in mind, Kang Jai did just that. They secretly collected some of the Wu clan's blood and brought it into the spirit realm space. However, the next second, Kang Ji's expression changed, and he immediately became nervous. The moment the blood of the Wu clan entered the lower blood pool, the entire blood pool began to boil. The blood of the Wu tribe ignited directly, as if it wanted to burn away all the blood of the beasts. What happened? How could this change occur? Kang Jai stared intently at the changes within the underground blood pool. Fortunately, he hadn't collected much witch blood, and it burned up completely in no time. What's going on? Kang Jai frowned slightly. This situation makes it seem as if a conflict has occurred between the two sides. Could it be because of the irreconcilable conflict between liches? Is it etched into the genetic bloodline? Kang Ji's eyes flickered, sensing that this possibility was quite high. What a pity. It would be great if we could use the 10,000 beast blood pool to purify the witch clan bloodline. Kang Jai felt it was a bit of a pity, but that was all. It's good if it's there, but it doesn't matter if it's not. Kang Jai was about to regain her composure when Xiao Kai's voice suddenly rang out. Master, what did you just do? Why is the 10,000 beast blood pool converting bloodline essence so much faster all of a sudden? Kang Jai was taken aback and asked Dao with some confusion. You said that the 10,000 beast blood pool converts bloodline essence much faster? Xiao Kai nodded. Yes, but it only lasted a few breaths. Did you interfere, Master? Kang Ji's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected that the blood of the Wu clan could accelerate the conversion of the 10,000 beast blood pool into bloodline essence. But Kang Ji immediately shook his head. This blood of the Wuren race is the foundation of the entire Wuren race. It's fine to extract a little for your own experiments, but it's definitely not acceptable to use it to accelerate the conversion speed of bloodline. To speed up the conversion of the 10,000 beast blood pool, we'll have to wait until we get some witch blood from the witch rats. The reason he wanted to speed up the conversion of the beast blood was because previously purchased a full 100 million source coins worth of beast blood from Tower of Babel. At the time, I didn't realize how much beast blood 100 million source coins were, but when the 10,000 beast blood pool actually started converting, I discovered that it would take far too long to transform beast blood 100 million source coins into bloodline essence. As Xiao Hong creates more and more offspring worms, the consumption of the 10,000 beast blood pool also increases. In addition, the blood spirit flower also needs to be watered with blood from the 10,000 beast blood pool. The demand for bloodline serum has thus increased. Phew. It seems we can only wait until Witch Rats successfully transforms, or until Xiao Kai evolves again and becomes stronger. With a sigh, he temporarily abandoned his plan to continue collecting the blood of the Witch Clan. However, Kang Jai did not leave the Witch Clan blood pool. Although the Witch Clan blood is of little help to him now and could not possibly allow his physical body to transform again. However, it's still possible to consolidate one's physical body cultivation. Meanwhile, Kang Jai also needed to solve Dian Lai's cultivation technique problem, so he simply continued his seclusion in the blood pool. With his mind connected to over 1 million clones, Kang Jai began to comprehend Dian Lai's Sutra of Salvation and War God art. As Kang Jai began to study these two cultivation techniques, he suddenly noticed something unusual. This is feeling oneself with cultivation technique. Kang Jai was slightly surprised by the improvement in his comprehension ability. This computing power does not seem to come entirely from clone. The increase in soul power, and, following the clues, Kang Jai quickly found the root cause. 3 Kingdoms World. Kang Jai was startled, only then realizing that clone and heavenly Tao of 3 Kingdoms World fusion greatly enhanced its own deduction capabilities. They were actually able to mobilize the power of heavenly Tao from the entire 3 Kingdoms world to aid in the deduction. Kang Jai was overjoyed, as this gave him even more confidence in fusioning Dian Lai's 2 cultivation techniques. With 3 Kingdoms heavenly Tao with clone's assistance, Kang Jai only spent half a day learning Dian Lai's 2 cultivation techniques. Fusion got together. Moreover, Kang Jai also extracted many ideas from the 9 revolutions profound skill he obtained and incorporated them into the project. Ultimately, the most suitable script for Dian Lai was created. War God Doom Quelling Scripture. War God Doom Quelling Scripture combines the strengths of Sutra of Salvation and War God art, possessing both the ability to cultivate through battle and the capacity to convert enemies. However, Kang Ji incorporated the ability to convert enemies into combat. In other words, every time Dian Lai attacks an enemy, he subtly and gradually converts the enemy to a higher level. When Dian Lai defeats or wounds an enemy, there is a certain probability that he will convert them into his slave. As the saying goes, physical methods are also methods, and so is the use of force. This method of conversion is more suitable for using the fist of Dian Lai. After deducing the war god doom quelling scripture, Kang Jai did not stop deducing. The war god doom quelling scripture is the most suitable cultivation technique for Dian Lai, but it is not suitable for all Wuren races. The regular Wuren race does not have Dian Lai's Chi Yu royal bloodline, and therefore cannot cultivate war god art. Now that Wuren race has joined Dian Lai, Kang naturally hopes that their strength will be as great as possible. So Kang Jai simply relied on war god art, absorbed some of the essence of Sutra of Salvation, and referred to 9 revolutions profound skill to finally deduce Great Witch War body. Technique. The most distinctive feature of this method is that it involves fighting to temper the body. The more one fights, the stronger the physical body becomes, which is similar to Dian Lai's war god art. At the same time, the Great Witch's battle body technique also has the ability to destroy the enemy's will, although it does not have the ability to turn the opponent into one's own slave like war god doom scripture. However, during the battle, each time damage is inflicted on the enemy's will to resist weakens, and the longer the battle lasts, the more advantageous it is for Wuren race. This is also a method of psychological attack that Kang Ji extracted from Sutra of Salvation. After deducing Wuren race's cultivation technique, Kang Jai didn't stop. Next, he will deduce his own cultivation technique. Combining its own original Dragon Elephant Vajraha primordial strength, it also referenced Dian Lai's war god art. Sutra of Salvation. 9 revolutions profound skill obtained from the primal world. Ultimately, Kang Jai deduced Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra. This cultivation technique inherits all the characteristics of the original Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Strength, not only absorbing all power for its own use, but also maintaining a unified physical body. More importantly, after absorbing some features from War God Art, Sutra of Salvation, and 9 Revolutions Profound Skill, Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, also has the characteristics of becoming stronger as the battle progresses, cultivate combat body tempering, and forcefully weakening enemies. It can be said that this cultivation technique almost fusions all the features of these cultivation techniques. Furthermore, because Kang Jai possesses divine sense, he has an advantage over Dian Lai in converting enemies, whether it's Dian Lai's God Doom Quelling Scripture, Great Witch War Body technique for Wuren race, or Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra for Kang Ji's own use. These 3 cultivation techniques all share a common feature. They can compress the physical body, keeping it within a reasonable range. This solves the predicament of Dian Lai and Wuren race, growing taller and taller as cultivate grows. In addition to these 3 cultivation techniques, there is also a complementary skill, the divine demon battle body. This is a skill similar to the heaven and earth manifestation technique. Releasing this skill unleashes the power stored in the physical body, causing the body to swell and the physical body's power to increase dramatically. The only drawback is that after using a skill, the energy stored in the physical body will be quickly consumed, and you must accumulate it again in order to use it again. After creating 3 cultivation techniques, Kang Jai wanted to create another one suitable for human race. Cultivates physical body cultivation technique. After thinking it over, Kang Jai decided to give up for the time being. Both war god art and my own dragon elephant Vajra primordial strength, based on a special bloodline or physical body that can be cultivated. The cultivation techniques created today are all based on this. The goal is to create a car suitable for human race. Cultivates physical body, the effectiveness of cultivation techniques will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Kang Jai plans to collect more human race items later. After mastering the cultivation technique, one then creates. Abandoning his plans to continue creating cultivation techniques, Kang Jai began to study his own Dragon Elephant Vajraha Primordial Salvation Sutra. As Kang Jai switched to practicing the Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, he could clearly feel that his physical body had been strengthened once again. Although it cannot break through to the body integration level, it is still at the God transformation level. Go further down the road to peak. To Kang Jai's surprise, as he switched to practicing the Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, a new power emerged within his physical body, a power of salvation. Kang Jai could clearly feel that as long as he was willing, he could continuously release this power during battle, invisibly turning his enemies into his slaves, which was quite terrifying. It's a pity we didn't have the materials to craft the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. Otherwise, it would have been even more effective when used in conjunction with it, Kang Jai thought to himself. The 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower is designed to be used in conjunction with the Sutra of Salvation. The new cultivation technique incorporates the advantages of Sutra of Salvation and can naturally be used in conjunction with the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. Unfortunately, to forge the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower, a special material, Purgatory Refined Gold, is required. These materials are extremely rare and can only be found in worlds with hell or purgatory. Moreover, these materials are not ordinary even in these worlds. They are the essence of ore from hell, the purgatory. Only by collecting this purgatory refined gold can the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower be crafted. Kang Jai does not currently possess such materials, so he has to abandon the idea for the time being. Slowly opening his eyes, Kang Jai was about to leave Blood Pool when his ears twitched, and he turned his head to look towards the valley entrance. Dian Lai seemed to have noticed something was wrong, but he did not leave. Upon seeing Kang Jai awaken, Dian Lai hurried to the poolside. "Are you done?" Dian Lai asked Dao with concern. Kang Jai nodded, leaped out, and released the energy within her body, naturally shaking off the water on her body. Just then, Chi Xiong, Grand Elder, rushed in with a group of his people. Upon seeing Kang Jai and Dian Lai, they hurried over to greet them. "Your Majesty, my benefactor, something has happened in Central Forbidden City. The human race is being besieged by the 5 alien races and the otherworldly creatures." "What? Human race is under siege?" Dian Lai looked at Grand Elder in surprise. Chi Xiong and Grand Elder nodded. At this moment, Kang Jai asked Dao, "Is the information reliable?" Before Chi Xiong and Grand Elder could answer, a voice behind him spoke up. "It is absolutely true. I am an envoy of the Cultivator human tribe. Our clan's powerful warriors used a teleportation array to send us out to seek help from allies around us. I was teleported directly to Wuren race, while my companions and I were teleported to other factions. This time, the 5 alien races have colluded with the otherworldly creatures. They've come with overwhelming force, showing signs of wanting to annihilate our human race." "Destroy the human race? Why would they do that? The otherworldly creatures don't care about the human race or any other races. Aren't the 5 other races afraid that After the human race is destroyed, the otherworldly creatures will turn around and attack them? Kang Jai had doubts about this and did not completely believe what the other party said. Cultivator Human Tribe gave a wry smile. My friend, that's certainly true under normal circumstances. But this time the situation is a bit special. Central Forbidden City has opened ahead of schedule. Furthermore, it is rumored that opportunity within Central Forbidden City will be fully open this year. Whoever obtains the opportunity will rise to the top in one step. Immortal Ascension is the lowest opportunity. The number of places available for Central Forbidden City is limited, with only 108 places in total. In the past, each of our 9 major powers had 12 slots. This year's those alien races have gone mad for some reason and actually want to take all of these slots for themselves. This is why they colluded with otherworldly creatures to carry out a brutal attack on our human race. They plan to wipe us out, then immediately enter the Central Forbidden City, obtain an opportunity, and then deal with these otherworldly creatures. We simply couldn't hold out any longer. That's why we're asking for help. Please, for the sake of being part of human bloodline, help us. As he spoke, the envoy bowed to the crowd. Looking at the pleading messenger, Kang Jai frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Dian Lai. Dian Lai nodded to him, indicating that Kang Jai should make the decision. Kang Jai thought for a moment and then said, "If what you say is true, we are willing to help." Kang Jai paused, then added, "But the area around Wuren race isn't safe either. During this period, we have encountered metal-eating ant colonies and illusory poison bee colonies. We don't know if there are any other worldly creatures in this area. If we go to rescue you, friends, we are willing to pay a heavy price to ask for your support. As for the metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees you mentioned, they are, after all, just a group of otherworldly creatures with little intelligence. Once the protective array is activated, they probably won't seek death." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, looked at the other person without speaking, clearly dissatisfied with their statement. The messenger gritted his teeth and continued, "I've brought some spirit stones, which can be used to activate the defensive array in Wuren race. Chi Seong, Grand Elder, and other Wuren race members. Eyes. Immediately. If they had had enough spirit stones before, they wouldn't have been bullied by those Mystic Region illusory poison bees. Unfortunately, their location does not produce spirit stone, and the amount of spirit stone they possess is extremely limited. If they can obtain enough spirit stone from the cultivator human tribe, they wouldn't mind sending people to help." Kang Jai nodded, but was still not satisfied. "Your Excellency should know that the Wuren race will suffer heavy casualties in order to deal with these alien races and otherworldly creatures." The envoy frowned, clearly displeased with Kang Jai's haggling behavior. Seeing that the Wuren race around him did not object, the envoy gave Kang Jai a deep look before speaking. "I can give you one spot to enter the Central Forbidden City. I can give you a spot to enter Central Forbidden City." Upon hearing this, Wuren race was taken aback. After all, the 9 major powers have controlled the quota for entry into Central Forbidden City for many years, and they have never allowed anyone else to get their hands on these quotas. The fact that they are now willing to give up a spot for this has truly surprised everyone. Soon everyone felt somewhat relieved. After all, it's a crisis of life and death, the extinction of the entire clan, so giving up one spot is not unreasonable. But considering that the cultivator human tribe isn't just asking for their help, but also other friendly forces, this one spot is quite generous. However, Kang Jai shook her head, and under the envoy's shocked gaze slowly said, "I want spots." "What? 4? Impossible." The envoy shook his head and refused, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Their cultivator human tribe only has 12 spots in total, and Kang Jai dares to ask for 4 of them. How is that possible? Friend, we only have 12 spots in total, and we're not asking you for help alone, yet you're asking us for 4 spots. We're sorry, but we can't do that. Seeing the envoy suppressing his anger, Kang Jai gestured for him to calm down. Hold on a second. Let me ask you, what enemies does your cultivator human tribe face? How many of them are at, or above the tribulation transcendence level? What do you mean by asking this? Even if we can't handle it, we can't give you 4 spots. Otherwise, how would we explain it to the other forces that have requested assistance? Kang Jai chuckled. I told you not to rush, answer my question first. The messenger, not wanting to escalate the situation, reluctantly told Dao, we are being besieged by the undead tribe, along with some magic dragon tribe members and a large number of strange realm creatures. Among them, there are 9 powerful individuals at the tribulation transcendence level or above, 4 from the undead tribe, 1 from the magic dragon tribe, and 4 from otherworldly creatures. The most powerful of these is an undergoing tribulation member from the undead tribe. The middle stage monarchs, the rest are undergoing tribulation early stage. 9 tribulation transcendence level members. 1 of them is an undergoing tribulation middle stage. Everyone was surprised to hear this. These are just the tribulation transcendence level powerhouses surrounding the cultivator human tribe. Besides the cultivator human tribe, there are also the magic human race, the mech human clan, and the gene human race. If the forces besieging them are equally powerful, then, seemingly aware of the doubts in Dao's mind, the messenger frankly told Dao, the same configuration is used to besiege other human race cities. In addition, our city lord suspects that those otherworldly creatures may be hiding their true strength, though we have no idea how much. How many tribulation transcendence level experts does your cultivator human tribe have? This is what Kang Jai cares about most. If the gap is too large, even if they want to help, it will probably be to no avail. The messenger hesitated for a moment, but finally answered Dao. Our cultivator human tribe has 5 tribulation transcendence level experts, 1 of whom is an undergoing tribulation, a strong player in the middle stage. 5. Kang Jai considered it for a moment and decided that she could take the job. Even if one's own strength is insufficient to deal with undergoing tribulation, it's a middle stage. But dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. If myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell is invoked, even undergoing tribulation, even the strongest in the middle stage have to give way. However, if we are only dealing with undergoing tribulation in the early stage, Kang Jai can handle 2 or 3 on his own. And A Yin also achieved undergoing tribulation early stage. Even in undergoing tribulation, even in the early stage, they were among the best. In this way, it seems that there is still a chance of victory against these alien races and otherworldly creatures. Moreover, Kang Jai doesn't believe that top-tier producers wouldn't participate in such a major event. Even including those people, the human race crisis in this assessment world is not insurmountable. Having made up her mind, Kang Jai looked at the messenger. What if I told you I could help you resolve this crisis and help you destroy this undead tribe? The messenger thought he had misheard and stared blankly at Kang Jai. I said, what if I could help you wipe out a race? Like the undead tribe? If one race is eliminated, wouldn't you have 12 more spots? I only want 4 of them. Is that too much to ask? Staring blankly at Kang Jai, the envoy didn't know what to say. Somewhere Kang Jai Kui smiled, and the messenger no longer spoke to Kui. If you truly have that ability, let alone 4 spots. What if there are 8, 10, or even 12? Seeing the disbelieving envoy, Kang Jai didn't argue but looked at him and asked Dao, "Can you make that decision?" The envoy rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. "Dao, friend, I've come seeking help, not to joke around. If you continue to play games with me like this..." However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying aura, no less powerful than that of the grand elders of their cultivator human tribe. A tribulation transcendence level beast. When the messenger saw a yin standing next to Kang Jai, his eyes widened in shock. You actually have a rare beast pet at the tribulation transcendence level. You..." Seeing that the envoy could barely speak, Kang Jai asked Dao again, "How can you guarantee me that I will get at least 4 spots?" When Kang Jai asked him again, the envoy's attitude was much better this time. Swallowing hard, the envoy quickly said, "Please wait a moment." He quickly took out the communication talisman, and after a brief exchange, the messenger's face lit up with joy. The addition of an extra tribulation transcendence level beast is extremely important to the cultivator human tribe. After some communication, the envoy respectfully said to Dao, "Seigneur, the city lord said that as long as you can bring this beast to provide support, regardless of whether you can ultimately destroy the undead tribe, my clan will give you 4 slots. If we can truly destroy the undead clan, we will offer up all 12 of their spots without hesitation. Even if you feel there aren't enough spots, our cultivator human tribe can squeeze in some more." Kang Jai was very satisfied with the envoy's answer. "Very good. Tell your city lord that you must hold on. I will rush over to support you as soon as possible." The envoy repeatedly expressed his gratitude, and his smile broadened considerably. "Senior, please rest assured, our clan is currently holding firm and can sustain this for a month and a half without any problems. But in a month and a half, I'm afraid, a month and a half should be fine. At a yin speed, it wouldn't even take a month and a half." However, Kang Jai had other things to do, so no specific time was given. Even so, the envoy was already very excited and bowed to Kang Jai again, saying, "Thank you so much, Senior." Kang Jai waved his hand without saying anything, then looked at Dian Lai. "A lot. Are your plans?" Dian Lai scratched his head. "I want to go too." Kang Jai frowned slightly. "Are you sure you'll make it? Do you want to come with me?" Kang Jai did not stop him. After all, Dian Lai's cultivation technique meant that he was destined to fight constantly. However, if Dian Lai is with him, he can't bring Wuren race along, since his spirit realm space can only hold his own pets, not other creatures. Dian Lai, like himself, could only take the A Yin to Central Forbidden City. Without Wuren race's help, Dian Lai will lack a boost, making it difficult for him to achieve a high score in this assessment. However, if Dian Lai were to take Wuren race on his own, there might not be enough time. For a moment, Dian Lai was also conflicted. As time, Wuren race Grand Elder, Chi Seong, Grand Elder spoke. "Benefactor, Your Majesty, my clan possesses a flying shuttle, the magic treasure. With enough spirit stones, it should be possible to acquire it in time." At this moment, the envoy hurriedly interjected, "I have spirit stones. The city lord gave me quite a few before I came out." Seeing this, Dian Lai quickly said to Dao, "In that case, we can go by ourselves." Kang Jai didn't insist, nodded to everyone, and explained the technique. Jade slip was handed to Dian Lai, and after giving him a few more instructions, he left in A Yin's car. This flight lasted for a full month and 3 days. It wasn't that A Yin's speed took a month and 3 days, but rather that during this time, Kang Jai swept away all the powerful otherworldly creatures along the way. This way, Dian Lai and his group could travel much faster. In addition, during this period, Kang Jai will use the remaining enlightenment pill. All materials were refined into grade 4 enlightenment pills, totaling 247,230 medicinal pills. Of these, 241,000 were of perfect quality, and the rest were of excellent quality. If sold to the Tower of Babel, they would yield 24.415 billion source coins. These source coins are enough for Kang Jai to acquire the Qi-Yun Dragon Pearl and Buddha Relic, which can be redeemed after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. This time, Kang Jai did not reveal herself in public during alchemy, but instead performed it directly inside the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. Since the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell created the world of thunder punishment and heavenly Tao space, it has also gained the ability to produce thunder essence spirit liquid. So Kang Jai simply threw all the thunder essence spirit liquid that was originally in the 7 treasure furnace into the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. In this way, the 7 treasure furnace, which could originally only refine 50 materials at a time, suddenly became capable of refining 70. Kang Jai simply used the divine sense to control the alchemy within the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell, without triggering the Dan Tribulation and attracting the attention of others. It was precisely because of alchemy that it took a month and 3 days to reach the vicinity of the cultivator human tribe. The situation is not optimistic. Looking at the densely packed army of undead and the countless otherworldly creatures, Kang Jai frowned slightly. The city of cultivator human tribe is many times larger than Wu City in Wuren race. A city is like a small world, yet this enormous city is completely surrounded by an army of the undead and otherworldly creatures. It is evident that the number of these undead creatures and otherworldly creatures is in the hundreds of millions. Although Kang Jai is confident, he is not so arrogant as to disregard so many enemies. How do we get in? Kang Jai rubbed his temples. With so many undead armies, otherworldly creatures, and the dragon he hadn't yet seen, a direct assault would surely be met with resistance. If the cultivator human tribe didn't provide support within the city and its inner formations weren't activated, wouldn't he be surrounded and killed by the enemy? I should have brought that envoy with me. Now I can't even contact the city. Kang Jai was somewhat annoyed. He hadn't expected there to be so many enemies besieging the cultivator human tribe. Even with my own high estimate, it's only a few 100 million. But now the quantities here are counted in the hundreds of millions, and Kang Jai can't even calculate how many there are. Faced with so many enemies, Kang Jai was somewhat at a loss. It seems that we can only test the strength of these undead creatures and otherworldly creatures, make some noise, and see how the cultivator human tribe will react. If all else fails, then we'll just have to wait for Eli and then the messengers to arrive. With this in mind, Kang Jai, along with A Yin, began to probe the edge of the area. Meanwhile, the city of cultivator human tribe was also in a state of utter chaos. Gentlemen, the earliest reinforcements will arrive in nearly 10 days. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out until then. Do any of you have any good ideas? At least let us hold out until the first reinforcements arrive. The group looked at each other, confused. If they had a solution, they wouldn't be here worrying. Lord of the city, why don't we talk to those who have descended from the sky again? Someone suggested. During this period, many fallen humans arrived in all 4 cities of human race. In the other 3 cities, there were even those who descended from the sky at a level comparable to tribulation transcendence level. Only the cultivator human tribe, despite the presence of many human races, prodigy, but none can compare to tribulation transcendence level. It's one thing to not reach the tribulation transcendence level, But these descending human races prodigy, they make outrageous demands, each wanting a spot in the central forbidden city. If it were just one or two people, that would be one thing. But these people are all making outrageous demands, asking for several spots at a time. They only have 12 spots in total, and some will be given to allies who come to support them. Even for them, there were almost no spots left. But these descending human race prodigy, however, ignored the situation and refused to help unless there were available slots, which greatly angered cultivator human tribe, and they had no way to deal with these people who had fallen from the sky. If they angered these people, they would cause trouble in the city, which would only make things more difficult for them. In the end, the cultivator human tribe could only provide these people with good food and drink and let them be as they pleased as long as they didn't cause trouble. As for asking them for help, well, forget it. When someone brought it up again, everyone fell silent. The city lord shook his head and sighed. Those people are extremely arrogant. Apart from a few people like Gao Ming and Gao Ju who are willing to help us, the rest of them are all arrogant and do not regard us as their own kind at all. Wanting those people to help, huh? The city lord's words silenced everyone, for they were the truth. Despite being part of the same human race, only a few people were willing to help them, while the rest chose to stand by and watch, or even take the opportunity to ask for favors. If it's not too outrageous, they'll grit their teeth and agree. But these people went too far, extorting and blackmailing others. How could they tolerate that? But this group is quite powerful. Rather than having to divert our resources to monitor them, we could better utilize them. The proposer frowned and said, Dao. Everyone understood this principle, but, seventh brother, are you confident you can get them to agree? Someone asked Dao. Elder, who was called the seventh brother, gave a wry smile and shook his head. He paused and then said, but I think we should try again. We could also ask Gao Ming and Gao Ju to try and persuade them. They are both newcomers, so maybe they can be of some use. The group exchanged glances, not approving of the seventh brother's suggestion. If they could be persuaded, the Gao brothers would have acted long ago, instead of waiting until now. At this moment, the city lord spoke up. Then let's talk to the Gao Ming brothers after they wake up. They were on surveillance all night. Don't disturb them now. The seventh brother was delighted and nodded in agreement. Noted. If they could really persuade those who had fallen from the sky, that would be a considerable force. Just then, someone rushed Usher and said, Lord, there seems to be some movement outside the city. There's movement? Could it be that the enemy is attacking the city again? This was everyone's first reaction. However, the soldier shook his head. Lord, it doesn't seem so. The commotion is coming from the enemy's outer perimeter, as if someone attacking them. Someone is attacking them? Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? Or have the other 3 cities sent people to help us? The situation in the other 3 cities is much better than here. It is said that in each city, a being descended from the heavens, comparable to the tribulation transcendence level. Besides, the other fallen ones, unlike those in their city, mostly joined in protecting the city. This is why the other 3 human race cities are under far less pressure than them. If those 3 cities are willing, they can still spare some resources to help them. However, the soldier's head and said, I don't know, it's too far away. We can't see clearly. The city lord frowned, and then someone suggested to Dao, why don't we send Gao Ming and Gao Ju to take a look? Some people objected to Dao. They just went to sleep not long ago. Isn't it inappropriate to wake them up now? Some people wanted to argue, but the city lord waved his hand and said, don't disturb their rest. Let's go and see what's going on. No one objected, and they followed the city lord to the top of the city wall. Since the entire city's perimeter has been sealed off by formation, not only can people not leave using the teleportation array, but most divided souls are also unable to use it while outside the city. Therefore, no one could use the divine ability to investigate the outside world, and only the talents of the brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju remained unaffected. This is also why the cultivator human tribe envies the fallen ones the most, because although their abilities are not very strong, they are not restricted by the formation, which is simply incredible. This situation doesn't seem like we've encountered a large army. The group gazed at the commotion in the distance. Although they couldn't see the specifics, they could tell from the enemy's troop movements that the undead and otherworldly creatures weren't facing many enemies. The owner of Cultivation City frowned slightly as he watched the commotion in the distance. Although we didn't encounter a large army, you can see that they haven't retreated even after so long, which means their strength is not weak. The city lord is right, but we don't know which faction Dao belongs to, and no one has contacted us. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure rushed out from the enemy's central camp and quickly headed towards the chaotic area. That's the undergoing tribulation of the undead tribe. An early-stage powerhouse, someone exclaimed. It even alarmed undergoing tribulation. Who exactly is this powerful figure from the undead tribe in the early stage? The crowd's expressions turned grave. If it truly was their reinforcements, what would happen if they encountered the tribulation transcendence level? Wouldn't the strongmen of the undead tribe perish outside? Lord of the city. The crowd hesitated, wanting to speak but then stopped. They were also conflicted. If it really was friendly forces, it would be understandable for them to go out and rescue people. The worst-case scenario is that this is an enemy trap, a deliberate commotion to lure them out of the city. If that happens, everyone looked at the city lord, who clenched his fists and finally said, "Go and invite the two righteous men, Gao Ming and Gao Ju." Everyone's eyes lit up, and Lao Qi volunteered, "I'll go, fast." The person had vanished as soon as they finished speaking. A short while later, the two brothers, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, appeared on the city wall, still half asleep. They spent the entire night using their abilities to monitor the situation outside the city. And by the end of the night, they were all exhausted. I had just fallen asleep for a short when I was forcibly woken up. It was really hard to handle. But they also knew that unless there was an emergency, the other party would not have called them. Lord of the city. The two men clasped their hands in a salute. The city lord waved his hand. "You two, please excuse yourselves. There's a special situation outside the city, and we need you two to see what's going on." Are our allies here, or is this a trap set by the enemy? Upon hearing this, Gao Ming and Gao Ju exchanged a glance, then, without further ado, used their talents to investigate the area outside the city where the disturbance had occurred. But upon investigation, Gao Ming was immediately stunned. "Gentlemen, what's the situation outside the city?" Seeing Gao Ming suddenly freeze in place, everyone looked surprised and couldn't help but ask Dao. Gao Ming snapped out of his daze and looked at Ju with some surprise. "It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch has arrived." Gao Ming's exclamation startled Gao Ju, who could only listen and did not know that the person who came was Kang Jai. "Is it the head of the family?" Gao Ju exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Patriarch?" The crowd looked at the two of them with some confusion. "Gao Ming Dao, Lord of the city, the person outside the city is our family head, and also one of the newcomers. He must have known about the situation here, which is why he came to our aid." Seeing Gao Ming speak so decisively, the owner of Cultivation City frowned slightly. "You mean, the one currently battling that tribulation transcendence level undead is your family head?" Gao Ming scratched his head. That, the one fighting the tribulation transcendence level undead was a golden eagle, not our patriarch, but probably our patriarch's pet. When Gao Ming said this, he wasn't very confident. After all, it had only been a short time, and it seemed unlikely that Kang Jai would have a golden eagle of the tribulation transcendence level as a pet. But if he isn't Kang Ji's pet, why would he fight alongside Kang Ji? Gao Ming was filled with doubt, so he was hesitant to speak confidently. But the city lord and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. You mean, the one fighting that tribulation transcendence level undead was a golden eagle? Gao Ming nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why the city lord and the others were so excited. At this moment, Lao Qi slapped his thigh and said, "Is that Wuren Sky? He's already here." Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Gao Ming and Gao Ju were somewhat puzzled. At this moment, the city lord spoke up. "Since we are allies, we must save this person. Gentlemen, go and call for help. Let's all go together and bring him back." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone prepared to take action. But then Gao Ju's ears twitched, and she let out a gasp. "Oh no, they've deployed other tribulation transcendence level experts." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 arrows suddenly flew out from the enemy's central camp. The figure of tribulation transcendence level quickly headed towards Kang Jai. "Damn it, they're trying to ambush and kill our ally." Everyone was extremely anxious. Even if Golden Eagle was strong, it was impossible for him to deal with 4 tribulation transcendence level experts. Everyone was extremely anxious. Gao Ming, the Gao brothers were so anxious that sweat beaded on their foreheads. "Everyone, you must help my patriarch. Please lend a helping hand." The group looked at the city lord, who gritted his teeth and ordered, "Leave the city and rescue them." Without further hesitation, the group left the city wall to rescue the people. But at that moment, 5 suns rose again from the enemy's central camp. Tribulation Transcendence level Qi used his powers to completely lock them in place. "Oh no, they don't want us to save them." The group stopped not far from the city wall, staring intently at the direction of the central army camp. If they were to go to their aid at this time, they would inevitably be surrounded by these 5 tribulation transcendence level experts, who might even take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on their city. However, if we don't go to their aid, our allies will certainly not be able to withstand the siege of 4 tribulation transcendence level experts. Just as the group was hesitating, Gao Ming on the city wall shouted again, "City Lord, my patriarch has retreated. Come back quickly." As soon as the words were spoken, 5 arrows appeared in the direction of the central army camp. Key information and the 4 directions of Kang Jai, the key signals, had all locked onto them and were rushing towards them at high speed. The city lord and his companions had no time to think and quickly retreated back into the city. As they retreated back into the city, the enemy's 9, the powerful Qi Qi, having regained his composure after the tribulation transcendence level, retreated back into the central army camp. The city lord looked at Gao Ming and asked anxiously, "What just happened? What just happened? You said your patriarch retreated?" He was surrounded by 4 tribulation transcendence level experts. How could he possibly retreat? Not only was the city lord puzzled, but everyone else was equally perplexed. They were just prepared to fight to the death when Kang Jai managed to evacuate under those circumstances, which really surprised them. Gao Ming scratched his head. I didn't see it very clearly either. It seems like the patriarch glanced in our direction, and then he left with the golden eagle. Those undead tribe experts couldn't stop him at all." "Huh? They couldn't stop them?" Everyone had a question on their minds. 4 tribulation transcendence level experts couldn't stop a tribulation transcendence level 1. Golden Eagle? Both are undergoing tribulation in the early stage. When did a Golden Eagle become capable of taking on 4 opponents at once? Seeing everyone's confusion, Gao Ming scratched his head again, somewhat uncertain. I didn't see it very clearly. Their movements were too fast. After the patriarch jumped onto the Golden Eagle's back, he disappeared very quickly. The 4 undead tribe powerhouses seemed stunned. Only after their patriarchs left did they remember to give chase, but it was too late. The more they listened, the more confused they became. It sounded as if 4 tribulation transcendence level undead warriors had deliberately let Kang Jai and the others escape. Is it possible that undead tribe has some kind of conspiracy? While everyone was wondering, a Yin had already left the battlefield with Kang Jai. Being far from the battlefield, Kang Jai also had a bit of a headache. Judging from the current situation, there is still a considerable gap between the cultivator human tribe and the undead tribe alliance. The enemy not only has more tribulation transcendence levels than them, but is also stronger than the cultivator human tribe. While one can force their way in, the cooperation of the cultivator human tribe is required. Only by entering the cultivator human tribe city and relying on its defenses can he possibly use Xiao Hong and their power to destroy the undead allied forces. Otherwise, without a place to rest, he wouldn't be able to wage a war of attrition against the undead allied forces. I just hope that the cultivator human tribe can understand what I mean and find a way to send someone to contact me. Kang Jai was thinking this to himself, unaware that there were actually 2 brothers, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, in Dao, the cultivator human tribe city. Otherwise, he could have easily conveyed the message simply by talking to himself. But now, Kang Jai can only wait 2 days to see the cultivator human tribe's reaction. If there is no response, he can only wait for Dian Lai and his group to arrive before contacting the city again. Just as Kang Jai had no choice but to wait, there was a lot of discussion in the city. What should we do? We must find a way to contact this Kang Jai. Only by contacting him can we cooperate with him to bring him into the city. Contact? How can we contact them? We're surrounded by the undead allied forces and have no way out. It's not that there's no way. Our goal is just to deliver the message. As long as we can get the message to the other side, we'll have succeeded. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the speaker. 7th brother, what can you do about this difficult situation? The 7th brother looked up at everyone and asked, have you all forgotten the bizarre and wonderful talents of the fallen ones? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, you want to borrow the power of the one who descended. The 7th brother nodded. I've said before that the strength of the sky-sent ones shouldn't be underestimated. If they could be used by us. Before he could finish speaking, someone interrupted Dao. You said you wanted to work for us. Apart from righteous men like Gao Ming, do you think anyone else would be willing to cooperate with us? The topic returned to the fallen angel, and the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became somewhat agitated. At this moment, the city lord raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and looked at Gao Ming and Gao Ju. Dao, gentlemen among those who are willing to help us as well, is there anyone who can help deliver the message? Gao Ming and Gao Ju thought for a moment, then shook their heads. No, if I had to name someone who could get the message out, I would think of one of the fallen ones. Only, Gao Ming frowned, as if he had something difficult to say. The city lord Wen Dao said, Brother Gao Ming, please, frankly, and we will work together to find a way to overcome this. Everyone echoed his sentiments, and Gao Ming had no choice but to continue. The only person I can think of is Wang Bo. He is a member of the powerful families from the city next door and possesses a talent called speed. This talent can be applied not only to oneself, but also to others and even other creatures. If that's all, his abilities alone are not enough to get the information out. But he also has a special pet named Shadow Moth. This moth is completely transparent, making it even harder to spot at night, and it is also quite fast. If combined with Wang Bo's speed talent, sending out a message shouldn't be difficult. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this, and even the Cultivation Sin City owner clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We'll go see this person now and try to persuade him no matter what." However, Gao Ming gave a wry smile and said, "Well, everyone, please don't get excited yet." Everyone looked at the two of them with suspicion, wondering how they had managed to send a message and why they looked so unhappy. "Brother Gao Ming, do you perhaps have a grudge against this man?" Old Seven probed. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Could it be such a coincidence? Gao Ming shook his head. No, not at all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Gao Ming then said, "But my patriarch once had someone beat him up, and he was beaten up in front of thousands of people." Ooh, everyone was stunned. This. The group looked at each other, unsure of what to say. The Wang Bo Gao Ming mentioned was none other than the original Three Kingdoms world one of the dozens of knocked down by Huang Zhang at the entrance of Yingchuan Academy by Kang Jai. Kang Jai probably didn't even notice this person. After all, Huang Zhang had just casually struck and sent dozens of people flying. But Gao Ming didn't expect that among these people was Wang Bo, the young Master Wang from back then. This time, the reason why so many fallen humans were unwilling to help the cultivator human tribe was also related to Wang Bo's instigation. The reason Wang Bo stirred up trouble was because he recognized the Gao Ming brothers and knew that they were related to Kang Jai. It's almost impossible to get this person to help them, especially since it's because of Kang Jai. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing the reason. What should we do? Is there any other way? Everyone was deep in thought, their faces filled with worry. At this moment, the seventh brother cautiously said, "I have thought of someone. With his abilities, breaking through wouldn't be difficult for him, but..." When Lao Qi finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Because apart from the Gao Ming brothers, everyone else was looking at him with eyes full of warning. Upon seeing this, Gao Ming frowned immediately. "Seventh Elder, who are you talking about?" Seventh Elder opened his mouth, but only looked at the City Lord, indicating that Gao Ming should ask the City Lord instead. Gao Ming could only look at the City Lord. "City Lord, since someone can send the message out, why hide it?" Gao Ming was somewhat displeased. They had given their all, only to receive such a result, which made him feel uneasy. The City Lord knew he was in the wrong. He had no way to express his grievances. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Brother Gao, it's not that we're unwilling to reveal this person's name, but rather that this person..." The City Lord hesitated, looking as if he had something difficult to say, faced with the City Lord's hesitation. The Gao brothers did not urge him, but simply watched quietly. Finally, the City Lord sighed and explained to Dao, "This man is named Wang Xuan. He was once the pride of Cultivation City and the honor of Cultivation City. At the same time, it's also my Cultivation City. The adopted son of the Supreme Grand Elder." The Supreme Grand Elder's adopt son? Gao Ming and Gao Ju were both startled. They had heard of this Supreme Elder before. He was the strongest person in Cultivation City and the only one to have achieved the title of undergoing tribulation. Middle stage strong. It is said that this Supreme Grand Elder is only an undergoing tribulation middle stage, but previously fought against an undergoing tribulation late stage powerhouse. Even though he is now old, his fighting strength should not be underestimated. They have not seen the legendary Supreme Grand Elder since they arrived here. Now, the fact that Huang Xuan is connected to the Supreme Grand Elder is quite surprising to them. Since he's Supreme Grand Elder's adopted son, isn't that even better? We're all on the same side, so it should be easy to persuade him, right? The city lord shook his head. If it were before, there would naturally be no problem, but a few years ago, something happened. Gao Ming and Gao Ju suddenly had a bad feeling. The cultivation city manager continued to explain Dao. The Supreme Grand Elder has a daughter who was born late in life and notes on her very much. The Gao brothers exchanged a glance, raised their eyebrows. They had never met Supreme Grand Elder's daughter before, nor had they ever heard anyone mention her, which was quite strange. The city lord's voice remained unchanged. Supreme Grand Elder had a daughter late in life, and then unexpectedly found this adopted son Huang Xuan. Huang Xuan and Supreme Grand Elder's daughter grew up together. Both of them have exceptional attitudes, and everyone has high hopes for them. Supreme Grand Elder even wanted to marry his daughter to Huang Xuan. The two had a harmonious relationship, and everyone thought they would eventually get together. But no one expected this. The city lord pursed his lips and sighed. No one expected that Huang Xuan would eventually fall in love with one of his pets. Ah? Gao Ming and Gao Ju stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You've fallen for your own pet? The city lord nodded, his expression somewhat grim. This is something no one expected. This Huang Xuan actually fell in love with his pet fox. They even said they wanted to find a way to make the fox transform into human form so they could be with it for all eternity. At this point, the city lord's breathing became somewhat rapid, and the others fell silent, their expressions not looking too good. The two brothers, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, looked at each other in disbelief, never expecting to hear such a melodramatic story. Gao Ming scratched his head. Ahem, Lord City, although Huang Xuan's behavior is a bit outrageous, isn't this also a good thing for Supreme Grand Elder's daughter? It's better to see through someone's true colors early on to avoid being hurt later in a relationship. The city lord shook his head and sighed. If things were just like this, then so be it. But who would have thought that because of this, Supreme Grand Elder's daughter was resentful, ran away from home, and then suffered an accident, seriously injured, and on the verge of death. When we found the child, he was already on the verge of death. Even with all the methods Supreme Grand Elder used, including sacrificing lifespan's secret techniques, he could only keep it in a deep slumber, and has not awakened to this day. The two brothers, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, were suddenly overwhelmed. Given this outcome, was Huang Xuan still around? What about Huang Xuan? Did you kill him? The city lord smiled bitterly. If we had killed them, why would we be agonizing over this now? Although Huang Xuan has fallen in love with his pet fox. However, he and Supreme Grand Elder's daughter grew up together, and he treated like a younger sister. Seeing that the other person was dying from his serious injuries and might never wake up again, he felt extremely guilty. And then what happened? It's difficult to answer. Didn't the Supreme Grand Elder punish him? Gao Ming and his brother asked curiously. How could that be? Although Huang Xuan was raised by Supreme Grand Elder and is treated like his own child. But since he had essentially killed his own daughter, Supreme Grand Elder, though reluctant to kill his adopted son, ultimately killed his pet fox in a fit of rage. Forehead, brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju sensed the situation was getting worse. Since Huang Xuan has come to like his pet fox, he must treat it as family. Now they've been killed. The city lord continued. Because his pet fox was killed, This guy went crazy and even tried to fight Supreme Grand Elder. Hiss! They're actually going to fight Supreme Grand Elder. The City Lord nodded. The Supreme Grand Elder not only didn't stop it, but also told everyone to leave it alone and just watch the kid quietly. Gao Ming and Gao Ju pressed Dao, and then he fought Supreme Grand Elder. He probably wasn't a match for him, right? The City Lord shook his head. Huang Xuan ultimately didn't fight Supreme Grand Elder. On one side was his pet fox, on the other was Supreme Grand Elder who raised him, and also his adopted sister who he almost killed. Under this psychological torment, the guy finally went insane. Crazy? Both of them were stunned. The City Lord nodded. He's gone mad. Not only has he gone mad, but he's also trapped himself in Forbidden Land in the back mountains and hasn't come out since. The Gao brothers didn't expect things to turn out this way. This matter is a bit complicated, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. At this moment, the City Lord spoke up. Gentlemen, if you insist on using this person, we will not object. But could you please spread the word? Gao Ming and Gao Ju hesitated for a moment then, gritted their teeth and said, let's try going to find Wang Bo first. If that doesn't work, then we'll try this one. The City Lord and others did not object and nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, damn it, this Wang Bo is truly despicable. Not only did he not help, but he also hurled insults at us. The brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju were in dire straits. They humbly begged Wang Bo for help, which was also helping Wang Bo himself. After all, once the city fell, how could they possibly escape unscathed? No matter how much they pleaded, Wang Bo refused. He even provoked the Gao Ming brothers, verbally abusing them and mocking them, asking what they could do to him. This absolutely incomprehensible. If it weren't for the greater good, the Gao brothers would really like to ask the people from Cultivation City to help them kill this guy. Gentlemen, now that Wang Bo is unwilling to cooperate, what should we do next? The City Lord looked at everyone, especially the Gao Ming brothers. How about we go and meet that Huang Xuan? Gao Ming suggested. That the group fell silent for a moment, but ultimately agreed. The group soon arrived at Forbidden Land on the back hill. This is a cave where fierce winds rage, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Even cultivators, once inside, must endure several kinds of fierce winds every day. There are gales, specifically scrape bones, gales that specifically corrode flesh, and gales that damage a person's very bones. The various strong winds blowing down were too much for the average person to withstand. Even those who have reached the tribulation transcendence level are unwilling to enter this place easily. And the Huang Xuan they were talking about is actually just a god transformation level cultivator. But the other party had lived in this place for several years, just to preserve the corpse of his pet fox. Although there are terrifying gales here, it is also extremely cold and possesses a special power that can keep the dead in their original state for a long time without them decaying. That's why this person stayed here, keeping company with the fox's corpse. Upon hearing this reason, the Gao brothers, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, were speechless for a moment. They found it hard to understand how a person could develop such feelings for a fox, to the point of being inseparable from it. It was simply unbelievable. As the group approached the cave entrance, they immediately felt a strange gust of wind blowing out. The Gao brothers were already struggling to withstand even the slightest gust of wind. Even before they entered the cave, they had to stop. At this moment, the Lord of Cultivation City released his spiritual key to protect the two of them. The two were, after all, just nascent soul realm. Even with some physical body breakthrough, the cultivator's abilities remain at the nascent soul level. Early stage. With such strength, They simply couldn't withstand the fierce winds here. Let's go. With us protecting you, there shouldn't be any problems for at least half an hour. The group didn't delay at all, as the fierce winds here wouldn't stop just because they arrived. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the depths of the cave. The cave was several miles deep, and the deeper one went, the more terrifying the gale became. No one knew where these gales came from. The closer they got to their destination, the more nervous the Gao brothers became. This was their last hope, and Gao Ming couldn't help but ask Dao, "City Lord, does this Huang Xuan really have the ability to send the message out?" The reason I dare to say this is because he had a strange encounter when he was a child. That fortuitous encounter granted him a damaged immortal artifact, a pair of wings. These wings granted him incredible speed and the ability to perform short-distance spatial jumps. Even for a group like ours at the Tribulation Transcendence level, even the cultivator couldn't catch him. It's because of this magic treasure that I'm certain he can send the message out. However, given his current condition, whether he can accurately deliver it is another matter. Just as the group was talking, a melodious humming sound came from around the corner. The sound was like someone was coaxing a child to sleep. "Shush! Don't wake Xian from sleeping." After turning a corner, everyone's eyes lit up as a huge cave appeared before them. At that moment, the man in the cave suddenly turned around and made a shushing gesture to everyone. Everyone was shocked to see the gaunt and emaciated man before them. Those who recognized the man, including the city lord, stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Huang Xuan, how did you become like this?" Everyone stared in shock at Huang Xuan, who was now nothing but skin and bones. Although the winds here are fierce, Huang Xuan is, after all, a cultivator who has reached the god transformation level. If he really can't withstand it, wouldn't Dao run towards the cave entrance? The closer you get to the cave entrance, the weaker the gale becomes, so you wouldn't have ended up like this. This guy has been staying in the deepest part all along and has never come out. But if he had stayed in the deepest part, Huang Xuan would have died long ago. After all, the intensity of the gale here is completely different from that at the cave entrance. At this moment, the city lord's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in horror, You have reached the Tribulation Transcendence level." Upon hearing this, everyone, including the Gao Ming brothers, was horrified. In just a few years, how did it go from God's formation level? Breakthrough has reached the Tribulation Transcendence level. Moreover, this is happening in the Forbidden Land, where the winds constantly bleed and drain our marrow, yet we still manage to make such progress. Everyone stared at the other party with disbelief and extreme vigilance. After all, this person is mentally unstable, and his strength has suddenly become so terrifying. If it suddenly breaks out, only the city lord can withstand it. They cannot. Despite the tension around them, Huang Xuan seemed oblivious, continuing to hum his tune as he quietly gazed at the ice coffin before him. Through the ice coffin, one could see a purplish-red fox lying quietly inside. What a beautiful fox! This was the first reaction of the Gao Ming brothers. This fox was so beautiful that it seemed to transcend species boundaries. Even the Gao Ming brothers felt their hearts race the moment they saw it. How terrifying! No wonder this guy fell for it. The Gao brothers exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other. They had never seen such a beautiful yet eerie fox before. Even with the rich history of Earth, no record of this kind of fox has ever been made. Even in death, the purplish-red fur exudes of mystery and allure. For a moment, no one spoke. The silence was eerily profound. Even though Huang Xuan was humming an unknown song, everyone still felt an eerie silence in the room. Just as the city lord was about to speak to break the deadlock, Gao Ju's ears suddenly twitched, and he immediately showed an incredulous expression, staring intently at the fox in the ice coffin. Trembling, Gao Ju tugged at Gao Ming's sleeve, and Man Niang sent a horrified telepathic message to Gao Ming. Brother. I think I just heard the fox's heartbeat. It was so faint that even with my talent, I almost thought I had misheard. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Gao Ju. Just as they were about to ask something, they suddenly sensed something was wrong with the atmosphere, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped their hearts. Looking up, I saw that Huang Xuan had raised his head at some point and was staring intently at Gao Ju, who was transmitting his voice. Brother, could that guy hear my telepathic messages? Somewhat fearful, Gao Ju continued to transmit her voice to Gao Ming. Gao Ming's lips twitched. Wasn't it obvious? If you guessed that the other party might hear it, why did you even bother to pass it on? Gao Ming was speechless and carefully moved behind the city lord with his younger brother. Huang Xuan's gaze was fixed on Gao Ju's shifting figure. What you just said, is it true? The sound was like it was being scraped from sheet metal. Everyone wanted to cover their ears. It was almost unbearable. Upon hearing Huang Xuan's seemingly random statement, the city lord and the others were filled with confusion. But they immediately turned their attention to Gao Ju. Why hadn't they heard Gao Ju speak? Huang Xuan completely ignored everyone's reactions and slowly stood up, walking towards Gao Ju. This action terrified everyone, who immediately assumed defensive postures. Even the city lord was no exception, warning Dao. Huang Xuan, these two are honored guests of our cultivator human tribe. You must not be rude. Upon hearing the city lord's words, Huang Xuan stopped and tilted his head to look at him, seemingly trying to recall who the city lord was. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't seem to remember who the person in front of him was, so he looked at Gao Ju again. You just said you heard Zai Yan's heartbeat, is that true? The voice was still unpleasant, but it was much smoother. Upon hearing this, the city lord and the others were stunned and looked at Gao Ju in disbelief. The city lord glared at Dao. You heard that fox's heartbeat. Then, as if denying his own words, he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. With Supreme Grand Elder's intervention, there's absolutely no chance of survival. Besides, even if they hadn't died back then, after spending so many years in this forbidden land, they would have been blown to death by these fierce winds. How could they possibly still be alive? Everyone nodded in agreement and looked at Gao Ju. Under everyone's gaze, Gao Ju swallowed hard. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. At this point, Gao Ju dared not say anything out of turn, although he was certain that there was nothing wrong with his hearing and that he had indeed heard the fox's heartbeat. But the scene was somewhat terrifying, especially Huang Xuan's eyes, which were too frightening, so he dared not say anything rash. What if that guy actually takes it seriously and wants to resurrect the fox? Seeing Gao Ming change his mind, the city lord and the others also relented, but Huang Xuan frowned. You're not telling the truth. Huang Xuan Dao with absolute certainty, as if he were 100% sure. Gao Ming opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but when faced with Huang Xuan's terrifying gaze, he was momentarily speechless. Huang Xuan's expression was almost crazed as he stared intently at Gao Ju. Dao, tell me, is Zi Yan alive or not? Faced with the almost frenzied Huang Xuan, Gao Ju involuntarily took a step back. But then, remembering their purpose for coming, Gao Ju suddenly had a change of heart and stepped forward again. Why should I tell you? The city lord and the others were all stunned. How come you've suddenly become so brave? That's a madman. Going head-on against a madman is practically suicide. I originally thought Huang Xuan was just a minor cultist at the god transformational level, someone they could easily manipulate. They even used the fox's carcass to threaten the other party into doing things for them. Unexpectedly, Huan had unknowingly broken through to the tribulation transcendence level. It's incredible that they haven't even sensed the presence of lightning tribulation all these years. However, Huang Xuan's cultivation level has already reached the tribulation transcendence level, so he can no longer be manipulated at will. At this point, Gao Zhu's continued provocation was clearly unwise. Just when everyone thought Huang Xuan would suddenly erupt, Huang Xuan appeared unusually calm, so calm that it was frightening. "What do you want?" Huang Xuan's words surprised Gao Zhu. Was he really that direct? "I need you to bring someone into the city for me." Gao Zhu didn't stand on ceremony and decided to give up entirely. Originally, I only intended for the other party to send out a message. However, after learning about the opponent's strength, Gao Zhu changed her mind. Since the other party is so strong, why not just ask them to take Kang Ji into the city? However, this request left Huang Xuan puzzled. Tilting his head to look at Gao Zhu, he asked Dao, "Let me take someone back to the city?" Gao Zhu nodded, and then briefly explained the current situation. After hearing the explanation, Huang Xuan did not respond, and everyone immediately became tense. After a long pause, Huang Xuan nodded. "Okay, now can you tell me if Zi Yan is still alive?" Gao Zhu nodded, and then shook her head, which made everyone frown. Gao Zhu explained Dao. "I could only hear the fox's heartbeat, which was almost negligible. Even with my talent, I could only hear it vaguely. Moreover, the intervals between a person's heartbeats are very long, so you won't notice them at all unless you listen carefully. Therefore, I cannot answer your question about whether I am still alive." Although Gao Zhu's answer was not satisfactory, Huang Xuan did not give up. He slowly turned around, looked at the fox in the ice coffin, and gently stroked the coffin as if he were stroking his lover. After a long while, Huang Xuan spoke. "Ziyan, wait for me to come back." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the crowd. "Let's go." Everyone was stunned by his actions, and only then did the city lord have a chance to ask Dao, "Huang Xuan, are you not crazy?" Huang Xuan looked at him expressionlessly and said in a flat tone, "The Huang Xuan of the past is dead. The current Huang Xuan has nothing to do with the past." Looking at Huang Xuan's extreme indifference, the city lord wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As soon as everyone stepped out of the cave, Huang Xuan stopped. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Huang Xuan formed a hand seal, and quickly a Dao formation and restriction appear, completely sealing off the cave. To enter the cave, you must break through the restriction here. This was clearly done to protect the fox inside. Seeing this, the others merely frowned slightly and said nothing more. Once everyone had completely left the Forbidden Land cave, Huang Xuan once again used his hand seals to seal off the entire Forbidden Land. In this way, no one can enter the Forbidden Land anymore. The city lord said with slight displeasure, "Huang Xuan, aren't you going a bit too far?" However, all he received in response was Huang Xuan's indifferent gaze and icy words. "Do you still need my help?" The city lord choked, and Qi's breathing became somewhat rapid. Several elders tugged at the city lord's sleeve, signaling him to prioritize the greater good. Taking a deep breath, the city lord finally suppressed his displeasure and said coldly, "I hope you won't go back on your word. Otherwise..." The city lord glanced at Forbidden Land, which displeased Huang Xuan, and his eyes turned cold. I will never go back on my word, but I hope you won't do anything foolish otherwise." Huang Xuan didn't say it explicitly, but everyone could sense the threat in his words. Both sides snorted coldly and said no more. Huang Xuan asked the Gao Ming brothers for Kang Ji's appearance and left without looking back. Do you think he can bring the master home? Gao Ming asked somewhat nervously. No one spoke. They simply watched silently in the direction Huang Xuan had left. Meanwhile, after Huang Xuan left, he quickly passed through the city's grand formation. As a key figure being cultivated by the cultivator human tribe, he naturally knew Dao methods for entering and exiting Cultivation City. After leaving the city, Huang Xuan flew away from the undead allied forces without restraining his aura. At that moment, several forces surged up from the enemy's central camp, which sensed the arrival of a Trebulescendence level expert. They really don't know what's good for them, daring to leave the city alone. 5 figures in succession attacked Huang Xuan. But at this moment, Huang Xuan glanced at them indifferently, and then, amidst the incredulous gazes of the undead tribe members, Huang Xuan vanished from the spot. Its speed was so fast that even 5 Tribulation Transcendence level experts were unable to fully capture it. Just now, did a human race expert just appear? Just now, did a human race expert just appear? Someone asked Dao uncertainly. They all saw Huang Xuan, but Huang Xuan's speed made them question their existence, and they even preferred to believe that they were seeing things. However, some people still sighed, let's go back. I didn't expect Cultivator Human Tribe to have such a hidden trick up its sleeve. This person is no weaker than that old codger in the city. Our plan needs to be revised. Our forces here need to be strengthened. No one objected to this. With the addition of such a powerful individual to the Cultivator Human Tribe, their formation naturally needs to be adjusted. While the undead allied forces were contacting other factions and adjusting their plans, Huang Xuan left the undead army and flew towards the direction where Kang Jai might appear. Half an hour later, in a mountain range in the west. Such a powerful aura, such speed. Could it be that someone from the undead allied forces has come looking for us? Kang Jai concealed his aura. His figure flashed, and he quickly left the spot. Splash! The trees were blown about by the shockwave, and a gaunt figure appeared where Kang Jai had been standing. I need to get more familiar with this power. A grinding sound rang out, and the newcomer looked around. Huh? Just left? Huang Xuan sniffed the air, his brows furrowing slightly. Who are you? A cold voice rang out behind Huang Xuan. Huang Xuan was startled and immediately turned around. Kang Jai hadn't gone far. He had only sensed a Tribulation Transcendence level aura, and it was only at the first stage. If it was an enemy, he was confident he could take it down. I never expected that the person who came would be a human. However, when Kang Jai saw Huang Xuan's face clearly, she immediately frowned. Although Huang Xuan still has a human form, he no longer resembles a human. If Kang Jai hadn't deduced from the information this person was indeed human race, she would have thought she had encountered the undead tribe. His emaciated appearance made him look inhuman. Huang Xuan was also taken aback by the sudden appearance of Kang Jai. It was truly beyond his expectations that Kang Jai could deceive his senses. Especially the golden eagle next to Kang Jai, which was a lightning type, put a lot of pressure on him. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xuan looked at Kang Jai and said, I'm here to take you into the city. You're from Cultivation City? Huang Xuan nodded indifferently, his voice concise, let's go. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, why are you taking me in? Huang Xuan didn't say anything, but simply spread. His wings instantly appeared in front of Kang Jai. Raising an eyebrow, Kang Jai was secretly surprised. Such speed, she couldn't even keep up. No wonder this person had such a strong foundation to lead me into the city. Kang Jai didn't stand on ceremony and followed Huang Xuan toward Cultivation City. However, when they arrived above the undead allied forces, Kang Jai called out to him. "The other side is on guard," Kang Jai said gravely. "It's all right." Huang Xuan's voice remained indifferent. The next second, Huang Xuan moved like lightning, carrying Kang Jai swiftly towards Cultivation City. But just then, the 9 Dao Tribulation Transcendence level key energy rose rapidly, attacking Kang Jai and the others. However, Huang Xuan did not stop moving and suddenly flashed, dodging all the attacks. Spatial power. Kang Jai was shocked. Such powerful spatial force. Kang Jai could sense that the space in this area had actually been sealed off. Even when blocked, Huang Xuan was still able to perform spatial jumps, demonstrating just how powerful his spatial jump ability was. Kang Jai couldn't help but look at the pair of purplish-red wings behind Huang Xuan. The spatial fluctuations just now came from these wings. "What an amazing flying magic treasure," Kang Jai exclaimed inwardly. "Master, this is an immortal artifact." Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell rang out. "Immortal artifact?" Kang Jai was slightly shocked. "Yes, although it is damaged, it is indeed an immortal artifact, and—" Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell's voice suddenly turned low. "And what?" Kang Jie asked curiously. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell sounded grave, reminding Dao, "Master, there's something wrong with this person. He seems to be affected by those wings." Affected by wings? Could this magic treasure be a magic artifact or a demonic weapon? Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. "No, this is a normal magic treasure, but this person has not truly and completely refined it." Deep within the core of this magic treasure, the marks of its former owner remain. It is this mark that has been influencing this person, even subtly enslaving him. If I didn't possess the heavenly Dao space, I wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. Kang Jai frowned, never expecting that Huang Xuan would have such a big problem. Kang Jai also became more wary of Huang Xuan. Just as Kang Ji's thoughts were racing, the two of them had already overcome all obstacles and appeared on the wall of Cultivation City. "Master?" Upon seeing Kang Jai, Gao Ju and Gao Ming were overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Gao Ming, Gao Ju, you two are here too." Kang Jai was quite surprised. After all, their strength was only barely at the level of nascent soul realm. Although this level of strength was not weak among the examinees, this was, after all, the final battlefield. Being in Cultivation City is not a good thing. It could very well end your assessment. The two brothers naturally understood Kang Ji's concerns, but Dao said helplessly, "Master, the place where we first appeared was not far from Cultivation City. We were immediately hunted down by a group of otherworldly creatures upon our arrival. If it weren't for the cultivator human tribe saving us, we would probably have been eliminated long ago." Upon hearing the explanation, Kang Jai could only smile wryly. No wonder the two of them were here. At this moment, the Cultivation City leader and others stepped forward, glanced at Kang Jai, and frowned slightly. "Where was Golden Eagle?" "This fellow Taoist, I wonder what your Golden Eagle is." Kang Jai waved his hand and released a yin. As soon as a yin appeared, it immediately let out a loud and clear cry that carried far and wide. "What a magnificent beast!" everyone exclaimed inwardly. The city lord was thrilled. It really was a golden eagle at tribulation transcendence level. And even in undergoing tribulation, it is probably a very strong existence even in the early stage. At least his undergoing tribulation in the early stage, I actually felt pressured when facing a yin. "Fellow Taoist, I am Xu Zhenchen, Lord of Cultivation City. Greetings, Taoist Kang." Kang Jai nodded. My name is Kang Jai, and this is a yin. Just as everyone was introducing themselves, a loud boom suddenly came from afar in the city, so loud that it reached them. Oh no! That's Forbidden Land. The city lord's expression changed, and he suddenly realized something, glaring angrily at the group of elders. You informed Supreme Grand Elder that the fox is still alive. Faced with the city lord Xu Zhenchen's questioning, several people lowered their heads uncomfortably. Xu Zhenchen was furious, his finger trembling as he pointed at the group. You're doing great. Now look what's happened. The Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan are fighting amongst themselves. Are you satisfied now? Faced with Xu Zhenchen's rebuke, the group looked ashamed. But they were also trained by Supreme Grand Elder, so how could I not tell them this? After all, that fox was the culprit, and they weren't too happy that it wasn't dead. Thump! Another loud bang. Xu Zhenchen didn't even have time to exchange pleasantries with Kang Jai. He apologized and quickly headed towards Forbidden Land. Seeing this, the elders exchanged glances and followed suit. Seeing this, Kang Jai simply grabbed Gao Ming and Gao Ju, and riding on a yin, they quickly chased after them. Wow! This is a real fight. When they arrived near Forbidden Land, they saw that the outer perimeter of Forbidden Land had been destroyed beyond recognition. If this place weren't so far from the city center, the shockwaves from both sides would likely have caused a large number of deaths and injuries. Of course, Kang Jai could also see that the entire world had been reinforced and confined by the Tower of Babel, just like Blue Star World. Otherwise, use tribulation transcendence level the cultivator's destructive power is such that a single strike can destroy an entire city. Even if this city is comparable in size to a country. Gentlemen, let's talk this out. This is inside the city. How can we fight like this here? Xu Zhenchen shouted anxiously at the two of them. However, the two completely ignored each other, and the battle showed no signs of stopping. Both of them had combat power, reaching the level of undergoing tribulation. The middle stage is even stronger than Xu Zhenchen, the city lord. Even if Xu Zhenchen wanted to stop it, he didn't have the power to do so. Along the way, Gao Ming had already briefly recounted Huang Xuan's story. Now seeing the battle between the two sides, Kang Jai was filled with emotion and didn't know what to say. Master, look, the restriction at the entrance of Forbidden Land has been destroyed. I'm afraid that fox has already suffered. I doubt the two of them will stop easily. Kang Jai glanced at the entrance to Forbidden Land, and Divine Sense ventured inside, letting out a surprised exclamation. What a strange gale! It can even corrode my Divine Sense. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised, but fortunately, these gales were not specifically targeting Divine Sense, and Kang Jai continued to venture deeper without feeling much of a threat. Soon, Kang Ji's Divine Sense reached the deepest part of the cave and exclaimed in surprise once again, "There's another restriction." Kang Jai muttered to himself, while Gao Ming asked curiously, "Master, what, there's another restriction?" Deep inside this cave, there is another layer of restriction, but I don't know what it's for. Gao Ming was startled. Upon hearing this, the city lord and the others turned around. Your Excellency means that the restriction deep within the Forbidden Land has not been destroyed? Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Kang Jai said with some doubt, I don't know if this is the restriction you're talking about, but there is indeed another restriction deep inside the cave. City Lord Xu Zhenchen suddenly turned his head and looked at 7th Elder. Dao, 7th brother, go check on the situation. 7th Elder didn't hesitate either, instantly rushing into the Forbidden Land cave. A moment later, 7th Elder rushed out again, his face full of excitement. Lord, it's still there. The The restriction that Huang Xuan set up is still there. Xu Zhenqian was also overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards Huang Xuan, who was striking down from the sky. Dao. Huang Xuan, the restrictions in Forbidden Land are still in place. Stop right now, don't fight anymore. However, Huang Xuan paused for a moment upon hearing this, but Supreme Grand Elder showed no sign of stopping. Huang Xuan didn't stand on ceremony, and neither side paid any attention to Xu Zhenqian below, continuing their fight as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing this, everyone stomped their feet. What are we going to do? They show no signs of stopping. Just then, a figure flew rapidly toward them. It's the ninth prince. Wasn't he supposed to be monitoring the situation outside the city? Why is he here too? Could it be that something unusual has happened outside the city? Everyone's hearts tightened immediately. Within a few breaths, Elder 9 rushed to the front of the group, glanced at the two people fighting on the ground in the distance, anxiously shouted. The undead allied forces are making a move. It looks like they're going to attack the city. Everyone gasped in shock. Attacking the city at this moment would be tantamount to killing them. Could it be that they knew the situation inside our city? That's why they attacked at this time? The timing of their arrival was too perfect. Their Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan had just started fighting when there was commotion outside the city. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy going on. What do we do now? Let them fight here? Or should we go back and defend the city? Someone asked, unsure of Dao's answer. However, Elder 9 anxiously exclaimed, "This won't do. This time, the enemy has mobilized all their tribulation transcendence level experts, and it seems there are more than 9 of them." More than 9? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. A thought flashed through someone's mind, and they said in a trembling voice, "Could it be that Sa Hua, Huang Xuan, and Daoist Kang on our side, and that's why they called in reinforcements from elsewhere?" Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this possibility was very high. If that's really the case, how can they possibly fight? Although they gained Kang Jai and A Yin, Huang Xuan and Supreme Grand Elder had an internal conflict, resulting in the loss of 2 of their top combatants. Especially Supreme Grand Elder, which was originally designed to counter the undergoing tribulation of the undead tribe. The monarch of the middle stage. Now that Supreme Grand Elder is no longer a hindrance, how can they possibly compete with him? Even with the addition of Kang Jai and Golden Eagle, it wouldn't make a difference. Elder Xia, Huang Xuan, stop right now. The undead tribe forces have launched an attack on the city. This is not the time for internal strife. Stop fighting immediately and defeat the enemy first. The two ignored Xu Zhenqian's shouts. At this moment, Kang Jai spoke up. They've already played True Fire. They won't give up so easily. What can we do? Without their help, we can't stop their tribulation transcendence level experts at all. The original 9 tribulation transcendence level experts were already struggling to keep up. Now that the enemy has reinforcements, they are no match for them. Furthermore, their own side has lost 2 top-tier combatants. How they possibly resist? Seeing Xu Zhenqian's anxiety, Kang Jai frowned. Although he considered himself no less capable than the 2 combatants, if he could have 2 more undergoing tribulations, having a strong middle stage fighting force would be more advantageous to his plans. Thinking of this, Kang Jai shouted at the 2 people in the arena. "I'll give you 10 breaths to stop fighting, or don't blame me for being impolite." Kang Ji's words were so arrogant. Everyone around him was stunned. Xu Zhenqian opened his mouth, then swallowed hard before managing to say with difficulty, "Damn it, aren't you just adding fuel to the fire?" "Yes!" Putting aside how powerful Huang Xuan's strange realm gale is, just consider Supreme Grand Elder. He's a true earth element cultivator. Standing on the ground, he's invincible. How can you possibly separate them? However, King Changjai did not respond to everyone's questions. He simply stared at the battlefield, silently calculating the time. The two people in the arena didn't take Kang Ji's words to heart at all, and continued fighting on their own. Seeing this, Kang Jai didn't stand on ceremony, and turned to A Yin beside him. Dao, you go and that guy surnamed Huang away. I'll teach this Supreme Grand Elder a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai and A Yin rushed out. The two in the midst of the battle naturally noticed the presence of Kang Jai and A Yin. They had also heard Kang Ji's previous arrogant remarks, and both felt a surge of anger. You arrogant brat, how dare you interfere in our battle? That's practically suicide. 5 updates today. I'll see how things go tomorrow, maybe 3 updates, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to add more. I'll try my best. Faced with Kang Ji's arrogance, the two of them unanimously chose to teach Kang Jai a lesson. But the next second, the two of them felt dizzy and were sent flying backward. The onlookers behind them were all stunned. How is this possible? Huang Xuan and Supreme Grand Elder were as if they were frozen in place, completely unable to resist being knocked away by Kang Jai and Golden Eagle. With a single wing strike from the Golden Eagle, Huang Xuan was sent flying several miles away. Supreme Grand Elder was even more outrageous, as he was sent flying by Kang Ji's single punch. This is the Supreme Grand Elder. Serious undergoing tribulation, a strong player in the middles. He is Earth Elemental true cultivator, with both feet firmly planted on the ground. Such a powerful figure was actually blasted several miles away by Kang Jai with a single punch. It's simply outrageous. How is this possible? This kid's strength is probably even stronger than Supreme Grand Elder. How old is he? The group of people knew a little about Kang Jai and the other visitors. They knew that they were all outsiders under the age of 20. Even if you're very prodigy, you shouldn't be this prodigy. This is the Supreme Grand Elder. Undergoing tribulation, a strong player in the middle stage. What they found most incomprehensible was that for Kang Jai made his move, Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan seemed to be frozen in place, allowing the attacks to strike them. This was the first time they had ever seen something so bizarre. Is this some kind of special attack? Everyone had various guesses in their minds, and their gazes toward Kang Jai also changed considerably. A strong person can gain recognition and respect from others at any time. Kang Jai used his strength to show them that even without Golden Eagle, he was still a top-tier expert. Just as everyone was marveling at the situation, Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan, who had been sent flying, flew back. The two of them wanted to get revenge as soon as they got back. However, Kang glanced at them coldly and said calmly, I have some knowledge of soul. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan, who were about to make their move, paused. Supreme Grand Elder's voice was icy. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to threaten us? Do you really think we can't handle your soul attack? Looking at the thick energy field surrounding the two, Kang Jai curled his lip. Soul attacks are not without a solution. Everyone has their own energy field, and the energy field is the best way to deal with soul and mental attacks. However, Kang Ji's soul attack is not an ordinary soul attack. Even if the opponent has an energy field, it is not easy to defend against his soul sound vibration. Moreover, Kang Jai wasn't trying to threaten them when he said that. I heard that you all have someone or something you care about who is unconscious. Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan's pupils contracted, their auras surging, and their voices turned icy. You're courting death. Kang Jai waved his hand, and before they could make a move, he said calmly, "What I mean, I have some knowledge of soul, and perhaps I can help you find out why they fell into a coma." Upon hearing this, the two men who had originally intended to teach Kang Jai a lesson trembled and stood frozen on the spot, their previous arrogance completely gone. The two silently suppressed their aura, as if they had become different people, and looked at Kang Jai with some unease. Supreme Grand Elder seemed a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Huang Xuan, on the other hand, was more direct. "What do you want?" Kang Jai glanced at him, her tone remaining calm. "With a formidable enemy at hand, you will join me in holding them off, and I will naturally help you check on things afterwards." Kang Jai's words surprised everyone. The way he said it made it sound like he was the owner of Cultivation City, and they were his hired helpers. This made Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan, who were originally from Cultivation City, feel somewhat ashamed. However, Huang Xuan was so emaciated that even his shame was not apparent. Supreme Grand Elder coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. "Ahem. Protecting Cultivation City is our duty, and we will naturally do our best to protect it. Do you have any other requests? As long as it's within my power, I will do my utmost to help you achieve them." "Me too," Huan replied as readily as ever. At this moment, City Lord Xuzhenchen finally had a chance to speak. "Taoist Kang, thank you for your generosity. Please feel free to make any requests. As long as Cultivation City has it, we will certainly satisfy you." Kang Jai glanced at him, and seeing his sincere attitude, she didn't act coy. "Since you put it that way, I indeed need Cultivation City to provide some things." Xuzhenchen's eyes lit up. "As long as there are requirements, that's fine." He'd be worried if there were no requirements at all. After all, the greatest ambition is to have no ambition at all. Kang Jai smiled, thinking that repaying a favor so easily was not going to be so simple. Kang Jai wanted them to appear to have repaid a favor, but in reality, they owed an even greater favor. While plotting in his mind, he said aloud, "I need all kinds of ore and biological skeletons, whether they are from alien beasts or otherworldly creatures. If you manage to collect any enemy corpses during the battle later, you can them to me as well. Ore and skeletal remains." Everyone was surprised by Kang Jai's request, which was so simple that they couldn't understand what Kang Jai was up to. Seeing everyone's confusion, Kang Jai simply added, "The more the better." Everyone frowned. "The more the better, there's no limit." Xuzhenchen gritted his teeth and finally nodded. "I'll have all the ores and corpses in the city sent over right away." Kang Jai nodded in satisfaction, and at this, Huang Xuan also said, "I'll go catch the corpses outside for you." He was about to rush out of the city when he stopped a second later, staring intently at Supreme Grand Elder. He worried that after he left, this guy would still want to destroy Zi Yan's physical body. Supreme Grand Elder snorted coldly. Now that Kang Jai had mediated, he couldn't continue to make a move. He flicked his sleeve and flew towards the city wall first. Seeing this, Huang Xuan relented and once again granted permission to move the forbidden land. Seal. This time, Huang Xuan's restrictions were more complex, and he could immediately sense if anyone damaged them. After doing all this, Huang Xuan caught up with Kang Jai and his group and arrived at the city wall. Meanwhile, outside the city, swarms of undead and otherworldly creatures had already spread out. Besides them, there were thousands of demonic dragons appearing and disappearing in the clouds. Although these demonic dragons are few in number, each of them is quite powerful. Kang Ji Divine Sense scanned the data and found that the lowest cultivation level had reached the God transformation level, with hundreds more at the body integration level, and 2 even reaching the tribulation transcendental, one of whom was even engaged in undergoing tribulation, middle stage. Such strength, though rare, should not be underestimated. The other side has sent a total of 12 tribulation transcendence level experts. Huang Xuan's voice rang out. Everyone's pupils contracted. 12? Including Kang Jai? There are 7 people and 1 eagle here, 8 tribulation transcendence level experts. 3 of them reached undergoing tribulation, middle stage. Huang Xuan's continued. Although no one knew how Huang Xuan had detected the opponent's strength, it was clear that the opponent's strength had surpassed theirs. They are conducting a legitimate undergoing tribulation. The strongest in the middle stage is Supreme Grand Elder. Although Huang Xuan's combat strength is comparable to undergoing tribulation middle stage, but he was actually just an undergoing tribulation. It's just the early stage. His ability to fight opponents of higher levels doesn't mean that the stronger opponents can't do the same. They hadn't ascertained Kang Ji's true strength, even if it was comparable to undergoing tribulation. Middle stage, their top-tier combat power is on par with the opponents. But there are still 9 undergoing tribulation members on the other side. They had early-stage powerhouses, while their side only had 4 people and 1 eagle, nearly half the strength of their opponents. Not to mention, their overall strength is also weaker than that of their opponents. Adding to the endless stream of undead and otherworldly creatures, everyone frowned. Look, this time it seems different. Are they going to launch a full-scale attack? Gao Zhu's voice startled everyone awake. They looked into the distance and saw that outside the entire city wall, there were countless undead and an army of otherworldly creatures. This is completely different from the previous probing. Xu Zhenchen hurriedly took out a communication talisman, and after a brief exchange, his expression turned extremely grim. The entire cultivation city is surrounded by endless undead and armies of otherworldly creatures. They're about to launch a full-scale attack. Everyone looked solemn when suddenly a figure flew onto the city wall. Lord, all the ore and corpses that can be mobilized within the city are inside. 7th Elder handed over a large set of spatial equipment. Xu Zhenchen handed it to Kang Jai without hesitation. Daoist Kang, here is the ore and remains I promised you. If it's not enough, I'll have someone collect more ore for you after the war ends. Kang Jai didn't hesitate, took the spatial equipment, and transferred all the ore into the spirit realm. In spirit realm, Xiao Hong and the other pets were already prepared. In particular, no. One had already produced a large number of mechanical puppet production lines, just waiting for Kang Ji's ore to arrive, so that the metal-eating ants could refine the ore first, and then use the refined metal to refine mechanical puppet. Metal refined by metal-eating ants produces mechanical puppets that are far more powerful than ordinary metals, generally increasing one's strength by a level. With the cooperation of both parties, a large number of mechanical puppets were produced. At the same time, a large number of biological remains were digested by Xiao Hong, Xiao Yi, and the small wasps, which then produced a large number of larvae. In just a short while, a large number of larvae were produced. Meanwhile, Xu Zhenchen and the others were still discussing countermeasures. Lord, let's attack. If these undead and the army of otherworldly creatures attack the defensive array, its energy won't be enough to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Although the city has stored a large amount of spirit stones, the defensive array will be consumed more quickly if it is attacked for a long time. If these massive numbers of undead and otherworldly creatures are allowed to attack the defensive array, even with a large amount of spirit stone, they won't be able to hold out for long. The only way forward is to send the cultivators out of the city to fight the enemy. Slowing down their siege, and preventing them from attacking the defensive formation. This way, the formation can hold out until reinforcements arrive. But how many casualties will we suffer? Isn't this price too high? Facing an enemy force of hundreds of millions, the population of Cultivation C cannot afford such attrition. Just as everyone was arguing, Kang Jai spoke up. Gentlemen, although the enemy is numerous, we are not incapable of dealing with them. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Kang Jai with curiosity. Xu Zhenchen looked at Kang Jai with some anticipation and asked Dao, Dr. Kang, do you have any good ideas? Kang didn't speak, but with a wave of his hand, a large number of metal-eating ants, illusory poison bees, and mechanical puppets appeared on the city wall. This is? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a large number of larvae, everyone was first startled, then looked at Kang Jai with suspicion. These are all offspring of my pets. As long as there is enough ore and corpses, I can have as many offspring as I want. Is that really true? Xu Zhenchen excitedly grabbed Kang Jai. He never expected that Kang Jai would possess such abilities. It was simply, for a moment, Xu Zhenchen didn't know how to describe it. His excited appearance made Kang Jai feel a little disgusted, and she quickly pulled her hands away from his. City Lord Exu, and everyone else, if we want to deal with this crisis, please collect as many corpses as possible from the battlefield so that I can turn them into our fighting force. Everyone nodded, but also felt somewhat ashamed. I thought Kang Jai was asking for those ores and corpses in order to take advantage of the situation and ask for something in return. However, to everyone's surprise, Kang Jai was actually preparing for the upcoming battle. This made them feel even more ashamed when facing Kang Jai. Taoist Kang, you are truly a great benefactor to our cultivator human tribe. Please accept my bow. He was about to bow to Kang Jai when he said that. Kang Jai quickly stopped them, and at the same time said to everyone, now is not the time for these formalities. Please be prepared, the enemy will be here soon. We must at least hold back these tribulation transcendence level experts in the enemy ranks. Your task is quite important. Everyone immediately composed themselves and showed expressions of worry. The truth is, the difference in strength between them and their opponents was too great, and they lacked confidence for a while. At this moment, Kang Jai spoke up. I can personally restrain an undergoing tribulation. A strong mid-stage fighter, a yin, can restrain 2 undergoing tribulation fighters. As for the early-stage powerhouse, that's up to you all. Kang Jai has no intention of letting Xiao Hong and the others participate in the battle, and he doesn't even plan to use Devil Vine. The battlefield was simply too chaotic. Although they were quite strong, they could easily perish if they weren't careful in such a massive battlefield. It's better to stay in the Spiralm space. Produce, offspring, or cultivate. Kang Jai takes the lead in an undergoing tribulation middle stage and 2 undergoing tribulations. The fact that he was an early-stage powerhouse surprised everyone. At the same time, I admired Kang Jai even more. She was simply a living saint. Seeing the moved crowd, a glint of light flashed in Kang Jai's eyes. The cultivator human tribe is quite capable. Its selection by the Tower of Babel suggests it has considerable potential. As beings within the Tower of Babel, Kang Jai had no idea whether they would eventually travel to Earth. Regardless of whether you can or not, befriending them will benefit you. If they do indeed settle on Earth in the future, the entire cultivator human tribe will become their ally. Even if they don't go to Earth, the cultivator human tribe's resources should not be underestimated. If the world had not been destroyed, they would have had a large number of immortals. Even today, the city of cultivator human tribe still houses a large collection of precious cultivate texts. Kang Ji envisions creating a body refining that is suitable for human race's long-term cult appeal. Cultivation technique, therefore, relies on the power of the cultivator human tribe. If you befriend them, it will be much easier ask to borrow their books later. Kang Jai had all sorts of ulterior motives, while the cultivator human tribe, moved by her actions, was also in high spirits. Supreme Grand Elder Dao stated unequivocally, "Then I'll at least stop one undergoing tribulation. If possible, I will also intercept an undergoing tribulation expert, a middle-stage powerhouse, a strong early-stage player." Soon as Supreme Grand Elder finished speaking, Huang Xuan's icy voice rang out, "Me too." Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Huang Xuan to also try to stop an undergoing tribulation, middle-stage strong. In this way, their biggest threat was eliminated by the three of them. At this moment, City Lord Xu Zhenchen spoke up. "Then the remaining four of us will work together to stop the remaining 5 to 7 early-stage experts." Kang Ji added to Dao, "Gentlemen, our main task to hold off the enemy. Do not engage in a direct confrontation. If we are unable to hold out any longer, we can contact each other and retreat back into the city to rest." Everyone nodded in agreement, having no objection to Kang Ji's statement. After the distribution was completed, the opposing side began their charge. Not to be outdone, the cultivator human tribe charged out of the city and towards the enemy. Kang Jai and the others exchanged glances, then rushed out of the formation to search for their opponents. Kang Jai sought out the undergoing tribulation. Middle-stage demon dragon. "This guy is huge. It'll feel really good to beat him up." Since the derivation of the Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, Kang Jai has not had the opportunity to use this cultivation technique. If we could transform the power of this demon dragon into our own servant, that would be a good thing. Looking at the Western Black Dragon opposite him, Kang Jai beckoned to him with his finger. Black Liz leered. Roar. "Human, you're asking for death." Faced with Kang Ji's provocation, the demon dragon leader didn't hold back and immediately charged towards Kang Jai. When he was still 100 meters away from Kang Jai, he tilted his head back and spewed a breath of dragon's breath at Kang Jai. Kang Ji's face darkened. "Damn it, how dare you spit on me?" Enraged, Kang Jai flashed and instantly appeared above the demon dragon's head, slamming his fist down hard. However, the demon dragon reacted quickly. The moment Kang Jai appeared above its head, a wind blade slashed towards Kang Jai. Ignoring the attack on Dragon's head, Kang Jai turned around and threw a punch. The force of the punch collided with the wind blade and dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the demon dragon was already flapping its wings, bringing an endless storm as it charged towards Kang Jai. Kang Jai dared not be careless and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the demon dragon. The two sides traded blows, fighting with great enthusiasm. Damn, this black guy is really tough to deal with. His physical body is really hard. After a back-and-forth exchange, Kang Jai also discovered the opponent's advantage. Their physical body provided strong defense. In particular, its dragon scales not only defend against physical body attacks, but also offer some protection against soul attacks. Furthermore, after suffering a loss once, the opponent immediately released an energy field, making it extremely difficult for me to quickly defeat them using soul attacks. However, his own soul attack also caused great trouble for the demon dragon. In particular, Kang Ji's new cultivation technique is irresistible to the other party. Damn crawler. What kind of evil magic is this, daring to disturb my Dao heart? The more Dragon fought, the more uneasy he felt. Under the opponent's attacks, he even had an urge to submit. Although it wasn't very intense, he knew that continuing would be detrimental to him. With a flick of its tail, the demon dragon surprisingly chose to dodge, no longer engaging Kang Jai in a direct confrontation. Kang Jai took the opportunity to glance around and saw that everyone else had found their opponents, just like him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kang Jai could also see that their own strength was inferior to that of the opposing side. It's okay in the short term, but it might be hard to sustain in the long run. Seeing this situation, Kang Jai had no better solution than to wait until everyone was exhausted before retreating back into the city to rest. If all else fails, he still has the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, but Kang Jai doesn't want to use it. Although using myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, I can quickly defeat this black dragon. However, it may also expose one's true strength, arousing the vigilance and killing intent of all enemies. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell is his trump card, which he will not use until the very last moment. There's also the Central Forbidden City further on, which is the biggest opportunity. The fact that 5 different races would fight tooth and nail for a spot shows just how terrifying opportunity is within Central Forbidden City. You should save your trump card for last. Boom! After another collision, both sides were sent flying backwards. Kang Jai has been fighting for a full 6 hours, from dawn to dusk. By this time, Xu Zhenchen and the others were already showing signs of fatigue. Kang Jai transmitted his voice. Do you want to go back to the city to rest? Xu Zhenchen glanced around at everyone's condition. Apart from Kang Jai, who didn't seem too tired, everyone else was exhausted. Xu Zhenchen nodded. At the same time, transmitted his voice throughout the city, sounding the horn. They had to send the ordinary soldiers back to the city first, and only then could they be sent back. However, when they wanted to retreat, the undead and the Strange Realm army refused, clinging tightly to the Cultivator Human Tribe army. Seeing this, Kang Jai released a large number of offspring worms to replace the Cultivator Human Tribe, and entangled the undead and the army of otherworldly creatures. Back on the city wall, looking at the enemy troops outside the city frantically attacking the defensive formation, Xu Zhenchen and the others all showed worry. This can't go on. The enemy has far too many of them, Seventh Elder exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but look at Kang Jai. If anyone had a way to deal with these undead and the army of otherworldly creatures, it would undoubtedly be Kang Jai. Meeting everyone's gaze, Kang Jai looked at Xu Zhenchen and asked, Lord City, how many corpses have been collected from the battlefield? Please wait a moment. It's being prepared and will be done soon. As they were talking, Elder 9 came up to them with a string of magic treasures. Upon receiving the magic treasure, Kang Jai didn't hesitate and transferred all the corpses inside to the spirit realm space. With a thought, all of Kang's gains were presented to her. Huh? The number of corpses seems a bit off, Kang Jai asked in confusion. Huh? The number of corpses wrong? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Elder 9. Elder 9 was also completely baffled. These were all collected from the battlefield. So how could the quantity be incorrect? The number of my insect carcasses is incorrect, especially the corpses of metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees. There are far fewer of them. Kang Jai was counting the number of births, deaths when she discovered that hundreds of thousands of people were missing. At this moment, Gao Ming coughed lightly. Patriarch, you were fighting at the time, so you didn't notice anything unusual. After your metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee were killed, they were summoned into undead creatures by the necromancer on the other side. The corpses of the metal-eating ants and the illusory poison bee eventually retreated to the opposite side, following the undead creatures. Gao Ming's explanation startled Kang Jai, who couldn't help but look towards the other side of the battlefield. Unfortunately, there are no undead corpses of metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees on the battlefield now. Master, those metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees had only recently transformed when they were withdrawn to the enemy's rear, for reasons unknown. Kang Jai frowned. Why did the other side steal the remains of his metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee? It's hard to say. Did Undead Monarch see the unusual properties of metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee? Xiao Hong optimized both his metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee, with the metal-eating ants gaining the ability to control underground fire. The illusory poison bee, on the other hand, has the ability to control heavenly. The reason why Dao is difficult to recruit is because it has added fire control capabilities. Does Undead Monarch want to recruit it back for research? Just as Kang Jai was wondering why it wanted to steal his eating ants and the corpse of the illusory poison bee, the Undead Allied Forces' headquarters. What a perfect evolution. Tiskki Taiskaiska. The Undead Monarch, who was no different from a normal human, looked at the metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee, which had been transformed into undead creatures, and marveled at. Although they have transformed into undead creatures, they have not lost their ability to control fire and have perfectly inherited it. This is what makes Undead Monarch so amazing. If the power is acquired, it is generally very difficult to inherit it after death. Only abilities integrated into Bloodline's genes can be perfectly inherited after death. Both metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee perfectly inherited their original abilities. Normal metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees do not have the ability to control fire. As Undead Monarch stroked the metallic-looking metal-eating ants and the red-glowing illusory poison bee, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Although his undead army was incredibly diverse, including various races, but there is none like the metal-eating ants and the illusory poison bee, which are not only powerful, but also perfectly inherit the bloodline abilities from their previous lives, and are also established a racial entity. The metal-eating ant's ability to mine and refine metals effectively addresses the undead clan's inability to mass-produce weapons. The jade bee nectar brewed by illusory poison bee perfectly matches their undead clan. The jade bee nectar brewed from the illusory poison bee, now a spirit, is no longer suitable for use by normal living beings. But for these undead creatures, it was a great tonic. The most important core of the undead clan is the soul fire. Once the soul fire is extinguished, they die. However, the undead, Jade Bee Necromancer, can replenish, restore, and even enhance the intensity of their soul fire. This is of utmost importance to them. Originally, the Undead Monarch were just curious about these two races, but they actually evolved the ability to control fire. After a series of experiments, Undead Monarch sets on these two races. Pass down the order. From this moment on, whenever you see these two races appear, kill them with all your might. After killing them, even if they don't have time to transform into undead creatures, their corpses must be transported back to my main camp immediately. Did you hear that? Undead Monarch turned and stared at his men, demanding an explanation of Dao. Understood, Your Majesty. The subordinates hurriedly responded loudly. Undead Monarch nodded in satisfaction, added, "Pass this order down shortly." At this moment, someone hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do with those mechanical puppets? Should we capture them as well? They are all new types of soldiers that have appeared this time." Undead Monarch glared. And then, "Dao, use your rusty brain. Why are you catching those mechanical puppets? Can it be transformed into our undead clan, or can it be used by us? If they can't do it, then what's the point of having them? Undead Monarch was furious at his subordinates' incompetence. They were utterly brainless. Looking at metal-eating ants, illusory, poison bee, and Undead Monarch, I'm increasingly satisfied. After all, the metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees are not only exceptionally capable, but they also possess greater potential than their own minions. If properly trained, they could completely replace my own race of subordinates. After being reprimanded by Undead Monarch, his men dared not speak recklessly again. At this moment, Undead Monarch suddenly thought of something and spoke up again, instructing Dao, "Send down another command. Whenever we see those mechanical puppets, we should tell our children to stay as far away as possible. Don't waste your energy on these useless things." The order was quickly relayed, and the next morning, Kang Jai and his men, who had rested overnight, rushed back into the battlefield. Meanwhile, after one night, roughly 10 days had passed in spirit realm space, and number 1 had produced 50,000 nascent soul-level units, mechanical puppet, and 500,000 core formation level 5 aircraft mechanical puppet. Meanwhile, no. 1 is also continuously refining mechanical puppet production lines. As the number of production lines increases, the amount of mechanical puppet that can be produced will only increase in the future. What happened? Where are yesterday's metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee? While fighting Supreme Grand Elder, Undead Monarch surveyed the entire battlefield and discovered that the metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee he had been longing for were nowhere to be found. On the contrary, there were quite a few more mechanical puppets, which he disliked the most, than yesterday. Could it be that the other party felt sorry for the metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee and hid them away? Undead Monarch was puzzled, while secretly observing Kang Jai, who had released the mechanical puppet, lost in thought. Another day passed, and Undead Monarch still hadn't seen Kang Jai release metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees. Instead, the number of mechanical puppets surged again, which gave him a bad feeling. On the 6th day, Kang Jai released 10 million nascent soul levels, mechanical puppet, and 100 million core formation level mechanical puppet. Undead Monarch could no longer remain calm. The number of mechanical puppets in Kang Jai is increasing exponentially every day. If this continues, the number of mechanical puppet alone will likely surpass that of the Undead clan. By then, how will they still be able to win by virtue of their numerical advantage? Damn cultivator human tribe, they've received such support. Damn these sky-sent beings. How dare they ruin our plans? Undead Monarch launched into a tirade of curses, while Demon Dragon Leader beside him also looked displeased. After several days of fierce fighting, he found himself increasingly losing his fighting spirit when facing Kang Jai. The strange power Kang Jai wielded against him always gave him an urge to submit. Moreover, this impulse grew stronger, causing him to feel a sense of fear when facing Kang Jai. At this moment, Undead Monarch started cursing, and Demon Dragon Leader seized the opportunity to suggest to Dao, "How about we concentrate our forces and take care of that kid first?" Take care of that kid? Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the Demon Dragon Leader to make such a suggestion. Undead Monarch frowned. All he wanted were metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees. If he killed Kang Jai now, how would he obtain those metal-eating ants and illusory poison bees? Undead Monarch was conflicted, and just then, one of his men came to report. "Your Majesty, suspicious individuals have been spotted on the outskirts of our territory. They are suspected to be reinforcements brought in by the cultivator human tribe. Should we send troops to eliminate them?" "Reinforcements from the cultivator human tribe? Undead Monarch's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. He waved his hand and said, "Don't rush, keep an eye on them. I'm going to take action myself." The subordinates obeyed and left, but Demon Dragon Leader and the others were puzzled. The reinforcements that the cultivator human tribe has brought in are probably all second-rate races. They don't even have a single tribulation transcendence level expert. Are you sure you want to take action yourself? Faced with the Demon Dragon Leader's questioning, Undead Monarch grinned. Weren't you just thinking of joining forces to deal with that fallen one? Well, here's your chance. Huh? The Demon Dragon Leader was taken aback, utterly confused. An opportunity? What opportunity? Naturally, this is an opportunity to scheme against the cultivator human tribe. Now that they've sent reinforcements, do you think they'll send someone to meet them? If we're prepared, can't we take this opportunity to eliminate one or two of them? Since you say you want to deal with that fallen one, then this time we'll try our best to capture him alive. Capture alive? Why capture them alive? Everyone was puzzled. Undead Monarch rolled his eyes and explained to Dao, naturally, "It's for our use. These fallen ones are outsiders after all, and they are not entirely of one mind with the cultivator human tribe. The fallen ones in Cultivation City are the best example. They've always wanted to cooperate with us. However, those who descended from the sky inside are too weak and are not qualified to cooperate with us. But this one is different. His strength is comparable to your dragon. If we can win him over to our side, it will only benefit us and not harm us. This will not only enhance our strength, but also help us combat the cultivator human tribe's taxis. If all else fails, we can use the other party as leverage to force cultivator human tribe to compromise. Even if all else fails, we can use them as bait to encircle and ambush reinforcements. Given all these advantages, wouldn't capturing them alive be a better option?" After Undead Monarch's persuasive speech, all the Tribulation Transcendence level experts' eyes lit up. What Undead Monarch said made perfect sense. But they didn't know that Dao, the Undead Monarch's true purpose, was simply to obtain the metal-eating ants and illusory poison bee from Kang Jai. Just as Undead Monarch was plotting against Kang Jai, the cultivator human tribe in the city also received the news. The first reinforcements to arrive were surprisingly the Wuren race, led by Diane Lai. The arrival of Wuren race reinforcements excited everyone in Cultivation City. Great! Finally, a batch of reinforcements has arrived. With the first batch, the rest won't be far behind. Although the Wuren race is not numerous, its strongest members are at least body integration level 1. Peak strong, even if their cultivation level has weakened, they should not be underestimated. In addition to the other 8 body integration level experts and 8-1 god transformation level experts, they represent a considerable force for the current cultivator human tribe. In addition to Kang Ji's connections, cultivator human tribe naturally dared not neglect their duties. For this reason, after receiving the news, City Lord Su Zhenchen immediately gathered everyone together to discuss how to bring the people in. "Gentlemen, our men have sent word that the Wuren race has arrived." Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Diane Lei had arrived so quickly, which was somewhat unexpected. I thought it would take some more time, but it seems Diane Lei is moving quite fast. Lord, this time, unlike last time, the undead allied forces are unprepared. The allied forces have been eyeing this area covetously. Secretly bringing in reinforcements won't be easy. Yes, Lord, once the undead allied forces discover us and send out all their tribulation transcendence level experts to intercept us, we might all be trapped on the battlefield. If we get trapped, we're in race, be even more dangerous. Rather than that, It would be better to let them hide outside the city and wait for other reinforcements to arrive before making a joint move. Kang Jai frowned slightly at the suggestion from the others, although what everyone said had some merit. But how dangerous is it outside the city? Does that guarantee Wuren race's whereabouts won't be discovered? Once discovered, can the Wuren race withstand the enemy's encirclement and annihilation? I'm afraid they won't even have time to rescue them. City Lord Xu Zhenchen had also thought of this, and immediately waved his hand. No, it's too dangerous for them to stay outside the city. Once discovered by the enemy, it's almost certainly a death sentence. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Seventh Elder then said to Dao, Lord, if we want to receive the Wuren race, we must assign someone to escort them into the city. The best candidate for this position is Huang Xuan, but Huang Xuan's opponent is an undergoing tribulation. Otherworldly creatures of the middle stage, who can stop such a powerful figure? This is a very thorny issue, and also a very real one. At this moment, Kang Jai coughed lightly and said, Huang Xuan's opponent can be left to me. I will stop the demon dragon and these otherworldly creatures. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Xu Zhenchen was uncertain. Daoist Kang, are you really going to deal with two undergoing tribulations all by yourself? A mid-stage powerhouse? Although they could see from the battles of the past few days that Kang Jai didn't seem to be using his full strength, compared to undergoing tribulation, he can still handle the demon dragon leader, battle, the middle with ease. However, they also knew very well that even if Kang Jai held back, it wasn't much. He was barely stronger than the demon dragon leader. But to say that Kang Jai could handle two undergoing tribulation, those who are strong in the middle stage do not believe it. Kang Jai didn't say much, just nodded to Dao. Don't worry, I won't joke about my brother's life. That undergoing tribulation leave the otherworldly creatures in the middles to me. No problem at all. Seeing Kang Ji's confidence, the group hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to believe him. At that moment, the voice of myriad tribulation, heavenly thunderbell in Kang Ji's mind. Are you going to use me? It's been really cooped up for a while now. Kang Ji hasn't been using it, which has made it very uncomfortable. However, Kang Ji shook his head. No, I can't touch you yet. You are my last trump card. I won't use you unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell felt a mix of emotions, including excitement and disappointment. Kang Ji considered it its biggest trump card, which made it very excited. But Kang Ji never used it, which made it very uncomfortable. After discussing the matter, the group dared not delay. They concealed their presence and cautiously sneaked out of the city, heading towards Dian Lai and his group. The moment they left Cultivation City, Undead Monarch tracked them down. We've got a job. Undead Monarch's eyes lit up, and he immediately called on everyone to begin their work. Kang Ji and his group had just found Dian Lai and his group's hiding place when they discovered that all 4 spaces had been sealed off. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. The group stopped concealing themselves and unleashed their aura. Without a second thought, Kang Ji said, Huang Xuan, take them away. I'll check on your fox afterward. Huang Xuan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he grabbed the shuttle carrying Dai and the others with his energy hand and quickly headed towards Cultivation City. Trying to leave. Did you ask us first? Undead Monarch and others immediately unleashed aura, locking onto Huang Xuan. But then Kang Ji stepped forward and said coldly, Your opponents are us. Kang Ji unleashed 2 punches, one aimed at the demon dragon leader, and the other at the leader of the strange realm. Creatures. Court death. Both the demon dragon leader and the leader of the strange realm creatures were enraged by Kang Jai, who dared to take on both of them single-handedly, showing utter disregard for them. "You go stop him, I'll deal with him." The leader of the strange realm creatures spoke coldly to the faster-moving dragon, saying, "Dao." Without further ado, Demon Dragon flapped its wings, gathering wind power around it to block Huang Xuan, whose speed was temporarily restricted by the spatial swamp. However, at that moment, Kang Ji's voice rang out. "You're all courting death." His words were filled with anger and murderous intent. Upon hearing them, Dragon froze, a result of the trauma he had suffered from being beaten. But the thought of the leader of the strange realm creatures intercepting him calmed Dragon down, and he was about to continue intercepting Huang Xuan when he caught a glimpse of something in Kang Ji's hand. On something that looked like heart, or a small sword appeared in Kang Ji's hand. It was the sword heart that Kang Ji had previously extorted from Sword Tomb, a sword heart condensed by a powerful sword cultivator. With this sword spirit, the future Cultivate Sword Dao will be twice as effective. However, Kang Ji has not yet viewed it, since it was given to him by Sword Tomb, and Kang Ji is worried that there might be a hidden agenda. Kenshin has two uses. One is to fuse with oneself to gain the excellent sword cultivator talent. Another method is to activate the sword Dao power within the sword heart and use it as a killing move. Almost no one would use the second method, since it would be a complete waste. Who would be foolish enough to use the extremely precious sword essence, especially a one-time use weapon? This is even worse than a spendthrift. But today Kang Ji went on a spending spree. He didn't believe Sword Tomb would be so kind as to give him a sword heart without any backup plan. Rather than leaving it there like a useless piece of junk, it's better to let it play a useful role. The moment Kenshin appeared, everyone felt an unusual power. This feeling is especially strong when Kang Ji begins to activate it. "Kenshin? This is Kenshin!" The crowd at Cultivation City gasped in surprise. Sword Heart is an exceptionally precious treasure for sword cultivators, and most sword cultivators desire to obtain it. After all, with Fusion Kenshin, he doesn't know how many detours he could avoid. But at this moment, this sword heart was actually activated in Kang Ji's hands. Upon seeing this, the people of Cultivation City couldn't help but exclaim. They lamented that such a precious item could be used as a one-time attack on magic treasure. Meanwhile, the powerful undead allied forces on the opposite side also noticed the anomaly. Just as the leader of the strange realm creatures was about to retreat temporarily, the activated sword heart finally unleashed terrifying power. A tremendous, earth-shaking force surged into the sky, then turned and swiftly stabbed towards the leader of the strange realm creatures. "No!" The leader of the strange realm creatures stared wide-eyed, desperately gathering all his power to form a Dao in front of him. Dao barrier. However, when faced with the terrifying killing move condensed by Kenshin, even if it had reached the level of undergoing tribulation, even the leader of the strange realm creatures in the middle stage could only look on in horror before it. Thump! The power condensed from the sword's core slammed into the leader of the strange realm creature's defensive shield, producing a loud bang. The next second, the leader of the strange realm creature's defensive shield shattered instantly, and the greatsword pierced through the opponent's body. Something's not right? Kang Ji was startled. Judging from the power that sword heart had just emitted, it should have been able to turn this leader of the strange realm creatures into ashes. However, after piercing the defensive shield, the greatsword suddenly lost its momentum, only managing to severely injure the opponent and temporarily disable them. This is completely inconsistent with the true power of Kenshin. Kenshin really does have a problem. Kang Ji's heart sank, and he immediately thought of Sword Tomb. Sure enough, that guy had ulterior motives. The sword heart he gave me was indeed problematic. It might even be a fragmented sword heart. If one's sword heart is incomplete, once one achieves fusion, one's sword Dao heart will be affected. Before the broken heart of the sword can be repaired, one's own sword will face great difficulties. What a vicious method! Kang Jai felt a surge of anger, and made a lasting memory of Sword Tomb. If given the chance, I must completely suppress it within my myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell. Just as Kang Ji's thoughts were racing, Undead Monarch reacted without hesitation. He appeared in front of the leader of the strange realm creatures in a flash, grabbed the half-dead man, and turned to flee without a second thought. The second to react was the demon dragon, who was already afraid of Kang Jai and was even more terrified by her terrifying methods. After Undead Monarch retreated, it made a drift and quickly caught up. Upon seeing this, the other Tribulation Transcendence level experts all retreated. At this moment, the people from Cultivation City finally reacted and looked at Kang Jai with shocked expressions. Kang Jai didn't explain much and simply shouted, "Let's go. Back to the city first." Once everyone realized what was happening, they didn't hesitate and quickly returned to Cultivation City in the shuttle Diane Lai and the others were riding in. Only then did everyone have a chance to ask about the situation. City Lord Xu Zhenchen was even more excited as he grasped Kang Ji's large hand, his voice trembling as he said, "Lord Kang, you have given so much. We truly do not know how to repay you. That is the heart of the sword, something that every cultist yearns for. Many of these cultivators also practice swordsmanship. If they could obtain a sword, their strength would increase significantly. However, Kang Jai used this precious sword heart as a one-time magic treasure. All they did was help them receive Wuren race. This kindness was something they could hardly repay." Kang Jai forcefully pulled his right hand out of the other party's clutches and gave an awkward laugh. "City Lord Xu, there's no need to be so polite. Dian Lei is my brother, so it's only right that I help him." Although Kang Jai said this, it seemed like he was trying to comfort Xu Zhenchen and the others. But everyone in Cultivation City knows very well that, in the end, Dian Lai and the Wuren race are also there to help them. It was the responsibility of the people from Cultivation City to provide support for Wuren race. How could it be attributed to Kang Ji? Ultimately, they still owed Kang Jai a favor. Kang Jai was naturally pleased with this, and did not explain that the sword heart was actually problematic. The more the cultivator human tribe owes him, the less likely he will refuse any requests he makes in the future. Just as everyone was marveling at Kang Ji's selfless dedication, Dian Lai and the others also stepped off the flying shuttle. "Huh? Is this Wuren race?" When everyone in Cultivation City saw a group of Wuren race members, some over 2 meters tall, but no more than 3 meters tall, appear before them, they were all stunned. In their minds, the taller the Wuren race member, the stronger their cultivation level. Anyone who reaches the God transformation level will be over 3 meters tall. But now, standing in front of them are a group of people who are no more than 3 meters tall. It's hard to believe the reinforcements Wuren race sent this time were all below the God transformation level. If that's the case, why would they risk their lives to bring people in? Their cultivator human tribe lacks soul level cultivator. We don't need any. They lack is top-tier combat power above the God transformation level. What does Wuren race want to do by sending such a group of weaklings? To brush them off? If it weren't for Kang Ji's sake, cultivator human tribe would have already turned against Wuren race by now. They had promised the other party a spot in Central Forbidden City, and then the way they were treated made them truly unhappy. Huh? You guys have successfully created a lie? When Kang Jai noticed the changes in Dian Lai and the others, he immediately realized that they had switched to a new cultivation technique. It's surprising how much Dian Lai and Wuren race have changed in such a short time. Moreover, due to the compression of their physical bodies to store energy, their true abilities are all contained within their bodies, making it difficult for outsiders to detect their actual cultivation level. This is why the cultivator human tribe misunderstood them. Dian Lai and the others were unaware of the misunderstanding they had caused. Upon seeing Kang Jai, they all stepped forward and bowed. Dian Lai was even more eager to try. Aji, when are we going to fight? I've been having so much fun fighting along the way. Seeing Dian Lai and Wuren race, looking excited and eager to try, cultivator human tribe was speechless, and many people secretly grimaced. Are these guys, mostly nascent soul level, going out of town to their deaths? They're even so enthusiastic about going to their deaths. If it weren't for Kang Ji's sake, they would have ridiculed him to varying degrees. Ahem, what's your name, sir? Is the main force of Wuren race still behind us? The city lord stepped forward and greeted Dian Lai with a kind smile. A large force? What large force? This is all the people we've brought. Dian Lai's answer made Xu Zhenchen's smile freeze. Not only did Xu Zhenchen's smile freeze, but the smiles of the other cultivator human tribe members, who had been barely maintaining their smiles, also froze. You guys, Xu Zhenchen felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that Wuren race would send so few people, and that they would all be below the god transformation level. In an instant, the initial excitement cooled completely. But he couldn't say much. After all, this was Kang Ji's friend. After clearing his throat, Xu Zhenchen said, "Since you have come from afar, why don't you rest for a few days and wait for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive before we move out together?" Dian frowned. "Your battle is so intense right now, why are you resting? Just join the fight." "Don't worry, we rested before coming, so we're not tired at all, and there won't be any problems." Dian Lai didn't notice anything unusual about Xu Zhenchen and the others, but the Grand Elder behind him did. Qi Xiong, the Grand Elder, seemed thoughtful, but did not offer any advice, only watching with a slight smile. At this moment, the envoy who had followed back seemed to have also noticed something was wrong. Just as he was about to explain, Kang Jai, who had seen through the situation, spoke first. "Since they have this intention, and the war is now intense, why not take advantage of the enemy's tribulation transcendence level experts temporarily avoiding confrontation and let them familiarize themselves with the environment first?" Seeing that Kang Jai had said so, Xu Zhenchen couldn't object. Just as the leader of the strange realm creatures was severely injured by Kang Jai, the tribulation transcendence level experts in the undead allied forces dared not make any rash moves. As long as they don't send out tribulation transcendence level experts, the other side will probably be happy to stay put. Just as Kang Jai and others had guessed, when they deployed their main force to fight against the ordinary allied forces, the other side did not send out any tribulation transcendence level experts. In this way, they are naturally happy to have some free time and take the opportunity to adjust their own state. Meanwhile, the Wuren race, led by Dian Lai, charged out of the city and towards the enemy. What do you think Wuren race is sending these people for? Are they deliberately sending them to their deaths? Could it be that there are factional infighting within Wuren race as well? On the other side of the city wall, far from Kang Jai and his group, many cultivation city soldiers were discussing the matter. Someone warned Dao. Keep your voices down. Daoist Kang is a benefactor of our cultivator human tribe. Don't speak ill of him behind his back. Captain, we didn't say anything bad. We're just curious why Run race would send these low-level cultists here. Isn't that just sending them to their deaths? Faced with the soldier's rebuttal, the captain was speechless. Many others share his doubts, including numerous people from Cultivation City. The top management of human race harbored considerable resentment. If it weren't for Kang Ji's great kindness to them, why would they be here working as babysitters for Wuren race? Kang Ji was well aware of all this. The reason she deliberately caused misunderstandings was not because she had any weird fetish for showing off or slapping herself in the face. He was plotting something else entirely. Just as the cultivator human tribe was preparing to watch the spectacle unfold, Dian Lai and his companions, who had just landed, charged toward the enemy without the slightest hesitation. Their actions startled Xu Zhenchen and the others. Daoist Kang, your good friend. Seeing that Dian Lai and the others were about to be devoured, Xu Zhenchen wanted to forcibly rescue them. A group of Wuren race warriors with the highest nascent soul level charging into a massive army of enemy soldiers. Isn't that just suicide? But the moment that the two sides contact, everyone watching was stunned. Dian Lai threw a punch, and a huge chasm instantly appeared in front of him. Wherever the chasm passed, the enemy troops were all reduced to ashes. All the cultivator human tribe members who witnessed this were stunned. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Following Dian Lai's example, the Wuren race members each threw a punch, and a large open space instantly appeared on the battlefield ahead. How is this possible? Their strength. Watching the Wuren race advance relentlessly, all the cultivator human tribe members were completely bewildered. What's going on? When did Wuren race, who's over 2 meters tall, become so fierce? Are they still Wuren race? Xu Zhenchen also had doubts and was about to ask Kang Ji when he saw a group of opponents at the God transformation level and even the body integration level rushing towards Dian Lai and the others. Not far away. Oh no! There's a body integration level inside. Peak powerhouse. Xu Zhenchen quickly spoke up to remind them and prepared for the rescue again. However, Kang Ji gestured to him, indicating that he should not rush. Dian Lai has just demonstrated body integration, the strength of late stage. To be honest, this was far beyond Kang Ji's expectations. Dian Lai's original body refining cultivation was only at the nascent soul level, but his combat strength was comparable to that of a nascent soul level cultivator. Peak. While not bad, there's still a significant gap between them and top-tier experts. In Dian Lai awakening after Qi Yu royal bloodline, the physical body directly breaks through to the God transformation level. Peak. Kang Ji was surprised by this, but could understand it. However, Kang Ji never expected that in just over a month, Dian Lai would once again achieve breakthrough, and his physical body cultivation would directly reach the body integration level. Late stage. This surprised Kang Ji somewhat. From this perspective, the new cultivation technique I developed for Dian Lai is indeed the most suitable for him. It's unbelievable that such a terrifying breakthrough could occur in just over a month. Although Dian Lai's physical body is comparable to body integration late stage, but in fact, with body integration, there is still a considerable gap between peak and other performance levels. Kang Ji remained so calm because Dian Lai still had a trump card up his sleeve. In War God Doom quelling scripture, there are skills that grant the user the power of a demon god. Once the user releases their stored energy, the enemy will be no match for them. Seeing Kang Ji so calm, Xu Zhenchen, though anxious, had to suppress his worries and keep his eyes fixed on the battlefield. At the same time, Dian Lai leaped up, but instead of transforming, he directly collided with his opponent. This is an undead creature resembling a zombie, with a body of steel and a powerful physical body. The two collided and were thrown backward with a loud crash. Dian Lai was thrown high into the air and crashed rapidly towards the city wall. In contrast, the zombies and undead quickly stopped, stomped their feet, shattered the ground, and charged towards Dian Lai. Dian Lai was still in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage, and could only watch helplessly as his opponent charged towards him. Dian Lai remained calm. Just as Xu Zhenchen was about to rush to his aid, a giant wild boar appeared in front of him. Roar! The wild boar roared and rammed into the zombie undead. Thump! With a loud crash, the wild boar's limbs sank deep into the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out of his nasal cavity. But at the same time, it also fiercely blocked the oncoming zombies and undead. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombie was knocked away by the wild boar, Dian Lai stepped on the wild boar, causing its body to sink back into the ground. Dian Lai darted forward, appearing in front of the zombie undead, and unleashed a powerful punch. Thump! With another loud bang, the zombie was sent flying back, crashing heavily into the undead army behind it. In a mere instant, the situation changed constantly during the exchange of blows, leaving the people on the city wall stunned. The Great Wild Boar King and its body integration. Zhenchen was slightly surprised to see the wild boars released by Dian Lai. That wasn't all. Dian Lai also realized, with his current strength, killing the opposing body integration level. The zombies and undead in peak are quite challenging. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of strange beasts reappeared around Dian Lai, some of which had reached the body integration level. The late-stage figure has a whopping 3 heads. It seems Lai has made quite a bit of progress along the way. Kang Jai knew very well that these strange beasts were likely the ones Dian Lai had collected along the way, combining his War God Doom Quelling scripture with 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. Subduing these monsters is not difficult. Taoist Kang, although your brother is not to be underestimated, the opponent is, after all, a body integration level expert. Before Xu Zhenchen could finish speaking, 2 more body integration figures charged out from the enemy ranks. Peak's powerful warriors quickly surrounded Dian Lai. This is outrageous. Do they think the cultivator human tribe has no one to rely on? Xu Zhenchen needs to mobilize the remaining body integration levels on the battlefield. Peak's strongest warriors went to provide support. But Kang Jai said, "Don't rush. The enemy has more experts than us. If you move them, the pressure on others will increase and there could be casualties." Xu Zhenchen wanted to say something more, but Kang Jai raised his hand to signal him to calm down. "Don't worry, I believe Lai can solve it." As they spoke, Dian Lai changed again. His body rapidly grew larger, and in an instant, Dian Lai's body grew to a towering 10 meters tall. It is no less formidable than the Great Wild Boar King. What's this? Everyone stared in shock at the changes in Dian Lai. Just as Dian Lai transformed, the rest of the Wuren race followed suit, their height increasing rapidly. Grand Elder Qi Xiong Grand Elder is also nearly 10 meters tall. Suddenly, dozens of small giants appeared on the entire battlefield. As soon as the little giant appeared, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from his body. God transformation level. Body integration level. When the Wuren race members unleashed their aura, all the cultivator human tribe members were stunned. I initially thought this was just a group of cultivators at most the nascent soul level, but I didn't expect that they had all reached the God transformation level. And even the God transformation level was very close to the body integration level. The sheer number of experts in soul transformation and body integration level truly took everyone by surprise. So, it turns out we misunderstood them, someone murmured to themselves. Xu Zhenchen frowned as he observed the changes in Wuren race, looking at Kang Jai with a puzzled expression. Daoist Kang, Wuren race, what's going on? I don't remember them having this ability before. Meeting Xu Zhenchen's curious gaze, Kang Jai smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. I just reperformed a cultivation technique for them. A complete reinterpretation of the cultivation technique? Xu Zhenchen's voice rose 8 octaves, and everyone else turned to look at them. Those who overheard their conversation looked at Kang Jai with expressions of shock. Is the cultivation technique so easy to deduce? Moreover, it's such a productive cultivation technique. Not only can it conceal its own aura, but it can also unleash such terrifying power. Watching the battle below, the cultivator human tribe discovered after encountering the incarnation giant, Dian Lai, and the others had all increased their cultivation by at least 1 lesser. With such powerful skills, how could they not be tempted? As they were talking, Dian Lai quickly defeated the 3 body integration level opponents with a few punches and kicks. Peak's opponents were forced to retreat repeatedly. Hiss! Everyone was amazed as they watched Dian Lai unleash the divine might. Just then, something stirred deep within the undead allied forces. Kang Jai and the others immediately became alert. Surprisingly, the other side sounded the retreat signal, leaving Kang Jai and the others stunned. Should we call a retreat now? What are they trying to do? Just as everyone was wondering, deep within the undead army, a group of tribulation transcendence level experts gathered together. Gentlemen, the situation changed, and our original advantages are diminishing. Especially the human race descendant, who is not only powerful but also has a lot of hidden cards up his sleeve. The ever-growing army of mechanical puppets has already posed a significant threat to us. If this continues, the enemy's mechanical puppet army could very well surpass ours. Moreover, the reinforcements called in by cultivator human tribe have begun to arrive one after another. Perhaps after some time, our advantages will not only disappear, but we will also be overtaken by the other side. In this situation, if we don't do something soon, it could be very dangerous. After Undead Monarch finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting the situation to be so serious. But they didn't have a good solution either. At this moment, the heavily damaged leader of the strange realm creatures suddenly said to Dao, Perhaps we can use the descendants to counterbalance the descendants. The arrivals checking the arrivals? The others were puzzled, but Undead Monarch's eyes flashed, and he exchanged a glance with the leader of the strange realm creatures, and they both realized something. Undead Monarch nodded. That's right. What the leader of the strange realm said makes a lot of sense. If the cultivator human tribe can find outside help, why can't we? Previously we were powerful and had a clear advantage, so we naturally didn't need to pay attention to those invaders. But now that our advantage has diminished, we can certainly make good use of those people. At this moment, Demon Dragon Leader frowned and said, But what those invaders want is a spot in Central Forbidden City. Are we really going to give them that spot? Many people frowned at this. They risked their lives, all for just a few more spots. If it's given to the descendants, what will they get in return? Despite the reluctant looks from the crowd, Undead Monarch's lips curled into a smile. Quota? Who said that just because we promised to give them quotas, we have to give them quotas? Many people were taken aback by these words. The leader of the strange realm creatures understood perfectly, chuckling. What the monarch means is that we can agree to their conditions first, but after we take over the cultivator human tribe, whether or not we fulfill them is up to us. Oh no! How come I didn't think of this level? Dragon slapped his forehead and yelled. The other's eyes lit up at this. That's right. Once they take down the cultivator human tribe, will they still have to worry about those weak descendants? However, those people were weak. The two strongest among them had only barely reached body integration. Peak. What kind of help could someone like that possibly be to us? Undead monarchs laughed heartily. Help is a great help. Although this group is not very strong, it is unlikely that they could cause significant casualties to the cultivator human tribe. But don't forget, they are outmatched. But what about us? Us. Many people were puzzled. At this point, the leader of the strange realm creatures spoke. Dao. The monarch's idea is that we use that group to bring us into the city and attack from within, breaking through their defensive formation. Then we'll launch a pincer attack, using our current numerical advantage to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Attack from within, but Cultivation City's defensive array covers the entire city. How can they possibly support us? At this moment, the leader of the strange realm creatures smiled mysteriously. That's not difficult. I happen to have a teleportation array here. Although it's only temporary, it can ignore the defensive array on the other side and teleport our people directly to the city on the other side. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this, even undead. Monarch. Although he used similar methods, they were not as reliable as those of the leader of the strange realm creatures. I never imagined that the leader of the strange creatures such a rich history. Demon Dragon Leader was displeased with Dao. Since you have such a format, why didn't you show it before? Otherwise, wouldn't we have destroyed the entire cultivator human tribe long ago? The leader of the strange realm creatures rolled his eyes. What do you know? This formation is not only extremely complicated to set up. More importantly, the previous cultivator human tribe array was full of energy, making it difficult for even this formation to enter. Now that they have many more external supporters and mechanical puppet fighting alongside us, they have reduced their energy supply to the defensive array. That's precisely why my teleportation formation had an opportunity. With the previous defensive array's energy supply, it simply wouldn't have been enough. Upon hearing the leader of the strange realm creature's explanation, the demon dragon let out a sinister laugh. So, the enemy's increased strength has given us an opportunity. Undead Monarch also said, indeed, Cultivation City wanted to extend the duration of the defensive array by reducing its energy supply, but little did they know they had given us an opportunity. The group exchanged glances and then broke into excited smiles. Just as the undead allied forces were discussing how to deal with the cultivator human tribe. In Cultivation City, Lord Xu Zhenchen met with Kang Jai alone. Daoist Kang. Seeing Xu Zhenchen hesitate to speak, Kang Ji's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but her face showed a look of doubt. May I ask what brings you here, Lord City Lord? Please, frankly. If I can help, I will not refuse. Xu Zhenchen was secretly delighted, but also a little nervous. I heard that Wuren Race's new cultivation technique was developed with the help of fellow Daoist. Before coming, Xu Zhenchen made a special trip to Wuren Race. I got some information from Wuren Race about Kang Ji's prodigy in culturing techniques, which is why I came to him specifically. Xu Zhenchen was able to obtain that information entirely. Kang Jai had Dian Lai and Wuren Race say those things on purpose. Naturally, meeting Xu Zhenchen's expectant gaze, Kang Jai nodded. Indeed, may I ask why, City Lord? Xu Zhenchen swallowed hard before saying, I wonder if Taoist Kang has any knowledge of cultivation techniques? You want me to help you deduce the cultivation technique? Kang Jai asked bluntly. Xu Zhenchen nodded awkwardly, but still nodded. Does the city lord trust me that much? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Xu Zhen coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed, and said, It might sound a bit far-fetched. Although fellow Taoist helped Wuren race develop a new cultivation technique, greatly increasing their combat power. But I also know Dao, that deducing the cultivation technique is not so easy, especially since our cultivator human tribe's cultivation technique may quite different from yours. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have impulsively come to you for help. But my race has been trapped in the tribulation transcending realm a very long time. Since the world was shattered, our race's legacy has been severed. Supreme Grand Elder can cultivate to undergoing tribulation, the middle stage is already the limit. It's almost impossible to go any further. The reason we came to fellow Taoist was really as a last resort, hoping that fellow Taoist could help us. If we succeed, it will be a great blessing for the entire cultivator human tribe. If we fail, well, that's just our fate. Kang Jai fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Xu Zhenchen quickly added, Don't worry, Taoist Kang, whether it succeeds or not, our clan is willing to pay the corresponding price. Whatever fellow Taoist wants, we will try our best to satisfy it. City Lord, you've already said so much. If I were to refuse again, it would be rather unreasonable. However, if I want to develop a cultivation technique that suits you, I need to read a lot of classic cultivation technique texts, and in this regard, Xu Zhenchen hurriedly said, All of my tribe's cultivation techniques are open to you, regardless of the type of cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai was also delighted, as the cultivator human tribe had collected far more than just their original cultivation techniques. After the world shattered, all the cultivation techniques they could find were collected in Cultivation City. Therefore, the current Cultivation City contains various incomplete cultivation techniques, including the body refining that Kang Jai desires. Cultivation technique. Since it was open to him, Kang Jai naturally wouldn't be polite. After agreeing to Xu Zhenchen's request, Kang Jai was preparing to send him away when a message suddenly came from the queen ant in the mine. Lord, wait a moment. Xu Zhenchen, who was about to leave, was taken aback. He thought Kang Jai wanted to back out, and his eyes darkened. However, Kang Jai grabbed him and said, Lord, there's a situation at the mine. Something's wrong at the mine? Xu Zhenchen was taken aback, but then breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't reject the cultivation technique. My metal-eating ants have sent word that they have spotted a group of suspicious descendants near the mine. Huh? The descendants? What are they doing in the mine? Xu Zhenchen asked, puzzled. It's not clear yet, but judging from their behavior, it doesn't seem like a good thing. I've already had the metal-eating ants hide for now. I sense this matter isn't simple. I'd like to ask the city lord to take Gao Ming and Gao Ju to the vicinity of the mine. I'll go check things out there first. As Kang Jai was about to get up and leave, Xu Zhenchen opened his mouth, feeling that Kang Jai might be making a mountain out of a molehill. The strongest of those invaders was at the body integration level. What kind of trouble can Peak cause in this city? Not to mention it's a remote mine, deserted and uninhabited. What kind of commotion could possibly cause there? Despite his thoughts, seeing how cautious Kang Jai was, Xu Zhenchen didn't say much. He clasped his hands in a fist salute and headed towards the direction where the Gao Ming brothers lived. Kang Jai was so cautious because the queen ant told him that she had overheard some information about a quota, help, and the undead monarch from the fragments of conversations of the descendants. Although the description was vague, Kang Jai still sensed something was wrong, which is why she decided to investigate further. Soon, Xu Zhenchen brought Gao Ming and Gao Ju to the vicinity of the mine. None of the four of them got too close to the mine, but Gao Ming and Gao Ju used their talents to investigate the whereabouts and actions of those people. Meanwhile, Kang Jai also had the queen ant and her larvae carefully observe the group of people in the dark. Master, I heard formation. They seem to be setting up some kind of format. Formation? Kang Jai and Xu Zhenchen exchanged a glance, both somewhat puzzled. Why set up a formation in this desolate mine at this time? Just as the two were wondering, Gao Ming's voice rang out. Master, they have sent people to investigate the area around the mine, seemingly to determine if there are any people nearby. Gao Ju also said, yes, they're checking if there's anyone around here. It seems like they're setting up some kind of formation, and it's related to the undead allied forces. Formation, and it's related to the undead allied forces? Could it be that they can send in the untribe army in through formation? Kang Ji's unintentional remarks startled Xu Zhenchen. Or perhaps they really might do that. Kang Jai was full of questions, puzzled by Dao. If they could really do that, why didn't they do it before? Why wait until now? Xu Zhenchen swallowed hard and smiled wryly. Fellow Daoist, you are unaware of this. Originally, our defensive formation was at full power. Even if they had such a formation, they probably wouldn't have been able to break through the city's defensive array. But now, with your mechanical puppet army and the help of Wuren race, I have adjusted the energy concentration of the city's defensive array. The current defensive formation is not as effective as it used to be. Perhaps it was precisely because they discovered this that they conceived of using some kind of format to send people in. Kang Jai was also taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't really paid much attention to the changes in the cultivation city's defensive array. Unexpectedly, there were such twists and turns in the process. Xu Zhenchen gritted his teeth. It seems that we have no choice but to activate the Great Formation at full power. However, in this way, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for more than a few days before other reinforcements arrive. Kang Jai stopped Xu Zhenchen, who wanted to go back, his eyes flashing, and suddenly had some ideas in his mind. City Lord Xu, how many people do you think they will send in? Kang Jai suddenly asked Dao. How many people? Xu Zhenchen hesitated slightly. I suspect they won't send ordinary people in. Oh, why do you say that? First of all, although this place is in a remote location, if they really set up a teleportation format, we will definitely notice it the moment the format is activated. Once they realize this, no matter how many ordinary soldiers they send, it will be difficult to have a significant impact on Cultivation City. If they want to take advantage of the situation to break through the defensive formation and force us to be attacked from both inside and outside, the best way is to send in a tribulation, transcendence level expert to destroy the defensive formation foundation. Once the city's defensive formation is breached, we will be caught in a pincer attack and will certainly be unable to withstand the enemy's full-scale assault. At that time, by the end, Xu Zhenchen's face had turned somewhat pale. If they hadn't discovered the anomaly here, they would truly have faced the danger of extinction. Kang Jai narrowed her eyes as she looked at Xu Zhenchen's pale face. You mean they'll send in tribulation transcendence level experts? Xu Zhenchen nodded. If it were me, I would definitely arrange it this way. Kang Jai laughed. If that's the case, why don't we turn the tables on them? A counter strategy, you mean? Kang Jai nodded. That's right. I suspect they won't send in all the tribulation transcendence level experts. To ensure the success of their operation, they will undoubtedly create some disturbance to attract our attention. If that's the case, why don't we turn the tables on them? Use our foresight to give them a good beating. If things are arranged properly, and our mental calculations prove ineffective, isn't there a high probability that we can keep all the invading enemies here? Once we eliminate these tribulation transcendence level experts within the city, the remaining forces outside will no longer pose any threat to us. At that moment, perhaps, will be the time for our all-out counterattack. After listening to Kang Ji's analysis and suggestion, Xu Zhenchen's eyes flickered. This approach certainly has its advantages, but it also carries significant risks. If they fail to keep their opponents in the mines and allow them to wreak havoc on the city, their situation will be dire. However, high risk is accompanied by high reward. Once they have captured all the invading enemies, the war will be won. At that time, with the help of Kang Ji's mechanical puppet army, they would not be without a chance to completely wipe out the undead clan. Once the undead clan is wiped out, their 12 spots will be available. Thinking of this, Xu Zhenchen was torn between his own thoughts and his inner turmoil. Should we take the risk or not? Seeing Xu Zhenchen's ever-changing expression, Kang Jai did not urge him. Just then, Gao Ming suddenly cried out, "Patriarch, they're coming this way." Xu Zhenchen's body trembled, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. "Daoist Kang, I agree to your plan." Kang Jai smiled and nodded to Xu Zhenchen. "City Lord Xu, I believe you will be happy with this decision." Xu Zhenchen just smiled, but he was actually very uneasy. Inside, Kang Jai is not from Cultivation City, so even if Cultivation City falls, Kang Jai can safely retreat based on his own strength. But they can't do that. Cultivation City is their home. Kang Ji understood Xu Zhenchen's feelings and said, "Let's go. We need to go back and plan in detail. We must make sure we can keep them there completely." Xu Zhenchen dared not be careless. He returned to the city lord's mansion and summoned all the tribulation transcendence level experts to discuss the matter. After some discussion, everyone quickly came up with a solution. Cultivation City provided materials and formation blueprints, and Kang Jai used metal-eating ants to set up the formation. With everyone working together, they quickly achieved results. Meanwhile, as the descendants made contact with the undead monarch, the undead allied forces quickly took action as well. "Gentlemen, we have received a letter from the descendants. They have almost finished their preparations. Now it is our turn to make our move." The demon dragon leader was eager to try, exclaiming, "Great! I've been waiting impatiently for this." Undead monarch scanned the others. Even the still wounded leader of the strange realm creatures had his eyes shining. If this operation succeeds, the war will be over. Demon Dragon Leader, if you were to lead the team, would be confident in destroying Cultivation City's defensive array in the shortest possible time? "I'll lead the team. How many men will you give me?" Demon Dragon Leader asked Dao. "2 powerful members of my clan and 2 powerful members of the Strange Realm clan. What do you think?" 5 people. That should be enough, Dragon said confidently. "All right, then I'll leave the city to you. We'll go and distract those guys from Cultivation City." With that, he and the leader of the Strange Realm creatures, along with the remaining 5, headed towards Cultivation City. The moment they made a move, Cultivation City reacted immediately. Kang Jai and Xu Zhenchen exchanged a glance, and Kang Jai grinned. "Looks like they've started making their move." Xu Zhenchen wasn't as optimistic as Kang Jai, and was somewhat worried. "I wonder how many people they brought this time." Kang Jai chuckled. "We'll know how many of them show up later." As they spoke, the group had already reached the top of the city wall. Looking down at the 7 members of Undead Monarch from their elevated position, everyone raised an eyebrow. 5 people. They're missing the demon dragon leader, 2 undead tribers, and 2 powerful members of the strange realm clan. In an instant, everyone understood the current situation. Kang Jai asked, with the defensive array operating at full power, how long can it hold out? Xu Zhenchen blurted out, 3 hours. Only 3 hours? Kang Jai frowned. 3 hours is neither a long nor a short time. It will be quite difficult to completely defeat 5 tribulation transcendence level experts within 3 hours. Fortunately, Kang Jai and his group were prepared, so they weren't entirely without a chance. Proceed according to plan, without holding back, that undergoing tribulation. Leave the middle stage demon dragon to me. Time passed slowly, and both sides were actually quite nervous. Deep within a vast canyon in a continuous mining area, a herd of human racers is gathered. Prodigy. At this moment, the group was equally nervous as spirit stones were being thrown into the formation, which was about to be activated. Wang Bo, are you sure Undead Monarch will keep its promise and give us both central Forbidden City spots? The speaker was one of only 2 people in this group whose strength was comparable to body integration. Tian Xoyuan, one of the peak powerhouses. Another player's strength is comparable to body integration. Peak expert Zhao Bai. He also looked at Wang Bo with a serious expression. Gentlemen, didn't I tell you? The other party has sworn oath to Heavenly Dao that once the deed is done, they will definitely give you 2 spots. While the others, including myself, couldn't directly in a spot, we could choose from all the resources and treasures within Cultivation City. Therefore, you all need not worry. After this matter, our strength will be greatly enhanced. Some people are worried. Our actions are tantamount to betraying the human race. I wonder how the outside world will criticize. Wang Bo snorted. This is an exam, not child's play. What does it mean to betray the human race? Besides, the people here aren't from our blue star human race. So what do they have to do with us? What's the point of regretting it now? The crowd was immediately rendered speechless by the rebuttal. They also knew very well that since they had chosen this path, they had no chance to regret it. Everyone had no choice but to follow Wang Bo down this path to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar, just as these test takers had guessed. The outside world was already in an uproar when this group contacted Undead Clan. Some people believe that they are betraying the human race. Although the cultivator human tribe is not part of their blue star human race, it is still a human race. The actions of Wang Bo and others are tantamount to betraying the human race and defecting to a foreign race. However, some argue that this is merely an assessment, and since the Tower of Babel didn't stop it, it means it's permissible, and the candidates did nothing wrong. Improving one's own strength is the most important thing. It would be foolish to give up one's own opportunity for a non-blue star human race. Both sides stuck to their own versions of events and argued fiercely. However, no matter how much noise there was outside, no one came out to stop it. It's quite puzzling that even the Central Cabinet was ignored. In fact, it's not that the Central Cabinet doesn't want to get involved, but rather that many powerful families are pressuring them and preventing them from easily expressing their opinions. Because many families were involved in this, including several members of the 12 families. For example, the Wang family, to which Wang belongs, although only a branch of the Wang family, still represents the face of the Wang family. Even if they disliked Wang Bo's actions, they had to grit their teeth and support him for the sake of their own reputation. Needless to say, Zhao Beihe is the direct descendant of the Zhao family, the most outstanding member of this generation. The Zhao family would naturally not allow such a prodigy to have his reputation tarnished or be tainted. It is precisely because of this that, thanks to the efforts of each of them, two different voices have emerged from the outside world, which is the result of their deliberate manipulation. Defining the matter within the context of debate is the only way to obscure the charge of betraying human race. Furthermore, the Tower of Babel failed to stop it, which led to the current situation. Wang Bo and his group were unaware of the current situation, but they knew Dao that they had no way out. It was all or nothing. They've moved. Quick, retreat. When the teleportation array started flashing, they knew that it had been activated and they had succeeded. Good. All our efforts were worthwhile. Let's go quickly. The people from Cultivation City will soon notice something amiss here. We can't let them find us yet. The group immediately took out their magic treasures and headed out of the mine. However, thump, thump, thump. One Dao's figure crashed into the invisible barrier, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. What's going on? How come there's a restriction barrier here? Human race prodigy in their panic. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in their hearts. The next second, the teleportation array behind them shone brightly, and 5 figures appeared in the mine. The demon dragon leader burst into laughter upon his appearance. They succeeded. However, the next second, a terrifying force descended, and whether it was demon dragon leader and others, or the descendant prodigy, they were all trapped in an even larger formation. On the walls of Cultivation City, sensing the change in the direction of the mine, Kang Ji's eyes flashed with a golden light. They're here. Gentlemen, I'll go first. With one step, a yin appeared beneath his feet. The next second, a yin headed towards the mine at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, everyone in Cultivation City got up and quickly headed towards the mine. But the soldiers on the city wall had no idea what was going on. Seeing Kang Jai and the others suddenly leave, they were immediately thrown into a panic. The commotion on the city wall was immediately noticed by Undead Monarch and others outside. Ha ha ha, it seems that Demon Dragon and his team succeeded. Otherwise, those Tribulation Transcendence level experts from Cultivation City wouldn't have made it so quickly. Look at these soldiers, they're so panicked. It seems the dragon demon has caused quite a commotion. In fact, everything they saw was deliberately shown to them by Kang Jai. The layout of the mine was unknown to ordinary soldiers, except for those at the Tribulation Transcendence level. Furthermore, they deliberately deployed some soldiers to create a false sense of panic, all to mislead Undead Monarch and his associates. Their actions were undoubtedly successful. Seeing the chaotic crowd on the city walls, Undead Monarch waved his hand and said, "It's time for us to act. All troops attack." With Undead Monarch's command, everyone, including them, began their attack on Cultivate City. However, Undead Monarch and his men did not go all out. They were waiting for the formation within the city to be broken, at which point they would take over the entire Cultivation City in one fell swoop. They must conserve their strength now to deal with the final resistance in Cultivation City later. Meanwhile, Dragon and his companions, who had just been teleported to the mine, were caught in formation before they could even react. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. The demon dragon leader's first reaction was that the beings who had descended from the sky had deliberately set a trap for them. Otherwise, how could they have been trapped in the formation as soon as they appeared? Demon dragon leader, what do we do now? This formation is not weak. It will probably take a lot of effort to break through it. The fact that they dared to set up a formation here means they were well prepared. We're probably doomed. Demon Dragon Leader's eyes flashed with ferocity as he snarled. Trying to kill us? Not so easy. Demon Dragon Leader was also enraged, roaring. Attack the surrounding area with all your might. I refuse to believe that a mere formation can trap the 5 of us." The endless dragon breath surged in all directions. Meanwhile, Wang Bo and the others, who were also trapped in formation, turned pale. How could this be? How could there be such a terrifying formation here? A group of people were filled with fear and anxiety, trying to find a way out, but they were surrounded by illusions and could not find a way out. At all. "Wang Bo! What on earth is going on? Didn't you say the mine was deserted, just a temporarily abandoned place? How could there be such a terrifying formation?" Tian Xoyuan and Zhao Beihi's eyes were practically spitting fire as they stared intently at Wang Bo, who had been acting as the middleman, and roared. Adao. Wang Bo was so shocked by the 2 auras that his whole body was trembling. I don't either. Wang Bo was really frustrated. He didn't know how these formats appeared on Dao's sight. Just as everyone was about to argue, a huge fire suddenly appeared from the sky and headed towards them. "Oh no! This is Dragon's breath. Defend against it." Someone recognized Dragon immediately and shouted Dao. How could there be Dragon's aura here? Can this formation Divine Dao really generate Dragon's aura? Just as everyone was frantically trying to defend against Dragon's breath. Meanwhile, the demon dragon leader in another location suddenly sensed human presence in a certain direction. Here, Dragon suddenly turned around, his face contorted with rage. "Ants, you dare to scheme against your Dragon Lord? Today I'll show you that Dragon Lord isn't so easily fooled." Another, even more terrifying dragon breath shot towards Wang Bo and the others. Oh no, this is the dragon's breath of the tribulation transcendence level. We can't hold them off. Although each of the group members used all their trump cards. However, it is still somewhat inadequate in the face of true tribulation transcendence level experts. Swish, swish, swish. One Dao, just before Dao's figure was burned to ashes, he was teleported away by the Tower of Babel. This means they will lose the opportunity to continue the assessment. No, I don't have enough points yet. I don't want to stop the assessment. Some cried out in despair, but they could not stop their fate of being teleported away. Tian Xoyuan and Zhao Beihi looked grim. In just a short while, the group of hundreds of people had dwindled to just the 2 of them. As for Wang Bo, who instigated them, he had already been sent out of the examination room by a dragon aura. At this point, even if they wanted to curse someone, they couldn't find anyone to curse at. Just as the 2 were in despair, a figure floated down from the sky, seemingly unaffected by the formation here. It's him. The 2 instantly recognized Kang Jai. Upon seeing Kang Jai, their eyes flickered as they pondered how to get Kang Jai to rescue them. However, Kang Jai merely glanced at them indifferently and uttered a single sentence. "Those who betray human race shall die." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. Neither of them expected that Kang Jai would attack them without saying a word. "You can't." Before they could finish speaking, a flash of light appeared, and the 2 were instantly teleported out of the Tower of Babel. Watching the 2 disappear, Kang Jai let out a disgruntled snort. Kang Jai has never had a good impression of people who betray human race. They can betray the cultivator human tribe today, and they can betray the blue star human race tomorrow. Kang Jai never believes in people's bottom line. Once he breaks through, he will only keep breaking through. Big Lizard, it's been a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai appeared beside Demon Dragon. "It's you!" Demon Dragon leader shuddered. Upon seeing Kang Jai, his heart instantly turned ice cold. He has developed a phobia of Kang Jai. Looking at the trembling dragon, Kang Jai chuckled. "Big Lizard, why not surrender to me?" "You're talking nonsense." Dragon roared, trying to cover up his cowardice. Kang Jai chuckled, then suddenly turned around and grabbed one of the undead creatures that was trying to ambush him. A sneak attack is not something to be proud of. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted, activating the soul sound vibration skill, aimed at the undead creatures. The soul fire from the sea of consciousness surged forth. In an instant, the soul fire within the undead creatures, and then extinguished by more than half. At the same time, terrifying flames burst forth from Kang Ji's body. Taking advantage of the moment when the undead creatures were in a panic and unable to resist, Danchin True Fire instantly rushed into their bodies and entered the sea of consciousness. Ah! A piercing soul scream rang out, and the demon dragon leader, who was about to come to the rescue, froze. The next second, the undead creatures, which had been struggling, froze, completely lifeless, and then slumped down. Seeing the tribulation transcendence level, undead warrior killed in a single move, the demon dragon leader's face showed fear. At this moment, the fear of being dominated by Kang Jai surged into my heart again. In particular, the strange power that Kang Jai used on him seemed to be constantly striking him, making him want to submit. Big Lizard, you don't want to follow in his footsteps, do you? Kang Ji's voice was leisurely. One full force attack kills an undergoing tribulation. The powerful undead warriors of the early stage completely intimidated the demon dragon leader. Otherwise, the demon dragon leader and the 4 undergoing tribulation, if all the early stage powerhouses attacked him at the same time, he might not be able to withstand it. But now, the demon dragon leader, intimidated by his own power, has killed another undergoing tribulation. Early stage undead warriors, and the remaining 3 undergoing tribulation, even early stage powerhouses, cannot pose a threat to him. Kang Jai flashed to face another powerful undead, while A Yin was already entangled with 2 other undergoing tribulation beings. Otherworldly creatures for early stage. Dragon, what are you doing? Come and help me. The undead tribe warriors, being chased by Kang Jai, roared Dao. Dragon was startled and was about to step in to help. But then Kang Ji glanced at him, and in that one glance, the demon dragon leader was instantly jolted awake. He saw indifference and death in Kang Ji's eyes. It was as if he would surely die if he dared to make a move. This made the demon dragon leader, who had already lost all courage in front of Kang Jai, hesitate. Upon seeing this, a glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. It seems that the new cultivation technique has brought him more than just the simple act of converting enemies. Even if they are not converted, their courage in facing them will be continuously weakened as the number of battles increases. Once a certain critical point is reached, one can completely convert the other person. Just as Kang Ji's thoughts were racing, the undead tribe's powerful warriors finally couldn't take it anymore. Dragon, if you don't make a move now, even if you escape this calamity, the king and the others will not let you go. At that time, you and your magic dragon race will face utter destruction. With this roar, the demon dragon leader finally regained consciousness. Compared to the fear they felt when facing Kang Jai, the extermination of the magic dragon race seemed even more terrifying. Roar, human, don't be so arrogant, let your dragon lord deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon dragon charged forward instantly. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, bracing himself for a pincer attack, when a cold voice rang out. Don't rush, leave this undead tribe powerhouse to me. Don't rush, leave this undead tribe powerhouse to me. As the cold voice rang out, Huang Xuan appeared on the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Kang Ji abandoned the undead tribe warriors and charged towards the oncoming demon dragon. Dragon was shocked to see this. He had thought he could attack from both sides and at least prevent Kang Jai from focusing all his firepower on him. But now, the fear that had been building up for so long surged back into my mind. But now he has no way out and can only grit his teeth and rush towards Kang Jai. Kang Jai let out a cold snort, and the power of salvation in his fist became even more ferocious. Every punch he threw at Demon Dragon made him feel a sense of submission. Over time, the dragon's resistance weakened. At this moment, Kang Jai's voice rang out. "Dragon, submit to me now and your life will be spared. If you continue to resist, when they die and disappear, that will be the time of your demise. Do you really want to perish with them?" Kang Jai's voice was like a devil, tempting the dragon, who was gradually losing his will to resist. But Dragon still gritted his teeth, as if there was something he couldn't let go of deep down. After a moment's thought, Kang Jai guessed what had happened. The voice continued, "Dragon, in this situation, do you think Undead Monarch and his forces still have a chance of winning? Since there's no chance of winning, do you think Magic Dragon race can survive if you continue to follow them? Rather than die alongside them, you'd better submit to me. I promise you, if you're willing to lead the entire Magic Dragon race to submit to me, I'll take you in and guarantee the safety of your race." Kang Jai's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering the will of the demon dragon. In an instant, Kang Jai felt the power of salvation he had injected into the demon dragons, rapidly surging into the demon dragon. Within the sea of a consciousness, a special slave mark is formed, merging into the other's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jai had completely taken control of the other party's life and death. "Owner," the demon dragon bowed respectfully to Kang Jai. Looking at the first being he had converted using the new cultivation technique, the Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, Kang Jai nodded in satisfaction. He could sense that converting the demon dragon hadn't consumed much of his mental energy. With just a small amount of mental energy, he had taken control of the other party's life and death. Of course, every advantage has its disadvantages. The advantage of this method of salvation is that as long as you subdue the other party, you can plant a slave mark in their divine soul, and from then on, their life and death will be in your hands. However, since the other party does not establish a spiritual connection with him, they cannot communicate as well as contracted beasts. Moreover, the slave mark is a special mark formed by the power of salvation. Therefore, the slave mark will gradually weaken over time. To resolve this drawback, one must either frequently channel the power of salvation into the other person's body to maintain the slave mark within their divine soul. Alternatively, they could imprison the target in an 18-level hell demon suppression tower, using the tower's properties to constantly amplify the power within the slave mark. This is why Lei Temple's Sutra of Salvation comes with a recipe for crafting the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. Only by combining it with the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower can the advantages of Sutra of Salvation be maximized. Kang Jai's new cultivation technique, which combines the advantages of Sutra of Salvation, can also utilize 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Towers to help convert sentient beings. It seems we still need to find a way to forge the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower, Kang Jai thought to herself. However, to forge the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower, one must find purgatory refined gold, which is not easy to obtain. Only in a world like Hell, a realm of purgatory, can such a thing be produced. Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Kang Jai looked back at the battlefield. Huang Xuan is now suppressing that undergoing tribulation. Fight the undead creatures in the early stage, The Golden Eagle also has two undergoing tribulation early stage otherworldly creatures continued their struggle, but were slightly at a disadvantage. After glancing at the others who were about to arrive, King Jai did not hesitate and immediately joined a Yin's battle. With the addition of Kang Jai and Demon Dragon, two undergoing tribulation early stage, the powerful creatures of otherworldly creatures immediately suffered a series of defeats. Meanwhile, Supreme Grand Elder Xu Zhenchen and others arrived one after another and immediately joined the battle. 9 against 3, the powerful undead creatures and otherworldly creatures couldn't hold out for long at all. Even when they tried to take each other down with them, they were interrupted by Kang Ji's soul sound vibration skill and ultimately died on the spot. Comrades, it's time for our counterattack. Kang Jai ruthlessly collected all the corpses and said, "Dao" to the crowd. Xu Zhenchen and the others were thrilled. They were finally about to turn the tide and win. They currently possess 9 tribulation transcendence level experts, among whom is comparable to undergoing tribulation. There are 4 middle stage fighters. With such strength, they have already surpassed the undead allied forces. The undead allied forces, after losing 4 tribulation transcendence level warriors, submitted to an undergoing tribulation. After the demon dragon in the middle stage, the opponent only had 7 tribulation transcendence level experts left. Among them was an undergoing tribulation member who was still recovering from serious injuries. Middle stage, the leader of the strange realm creatures, and an undergoing tribulation member who is likely to betray the cause. Early stage, dragon. Therefore, the undead allied forces' true full fighting force consists of only 5 individuals, 4 of whom are still of the undergoing tribulation. Early stage. After comparing the combat strength of the two sides, everyone was immediately filled with confidence. Without further hesitation, the group silently slipped out of the city from another direction and arrived behind Undead Monarch and his men. At this moment, Undead Monarch is anxiously awaiting the results. What's going on? Why haven't Dragon and the others broken through the defensive formation yet? And Monarch felt a vague unease. The leader of the strange realm creatures was also somewhat uneasy. Although the cultivator human tribe soldiers on the city walls remained in a state of great disarray, but he always felt that something was wrong. Although the soldiers were in disarray, none of them left the city wall, which seemed rather strange. Just as they were lost in thought, Undead Monarch suddenly turned around and looked behind him. That's the demon dragon leader. When they saw the enormous figure approaching from behind, both the undead monarch and the leader of the strange realm were somewhat bewildered. Why did the demon dragon leader go to the rear? Could it be that he came back through the teleportation array? Someone asked in surprise. The leader of the strange realm creatures immediately shook his head. Impossible. That teleportation array is one-way and also a one-time use device. At this point, the leader of the strange realm creatures and the undead monarch exchanged a glance and immediately noticed something amiss. Oh no! Be careful! Although they didn't know what was going on with Dao, they understood that the appearance of the demon dragon leader was anything but ordinary. Unfortunately, by then it was too late to be vigilant. As the demon dragon leader approached, a dragon leaped out from behind him. Dao's figure quickly surrounded Undead Monarch and his group. "Dragon, you dare betray us!" The Undead Monarch roared in fury, and the leader of the strange realm creatures fled into the distance without a word. Only the other demon dragon was completely bewildered. How did his boss end up with the enemy? Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? Huang Xuan moved very quickly, appearing beside the leader of the strange realm creatures in a flash. He threw a punch that sent his opponent staggering. Hey, it seems your injuries haven't fully healed yet. After speaking, Huang Xuan fell silent, continuing to attack the leader of the strange realm creatures. Huang Xuan blocked the leader of the strange realm creatures, while Kang Jai and the others surrounded an undead monarch and his group. Dragon, you dare betray us. Aren't you truly afraid that the other 4 races, along with the otherworldly creatures, will join forces to annihilate your magic dragon race? Faced with the undead monarch's intimidation, the other dragon, Dao, trembled with fear. Clan chief, you. Before he could finish speaking, the demon dragon leader snapped at him. Shut up! Get out of the way. Dragon's little brother shuddered, dared not refute, and obediently flew to the side. Kang Jai and the others did not stop him, but simply watched Undead Monarch quietly. Undead Monarch, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life. If you resist to the death, heh. You're not worthy to make me submit. Undead Monarch, who could become the king of the Undead clan, must have been proud. Moreover, he had never experienced Kang Ji's power of salvation, and had never even considered submitting. Faced with such an undead monarch, Kang Jai could only sigh. Without further hesitation, the group joined forces and launched an attack on Undead Monarch and his companions. Faced with the combined attack of Kang Jai and others, Undead Monarch and his group were no match for them. If you want to kill me, then you'll all die together. Undead Monarch was also stubborn. Seeing his men being killed one after another, Undead Monarch was unwilling to accept it and chose to perish together with them. Want to die together with me? Did you even ask me? Kang Jai unleashed his full soul sound vibration skill, sending a terrifying soul shockwave toward Undead Monarch. However, Undead Monarch was prepared, and a mental barrier appeared in front of him in an attempt to block Kang Ji's attack. Humph, you can all die together. Undead Monarch looked mad. However, the next second, Kang Ji's soul sound vibration skill breakthrough slammed into the opponent's sea of consciousness. While Undead Monarch was in a daze, Kang Ji's face also turned pale. Overloading his soul sound vibration skill also made Kang Jai feel nauseous. It wasn't that his soul power was insufficient, but rather that his body couldn't withstand such a terrifying surge of soul power, leading to a backlash. Fortunately, the backlash wasn't severe. It only gave him a feeling of nausea and discomfort. Despite paying such a price, the results were remarkable. Undead Monarch misjudged the power of Kang Ji's skill. After soul sound vibration passed through the mental barrier, it slammed into the opponent's divine soul. In an instant, Undead Monarch could no longer gather internal energy. His self-destruction was interrupted, and he was in a daze. At the same time, Dragon breathed fiercely at Undead Monarch. Sizzly! The physical body was awakened by the burning pain of the Undead Monarch. Just he was about to gather his strength again to self-destruct, Kang Ji's fist slammed into him. At the same time, Dantian True Fire surged, enveloping the Undead Monarch. Sizzly! Kang Ji's punch carried the power of lightning punishment, piercing through Undead Monarch's body and disrupting the energy balance within him. Roar! Demon Dragon, you betrayed the allied forces. You will die a horrible death. Seeing no hope of survival and no hope of self-destruction, Undead Monarch let out a final, desperate roar. Ha 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 ha, you'll all die a horrible death. Once you're all dead, how can we, the magic dragon race, not die a horrible death? Dragon was going all out. Now that he was Kang Ji's servant, he naturally wanted all the undead and the others to die. Kang Jai unleashed another punch, completely shattering Undead Monarch's physical body. Dantian True Fire enveloped its soul fire, utterly extinguishing its life force. After putting away the mangled corpse, Kang Jai looked around. With the fall of the undead monarch and the other tribulation transcendence level warriors, the undead allied forces had no more courage to resist and fled in all directions. Huang Xuan carried the corpse of the leader of the strange realm creatures to Kang Jai and threw it directly to him without saying a word. Xu Zhenchen and others were the same. They all knew Dao Kang Jai was able to convert these corpses into his own power, and he didn't hold back. Kang Jai was even less coy, feeding all the tribulation transcendence level corpses to Xiao Hong. With so many tribulation transcendence level corpses, it shouldn't be long before Xiao Hong can evolve. Gentlemen, this is an opportunity not to be missed. Let's seize this chance and completely take down Undead Clan. With no objections from the crowd, Xu Zhenchen immediately mobilized the entire cultivator human tribe to pursue and kill the Undead Clan. This pursuit led them all the way to Skeleton City, the city where the Undead Clan was located. Skeleton City is a massive city that is in no way inferior to Cultivation City. The entire city is composed of various skeletons, and it looks full of death QI and eeriness. Gee, there seems to be something good in here, Dian Lai suddenly exclaimed. Good stuff? Kang Jai asked in confusion. How did Dian Lai know there was something good in Dao's stuff? It was my 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower that told me that it sensed something related to it and an opportunity in this city. What information and opportunities are related to it? Kang Jai frowned. The 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower comes from Layan Temple. It is hard to say what Buddhist treasures are in Skeleton City. A G could also be purgatory refined gold, Dian Lai reminded Dao. Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and she slapped her forehead. That's right. The Undead Clan comes from the Hell World, so it's not surprising that they have purgatory refined gold. And since purgatory refined gold shares the same origin as the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower, it's normal that it can sense it. Kang Jai was overjoyed. He had been wondering where to find purgatory refined gold, and now it had been delivered to him. Let's go. Take this city. Everything inside will be ours. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai launched an attack. But at that moment, the entire Skeleton City suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. A powerful aura emanated from Skeleton City, forcing the crowd, who were preparing for a full-scale assault, to halt their advance. The aura emanating from Skeleton City is terrifying, so much so that everyone had to stop and observe. Holy crap! Why is the city moving? The brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju, who followed, exclaimed in surprise. In the distance, the massive Skeleton City began to tremble before everyone's astonished eyes. Skeleton City then began to undergo incredible changes, much like building blocks. Kang Jai frowned as he looked at the ever-changing Skeleton City, not daring to make any rash moves for the time being. City Lord Xu, do you know what's going on with Skeleton City? Kang Ji asked, looking at Xu Zhenchen beside him. However, Xu Zhenchen gave a wry smile. Daoist Kang, to be honest, Skeleton City has never changed since it appeared in this world, and I don't know what's going on either. Xu Zhenchen's answer. Disappointed, Kang Jai somewhat. Looking at the still-changing Skeleton City in the distance, Kang Jai gritted her teeth. Regardless, Skeleton City cannot be allowed to continue changing. I must test the waters. Just as Kang Jai was about to test the waters, Skeleton City's transformation suddenly accelerated. With a crack, the entire Skeleton City instantly transformed into a giant bone box. When the square bone box appeared before everyone's eyes, everyone was stunned. The group exchanged glances, all somewhat at a loss for what to do. No one expected that after a transformation, Skeleton City would turn into a giant bone box, leaving everyone feeling like they didn't know where to begin. Daoist Kang, look at this. Xu Zhenchen and the others were also unsure how to deal with this sudden change, and they all looked to Kang Jai. Kang Jai frowned slightly, waved his right hand, and gestured for Mechanical Puppet to step forward and test the waters. Countless mechanical puppets flocked to Skeleton City. One day, Dao lasers bombarded Skeleton City, and everyone watched with bated breath. However, the next second, everyone's expression turned grim. Despite the numerous attacks from Dao lasers, Skeleton City was not significantly affected. What terrifying defensive power! Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Kang Jai felt a sense of unease. I refuse to believe it. Dian Lai leaped into the air and charged towards Skeleton City, unleashing a punch that, with the power of his terrifying physical body, slammed into Skeleton City. With a loud boom, Skeleton City didn't even tremble slightly, remaining as solid as a rock. Dian Lai was instead thrown away by the powerful recoil. So hard! Everyone was astonished. Immediately afterwards, everyone took action, including Kang Jai. However, after a series of tests, Skeleton City proved to be harder than anyone had expected. The only thing that could have some effect on it is Kang Ji's Danshin True Fire. However, Skeleton City is too large. Although the Danshin True Fire is powerful, it is not easy for it to burn through the entire Skeleton City. Daoist Kang, what can we do now? For the time being, everyone was helpless against Skeleton City and was already considering a temporary retreat. However, Skeleton City contains what he needs, and if he doesn't destroy Skeleton City all at once, allowing the undead clan to re-evolve into the undead monarch and then unite with other alien races, it won't be so easy for them to wipe him out again. However, Skeleton City's defenses did indeed exceed Kang Ji's expectations, and for a moment, Kang Jai frowned deeply. Master, perhaps I should take action? The voice of Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell rang out. Can break through its defenses? Kang Jai frowned. He wouldn't want to use his trump card, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell, unless absolutely necessary. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell Dao, Master, Skeleton City, is made up of thousands, so it must be full of karma. Anything containing a large amount of karma will surely fear my heaven tribulation power. If I make a move, I'm 90% confident I can break through its defenses. The idea of a Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell made Kang Jai hesitate. Although the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell might be able to break through Skeleton City's defenses, it would also expose its own power. You just said that the power of Heavenly Tribulation is the nemesis of Skeleton City? Kang Jai suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell? Yes, Master, I can sense a karma emanating from Skeleton City. Anything containing karma will be countered by the power of Heavenly Tribulation. Therefore, Master, using me is absolutely the right thing to do. I will carefully conceal my power and try my best not to expose myself. However, Kang Jai ignored him as his mind was already immersed in the spirit realm space. Xiao Hong, how's the absorption going? Master, I'm about to break through. I can't suppress my cultivation any longer. Earlier, after Kang Jai threw 10 Tribulation Transcendence level corpses to Xiao Hong began to devour and absorb them. With the current time acceleration in spirit realm space, we have reached a critical point and can break through to the Tribulation Transcendence level at any time. Once breakthrough Tribulation Transcendence level will inevitably lead to Heavenly Tribulation. What Kang Jai wants is the heavenly tribulation power that Xiao Hong has attracted. Then get ready, I'm letting you out while I'm undergoing tribulation. With his mind returning to normal, he looked at everyone and said, "You all step back. I will break through Skeleton City's defenses." Everyone was stunned, looking at Kang Jai with puzzled expressions. Could it be? What other tricks does Kang Jai have up his sleeve? Despite their doubts, everyone obediently retreated. Kang Jai leaped into the air, reaching the very top of Skeleton City, before slowly descending to its center. "Xiao Hong, how confident are you?" "Don't worry, Master. Once breakthrough. At the tribulation transcendence level, I can step into undergoing tribulation at any time. In the middle stage, this lightning tribulation..." Kang Jai nodded, no longer hesitating, and released Xiao Hong. The moment Xiao Hong appeared, Heavenly Tao sensed it. Thunderclouds began to gather, and the sky instantly turned pitch black. This is lightning tribulation at the tribulation transcendence level. Xu Zhenchen and the others exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that Kang Jai would allow her pet, undergoing tribulation, to do so at this time. "Look, Skeleton City seems scared," Gao Ming exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, Skeleton City was trembling slightly. All their previous attacks had failed to budge the opponent in the slightest. The mere gathering of thunderclouds has instilled fear in Skeleton City, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Why hasn't Daoist Kang left yet? His presence there will enhance the lightning tribulation. Someone noticed that Kang Jai had not left the area of the tribulation clouds for a long time, and immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Dan Lai touched his bald head and said, "It's possible that a G did this on purpose." He knows Dao. Kang Jai never speaks without reason. Since Kang Jai chose to remain within the scope of lightning tribulation, there must be a reason behind it. As expected, as soon as Dian Lai finished speaking, the lightning tribulation in the sky seemed to sense it, and the tribulation clouds that were about to take shape expanded again. Can his pet withstand this? Just when everyone was worried, the first day lightning tribulation crashed down. Lightning tribulation split in two, treating Kang Jai as part of the undergoing tribulation and striking them down hard. Kang Jai and Xiao Hong offered no defense, allowing the lightning tribulation to bombard them, while simultaneously channeling the lightning tribulation into their bodies towards Skeleton City beneath. Feet. With a crack, Skeleton City acted like a giant magnet, and the lightning entered Skeleton City without Kang Jai and the others needing to guide it much. Skeleton City was ignited instantly by the power of lightning tribulation, much like hot oil meeting a flame. In an instant, a sizable crater appeared beneath Kang Jai and the others, formed by the power of heavenly tribulation. Without hesitation, Kang Jai and Xiao Hong jumped into the pit and stood there to continue welcoming the lightning tribulation from the sky. Heavenly tribulation seemed to be angered by the two's actions, especially the strong karma below, which further stimulated lightning tribulation. "Ha ha ha! Well done!" Feeling the enhancement of heavenly tribulation above, Kang Jai laughed heartily. His physical body was already powerful, and now he has lightning tribulation. Body tempering might even take his physical body to the next level. Snap! Even thicker lightning bolts crashed down, startling Xu Zhenchen and the others into retreating. Daoist Kang is taking too much risk. The intensity of the lightning tribulation is still increasing. If this continues, what if it reaches the undergoing tribulation? What about the late stage? Just as everyone was worried, lightning tribulation kept bombarding Kang Jai and Xiao Hong, while also affecting Skeleton City below. In the end, The heavenly tribulation simply assumed Skeleton City was also in league with Xiao Hong, and an even more powerful heavenly tribulation crashed down, engulfing the entire world in the lightning tribulation. A full 81 Dao after the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation in the sky gradually subsided and showed signs of dissipating. But when Kang Jai looked down at Skeleton City, it's surprising that it hadn't been breached yet. Such powerful defense, Kang Jai frowned. Master, there's something wrong with Skeleton City, a voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of a heavenly thunderbell. Is there a problem? What's the problem? Master, in theory, such a large city like Skeleton should contain more than just this much karma. Just now, while you were undergoing tribulation, I could feel that the karma in Skeleton City seemed to be decreasing every moment. It's decreasing every moment? Kang Jai asked, puzzled. It's like something is absorbing or purifying the karma in Skeleton City. This phenomenon is very unusual. Kang Jai frowned. He hadn't expected Skeleton City to have such a secret. Do you know why Dao did it? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell shook its head. Not quite sure, but judging from the current situation, to break through its defenses, Xiao Hong alone, undergoing tribulation is not acceptable. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. You mean let Xiao Yi, Xiao Feng, and number 1 all undergo tribulation together? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell nodded. Only by having them all engage in tribulation can we possibly break through Skeleton City's defenses. Otherwise, let me take action. Skeleton City is a single entity. It can quickly recover and then it will be difficult to break through again. Kang Jai didn't hesitate. It was unlikely that Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell would intervene. But it was possible to send the Queen Ants out to undergoing tribulation. Xiao Hong, keep advancing. Xiao Hong understood immediately. His breakthrough cultivation level had been upgraded once again, and his QE instantly broke through the barrier, reaching the undergoing tribulation stage. Middle stage. As Xiao Hong broke through, the Queen Ant and the others, who had also devoured the corpses of the tribulation transcendence level, also saw their aura rapidly increase. Master, we're all better. The Queen Ant and the others were released, and in an instant, the thunderclouds that were about to dissipate gathered again. This time, the area of the tribulation clouds was much larger, more than 5 times the size of the previous ones. Why is there still an undergoing tribulation? Xu Zhenchen and the others, who had been retreating again and again, were now somewhat numb. I never imagined that Kang Jai would have so many pets that could break through to the tribulation transcendence level. In this way, Kang Ji's power alone is greater than that of the entire cultivation city. The look in his eyes when he looked at Kang Jai became even more awe-inspiring. With the arrival of the Queen Ants, Skeleton City could no longer sit still and tried to shake off Kang Jai and his group. Unfortunately, all of Skeleton City's efforts were in vain. As a series of creaking sounds emanated from Kang Ji's body, his physical body cultivation successfully broke through to soul transformation. Peak. As his physical body cultivation improved, Kang Jai became even stronger. Even if it can't deal with undergoing tribulation, even a strong player in the late stage can hold their own against him. At the same moment, the delightful sound of a myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell rang out. Master Lord, it's broken. Skeleton City is broken. Before the Queen Ant and her ants could successfully undergo tribulation, Skeleton City was blasted into a large hole by lightning tribulation. You all continue with the undergoing tribulation. I'll go in and take a look. Kang Jai darted through the hole blasted open by lightning tribulation and entered Skeleton City. At this time, Skeleton City was still trying to repair the large hole that had been breached. However, with Kang Ji's arrival, the entire skeleton city descended into chaos. Countless undead creatures fled in all directions, some even charging madly towards Kang Jai. However, regardless of the reason, Kang Jai simply chose to ignore it. Endless flames erupted from his body, turning everything in their path into a sea of fire. Master, it's just ahead. The thing that can absorb karma is right ahead. The myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell alerted Kang Jai, who, without hesitation, flashed a few times and appeared directly at the location, indicated by the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Huh? Is this an altar? Looking at the enormous Taosi statue in the center of the square, Kang Jai frowned slightly. Master, this should not be an altar, but a very special formation. The things that can absorb karma are located under this formation. Kang Jai looked at the enormous Taosi statue and asked Dao in confusion, "Isn't this an altar?" "Yes, Master. This is indeed not an altar. This Taosi statue is just the core of the formation, suppressing the thing below. I don't know what Tao is that it requires such a formation to suppress it." Hearing what myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell said, Kang Jai also became interested, and Dantian True Fire surged up, ready to destroy the entire formation. "Master, don't use True Fire, it might damage the things underground." "Watch me." As it spoke, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell flew out of its body and headed towards the Taoti statue. Kang Jai didn't stop them, since there was no one else around, and as for these undead creatures, they were all going to die anyway. When the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell appeared on the Taoti statue, the great array resembling an altar immediately began to operate. However, at this time, the entire skeleton city was resisting the lightning tribulation from the sky, and the energy that could be supplied here was much less. The myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell didn't expend much energy to absorb the entire statue into it. "Master, the materials of this Taoti statue seem a bit special. They look a bit like the purgatory refined gold you're looking for." "Purgatory refined gold?" Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. "I feel it's somewhat similar. There's the breath of purgatory on it." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "Then you can keep it for now, and we'll talk about it after I've confirmed it." Upon entering the formation, without the Taoti statue as the formation's core, the entire formation had lost its original function. When Kang Jai arrived at the original location of the statue, she saw that there was a large hole under the statue. "Master, the QI I sensed is down below." Kang Jai nudged slightly, jumped directly into the underground space. The entire underground space was about 100 zhang in size and about 10 zhang deep, and it was very rudimentary. The entire underground space is devoid of any fancy decorations. The only feature is a lotus platform crafted from special materials. On the lotus platform, there was an unidentified lotus seed. "Master, the one that absorbed karma was that lotus seed." "Is it this lotus seed?" Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. They slowly approached the lotus platform, and nothing unexpected happened. Just as Kang Jai was about to pick up the lotus seed, the world tree within her body suddenly sent out a message. "Master, don't touch it. This is the seed of the karma fire red lotus. It is already half dead. The reason it is still alive is entirely due to this lotus platform. If you pick it up, it will forever lose its chance to sprout and become a lifeless object." World Tree's words startled Kang Jai, who quickly withdrew her right hand. "We can't touch it? What should we do then?" Kang Jai's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked World Tree, "Would chaos-breathing earth work? If I plant it in chaos-breathing earth, would it survive?" Kang Jai was eager to try. After all, chaos-breathing earth was an even more advanced existence than 9 heavens breathing earth. The 9 heavens breathing earth all possess the ability to create countless spiritual roots. The chaos breathing earth should be even more powerful. However, World Tree poured cold water on Kang Ji's hopes. Master, your chaos breathing earth is only formed from a small amount of 9 heavens breathing earth mixed with chaos stone, and it has not even absorbed the true power of chaos. Ultimately, your chaos breathing earth is actually a pseudo chaos breathing earth. Although it has some characteristics of a true chaos breathing earth, it is not a genuine chaos breathing earth. If I have the opportunity to enter chaos in the future, perhaps I can transform it into a true chaos breathing earth. As for now, World Tree goes without saying. Kang Ji understands what it means. Although somewhat disappointed that his chaos breathing earth wasn't a true chaos breathing earth, he still refused to give up. Even if it's not a true chaos breathing earth, there shouldn't be any problem growing this karma fire red lotus seed, right? World Tree paused briefly, but then explained to Dao. Without me, you could indeed have used these chaos breathing earth to grow this karma fire red lotus seed. But because my roots have taken root in the entire chaotic breathing earth, all the energy of the chaotic breathing earth is supplying me for growth. Therefore, to make this karma fire red lotus seed survive using the chaos breathing earth, I must draw upon most of my power. If I do that, not only will I be affected, but spirit realm space inside the tree trunk will also be affected. The mention of World Tree made Kang Ji frown slightly. Isn't there any other way to make this karma fire red lotus seed sprout? Kang Ji asked, unwilling to give up. World Tree Dao, yes, it can increase the size of chaos breathing earth and enhance its ability to absorb the power of heaven and earth and transform it into chaos power. Does this make the chaotic breathing grow larger? Then does it mean continuing fusion? Is chaos stone enough? It's possible, but it would be better to incorporate more 9 heavens breathing earth. Kang Ji fell silent for a moment. 9 heavens breathing earth is not so easy to deal with. In the previous list provided by Tower of Babel, there was only one item of the 9 heavens breathing earth, and it weighed only 100 grams. It will probably be difficult to get this again. However, Kang Ji was not discouraged. Just because something is not on the shopping list provided by Tower of Babel does not mean that it is not available at Tower of Babel. Whether we can obtain more 9 heavens breathing earth remains to be seen. We'll have to wait until after the assessment and communicate with the Tower of Babel. Looking again at the karma fire red lotus seed, Kang Ji frowned deeply. Since we can't move it, how can we preserve its vitality? World Tree timely Dao, Master, don't worry, just this lotus base into the spirit realm space. This lotus pedestal serves to sustain life, and the abundant life force within the spirit realm space ensures that the lotus seed will not die for the time being. Kang Ji was overjoyed, and without hesitation, immediately stored the lotus base and the karma fire red lotus seed into the spirit realm space. Having done all this, Kang Ji returned to the top. Skeleton City was in complete chaos at this point. With Skeleton City blasted open by heavenly tribulation, Zhu Zhenchen and his group naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. They dared not approach Skeleton City, but they could attack it from the side, preventing Skeleton City from having enough energy to repair the large hole. With the Queen Ant's successful undergoing tribulation, Zhu Zhenchen and his men immediately led their army to charge into Skeleton City. Commander Number 1 led an army of hundreds of millions of mechanical puppets into Skeleton City. Between a pincer movement, Skeleton City's undead army was thrown into chaos. Half an hour later. Look what I found. When Dian Lai found Kang carrying a large rock, Kang Jai had already arrived at the heart of Skeleton City. This information. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the huge rock that Dian Lei had carried. This information is very similar to the Tao Ti statue I obtained before. Master, this ore is the same material as the Tao Ti statue. However, the Tao Ti statue has been refined. This is the original ore. The words myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell, made Kang Jie's eyes light up, and she immediately felt a sense of anticipation. Is this difficult Tao purgatory refined gold? Dian Lei nodded excitedly. That's right, this is it. I've already confirmed it with the spirit of the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. Here, with these materials, you can also craft an 18-level Hell Demon Suppression Tower. Dian Lei discarded the purgatory refined gold ore, then took out more small pieces of ore from its storage space and threw them on the ground. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. It was indeed this thing. In this light, he doesn't need to search for anything else. The Tao Ti statue from before is enough to forge the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. However, seeing Dian Lei's excited expression, Kang Jai did not refuse his kindness. Kang Jai had another plan in mind to reforge an 18-level Hell Demon Suppression Tower for Dian Lei. The Demon Suppression Tower that Dian Lei now owns is a legacy of the Leian Temple, and it also contains some of the servants left behind by the Leian Temple. Ultimately, it belonged to Leian Temple and was given to Dian Lei by the old monk. Whether there are any hidden tricks involved, nobody knows. Just to be on the safe side, Kang Jai still felt it would be better to personally forge a demon suppression tower for Dian Lei. Conceal Purgatory refined gold ore patted Dian Lei on the shoulder and casually asked Dao, "Where are City Lord Xu and the others?" Dian Lei scratched his head. They're still cleaning up the remaining undead tribe remnants. However, Skeleton City's complex and constantly changing terrain hindered City Lord Xu and his team's pursuit and cleanup efforts, making it troublesome. Oh? Changing the terrain? Kang Jai smiled slightly and chuckled. It won't be troublesome later. As they spoke, they walked into the core building of Skeleton City. Dian Lei, puzzled, followed him in. Huh? This is the control core of Skeleton City? Skeleton City is actually a magic treasure? Dian Lei was shocked, never expecting that such a large city as Skeleton City would be a magic treasure. Kang Jai only discovered this after entering Skeleton City. Alerted by the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, Kang Jai finally found this place and prepared to refine Skeleton City. Guard it for me, I will refine it. Without further ado, Kang gave Dian Lei a brief instruction and then arrived at a stone platform. In the center of this stone stands a bone staff, the very heart of Skeleton City. Meanwhile, Xu Zhenchen and his group are relentlessly hunting down the remaining members of the undead clan. Damn it, they got away again. Xu Zhenchen was getting impatient. The street layout of Skeleton City is constantly changing. Moreover, these cultivators are subject to restrictions and suppression in this city. Even the talents of Gao Ming and Gao Ju were affected. Not to mention cultivators like Xu Zhenchen, who simply cannot use divine thought to probe. That's why they always manage to escape when the hunters hunt these remnants of the undead. This greatly annoyed them. At this rate, they didn't know how long it would take Dao to clean up these undead creatures. Just as everyone was getting frustrated and wanted to destroy the entire Skeleton City, the whole Skeleton City suddenly shook. Then happened that caught everyone off guard. Skeleton City, which was originally box-shaped, has changed again. The entire Skeleton City slowly unfolded, revealing all the previously hidden undead creatures. Before anyone could react, countless low-level undead instantly died, their corpses absorbed by Skeleton City. Xu Zhenchen and the others were startled, thinking that Skeleton City was about to unleash some powerful move, and they all soared into the sky, trying to avoid the attack for the time being. But the next second, the expressions of those undead at the god transformation level and above changed drastically, and they wanted to leave Skeleton City. But then a powerful suction force came from Skeleton City, holding them firmly in place. At this moment, Kang Ji's voice rang out. "Everyone, please help us kill them." Upon hearing Kang Ji's voice, Xu Zhenchen and the others were stunned. How could Kang Ji's voice have been heard throughout the entire Skeleton City? However, no one could care less about their doubts at this moment. The opportunity was too good to pass up, so if they didn't act now, when would they? One Dao attacks rained down relentlessly these undead creatures at the god transformation level and above. These undead creatures were immediately devoured by Skeleton City after they died, which worried Zhenchen and others, who feared that Skeleton City would eventually evolve into an uncontrollable monster. Fortunately, this did not happen, and Skeleton City remained unchanged until all the undead creatures were wiped out. This puzzled, the group found Kang Ji, only to discover that he had actually refined the entire Skeleton City. Skeleton City is actually a magic treasure. When everyone learned of this news, they were extremely surprised. However, most people felt more admiration than envy. After all, given their strength, they simply couldn't do anything to Skeleton City. It was Kang Ji who breached Skeleton City's defenses, and it was also Kang Ji who slaughtered most of the undead creatures. Even the final elimination of the undead tribe remnants was only possible because Kang Ji took control of Skeleton City. Therefore, no one had any objection to Kang Ji refining Skeleton City. Kang Ji was also very satisfied with this. After refining Skeleton City, Kang Ji realized that Skeleton City was such a perfect match for him. Kang Ji never expected that Skeleton City would have the ability to autonomously transform undead creatures. The vast majority of low-level undead in the entire undead clan are transformed Skeleton City. This was quite unexpected for Kang Ji. I thought most of the undead in the undead clan were transformed from the undead monarch. Unexpectedly, it was actually Skeleton City that was transformed. Moreover, besides being able to transform undead creatures, Skeleton City is also a special magic treasure that can absorb countless bones for its own use. It can continuously evolve by constantly fusion with the skeletons of various creatures. This reminded Kang Ji of how Skeleton City is used. In the future, can I send the creatures I kill to Skeleton City for conversion? First, transform into undead creatures to fight. After these undead creatures die in battle, their corpses can become nourishment for Xiao Hong and his insectoid race, producing various offspring. The offspring insects produced can then be used as soldiers again. Once they die in battle, their bodies are thrown into Skeleton City and transformed back into undead creatures. After the undead creatures died in battle, they were absorbed by Xiao Hong and his group and turned back into worms. In this way, wouldn't I be able to continuously recycle and reuse it? Not a single bit is wasted. Even Kang Ji was shocked by this thought. This utilization rate would make capitalists weep. However, Kang Ji likes it very much. With a wave of his hand, the massive Skeleton City gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a small square box, which Kang Ji then stored in the spirit realm space. Everyone, it's time for us to head back, Kang Ji said with a smile. Kang Ji was very happy at this moment. She had gained a lot this time. Although the treasures within Skeleton City have not yet been fully inventoried, the purgatory refined gold, karma fire red lotus seed, and the central forbidden city quota alone have made Kang Jai a fortune. But then everyone exchanged glances, and Xu Zhenqian hesitated to speak. Kang Ji asked in confusion, "Is there anything else, City Lord?" Daoist Kang, there is indeed something I would like to ask you for advice on. Kang Jai raised eyebrow. What is it? Xu Zhenqian Dao. It's this. After the other 3 human race sitters learned that we defeated the undead clan, they all asked us for help. You see, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. You want to go and provide support? Xu Zhenqian pursed his lips and nodded. Mainly because we are all from the human race. We are inherently connected, and we have long had an agreement to jointly resist the 5 alien races. Now that we are out of danger, therefore, looking at Xu Zhenqian's expectant face, Kang Ji tapped the back of his hand, noncommittingly asking, "What can they offer?" Xu Zhenqian was taken aback, then overjoyed. Daoist Kang is also willing to provide support? The reason he brought up this topic at this time was to ask Kang Jai for help. After all, Kang Ji's top-tier combat power and mechanical puppet army are unmatched by them. Even if the mechanical puppet army suffers heavy losses, it will only lose some ore. With Kang Ji's help, human race's losses would be much smaller. It takes them at least decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to cultivate a cultivator. They feel pain from any loss. They had no choice before, but now that they have Kang Jai as an ally, they are naturally unwilling to let him go. Of course, they also understood that it was impossible to get Kang Ji's help with anything in return. Kang Jai has helped them so much. They already owe Kang Jai so much. It would be shameless to ask Kang Jai for help again. Xu Zhenqian quickly said, "That's right. The other 3 families said that each of them is willing to give up 2 spots. If we can seize this opportunity to join forces and wipe out the other alien races, they are willing to share these spots with us. In addition, they can compensate for all kinds of resources, heaven and earth treasure, and our losses. Furthermore, if we have any other conditions, we can also mention them." Kang Jai neither confirmed nor denied this. While the other 3 cities' human race program makes good points, they don't lack central forbidden city spots themselves. Perhaps in other people's eyes, every spot is extremely precious. But in Kang's eyes, it was nothing special. The reason he asked for 4 spots before was for the sake of the 2 brothers, Dian Lai and Gao Ming. He has not only destroyed the undead clan, but also subdued the magic dragon race. The 2 groups together have a total of 24 slots. Giving him so many spots is useless. There are only 4 of us, including myself and Dian Lai. As for Wuren race, Kang Jai can only bring the 9 body integration level members at most. The others would just be suicides. Kang Jai doesn't care about things like heaven and earth treasure. The truly top-tier heaven and earth treasures, the 3 major human races, are definitely not to be missed. I don't even like the average ones. He already possessed the resources of the entire undead clan, and was about to acquire the resources of the entire magic dragon race. With these resources, why would he bother with the ordinary ones from the 3 major human races? But we still have to save lives. After all, this is the National Higher Education Entrance Examination being broadcast live, and the entire Blue Star human race is watching. If I have the ability, I certainly can't just stand by and watch someone die. But since the other party has offered compensation, Kang Jai won't be foolish enough to refuse it. After thinking about it, I realize that what I lack most right now is a solid foundation. Both its own inherent strengths and the strengths of its family are lacking, and the 3 cities' human race is in no way inferior to the cultivator human tribe. Magic human race is imbued with various magical elements. Gene human race possesses a variety of genetic technologies. Mech human clan also has a unique advantage in mechanical technology. If we can absorb their strengths, resources, and methods of cultivation, it will be a great benefit to ourselves and our families. The problem is, what I want is the foundation of the 3 cities human race. Would they be willing to give it to me? Thinking of this, Kang Jai looked directly at Xu Zhenchen. I don't need the quota or anything like that. Tell them that you will help them resolve this crisis if they allow you to borrow their books and cultivate methods. Furthermore, if they are willing to let me see their various treasured artifacts, I can even help them completely eliminate these alien races. Just like the undead clan. Is this really true, fellow Taoist? Xu Zhenchen exclaimed in surprise. Kang Jai nodded. I'll act immediately if they agree. Xu Zhenchen was very happy and hurriedly said, Then wait a moment, I'll contact them right away. But then Supreme Grand Elder spoke up. Taoist Kang, about your promise to treat my daughter, Huang Xuan, who was standing to the side. Also, there's still something you promised me. Only then did Xu Zhenchen remember that he hadn't dealt with the matters concerning these 2 people. Taking advantage of the situation, Kang Jai said to Dao, in that case, why don't we go back to Cultivation City first? He then looked at Xu Zhenchen and said, City Lord Xu, you can continue to contact the human of the 3 cities. If they agree, we can take action later. Seeing this, Xu Zhenchen could only nod. The group returned to Cultivation City. Xu Zhenchen went to contact the human race of 3 cities. While Kang Jai, the others went to the place where Supreme Grand Elder's daughter was sleeping. Taoist Kang, my son has been asleep for years and no matter what I do, I cannot wake him up. Huang Hu, who had come along, also looked somber and guilty when he saw Supreme Grand Elders. That's why he didn't argue with Supreme Grand Elder about who to treat first. Kang Jai walked to Supreme Grand Elder's daughter's bedside. Supreme Grand Elder had arranged a special format there to ensure that his daughter's physical body would not lose its vitality due to prolonged sleep. Divine sense entered his body, and Kang Jai found that there was nothing seriously wrong with his body. Therefore, the problem can only lie with soul. Kang Jai placed his finger on the other person's brow, and the power of his soul seeped into it, quickly spreading throughout their body. It's missing a soul and a spirit. Kang Jai quickly identified the problem. This is all thanks to the power of his divine soul. Taoist Kang, how is my daughter? Supreme Grand Elder asked Dao anxiously. Elder Xia, you need to be mentally prepared. Supreme Grand Elder felt a jolt of fear. Suppressing his fear and trying to calm himself, Dao said, So many years have passed, so please speak frankly, Taoist Kang. Kang Jai nodded. Your daughter's condition is not optimistic. The reason she has been unconscious is because she is missing one of her souls. A soul and a spirit are missing? Supreme Grand Elder exclaimed in surprise. The soul is the most mysterious thing in the human body. Even for cultivators who are not practitioners of this art, it is difficult to access knowledge about this. Is there any hope for my daughter? Supreme Grand Elder asked Dao anxiously. Huang Xuan then spoke up saying, Taoist Kang, as long as it can save Xia Yu, just tell me what you want and I will do my best to meet it. Yes, just tell me what you need and I'll do my best to meet it. Supreme Grand Elder echoed Dao. Kang Jai waved his hand. Please don't be anxious, this involves soul. Although I have some knowledge of it, I have no solution. Upon hearing this, both of them looked gloomy, especially Supreme Grand Elder, who staggered and almost fell. Kang Jai reacted quickly and helped Dao up. Don't panic. Although there's no way to deal with now, we obtained a lot of legacy from Undead Clan. and perhaps some of them are related to soul. Even if the undead clan doesn't exist, there are the cultivator human tribe, the magic human race, and others. Perhaps a solution can be found within their legacies. Upon hearing this, Supreme Grand Elder's eyes flickered as he looked at Kang Jai. Dao, really? Kang Jai nodded. You need to give me some time. Supreme Grand Elder took a deep breath, stood up straight, and bowed deeply to Kang Jai. Then I'll leave it to Taoist Kang. Kang Jai returned the greeting, saying, Thank you for your hospitality. After saying that, he looked at Huang Yuanan and said, I'll go take a look for you next. If it's the same situation, I can focus my efforts on finding a solution. Huang Xuan was overjoyed and was about to leave with Kang Jai. At this moment, Supreme Grand Elder looked at Huang Xuan with a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but in the end, it only turned into a sigh. Seeing this, Kang Jai simply shook his head inwardly and then followed Huang Xuan to the Forbidden Land cave. Kang Jai was also stunned when she saw the legendary pet fox. This feeling, this color, looking at the purplish-red fox fur in the ice coffin, Kang Jai instantly thought of the pair of purplish-red wings behind Huang Xuan when she first met him. The same color, the same eeriness, the same captivating allure. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with both this fox and that damaged immortal artifact. Kang Jai still remembers what Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell said back then. The core of that wing immortal artifact still retains the mark of its previous owner. Huang Xuan was also affected by that mark. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but look at the fox in the ice coffin, and then at Huang Xuan, who was standing nervously to the side. Taoist Kang, is it time to open the ice coffin? Seeing Kang Jai looking at him, Huang Xuan nervously asked Dao. Kang Jai thought about it for a moment, and finally nodded. Divine Sense has just examined the fox's body. Although it was severely injured, that's not the real reason it's unconscious. Kang Jai is preparing to investigate the other party's soul status. With a flick of his finger, soul power quickly penetrated into the other person's body. Kang Jai frowned, realizing that he hadn't been able to detect soul's presence inside the other person's body. Kang Jai was also confused by the other party's situation. The physical body was still alive, and there was still residual soul power in the body. But the opponent's 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits were not in his body. What's going on? Just as Kang Jai was wondering what was going on, the law of karma inscription that he had comprehended suddenly seemed to respond. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had sensed the law inscriptions since comprehending them. Normally, law inscriptions will not make any progress until they break through to the transformation God realm. However, this unusual movement in the law of karma inscription also caught Kang Ji's attention. With a thought, the corpse of the karma worm that he had once obtained from the Kang family territory appeared in Kang Ji's hands. By activating the karma power within Karma Worm, the scene before Kang Ji's eyes immediately changed. This is when Kang Jai saw that 2 dragons had actually sprouted from the fox's body. During the karma route, Kang Jai was a little surprised. The character A is connected to Huang Xuan, indicating that there is indeed some connection between Huang Xuan and the fox. It's possible that the fox is Huang Xuan's contracted beast, or that they have some other kind of relationship. Regardless of the type, the existence of a karma connection between Huang Xuan and the fox makes Kang Ji's situation less surprising. What really puzzled him was another karma line. This karma line extends from the fox's body, pierces through the void realm, and stretches towards an unknown place. Kang Jai continued to draw upon the karma power within the karma worm. using his vision to penetrate the void realm and look towards the other end of the karma line. However, when Kang Jai looked at the other end of the karma line, he was blocked by some kind of a restriction. That is, although Kang Jai couldn't see the end of the karma line, he could see what was blocking his exploration. Central Forbidden City. Kang Jai never expected that what would block her investigation would be the Central Forbidden City, or perhaps the other end of the fox's karma line is actually in Central Forbidden City. It is precisely because it is located within the Central Forbidden City that it is blocked by the Central Forbidden City restriction. Frowning slightly, Kang Jai hadn't expected that the fox would have any connection with Central Forbidden City. Daoist Kang? Huang Xuan called out softly. Kang Jai snapped out of his daze and looked at Huang Xuan, only to see Huang Xuan staring at him with a tense expression. Daoist Kang, I wonder what's going on with Xian. Kang Jai opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Huang Xuan's situation is very complicated. He seems to still have his own consciousness, but his mind has indeed been affected by the magic treasure wings. Kang Jai is not entirely clear about Huang Xuan's current situation. Kang Jai hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to tell him the truth. Daoist Kang, no matter what, please let me know about Xian's situation. I can accept any outcome. Huang Xuan's serious expression. Kang Jai nodded. Your companion's situation is indeed somewhat special. Huang Xuan stared intently at Kang Jai, ignoring Kang Ji's strange way of addressing him. She is indeed still alive, Kang Jai answered first. Huang Xuan was overjoyed, his eyes shining, and he looked at Kang Jai with excitement. Dao, is this really true? Kang Jai nodded. But her situation is more complicated than that of Supreme Grand Elder's daughter who wants to wake up. Huang Xuan's smile froze, his eyes flickered, and finally, he looked at Kang Jai. Dao, no matter how difficult it is, I will save my Xian. Looking at Huang Xuan's resolute expression, Kang Jai sighed. Her problem lies with Central Forbidden City. While I don't know why your companion is connected to Central Forbidden City, the only way to save her is to bring her into Central Forbidden City. Central Forbidden City? Huang Xuan's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and he froze for a moment. Seeing Huang Xuan's reaction, Kang Jai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This Huang Xuan was indeed suspicious. However, Kang Jai didn't care what problems the other party had. As long as it didn't interfere with his actions, Kang Jai didn't care what connection the other party had with this fox. After a few breaths, Huang Xuan came to her senses, bowed to Kang Jai, and thanked Dao. Thank you for informing me, Daoist Kang. I would like to take Xian to Central Forbidden City. I wonder if Daoist Kang could sell me 2 spots? You want to buy a spot in Central Forbidden City? Huang Xuan nodded, then took out a jade slip and handed it to Kang Jai, saying, There is a very special movement technique inside. If you can learn it, it will greatly enhance your speed. Kang Jai took the jade slip and placed it between her eyebrows. Soon, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. I'll accept this movement technique. You can have 2 spots. He took out 2 jade pendants engraved with the shape of keys and handed them to the other party. This is the pass to enter Central Forbidden City, also known as the quota, which Kang Jai found in Skeleton City. Huang Xuan accepted the 2 jade pendants and expressed his gratitude once again. After leaving Huang Xuan's place, Kang Jai glanced back at the Forbidden Land cave behind him. He had a hunch that something might happen if Huang Xuan brought the fox into Central Forbidden City. However, Kang Jai didn't care too much, as long as he didn't cause trouble. Upon arriving at the Scripture Pavilion in Cultivation City, Kang Jai immediately went inside and began reading various ancient texts and secret techniques found in Cultivation City. Just then, Xu Zhenchen found Kang Jai. Daoist Kang, the other 3 cities have already agreed to your request. You agreed? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Yes, as long as you can destroy the 3 alien races, they are willing to share those spots with us. At the same time, all the books and cultivation techniques you wish to borrow are available too. You... Kang Jai nodded, waved his hand, and released a yin and number 1. At the same time, he asked Dao, has Demon Dragon Little Black gathered all his underlings? That the Demon Dragon leader has surrendered to Kang Jai, he should naturally bring his entire magic race with him. However, the magic dragon race is scattered among the alien races in the other city, so it will probably be difficult for them to gather together without attracting attention. Xu Zhenchen replied to Dao, we have already gathered 60% of the demon dragon, and I'm afraid we can't gather the rest. Although the demon dragon leader managed to time his attack, the other alien races still noticed the anomaly, and ultimately only about 2,000 of them arrived here. Nearly 40% lost. Kang Jai tapped the back of her hand, feeling a pang of heartache. After all, these dragon demons are now his subordinates. Take a deep breath and look at Xu Zhenchen. Dao, tell the demon dragon that their chance for revenge has come. A yin and number 1 will lead the mechanical puppet army to cooperate with your operation. This time, you must take down these alien races as soon as possible, and not give them a chance to join forces. Xu Zhenchen was taken aback, unsure of Dao's question. Aren't you going to participate in person? Kang Jai shook her head. No, I still need to see if I can find a way to save Supreme Grand Elder's daughter. Actually, this was just an excuse for Kang Jai. The real reason is that he wanted to take this opportunity to absorb all the heritage of Cultivation City and Skeleton City. A yin number 1 and magic dragon race is enough. Although the magic dragon race is rare, there are 6 strong individuals who have reached the tribulation transcendence level, 1 more than the former undead clan. Including A Yin and number 1, Kang Jai dispatched a total of 8 tribulation transcendence level experts, one of whom was an undergoing tribulation demon dragon leader of the middle stage. In this case, the cultivator human tribe is also strong. With so many tribulation transcendence level experts joining, how could Dao not resolve the crises in the 3 human race cities? Seeing Kang Jai say this, Xu Zhenchen didn't say anything more. After all, treating Supreme Grand Elder's daughter is also very important. After seeing Xu Zhenchen off, Kang Jai became completely immersed in absorbing the essence of cultivator human tribe and undead clan. He read various classic texts and absorbed them quickly. With over 1 million clone members supporting it, almost no cultivation technique can stay in Kang Jai's hands for more than a second. Even if Kang Jai cannot grasp these cultivation techniques instantly, she will still write them down first. Kang Jai is like a human-shaped storage device, rapidly recording all kinds of knowledge. As Kang Jai reads more and more classic texts, countless pieces of knowledge collide in her mind. Kang Jai's current cultivation technique is being continuously improved after absorbing the essence of various cultivation techniques. However, the cultivator human tribe and undead clan's cultivation technique legacy isn't very advanced, even if some are. The cultivation technique is also incomplete. Therefore, although his cultivation technique, the Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, had improved, it had not undergone a qualitative change. Body refining, on the other hand, being prepared for human race. The cultivation technique was deduced by Kang Jai. Kang Jai named it Hun Yuan Battle Body Skill. The difference between it and Hun Yuan Battle Body Skill is that Hun Yuan Battle Body Skill is more suitable for human race. cultivate, and various physique attributes can be cultivated. It also incorporates many of the subtleties from the Great Witch's battle body technique, and has the characteristic of intimidating the enemy's will and becoming stronger the longer the battle goes on. The same time, Hun Yuan battle body skill also has a matching skill, Vajra indestructible body. Human race does not have the witch clan bloodline, therefore they cannot grow larger and release energy like the witch clan. However, Kang Jai also created a similar skill for human race, which releases the energy compressed within the body, and then forms a powerful protective shield based on the physical body, similar to defensive skills like the Golden Bell and Iron Shirt. The advantage of this skill is that it does not require special tempering of the physical body. One only needs to continuously compress and store energy within the physical body. When in use, it forms a compressed, close-fitting defensive shield based on the physical body, without affecting one's combat ability at all. It is difficult to break through this defensive shield until the excess energy stored in the body is released. Because Kang Jai utilizes the principles of formation, it not only possesses powerful defense, but can also enhance its own defense by absorbing energy that is free-floating in the world. With this cultivation technique, Kang Jai can build a powerful body-refining army based on Three Kingdoms world. Besides human race body refining, in addition to the cultivation technique, Kang Jai also absorbed the special movement techniques given by Huang Xuan. The movement technique given by Huang Xuan is very special. It is a cultivation technique based on wings. The stronger the wings, the more agile the movements. Kang Jai suspects that Huang Xuan obtained this from the pair of wings, the magic treasure. However, Kang Jai did not possess the magic treasure wings, so this movement technique could not unleash its true power on him. Even so, Kang Jai still created a movement technique that can be used now. Dragon Step. Based on this cultivation technique and many other movement techniques of fusion, Dragon Steps incorporates the borrowing power characteristic of Huang Xuan's special movement technique, allowing for the effective use of all the body's strength. With this movement technique, Kang Ji's speed has reached a new level. With the added benefit of divine sense, Kang Ji's speed is not weaker than Huang Xuan's. Besides cultivation techniques and movement skills, Kang Ji's last gain was the art of summoning spirits. This is based on Kang Ji's extensive reading of Undead Tribe, Legacy, and Cultivator Human Tribe following formation. A method of summoning spirits was deduced. This method can be used to summon back the soul of a person who has lost their soul. Of course, all of this comes with prerequisites. That means the other person's lost soul did not suffer any mishap and is still in this world. Otherwise, if it is captured or destroyed, there is no way to summon it back. Furthermore, the best way to increase the success rate is to summon it from the place where its soul was lost. After deducing this cultivation technique, Kang Ji immediately contacted Supreme Grand Elder. Kang, Daoist Kang, is this true? Have you really found a way to wake my daughter? Elder Xia, don't get excited. I haven't tried this method either, so I don't know how successful it is. Furthermore, if your daughter's lost soul is no longer in this world, then it cannot be summoned back. Supreme Grand Elder nodded repeatedly. I understand. If that's the case, then it's my daughter's fate. Seeing that Supreme Grand Elder understood the risks involved, Kang Jai simply took him and his daughter to the place where he had been seriously injured. Daoist Kang, this is the place. The two men brought their daughter to an underground cave and pointed to a riverbank, saying, Dao, huh? You found her here? Could it be that your daughter was swept here by the underground river? Supreme Grand Elder nodded. Yes, otherwise my daughter would not have survived. I doubt even they expected that my daughter would be swept here via the underground river. Kang Jai frowned slightly. So, the real injury to Supreme Grand Elder's daughter wasn't here. It's not easy to deduce the exact location of the fall from this underground river. Do you know who severely injured your daughter back then? Kang Jai asked again. Supreme Grand Elder sighed. Don't laugh at me, young friend, but I still don't know who injured my daughter. Otherwise, I would have avenged her long ago. Seeing the helpless Supreme Grand Elder, Kang Jai frowned even more deeply. The whole thing was strange, but Kang Jai didn't ask any more questions. Wasn't really his business, and he didn't want to meddle. In that case, let's try summoning the spirit first. Without further ado, Kang Jai began making arrangements. As the soul summoning ceremony proceeded, both of them watched intently. Kang Jai even released Soul Clone to observe the surrounding situation. As time went on, a surge of soul power appeared in the vicinity. Kang Jai's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the water's surface. Upon noticing Kang Jai's change, Supreme Grand Elder anxiously asked Dao, "Is it?" Before Supreme Grand Elder could finish speaking, Kang Jai gestured for him to be quiet. A phantom image slowly rose from the underground river. It was none other than Xia Yu. No. This is only one soul, what about the other one? Kang Jai stared intently at the emerging soul, but failed to notice Xia Yu's other missing soul, the Earth Soul. Logically speaking, since Xia Yu lost one of her souls and one of her spirits, they should be together. But now only the spirit has appeared, not the soul, which is quite strange. With a thought, Kang Jai took out the karma worm and channeled the karma power within it into his eyes. Soon, things changed again before Kang Jai's eyes. This karma line. Kang Jai suddenly looked up at Void Realm. Central Forbidden City again. What's going on? How come Supreme Grand Elder's daughter's spirit is also in Central Forbidden City? Kang Jai never expected that not only Huang Xuan's fox spirit was in the Central Forbidden City, but now Xia Yu's Earth spirit was also in the Central Forbidden City. Is it the Central Forbidden City that attracted these spirits, or is there another reason? Kang Jai's thoughts raced, but he knew too little about Dao and couldn't deduce the reason. But he understood that to truly awaken Xia Yu, he had to bring her into the Central Forbidden City. Daoist Kang. Supreme Grand Elder softly called out Kang Jai's name. Kang Jai snapped out of her daze and looked at Supreme Grand Elder with a somewhat complicated expression. Before Kang Jai could speak, Supreme Grand Elder excitedly exclaimed, "Daoist Kang, my son's life force seems to have intensified. Has it been successful? She'll wake up soon?" Looking at Supreme Grand Elder, whose face was filled with tension and anticipation, Kang Jai opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head. "Elder Xia, it's a pity we only succeeded halfway." "Halfway there?" Seeing Kang Jai shake his head, Supreme Grand Elder, who was on the verge of despair, was also taken aback when he heard this. Kang Jai nodded. "Your daughter's soul fragment has been summoned back and has already been physical body fusion. This is why you can sense a change in her vitality. But the remaining soul is not here, so..." Supreme Grand Elder opened his mouth, missing a soul. "Then, where is that soul? Is it because it's too far away that we can't summon it? Daoist Kang, perhaps we should wait a little longer." Kang Jai sighed helplessly. "Elder Xia, I've already used my secret technique to investigate. Your daughter's earth spirit isn't nearby, but rather..." Seeing Kang Jai hesitate, Supreme Grand Elder asked urgently, "But where is it?" "In Central Forbidden City." Central Forbidden City? Supreme Grand Elder was stunned. He never imagined that his daughter's spirit would be in Central Forbidden City. How did this happen in Central Forbidden City? Supreme Grand Elder's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and his eyes flickered uncertainly. Is there a problem with Central Forbidden City? Kang Jai asked, Dao tentatively. Supreme Grand Elder with a start looked at Kang Jai with a curious expression and opened his mouth. Central Forbidden City. Supreme Grand Elder shook his head. It cannot be said, nor should it be said. Unspeakable. And even if it can't be said? Kang Ji asked in surprise. Supreme Elder nodded. It's not that I'm stingy and don't want to tell you about it, but everyone who has been inside is placed under restriction and cannot say anything about what's inside. Kang Jai suddenly realized why he hadn't found any relevant information in Cultivation City or Skeleton City. Even when Central Forbidden City is mentioned, it is vague and quite strange. It turns out that everyone who entered was placed under a restriction. This also shows the power of Central Forbidden City. Even relation transcendence level experts are powerless against it and can be restricted at will. The two reluctantly returned to Cultivation City, where Xu Zhenchen brought good news to Kang Jai. With their help, the magic human race had overcome the crisis and was now pursuing the elf clan that had seized them. Kang was overjoyed. Does this mean I can go to the magic human race and look at their collection of books and classics? Xu Zhenchen nodded. Sure, magic human race has even recorded some backed up knowledge into the memory crystal, so you can take it with you when the time comes. Hearing this, Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. Magic human race is cooperating so much? Xu Zhenchen shrugged. I was also wondering why we were so proactive. Even though we helped them out of their predicament and paraded with them in attacking Elf Clan. Later, after making inquiries, I learned that Dao. It turned out that one of your fallen girls had instructed the magic human race to do all of this. The girl from the sky told magic human race to do this? Kang Jie asked with a strange expression. Xu Zhenchen nodded, as if he had thought of something, and a look of shock appeared on his face. You don't know this, but that girl's name is Jiang Yaxu. She's now the saintess of the magic human race, and the entire magic human race listens to her. Jiang Yaxu? Saintess? Kang Jai was stunned. He certainly knew Jiang Yaxu, but he never expected that Jiang Yaxu would be in magic human race, and even become a saintess. Xu Zhenchen, oblivious to Kang Ji's unusual behavior, continued talking to himself. I heard that Jiang Yaxu was lucky enough to win the magic human race. Divine artifact, recognition of the Holy Spirit Tower. Furthermore, it gained the recognition of the divine heart, which had been the subject of countless magic human races for many years, and had failed to convince anyone at the top of the Holy Spirit. It was precisely because this woman not only fused with the heart of the god of magic, but also gained the approval of the Holy Spirit Tower, that she became the saintess of the magic human race. It was precisely because of her overruling everyone's objections that magic human race so decisively agreed to your request, without any sign of being perfunctory. Kang Jai opened her mouth, recalling the girl from high school. She really did resemble her. She's aloof, decisive, and a little violent. Daoist Kang, when are you planning to go to magic human race? Now. An hour later, Kang Jai and Xu Zhenchen arrived at the magic human race city, the magic city. Long time no see. The girl looked at Kang Jai with a smile. Looking at the quiet and gentle girl in front of her, Kang Jai smiled and said, long time no see. Xu Zhenchen was shocked. So you two know each other? Kang Jai didn't answer. The girl opposite pointed to the old man beside her and said, the books, secret techniques, and other things you requested have been prepared. Grand Elder will take you there later. I still need to organize people to continue capturing Elf Clan. Arrest Elf Clan? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xu nodded. Actually, Elf Clan was forced into this situation. They didn't actually attack the magic human race. They just surrounded them without attacking. But regardless, since they've chosen to oppose us, they must be prepared for the consequences of defeat. However, since they haven't caused us any real harm, I will capture them and make them slaves for the magic human race. Kang Jai neither confirmed nor denied it. But Elf Clan and magic human race are indeed a very good match. If the magic human race could contract Elf Clan as slaves, it would greatly enhance their strength. This is probably the real reason why Jiangsu spared Elf Clan's life. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then went about their own business, looking as if they were strangers. Even so, those watching the live stream were still extremely surprised. Kang Ji actually knows Miss Jiang family. This is something that most people didn't expect. After all, Jiang Xu, as the top professional in the Jiang family, has always been in Xianyang. Kang Jai is just a down-on-his-luck family member from Guangling City. How could the two of them have any connection? Those who knew the inside story of Dao were extremely nervous at this moment. Jiang family. Do you think there's anything unusual about Xu and this Kang Jai? The group exchanged glances and someone frowned, saying they seem like ordinary friends, nothing special. Simple relented, but others hesitated. It's hard to say now. Xu has secured so many advantages for that kid, maybe. At this moment someone said, "Have you overlooked something? The one currently ranked first is this Kang Jai. If Kang Ji ultimately becomes the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Some people insisted on Dao. Even so, I still think he is not good enough for our Xu. He was, after all, just the grandson of the Feng family, and the Kang family he belonged to was too weak too. Weak. Moreover, don't forget his talent, it's a white talent. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. The Ji family, the Feng family, the Zhu family, and several others were also discussing the matter. After parting ways with Jiang Xu, Kang Jai did not show any emotional change. In fact, neither he nor Jiexu are the type of people who are easily swayed by emotions. Furthermore, both of them have very strong goals. Even if there is any romantic relationship between them, they will not be like ordinary men and women, but rather like comrades in arms. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, Kang Ji immediately immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. Although the magic system Kang Jai does not intend to cultivate. However, we can learn from others' experiences. The magic system has a very detailed understanding of elements, which is something that other systems lack. At the same time, the various formations in the magic system have many merits, especially in their unique use of the power of the elements and earth. Kang Jai was immersed in his insights, and 3 days passed in this state. The Mech Human clan has resolved the crisis. Are you planning to go there now, or? Jiang Xu found Kang Jai still in the magic building and said, "Dao." It was resolved so quickly? The Mech Human clan wasn't very interested in taking down the creatures, mainly because they were difficult to deal with once they hid in the water, so the Mech Human clan gave up the pursuit. Kang Jai was slightly disappointed. So, I can only get some ordinary legacy and books, but not the core secret manual or anything like that? That's not entirely true, Jiang Xu said with a smile. What do you mean? They want to trade core texts and legacy for some Central City spots. Exchange for a spot? How many? 6! 6? Kang Jai squinted. The Mech Human clan really has a clever plan. Kang Jai sneered. They cooperated with us to wipe out the aquatic creatures, so they could only get 6 spots. Now, without sending a single soldier, they expect to secure 6 spots. Do they think that's possible? Jiang Ixu also shook her head with a smile. This is probably a bad idea that Feng Buhui gave them. I have already rejected it for you. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, not blaming Jiang Xu for standing up for him. Based on his understanding of Jiang Xu, there should be more to this story. As expected, Jiang Xu smiled with narrowed eyes. I also gave them another option, 3 spots, in exchange for their core legacy and classic texts. 3 spots? Kang Jai nodded slightly. Price was still fair. In fact, the so-called Mech Human Clan core legacy is nothing special when it comes to the outside world. However, Kang Ji's foundation was too weak, which is why he wanted to strengthen his foundation by learning from the Mech Human Clan. Did they agree? Kang Jai asked Dao. I agree, Jiang Ixu smiled. Kang Jai nodded. Then deduct it from my quota. By helping the magic human race resolve the elf clan, Kang Jai and the cultivator human tribe will also receive 6 spots, with Kang Jai receiving 4. Jiang Ixu nodded, then added, by the way, I'd like to secure a spot with the aquatic tribe. What do you think? You secured a spot with the aquatic species? Kang Jai put down the book in her hand, somewhat surprised. Aren't you afraid of losses? The aquatic creatures are hiding in the water, which isn't very advantageous for our operations. Jiang Xu nodded. I know that, but I only need their spots, not that I really want to fight them to the death. Moreover, we can secure their spots without sacrificing a single soldier, so why not? You can secure a spot without firing a single shot? Now that we have the aquatic creatures into the water, if they want to come ashore, they will have to face our endless army. Given their current situation, they can't even get close to Central Forbidden City, let alone enter it to look for opportunities. If that's the case, what use are those spots to them? After a pause, Jiang Xu's voice suddenly turned cold, revealing a sneer. Moreover, these alien races are now struggling to survive on their own. It's already more than enough that we haven't killed them all. If they refuse to hand over the spots, then they'll just have to die. Faced with the choice between extinction and the availability of a quota, I think they will make a good choice. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. You want to use this to threaten them and force them to hand over their spots. Jiang Ixu nodded. Of course, this also requires your cooperation with the cultivator human tribe. Without your army, the aquatic creatures probably won't compromise easily. Kang Jai laughed. Following Jiang Ixu's approach, they might actually be able to secure the 12 spots for the water tribe without firing a single shot. If Mech Human Clan and Feng Buhui knew about this, I wonder what they would think. Then let's do as you say. Just as Jiang Ixu was putting his plan into action, Kang Jai arrived at the Mech Human Clan to collect his payment. Kang Jai, let's fight. Kang Ji's lips twitched as she looked at Feng Buhui, who was blocking her way. No time. Kang Jai rolled her eyes and replied directly to Dao. Feng Buhui was speechless, never expecting Kang Jai to respond like that. Feng Buhui was about to say something when Kang Ji interrupted Dao. There will be plenty of opportunities once you enter Central Forbidden City. Don't waste my time now. He then walked directly past Feng Buhui and into the science and technology reading room behind him. Seeing Kang Jai walk away without turning back, Feng Buhui was completely bewildered and wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat Kang Jai up. Having finally refined the sword tomb and greatly increased his strength, he was eager to get revenge on Kang Jai. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai treated him this way, which angered him. Central Forbidden City it is. I'll make you pay back everything you extorted from me. Feng Buhui left indignantly, to which Kang Jai shrugged and smiled. 3 days later, Kang Jai had absorbed all and knowledge of the mech-human clan, and his understanding of technology and mechanical puppet had deepened. As I stepped out of the mech-human clan technology reading room, I saw Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui waiting outside. Feng Buhui had a gloating look on his face, which made Kang Jai narrow her eyes slightly. Kang Jai, someone's provoking you. Seeing Feng Buhui's gloating expression, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Xu beside her. What happened? Jiang Xu's expression was calm, but Kang Jai, who knew her well, knew that Jiang Xu was in a very bad mood at this moment. Gene Human Race has reneged on its contract. Gene Human Race broke the contract? Broken what contract? Kang Jai was a little confused. Of course, it's because they're no longer willing to give you the promised reward. Feng Buhui smiled happily, as if this was some great thing. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. Breach of contract? We've already helped out of this predicament? How did the Winged Human Clan handle it? The Winged Human Clan has been incorporated into the Gene Human Race. They've taken them in? Yes, ever since we wiped out other alien races, the Winged Human Clan has been in a state of panic. It wasn't until we pressed our troops against the Gene Human Race city that the Winged Clan silently chose to surrender to the Gene Human Race. Or to be more precise, the Winged Human Clan surrendered to Jie Tianxia, who had an army of angels, and the natural bloodline suppressed the Winged Human Clan. Only after other alien races joined forces did the Winged Human Clan dare to fight these angels. Now that they had no chance of winning, they simply surrendered to Jie Tianxia. Meanwhile, those otherworldly creatures were all wiped out by our multi-pronged army. This is precisely why Jiangxia and Gene Human Race believe it's all their own achievement and has nothing to do with us. They refuse to share any spots with us or pay the promised compensation. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. How many of them are tribulation transcendence level experts? Jiang Xu's eyes lit up. You're going to cause them trouble? But then, as if realizing something, his brow furrowed slightly. Jie Tianxia is no simple man. You're going to confront him head-on. Seeing Jiang hesitate to speak, Feng Bui objected. What are you afraid of? That guy always has a deadpan expression. What's wrong with confronting him head-on? Looking at Feng Buhui, who was both gloating and eager to try, Kang Jai narrowed her eyes. You're going to help me? Feng Buhui shook his head repeatedly. This is your business. What does it have to do with me? Kang Jai stared at Feng Buhui, knowing that Dao was trying to take the opportunity to peek at his trump card. Jiang Xu, standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. Feng Buhui, if you're not going to help, then shut up. Looking at Jiang Xu of Life Key, Feng Buhui, her arrogance returning, and snorted coldly. I'm just reminding you, this is a live broadcast. If you're going to chicken out like this. Looking at the mocking Feng Buhui, Kang Jai really wanted to punch him. However, Feng Buhui is right. This is a live broadcast, and it wouldn't be good to back down like this. Moreover, Kang Jai never intended to let it go so easily after daring to break her own contract. If someone dares to cheat you out of your own money, then they'll pay you back double. Looking at Jiang Xu again, he said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just tell me how many tribulation transcendence level experts Gene Human Race and Jie Tianxia have right now. Seeing Kang Jai's resolute expression, Jiang Xu sighed and said, There aren't many tribulation transcendence level experts in the human race, only 5. One of them, a fire-type ability user, has reached the undergoing tribulation. The middle stage, the rest are undergoing tribulation early stage. As for Jie Tianxia, based on his current demonstrated strength, he is comparable to undergoing tribulation. Early stage. Whether or not there is any hidden cultivation level is unknown, and 2 of his 6 winged angels have achieved undergoing tribulation. In the early stage, among the winged human clan recruited, there were 5 individuals at the tribulation transcendence level, one of whom had reached the undergoing tribulation level. Middle stage. Kang Jai did a quick calculation. So, Ji Tianxia has a total of 13 tribulation transcendence experts on the surface, 2 of whom have reached the undergoing tribulation level. The middle stage, is that how it is? Jiang Xu nodded. But I think that guy is hiding his strength, so you must not underestimate him. Kang Jai nodded and began to assess the strength of his side. You can calculate an undergoing tribulation yourself. Xiao Hong, a middle-stage powerhouse, has also reached the undergoing tribulation level. Middle stage. Besides Xiao Hong, A Yin, the Queen Ant, the Bee Queen, and Ber1 are all undergoing tribulation. Early stage strong players. Then there are the 6 tribulation transcendence level warriors from the magic dragon race, with demon dragon leader Xiao He reaching the undergoing tribulation level. Middle stage. On our side, even excluding the cultivator human tribe, there are still 12 tribulation transcendence level experts. Among them are 3 that have reached the undergoing tribulation middle stage. This rescue trade was facilitated by Xu Zhenchen. Now the Jin human race has backed out. Xu Zhenchen naturally needs to take responsibility. Even without Huang Xuan's intervention, the cultivator human tribes still boasts 5 tribulation transcendence level experts, with the Supreme Grand Elder even reaching the undergoing tribulation level. Middle stage. This brings their side to a total of 17 tribulation transcendence level experts, 4 of whom are comparable to undergoing tribulation. In the middle stage, what can Ji Tianxia use to fight against herself? After comparing the options, Kang Jai did not hesitate to gather his men and head towards Jin human race. Taoist Kang, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect Jin human race to do this. Outside Jin human race city, Xu Zhenchen looked at Kang Jai with a guilty expression. I apologize. Not only did Kang Jai and the cultivator human tribe come this time, but Jiang Xu also brought magic human race to lend their support. As for Feng Buhui, he watched the show from the sidelines with the powerful members of the Mechunlan. City Lord Xu, there's no need for this. Jin human race has gone back on their word, so let them learn their lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai, along with A Yin, number 1, and 6 other experts from Magic Dragon race, took to the air and headed towards Jin human race city. Xu Zhenchen didn't waste any words, following closely behind Supreme Grand Elder Huang Xuan and 3 other tribulation transcendence level experts. Kang Jai didn't expect that Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan would come along so readily. This is not surprising as they need Kang Ji's help and naturally want to befriend him. Although Kang Jai has concealed Xiao Hong, the Ant Queen, and the Bee Queen, they still possess 15 tribulation transcendence level experts, 4 of whom are comparable to undergoing tribulation, middle stage strong. In this situation, the other side has absolutely no chance of winning. Kang Jai, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to commit an anti-human act? You're actually attacking Jin human races, which are also human races. Suddenly, a person opposite shouted Dao in a loud voice that carried far and wide. At this moment, Zhang Yixu said, "This person's name is Zhang Ziming, body integration. Peak's strength lies in his position as the Zhang family's current prodigy, the one with the best chance of elevating the Zhang family to the ranks of top-tier powerful families, and he has a relatively good relationship with Ji Tianxia." Zhang Ziming? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. He doesn't seem to know his fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing on Ji Tianxia's side. Jiang Yixu was both amused and exasperated, shaking his head and saying, "I don't know about that, but be careful of this guy. He's not simple either. He's incredibly skilled at the 36 Heavenly Gang sword formation. He's quite powerful. Although he failed to reach the Tribulation Transcendence level sequence, he should have Tribulation Transcendence level assistance by his side. Furthermore, Ji Tianxia may be hiding her true strength, so we must not let our guard down. Kang Jai nodded, looked up at the incessantly talking Zhang Ziming, and knew that Dao was trying to use righteousness to pressure him. Unfortunately, I'm not buying it. With one step, a Dao appeared in the void realm. Dao ripples, and Kang Jai moved closer to the other side step by step. Standing still in void realm, looking down at Ji Tianxia and the others on the opposite city wall. Zhang Ziming, is it? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll show you your true destiny. Zhang Ziming, who was trying to suppress Kang Jai with righteous indignation, stiffened and met Kang Jai's cold gaze. Zhang Ziming's heart tightened. At that moment, he saw Kang Jai's determination. I also understand that someone like Kang Jai cannot be swayed by a few words. He is even less likely to be bound by so-called Taoist principles. He is a true strong man with his own opinions, and no one can influence him at all. Seeing that the person opposite had finally shut up, Kang Jai looked coldly at the Gene Human Race expert. Gentlemen, are you really going to renege on the payment you promised me? Gene Human Race narrowed their eyes. They didn't know Kang Jai, but seeing how arrogant he was, they were also annoyed. Glancing at Ji Tianxia beside him, and seeing that she didn't react, Gene Human Race sneered. What do you mean by reneging on your payment? We subdued the winged human clan ourselves, and we repelled the otherworldly creatures ourselves. What does that have to do with you? You haven't helped us at all, yet you dare to ask us for payment. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Seeing Kang Jai being humiliated, A Yin and the other strange beasts wanted to take action. However, Kang Jai raised his hand to stop them, but looked at the Gene Human Race experts with even more indifference, saying, "Don't to argue with you about these useless things. Let me ask you one more time, are you truly unwilling to pay the promised compensation?" Gene Human Race sneered, completely ignoring Kang Jai. Kang Jai nodded, "Very good. I have a habit of always getting what I promise. If they won't give it to me, then I'll just have to come and get it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of millions of mechanical puppet soldiers began to charge, while Kang Jai and the others completely locked on to the group of Tribulation Transcendence level experts on the other side. No one expected that Kang Jai would act so suddenly and even deploy an army of mechanical puppets. Was he trying to completely annihilate Gene Human Race? Even Jiangsu and Feng Buhui were surprised that Kang Jai would be so decisive. However, in Kang Jai's view, such a fickle and treacherous person, even if he enters Blue Star in the future, will only become a traitor to Blue Star. Just like some countries on Earth that specialize in genetic law, they are fickle, and even in the face of the global human race catastrophe, they are still fighting amongst themselves and trying to bring down Dragon Kingdom. Kang Jai didn't consider this kind of human race to be any of the same kind. Now that the crime is in his own hands, Kang Jai will naturally not be lenient. However, Kang Jai's actions thoroughly enraged Ji Tianxia on the city wall. I originally wanted to add another chapter, but I wrote it in a rush and deleted it, because I wasn't satisfied with it. I don't have time today, so I'll do it another day. Kang Jai, how dare you do this? Do you really intend to incite infighting among the human race? You will be a sinner against humanity. In response to Ji Tianxia's clamor, Kang Jai snorted coldly, noisy. With a backhand slap, a powerful gust of wind lashed out at Ji Tianxia. You're asking for it. This time, Ji Tianxia was completely enraged by Kang Jai. Kang Ji's behavior is nothing short of a blatant insult. Slap him across the face, even if you don't actually hit. It's still the ultimate humiliation. Jiang Exu and Feng Buhui, who were behind them, also stared wide-eyed at the scene, their faces filled with disbelief. I never expected Kang Jai to be so ruthless, treating Ji Tianxia this way. This feud is now truly set in stone. Those watching the live stream were so shocked they nearly dropped their jaws. This Kang Jai is so brave. This is the top genius of the Ji family. If he is treated like this, the Ji family will probably not let it go so easily. What's the big deal about a fair fight? When Ji Tianxia was pulling these dirty tricks to humiliate Kang Jai with the Jin human race, why didn't he think of this step? Someone sneered disdainfully. Amidst the widespread discussion, Kang Jai and Ji Tianxia clashed directly. After a brief exchange of blows, both sides became serious. Just as Jiang Ixu said, Ji Tianxia had definitely been hiding his true strength. In just that brief probing, the opponent's strength was already incredibly close to the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Kang Jai could sense that there was still a power within Ji Tianxia that had not been released. If released, they probably wouldn't be much worse than themselves. Of course, Kang Jai was not afraid at all, as he had not used his full strength just now either. They didn't even use their power of salvation. Not to mention, he also possesses the true fire of the Danchin, soul skills, the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell, and other techniques. I am confident that if I use all my strength, I can crush my opponent. Similarly, Jiang Xia on the opposite side also had a solemn expression. As soon as they clashed, he's the power of Kang Jai's physical body. Kang Jai's physical body and power completely exceeded his expectations. The brute force that struck him caused him considerable pain. Although he hadn't used his full strength, it still made Kang Jai wary, and he considered him an opponent he needed to take seriously. Of course, Ji Tianxia was confident that if he unleashed his full power, Kang Jai would be no match for him. Of course, he wouldn't easily use his full strength. After all, Ji Tianxia looked at Jiang Exu and Feng Buhui not far away. In his view, those two were his true rivals. As for Kang Jai, he was just a lucky kid with some strength. The two sides exchanged blows, and Xu Zhenchen and his group also clashed with the powerful members of the genetically engineered human race. Kang Jai glanced at the battlefield and was somewhat surprised to see that Dian Lei had actually approached Zhang Ziming. However, Kang Jai didn't care. Although Dian Lei's physical body hadn't reached the tribulation transcending level, through the battles during this period, Dian Lei's power had increased again and was now infinitely close to the tribulation transcending level. Moreover, with Ayan and the others looking at him, Kang Jai wasn't too worried. As the persons in front of me, Kang Jai and Ji Tianxia exchanged another punch, and both of them stepped back. Huh? Kang Jai let out a soft exclamation, sensing the special power within the opponent's fist. The power of salvation. Kang Jai had not expected that Ji Tianxia also possessed the power of salvation. However, after a moment's thought, Kang Jai felt relieved. Ji Tianxia's talent lies in his incense-burning golden body, making him a born divine cultivator. Even if Ji Tianxia cultivate, he could still attract believers, so it's not surprising that he possessed the power to convert them. Looking at Ji Tianxia, whose eyes gleamed with golden light, Kang Ji's lips curled up slightly. Ordinary people really can't sense the power of salvation. If they hadn't cultivated this power themselves, they probably wouldn't be able to detect it. He figured that Ji Tianxia was mocking him right now, and that it wouldn't be long before he was no match for him. After all, Fighting against someone with the power of salvation will only make you lose your fighting spirit and eventually lead to an inexplicable defeat. However, Kang Jai lunged forward and delivered another punch. However, this time, Jai transformed the power within his fist. This power. Ji Tiangxia's pupils contracted as he looked at Kang Ji opposite him in disbelief. He thought that only he possessed the power of salvation, since ordinary people could only cultivate the power of salvation by practicing Buddhism or Taoism, regardless of whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, or the divine path. The best time for cultivation is after breaking through from the Taoist realm to the divine transformation realm. Currently, none of them have broken through to the nascent soul stage in their cultivation, so naturally, they will not come into contact with the power of salvation. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai not only used the same power of salvation as him, but this power of salvation was also extremely domineering. Every punch of Kang Jai contained this domineering power of salvation. As the two sides continued to clash, Ji Tiangxia found himself at a disadvantage. "Ah!" a scream rang out. It was evident that the genetic human race, due to having fewer tribulation transcending level experts than Kang Ji's side, was naturally also weaker. As a result, some people have been seriously injured. In this way, even without Kang Jai and Ji Tiangxia determining a winner, the other side will suffer heavy losses. Seeing this, Ji Tiangxia was furious and stared intently at Kang Jai. "You have already chosen your own death, the path to death? Then come and try." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold laugh full of provocation. Fine. Ji Tiangxia's tone was icy, as cold as his expressionless dead face. "Since you're courting death, then I'll show you that my resources are far beyond." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tiangxia threw out 2 cards. The cards flashed by, and 2 figures appeared. A mid-stage tribulation transcending expert. Kang Ji's pupils contracted as he saw the 2 six-winged angels who had suddenly appeared at the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm. I never expected Ji Tiangxia to have such a hidden trick up his sleeve. Once the 2 six-winged angels join the battle, the opposing side will have 15 transcending tribulation level experts, matching their own strength in number. However, in addition to Ji Tiangxia, the other side also had 4 mid-stage tribulation transcend experts, 1 more than their side. In this way, the situation reversed and the advantage shifted to the other side. Fortunately, with the demon dragon, the supreme elder, and Huang Xuan present, they were able to barely hold on. Just as Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief, Ji Tiangxia sneered as if mocking him. "You think that's all?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ziming, who was fighting Yan Lai, also sneered. "Kang Jai, you underestimate the strength of our aristocratic families." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more tribulation ascending level experts appeared. An armored zombie in the early stages of tribulation. Everyone exclaimed. 17 tribulation transcending level experts, 4 of whom are even mid-tribulation transcending level experts. Kang Jai was also surprised. He had overestimated the strength of the aristocratic families, but he did not expect that their foundations would be so profound. It was through a series of fortunate circumstances that I have the team I have today. Unexpectedly, the other party was able to casually unleash so much of their resources, which is truly not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai looked at Ji Tiangxia, to whose gaze was defiant, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Are you sure you can take me for granted? Are you sure you can take me for granted?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Ji Tiangxia sneered. "The advantage is in my hands now. Do you think you still have a chance to win? Unless..." Ji Tianxia glanced at Jiang Ixu and Feng Buhui, who were watching the battle from a distance. If those two joined the fray, he really wouldn't be able to withstand them. Looking at Kang Jai, Ji Tianxia sneered. Are you perhaps trying to ask a woman for help? Looking at Ji Tianxia, whose eyes held a hint of worry, Kang Jai curled his lips and said nonchalantly, Why not? Ji Tianxia froze as he threw a punch, his pupils contracting rapidly, clearly shocked by Kang Ji's answer. However, Kang Jai then changed the subject, but if it's just about dealing with you, I alone am enough. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 more transcending tribulation level experts appeared in the arena. Little Red, the Ant Queen, and the Bee Queen. As soon as Xiao Hong's mid-stage tribulation transcend aura appeared, Jiangxia's pupils contracted again. Impossible. This is impossible. How could you have so many transcending tribulation level pets? Jiangxia was genuinely shocked, and his emotions were somewhat out of control. For the first time, his usually expressionless face showed a look of shock. As the young master of the Ji family, he only has 4 subordinates at the tribulation transcending level, as well as 5 newly subdued tribulation transcending level winged human clan experts. And who is Kang Jai? A member of a fallen family, he was no different from an ordinary person. How could such an ordinary student have so many subordinates at the tribulation transcending level? Little Red, Queen Ant, Queen Bee, number 1. And these are the 5 tribulation transcending level experts. Not to mention, Kang Jai also subdued 6 tribulation transcending level demonic dragons, which are even more powerful than his winged human race. In this way, Kang Ji's overall strength was actually stronger than his. How could this not shock him? Even Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui, who were watching the battle, were shocked. Feng Buhui muttered to himself, This guy has gotten stronger again. Just how many more trump cards does he have up his sleeve? Feng Buhui was the only one who knew that Kang Jai possessed the myriad tribulation's heavenly thunder bell. Although he didn't know exactly how powerful the myriad tribulation's heavenly thunder bell was. But Sword Tomb within him told him that the myriad tribulation's heavenly thunder bell was very powerful. So powerful that even the Sword Tomb was wary of it. This was also what shocked Feng Buhui the most. Kang Jai has already displayed so much power without even using the myriad tribulation's heavenly thunder bell, which makes Feng Buhui wary. He pondered whether he had any chance of winning against the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Suzu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her gaze toward Kang Jai grew even brighter. You really didn't disappoint me, Jiang Ixu murmured to herself. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with discussion because of Kang Ji's strength. They watched Kang Jai grow up. He is also the one who understands Kang Jai the most. But they never expected that Kang Ji would have such great strength without them even realizing it. Everyone had mixed feelings as they watched Kang Jai crush Ji Tianxia once again. This is the young master of the Ji family, one of the 3 great families. It's unbelievable that they were crushed by the heavenly tribulation. As Kang Jai continued to self-destruct his power, Ji Tianxia also became somewhat, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve, but that's all. Ji Tianxia's aura began to surge, and golden light merged into his body. He looked at Kang Jai with indifferent eyes. Having many pets is not as important as one's own strength. Sensing Ji Tianxia's ever-ascending momentum, Kang Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the power of faith? The incense-burning golden statues is indeed powerful. With the power of faith entering his body, Ji Tianxia's strength quickly broke through to the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Thump! Ji Tiangxia's fists collided, and a layer of golden light appeared around his body. Very good. Kang Jai, you are the first guy to make me use my talent. I'll show you the difference between a colored energy level talent and a white energy level talent. Even if you have many trump cards, there's still no match for absolute strength. As he threw the punch, Ji Tiangxia's aura surged once more, approaching the late stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Sensing Ji Tiangxia's oppressive aura, Kang Ji's lips curled slightly. Well done, the same punch, but this time Kang Jai used his full strength. Their fists collided, and both of them retreated again. Impossible. Ji Tiangxia was shocked once again. He had clearly used the power of faith. So how could he have fought Kang Jai to a draw? I'll see just how many tricks you have up your sleeve. Ji Tiangxia was enraged, and flames erupted from his body. These were divine flames ignited by the power of faith, enough to incinerate opponents of the same level. Seeing the flames burning towards him, Kang Jai raised his right hand slightly, and the true fire in his dantian surged out of his body, crashing into the divine fire of faith opposite him. Overestimating yourself. This is a divine fire ignited by the power of faith. Do you really think any flame can withstand it? Ji Tiangxia was brimming with confidence, while Feng Buhui, watching from afar, shook his head repeatedly. Ji Tiangxia's divine fire already possesses divinity, far surpassing ordinary flames. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kang Ji's true fire in his dantian directly shattered Ji Tiangxia's divine fire of faith and blasted towards Ji Tiangxia. That's impossible! This was the reaction of everyone who witnessed this scene. This was a divine fire ignited by the power of faith, possessing divinity. How could it possibly be compared to ordinary mortal fire? Countless people stared intently at the flames of Kang Jai, for only flames of the same level could rival divine fire. Could it be the flames of the azure calamity are not ordinary fire after all? The crowd's expressions varied, but Ji Tiangxia, after a moment of distraction, quickly recovered and unleashed even more divine fire to fight back. What kind of flame is that? While resisting the erosion of the azure calamity flames, Ji Tiangxia asked in a deep voice. However, Kang Jai ignored him completely and continued to control the flames to burn towards Ji Tiangxia. You think I can't do anything to you? Ji Tiangxia clasped his hands together, and a huge golden statue suddenly appeared behind him. The golden body was exactly the same as Ji Tiangxia's. After it appeared, its eyes were closed and its hands were clasped together. The next second, bursts of Taoist chants spread out and attacked Kang Jai. Not good. This is a chant of faith. It's a type of soul attack, an impact formed by the mixed thoughts within the power of faith. If not handled carefully, the opponent will fall into mental confusion and ultimately perish, body and soul. Jiang Su exclaimed in surprise, immediately becoming extremely nervous. She wanted to take action, but she was also worried about disturbing Kang Ji's Dao heart. A mental and spiritual attack? I am least afraid of mental and spiritual attacks. Not to mention that he himself possesses very strong soul power, and also has the skill of soul sound vibration. The 9th grade soul lotus he possessed alone was not something that this so-called faith chant could break. Ignoring the chanting of the faith opposite him, Kang Jai looked at Ji Tiangxia with interest. Didn't you eat? Is that all the strength you have? Kang Ji's merciless mockery made Ji Tiangxia pause, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. You can't even get rid of the attack from your own faith-based Sanskrit chants? How is this possible? Ji Tiangxia was not one to give up easily, and immediately intensified the attack of the faith Sanskrit chants. However, no matter how hard Ji Tianxia tried, the Sanskrit chants of faith could not do anything to Kang Jai. Could it be that Dao has soul defense magic treasure? Jiangxia immediately thought of this and frowned. If Kang Jai truly possesses the extremely rare soul defense magic treasure, then no matter how hard he tries, he cannot affect Kang Ji's mind. Just as Ji Tianxia was about to back down, Kang Ji's voice rang out again. Since you couldn't use your chance, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao, the soul fluctuations surged towards Ji Tianxia. Invisible ripples spread out from Ji Tianxia's golden body behind her, even causing Ji Tianxia's incense golden body to dim considerably. Impossible. You can actually use soul attacks too. Soul attack is an extremely rare skill. How could an ordinary person like Kang Jai possibly possess it? Difficulty is your talent. No, you only have the talent of soul clone. How could you know soul attack? Ji Tianxia's eyes flickered, her heart pounding. She had suffered countless losses at Kang Ji's hands today. This was something he had never experienced since birth. Seeing Ji Tianxia spouting nonsense, Kang Jai snorted coldly and continuously unleashed the soul sound vibration skill, trying to shatter the opponent's incense golden body. As long as incense golden body remains, one's soul attacks cannot truly hit the opponent. As expected of a color-level talent, as expected of a descendant of the three great families, their foundation is truly remarkable. Although Ji Tianxia couldn't do anything to him, Kang Jai also realized that it wouldn't be easy for him to take down Ji Tianxia either. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, another scream rang out. This time, the scream only lasted halfway before abruptly stopping. Kang Ji Divine Sense scanned the battlefield and immediately spotted a Tribulation Transcendence level. The winged human clan was swallowed by a demonic dragon. This is the Tribulation Transcendence level statue that was previously severely injured. Winged human clan. Hey, it seems things aren't going well for you. Kang Jai chuckled as he stared at Ji Tianxia. Ji Tianxia remained silent, but her eyes grew increasingly cold. If you don't have any other trump cards, you're gonna lose this war, Kang Jai said calmly while staring intently at Ji Tianxia. He wasn't sure if Ji Tianxia had any other trump cards up her sleeve. The energy around Ji Tianxia fluctuated constantly, clearly indicating that his inner world was not as calm as it appeared. In fact, he was also very conflicted at that moment. He did indeed have a trump card up his sleeve. He had previously obtained a fragmented divine kingdom. A dying god, oblivious to his own mortality, attempted to possession, but unfortunately, not only did he fail to succeed, he was also swallowed by the god. It was precisely because he devoured the other that he was able to obtain the other's incomplete divine kingdom and elevate his six-winged angel to a minor realm. It was precisely because he obtained the kingdom of God that he was able, the divine fire with the power of faith. Unexpectedly, despite having so many trump cards, he still couldn't defeat Kang Jai. The only thing that hasn't been used yet is that divine kingdom. But that divine kingdom was meant to deal with Jiangsu and Feng Buhui. Only those with the same color-level talent are worthy of being his true opponents. Now, if he doesn't use his trump card, the divine kingdom, he won't be able to defeat Kang Jai. Ji Tianxia was in a dilemma. If she used her trump card, she would lose the initiative upcoming battle for Central Forbidden City. Looking up at Kang Jai, he saw Kang Jai looking at him with a very mocking expression, provocative as could be. Ultimately, Ji Tianxia concealed his true intentions. Let's call a ceasefire. Gene human race will give you everything you want. In the end, Ji Tianxia chose to compromise. After all, the opportunity of Central Forbidden City is clearly very important. Based on various pieces of information, it can be inferred that Central Forbidden City was likely an opportunity deliberately set up for them by the Tower of Babel. Moreover, this opportunity may very well surprise everyone. That's why Jiangxia didn't want to reveal her final trump card so soon. Jiangxia is extremely frustrated that too many of her cards have been revealed today. If only I had known Dao, given how difficult Kang Ji is, he wouldn't encourage Jin human race to fight against Kang Jai and renege on their payment. Unfortunately, it's too late to say all this now. However, faced with Ji Tiangxia's compromise, Kang Jai sneered, "Ceasefire? You think you can just call it a ceasefire? What do you want?" Ji Tiangxia was somewhat annoyed. "How about it?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "Besides the reward you promised me before, I want a complete set of all the equipment from Jin human race, including the latest and most sophisticated ones." "Impossible. Some of these devices are a one-of-a-kind across the entire Jin human race." "Why would they give them to you?" Ji Tiangxia refused without even thinking. It's worth noting that many of the devices used by Dao and Jin human race are not even present in Blue Star human race. Its unique structure even made Ji Tiangxia envious and want to possess it. So how could it be allowed to fall into Kang Ji's hands? However, Kang Jai was not at all upset by Ji Tiangxia's rejection. Laughing, "Dao, since you're unwilling, then we'll beat you until you are." Seeing that Kang Jai was about to make a move, Ji Tiangxia immediately became anxious. If they continue fighting, they will undoubtedly lose unless he uses his divine kingdom. At that time, wouldn't all the tribulation transcendence level experts that I had painstakingly recruited be slaughtered by Kang Jai? If that's the case, wouldn't I be completely helpless once I enter the Central Forbidden City? If that happens, how can I compete with Jiang Exu and the others? Thinking of this, Ji Tiangxia suppressed her anger and bargained. "Apart from a single set of equipment, as long as there is a second set, I can give you one. Is that all right?" However, Kang Jai still shook head. "If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. And my price is non-negotiable. Either give me what I'm owed, or I'll take it myself." Kang Ji's domineering attitude infuriated Ji Tiangxia. No matter how annoyed she was, Ji Tiangxia had no choice but to suppress her anger. Just as Ji Tiangxia was about to something, another scream rang out. This time, Jin human race is undergoing tribulation. The early stage expert was injured by a yin and fell downwards. Boom! But that wasn't the end of it. The Jin human race's defensive array finally showed a flaw on the attack of countless mechanical puppet armies. The defensive array shattered, and a large hole was blasted into the city wall by a laser beam. Countless mechanical puppets headed towards the city of Jin human race. Once the mechanical puppet army storms into the Jin human race's city, the Jin human race will be absolutely unable to resist. After all, the number of Jin human races is far less than the number of mechanical puppet armies. Not to mention, even if the mechanical puppet army suffers heavy losses, it can still be recycled and reused. While the Jin human race also has a large number of clones, their strength is low, and if a powerful clone is cloned, genetic collapse will occur. This also makes the Jin human race incomparable to the mechanical puppet army. In this situation, once the mechanical puppet army storms into the city, the Jin human race will only face defeat. "Stop! All of you stop!" the leader of the Jin human race shouted anxiously. "Stop! We surrender! We're willing to pay!" the leader of Jin human race shouted anxiously. However, Kang Jai snorted coldly, and while fighting Ji Tiangxia, he sneered. "Is paying the reward enough? You renege on my payment and toy with me. Don't you have to pay the price?" Seeing that his people were about to be slaughtered by Kang Jai, the leader of the gene-human race no longer dared to be. We'll go along with it. We'll grant you all your demands. If Kang Jai were to breach the city, the gene-human race would suffer enormous losses and might even face annihilation. They thought that with Ji Tianxia backing them up, Kang Jai would definitely be unable to do anything to them. But who would have thought that Ji Tianxia, who was touted as so powerful, was no match for Kang Jai? This forced them to recognize a reality. Kang Jai was not so easily fooled. Seeing gene-human race compromise, Kang Jai lost the desire to continue fighting. On the other side, Ji Tianxia was extremely distressed, as he already considered gene-human race to be his for the taking. He also had his eye, some of the technologies and equipment used in gene-human race. But now, they want all of this to go to Kang Jai, and he can't argue with that. Otherwise, he would be disregarding gene-human race. At that time, gene-human race will probably also become alienated from him. I will need their help for my upcoming trip to Central Forbidden City. Gritting her teeth, Ji Tianxia retracted the incense golden body her expression grim. At this moment, Zhang Yixu and the others also flew over. Seeing that both sides had stopped fighting, Jiang Yixu also relented. If Kang Jai were to actually massacre gene-human race members, it would inevitably give others grounds for criticism. This situation is the best it can be now. It allows one to get what they want while avoiding criticism, achieving two goals at once. With the mediation of Jiang Yixu and others, the two sides quickly reached a reconciliation. Before entering the biology building of gene-human race, Jiang Yixu called out to Kang Jai. Central Forbidden City could open at any time, and now you're going into seclusion. Have you thought about what to do with those spots? Standing in front of the biological building, the culmination of gene-human race's wisdom, Kang Jai was slightly taken aback. If Jiang Yixu hadn't reminded her, Kang Jai would have almost forgotten that she had received a rather large number of Central Forbidden City spots. First, Undead Tribe and Magic Dragon Tribe each offered themselves 24 spots. He declined the 4 spots that Cultivator Human Tribe had promised him, since he had already received quite a bit from them. In addition, he was allocated 4 slots when dealing with Elf Clan, and he also received 4 slots when threatening the aquatic creatures. In this way, I obtained a total of 32 spots. As for himself, Dian Lai, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, they need 4 spots. The 9-body integration level warriors of Wuren race also need 9 spots. He sold 2 spots to Huang Xuan, and Supreme Grand Elder got 1 spot for his daughter. I now have 16 spots left. With so many spots available, I really don't know what to do with them. Looking at Jiang Yixu, I asked, I still have 16 spots left. What do you think I should do with them? Jiang Yixu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Kang Jai still had so many spots left. After thinking for a moment, she said to Dao, if you trust me, just let me handle these spots. I guarantee I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Kang Jai shrugged, took out 16 key jade tokens and tossed them to Jiang Yixu, saying, then I'll have to trouble you. He turned and walked into the biology building, leaving Jiang Yixu behind him stunned. He glanced at the 16 jade key tokens in his hand, then at Kang Jai, who had already entered the biology building. Jiang Yixu cursed idiot under his breath and decisively turned and left. Upon entering the biology building, a gene-human race member approached Kang Jai. Hello, I am the administrator here. The leader has granted you the highest access privileges. Kang Jai glanced at the slightly hostile administrator and gave him a dismissive look. The administrator completely ignored Kang Jai and after finishing speaking, led Kang Jai directly to a biological computer. Just wear this on your head. The knowledge inside ranged from low to high. According to the rules of our tribe, one cannot receive higher knowledge before learning lower knowledge. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, squinting at the other person. Is this your clan's rule? Being stared at by Kang Jai, the administrator felt a run down his spine, knowing that the person in front of him was a ruthless killer. Suppressing his fear, the administrator forced a hard line. This is a rule that our tribe established when we built this biological center. Even our tribe's leader has no right to change this rule. This is also to prevent any clansman from forcing growth. Seeing Kang Ji's less than pleasant expression, the administrator chuckled dryly. If Your Excellency feels that your intelligence is insufficient, our clan has another solution. That is, our clan's wise men will copy down the knowledge they possess, package it up, and back it up for you. You can learn it slowly in the future. Jai scoffed. Do your wise men possess the complete knowledge contained within this? The administrator chuckled dryly, but still shook his head. Kang Jai smiled slightly and waved her hand, saying, No need for that. I'll just watch from here. You may leave now. Kang Jai dismissed gene human race's little tricks with disdain. It's laughable to try to use this method to prevent yourself from accessing the knowledge legacy here. Seeing Kang Ji's insistence, the administrator curled his lip, inwardly mocking. Does he really think he's a super genius? Even the most intelligent person in my race with the highest brain development would need decades to absorb and learn the knowledge here. The administrator glanced at Kang Jai disdainfully and left, without looking back. At the same time, he was thinking to himself, the leaders are really something. They're such brutes. If they had known Dao would agree to his request, they would have just let him see it. Even if they let him see it, how much could he possibly see? He sneered inwardly and stopped paying attention to Kang Jai. Central Forbidden City was about to open, and this Kang Jai probably hadn't even finished reading elementary school textbooks before he had to come out. Just as the administrator was inwardly mocking him, Kang Jai connected to the biological computer. As expected, Gene Human Race was sensible enough to grant him the highest level of access. However, this also limited him, forcing him to start with only this knowledge. A paltry trick, too bad. You underestimate me. With a thought, millions of clones successfully connected, simultaneously connecting to 3 kingdoms' heavenly Dao. Clone. In an instant, Kang Ji's computing power soared to an incredible level. As brainwaves are received, infinite knowledge is absorbed, understood, and applied to other situations. Gene Human Race's open knowledge base is being explored more and more gradually. In just one day, he had thoroughly read and completely mastered the entire Gene Human Race knowledge base. After absorbing the knowledge base of Gene Human Race, Kang Jai did not leave immediately. The reading room where he was located was a separate space, and Kang Jai simply set up a format here to create isolation again. The reason for doing this is that after Kang Ji absorbed the knowledge of Gene Human Race, he suddenly had an idea Gene Human Race's technology is actually somewhat useless to him. The reason for this is because of Gene Human Race, the cultivate system is far inferior to the orthodox cultivate system on Earth. Gene Human Race can grant people various abilities through gene editing. The abilities that can be acquired are not stable and cannot be perfectly inherited. After reading all the information related to Gene Human Race, Kang Jai discovered that Gene Human Race currently acquires abilities not so much through gene editing, but through gene unlocking to obtain the abilities that were locked in the ancient human bloodline. Yes, in human bloodline, there are all sorts of abilities, which are the abilities the ancient sages acquired through their own cultivation and evolution. These abilities are etched into the genetic level. However, due to various reasons such as the decline of bloodline and the weakening of the energy of heaven and earth, in order to ensure the reproduction of the human race itself, the human body will automatically form genetic lock. This genetic lock will lock away all the abilities that the degenerated human body cannot bear, thus preventing the physical body from collapsing due to the inability to withstand those powerful energies. Gene human races cultivate is more like unlocking these genetic locks. The cultivate of blue star human race is different. Blue star cultivate is more like inscribing new abilities into one's own genes. The difference between the two is that gene human race is relying on its parents, while blue star human race's Dao is like starting a business. One is a freeloader, the other is a first-generation entrepreneur. Jin human race is like digging out the abilities that the old ancestor cultivated, such as blue star human race. This is the difference between the two cultivate systems. In the long run, blue star human race has a higher potential for cultivation, but the early stage will be much slower. Gene human race, on the other hand, only needs to find the right direction and continuously unlock the genetic lock to gain the abilities of its ancestors. Of course, the more impressive one's ancestors were, the greater their achievements would be. Judging from the gene human race, their ancestors didn't seem to be very capable, otherwise they wouldn't have such limited strength. Of course, while unlocking their own genetic locks, gene human race is also experimenting with gene editing to gain new abilities. However, gene editing differs from other cultivate systems. Other cultivate systems gradually integrate power into the whole body, and then gain the approval of heavenly Tao before integrating it into one's own genes. Unlike editable genes, this technology is more like shallow gene editing and has not been approved by heavenly Tao. Therefore, this kind of editing can grant a person a certain ability, but this ability is not stable and is not easy to completely fix it into one's own ability. This ability, which has not been recognized by heavenly Tao, can easily conflict with one's own genes. Once a gene conflict or gene rejection occurs, the body is prone to collapse. This is like asking someone with a water attribute spiritual root to cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique, resulting in a fatal conflict. This is the limitation of gene editing. At the same time, if the physical body cannot bear the power generated by gene editing, it will also collapse and then self-destruct and die. This is why clones cannot acquire powerful abilities through cloning. Because this kind of clone has never been tempered by the elements, its physical body cannot withstand the powerful force, and it will naturally collapse and explode. After learning about the pros and cons of all gene technologies, Kang Jai kept thinking about whether there was a way to turn shallow gene editing into deep gene editing. After much thought, Kang Jai came up with a solution. That is to overcome heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation is a test of the progress of living beings by heavenly Tao. Successful undergoing tribulation is like perfectly integrating one's various abilities into the body. Does this mean that as long as the capabilities gained from shallow gene editing are approved by heavenly Tao through undergoing tribulation, they can be considered deep gene editing? Thinking of this, Kang Jai was eager to try it out. Not only does he possess the magical treasure of the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, which grants him a world of divine punishment, but he also possesses the entire three kingdoms world, the complete. If this method can realize their hypothesis, then this gene technology, which was originally somewhat useless, will have great potential. Thinking of this, Kang Jai suddenly remembered a technology that gene human race had been trying to develop, but had not yet succeeded in. Mother cell technology. This is a concept from gene human race. Involves creating a core mother cell that then divides into an endless number of daughter cells. But all daughter cells are controlled by the mother cell, just as the mother worm can control the daughter worms. It's like a master computer controlling all the slave computers. In this way, genetic evolution can be achieved by simply modifying the genes of the core mother cell, which will simultaneously update the genetic data of all daughter cells. This avoids the dilemma that gene-based products cannot perfectly modify all cell genes when they want to modify genes. Modifying only a small portion of genes can easily lead to conflicts between the local and the overall situation, resulting in a collapse. If this mother-daughter gene technology can be realized, then cellular organisms will be like computers, where only the mother machine needs to be updated to synchronously update all the daughter machines. Another advantage of doing this is that as long as the core mother cell evolves perfectly, all daughter cells can also evolve perfectly. Kang Ji's first thought was whether she could use this technology to create a life-bound treasure for herself, using your own cells as the primary source, and combining genetic technology, create a fusion life-bound treasure that perfectly fits you. If my conjecture proves true, it will be a groundbreaking achievement. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately calmed down and began to deduce the problem again. With the help of infinite computing power, Kang Ji's conjecture was gradually improved. Half an hour later, Kang finally let out a long sigh. Whether it can be achieved or not depends on this. Having found the necessary equipment, Kang Jai directly entered the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell. It's safest to work with these devices here. Through Kang Ji's actions, using her own blood as a foundation, Kang Jai finally created the first core mother cell. This cell not only incorporates the characteristics of Kang Ji's own cells, but it has also been edited by Kang Jai into many of gene human races' relatively complete capabilities. For example, spatial abilities, such as gene human races' spatial magic treasure, are special magic treasures created through biological gene editing. However, this kind of space magic treasure is rather monotonous and not very large. But Kang Ji isn't worried at all. If a single cell doesn't have enough space, it can combine a large number of cells to form a larger space. In addition, the gene human race's ability to deform, harden, accelerate, store energy, and other capabilities that it had a fairly good grasp of were all integrated into the core mother cell by Kang Jai. Looking at the core cells that he was fairly satisfied with, Kang Jai had a sudden thought and remembered something. What if we use this core mother cell as the foundation to cultivate a bunch of daughter cells, and then combine it with the artifact refining method to create an 8 levels of hell demon suppression tower? Kang Jai suddenly had this idea. Originally, Kang Jai planned to use purgatory refined gold to forge an 18-level hell demon suppression tower to suppress the entire magic dragon race during this seclusion. Looking at the core cells in his hand, Kang Jai suddenly had a brilliant idea. Could he combine these cells he had cultivated to create the demon suppression tower? If possible, then the form of the demon suppression tower would not be limited to that of a pagoda. These cells that I created have the ability to deform and can be transformed into any shape. Without hesitation, Kang Jai successfully cultivated a large number of daughter cells. Looking at the mountain of subcells, Kang Jai took out purgatory refined gold, as well as various other materials. Phew! If it succeeds, I will create a new method of artifact refining, the artifact refining method of my destiny. Kang Jai knew very well that if he succeeded, he could use this method to help. others refine life-bound weapons. Moreover, this life-bound weapon can grow and evolve. 1 hour later, looking at the pile of ashes in his hand, Kang Jai rubbed his temples with a dark expression. It failed. Kang Jai frowned slightly, the entire process of refining the life-bound treasure flowing through his mind. The endless computing power began to deduce where the error was. This is it. Although my fusion's gene-human race technology seems perfect, in fact, it has not been truly recognized by heaven and earth. Gene technology is equivalent to the superficial use of law. It involves using special methods to analyze certain laws and imprint them on the superficial layer of the gene, allowing cells to acquire certain special abilities. To truly etch these laws into the depths of our genes, we need not only a profound understanding of laws ourselves, but also the approval of heaven and earth. Kang Jai muttered to himself, and after continuous analysis, he finally understood the true principles of gene technology. Gene technology has taken a shortcut, allowing the process that originally required gradual cultivation, understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, recording the laws of heaven and earth, gaining the recognition of heaven and earth, and obtaining the power of heaven and earth to be achieved in advance. To create life-bound treasure, one must perfectly fuse these imperfect genetic abilities into one's core cells. Only in this way can these cells become a special kind of materials, recognized by heaven and earth, and used for artifact refining. I see. Taking shortcuts comes at a price. Kang Jai understood, but he was not discouraged. Although these genetic abilities had not reached a truly perfect level, after so many years of research by gene-human race, they were actually not far from perfection. What needs to be done now is to use one's powerful deductive abilities to push the problem to its perfect state. Then, using the heavenly tribulation power of the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, it undergoes a final transformation. Without hesitation, Kang Jai immediately took action. Fortunately, his computing power was terrifyingly strong. In just 1 hour, Kang Jai had deduced the originally imperfect genetic ability to the level of perfection that he could achieve. Xiao Lei, it's up to you now. Without hesitation, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell unleashed its boundless heavenly tribulation power, bombarding the core mother cell. Dao Dao lightning tribulation is constantly being refined, and the core mother cell is evolving in a mysterious way. The ability that was originally unable to be fully etched into the deep layers of the genes began to gradually fusion under the bombardment of the power of heavenly tribulation. Another hour passed, and the power of heavenly tribulation could no longer have any effect on the core mother cell, so Kang Jai stopped refining it. Really? Looking at the core cells shimmering with iridescent light. In Kang Jai, under the control of divine sense, they arrived in front of the gene device. However, to Kang Jai's surprise, perhaps because this core cell was too perfect, gene-human race's equipment was unable to replicate it. Damn it, am I supposed to manufacture them one by one? Kang Jai's lips twitched. No, cells naturally have the ability to divide, and the role of gene devices is simply to provide the necessary nutrients and to artificially induce them. What if I use my own divine sense to induce it? With this in mind, Kang Jai operated the device based on understanding of the principles of gene technology. Gradually, with an endless supply of energy, the core mother cell began to divide rapidly. Gradually, more and more special cells were produced and accumulated. Kang Jai only stopped when these cells accumulated to the size of a human body. Phew. The outcome hinges on this moment. Kang Jai retrieved the purgatory refined gold again and began refining the special 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower. This time, however, the previous problems did not recur. When a pagoda-shaped magic treasure appeared before him, Kang Ji immediately smiled. With a thought, the pagoda transformed into liquid and began to climb up Kang Ji's body. In the blink of an eye, Kang Ji's original clothes disappeared, replaced by clothes made of life-bound treasure. This outfit includes the original underwear and outer garment, as well as a cape. Apart from the core mother cell, all the others are daughter cells that have split off from the core mother cell. If Kang Ji wanted to, he'd continue to divide into more daughter cells. But there was no need for that at the moment. The space of the 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower was also moved onto the cloak. The renovated 18 levels of Hell Demon Suppression Tower is larger and more functional than the original, because Kang Ji's life-bound treasure was crafted from her own cells. It perfectly suits her. Not only can it connect with one's own mind, but it can also absorb and store any of one's own energy. Divine sense, soul power, Danshin true fire, spiritual ki, primordial ki, the power of salvation, and various other powers can all be integrated into life-bound treasure, and because of life-bound, treasure fusion has enhanced spatial properties, and can also store various powers that overflow from Kang Ji. With this magic treasure, Kang Ji will no longer worry about exhaustion. Normally, the power generated by one's own cultivation can be transferred into this magic treasure for storage. When one's own strength is exhausted, it can be taken out without any hindrance and introduced into the body, instantly reviving one's strength. Feeling the power of life-bound treasure, Kang Ji took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. With a thought, the cloak behind him transformed into a pair of wings, then in a flash, into a sharp sword, and then in another flash, into a longbow, from which arrows automatically emerged. This is the power of life-bound treasure. It possesses the ability to transform into countless shapes, capable of changing into any form. With this life-bound treasure, it won't matter if there are no other magic treasures in the future. With a thought, this part of life-bound transformed into a cloak once more, appearing on Kang Ji's body. It's time to go out and see the world. With a flash, Kang Ji reappeared in the biology building. Putting away the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, Kang Ji strolled outside leisurely. Everyone in the live stream was stunned when they saw Kang Ji appear. Have you noticed that Kang Ji seems a little different? Different? How is it different? Isn't it the same as before? Wait a minute, look. He's wearing a cloak behind him. Where did that cloak come from? What's it for? Yes, it wasn't there before we entered that mysterious big bell, but we came out with a cape, so it must be something unusual. Just as everyone was discussing this, Kang Ji walked out of the biology building. Huh? Why are you all here? As soon as he stepped out of the biology building, he was surprised to find Jiangsu and the others waiting for him. If you don't come out, we're going to go in and forcibly wake you up, Jiangsu said, pursing her lips. What happened? Kang Ji asked curiously. Central Forbidden City is officially opening tomorrow, which is why I had to call you. Kang Ji suddenly realized and nodded. Then I really came out just in time. At this moment, Jiangsu handed over a spatial ring. Here are some things that were exchanged for the 16 spots, as well as a set of all the equipment that Gene Human Race will compensate you with. Each slot was exchanged for supplies worth approximately 1 billion source coins. Please take account. 1 billion? Kang Ji was stunned by this number. 1 billion per person. 16 slots would amount to 16 billion. This is source coin. It's not the currency of the dragon country. 16 billion source coins, equivalent to 16 trillion dragon country currency. Kang Jai hadn't expected so much money. I thought that getting one spot for 100 million source coins would be amazing. But unexpectedly, after Jiang Exu's intervention, the profit increased tenfold. But thinking about it, it makes sense. They bought the spot from me, since I'm just an insignificant member of a small family. To be able to contribute 100 million source coins is already a great honor for him. In the eyes of those powerful families, 100 million source coins is something they should be extremely grateful for. But Jiang Exu is different. Jiang Exu is from the Jiang family, one of the 3 great families. 100 million source coins seem too meager compared to Jiang Exu's wealth. Even those from the powerful families probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Although this suggests that the group looked down on him somewhat, Kang Jai didn't care. Kang Jai was overjoyed at the prospect of earning 10 times more money. So why would she care about what others thought? Without any pretense, he put away his spatial ring and looked at Jiang Exu. Dao, where's Feng Buhui? King Jai still vividly remembered the Feng family, those suckers. So he was somewhat surprised not to see them this time. Jiang Exu's expression turned grave. He's joined forces with Ji Tiangxia. Joining forces with Ji Tiangxia? Jiang Exu nodded. That's right. None of us have any information about what's going on inside Central Forbidden City, so we naturally need to stick together for warmth. It's unclear what promises Ji Tiangxia made to him, but ultimately he chose to cooperate with Ji Tiangxia. And what about you? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Jiang Exu chuckled and asked Dao in return. What do you think? Kang Jai laughed and patted his chest, saying, Don't worry with me here. It's much more reliable than teaming up with those 2. Jiang Exu remained non-committal, then pointed to Dao beside him. Besides forming an alliance with you, I've also invited someone else, Zhu Wandi, the most outstanding member of the Zhu family this generation, whose strength is comparable to body integration level. Peak is my cousin. The Zhu family? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. The 7th ancestor of the Zhu family was his alchemy mentor, so Kang Jai naturally wouldn't reject the Zhu family. I've met Brother Kang. I've also heard 7th ancestor mention Brother Kang's name. Seeing Zhu Wandi's polite demeanor, Kang Jai felt a bit more favorably disposed towards him. At this moment, Jiang Exu said to Dao, Don't let his refined appearance fool you. This guy is actually quite domineering. He's cultivated the power of an emperor, and he and Ying Shijun of the Ying family are known as the 2 young emperors. The emperors Dao. Kang Jai was also somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the seemingly refined and cultured Emperor Zhu Wandi actually possessed the imperial Dao. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Upon hearing Jiang Exu mention Ying Shijun again, Kang Jai asked curiously, Who is Ying Shijun? Jiang Exu explained Dao. Ying is the most prodigy among the winners this year, and also has a high level of body integration. Peak, also known as Dao, signifies the emperor's cultivation. However, that guy refused to ally with us, and instead joined Feng Buhui and Ji Yangxia in forming an alliance. Tusk. It seems we really shouldn't underestimate the people of this world. Although neither Emperor Yuan nor Emperor Yingxi reached the tribulation transcendence level, their strength at this time was comparable to the body integration level. Peak is already a rare find. Not everyone is like him, possessing the heaven-defying power of the primordial era. Opportunity is not something everyone can achieve like Jiang Exu and his group, who have outstanding talents. The fact that they have achieved such success with non-color talents demonstrates their exceptional innate abilities. Alright, now that you're out of seclusion, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Quickly adjust your state. Things might get a bit turbulent after we enter Central Forbidden City tomorrow. Kang Jai didn't stand on ceremony. After saying goodbye to everyone, he took his people to his residence. The next morning, the group gathered outside the city. Huh? Where are your tribulation transcendence level dragons? Seeing that Kang Jai only brought Diane Lai and the others, as well as 9 body integration Levwuren race members, and not the magic dragon race experts, everyone frowned. Kang Jai was about to reply when he heard someone nearby sneer at Dao. Perhaps someone thinks they're strong enough and don't need any help. Everyone turned to look and saw that the speaker was dressed in a black dragon robe, had a square face, and exuded an air of authority. But as soon as he spoke, his imposing presence vanished by half, making him seem somewhat out of place. He is Ying Shijun, Jiang Su reminded Dao. Kang Jai shook his head slightly. Compared to his old ancestor sect, he is far inferior. Jiang Su nodded in agreement. Many people think so. It's just that his father's generation is higher in the winning family, so, you know. While the two were discussing Ying Shijun, the people opposite them were also talking about Kang Jai. After all, although the magic dragon tribe submits to Kang Jai has not entered into a pet contract with them. In principle, they cannot be brought directly into Central Forbidden City and require an additional quota. But they didn't know that Kang Jai had already tamed all the magic dragon tribes and thrown them into his lifebound treasure. Lifebound treasure fusion incorporates the characteristics of 18 levels of hell demon suppression towers, where beings imprisoned within are automatically branded with a slave mark, becoming their servants, much like Ji Tiangxia's is in Sense Golden Body and Divine Kingdom. So even though it may seem that Dragon didn't sign a pet contract with them, they are actually recognized by Central Forbidden City. Ying Shijun and the others were unaware of this, and thought that Kang Jai was too foolish and arrogant, not even bringing the magic dragon tribe experts, but instead bringing a group of body into Levwuren race. On the other hand, they were also indignant and jealous of being extorted by Kang Jai for the heaven and earth treasure, worth 1 billion source coins, which is why they mocked Kang Jai without thinking. Otherwise, anyone with a modicum of common sense wouldn't think Kang Jai would be so foolish as to cut off his own arm. For example, Ji Tiangxia and Feng Buhui remained completely silent. Kang Jai couldn't be bothered with those who paid a high price to buy their spots. Just as everyone was still talking, a beam of light shot into the sky from the direction of Central Forbidden City. The restriction is open. Ignoring everything else, everyone took out their key jade tokens and activated them. The Central Forbidden City in the distance, shrouded in mist, immediately emitted a suction force. Before anyone could react, they vanished in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already on a vast ocean. Kang Jai and the others hadn't reacted yet, but the top powerful families outside were in an uproar. The top experts and elders of the powerful families were especially shocked and stood up abruptly. Kingi Immortal. It's actually Kingyo Immortal Tomb. How is that possible? How dare the Tower of Babel? How could it do such a thing? Kingyo Immortal Tomb. It's actually called Tomb. How is that possible? How dare the Tower of Babel? How could it do such a thing? Wan Dao's words, whether of anger or shock, came from these clan elders, leaving some unsuspecting family members astonished. Meanwhile, the people who had arrived in Central Forbidden City were also surprised as they looked down at the endless ocean. How did it end up on the surface of the sea? Look, what's that? Following the sound, everyone looked and saw what appeared to be giant monuments standing in the endless ocean. This is the Kingxiu Immortal Tomb. How could it be here? Inside Central Forbidden City, there is actually the Kingxiu Immortal Tomb. Jiang Su muttered to herself. her face full of disbelief. The other family members, upon hearing the words, King Xiu Immortal Tomb, were immediately jolted awake, looking at Jiang Exu with shocked expressions before glancing at the vast sea. No, that can't be. King Xiu Immortal Tomb is a place we can come to? Someone asked incredulously. Before Jiang Xu could speak, Feng Buhui gave a wry smile and said, "This is indeed the King Xiu Immortal Tomb. I have clearly seen it in the family records." Ji Tianxia nodded in agreement. "Those giant monuments you see should be immortal tombstones, and this so-called ocean." Zhang Ziming chimed in, "It's not the real ocean, but the Sea of Allahs." Sea of Allahs? Kang Jai and the others asked in surprise. "That's right, it's Sea of Allahs." Jiang Xu took a deep breath and said in a strange voice, "Legend has it that countless beings of the King Qiyu Fox Fairy clan are buried here. Each tombstone represents fox spirit. Each tombstone represents a fallen fox spirit." The crowd gasped in surprise and looked out at the vast sea of Allahs. In the vast ocean, they could see countless colossal monuments. If what Jiang Xu said is true, then each tombstone here represents a fallen fox spirit. So just how many fox spirits have perished here? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or perhaps everyone gasped in shock. They finally understood why someone had asked if this was a place they could possibly be. With so many fox spirits buried here, how could they, a bunch of insignificant characters who haven't even finished their national higher education entrance examinations, possibly come here? Kang Jai frowned, looking at the vast sea, and couldn't help but look at Jiang Exu and ask Dao, "You said this place is full of immortal tomb, but with our cultivation level, what can we do here? Except legacy?" Jiang Exu shook her head. "I don't know either." After a pause, Jiang Xu continued, "Actually, King Xiu Immortal Tomb is a place that only elders of the immortal realm and above can visit. Especially..." Before Jiang Xu could finish speaking, Ji Tianxia shouted at Dao, "Jiang Xu, are you really going to tell him the secret here? Aren't you afraid of being punished by your old ancestor?" Jiang Xu pursed her lips, a conflicted expression on her face. After all, this is a top secret among these top-tier, powerful families, and it's strictly forbidden for the family to divulge it. Just as Jiang Xu hesitated, a mocking voice suddenly came from the sky. "Secret? What secret? Those guys, we gave them so many chances but they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't let anyone else in, humph." Upon hearing the voice, everyone was startled, because the owner of this voice is none other than the spirit of the Tower of Babel. Everyone thought about it and agreed. This was inside the Tower of Babel, but the Tower of Babel had created a small world. It was normal for the Tower of Babel to pay attention to this place. After being rebuked by Tower of Babel, Ji Tianxia opened her mouth but ultimately didn't dare to retort. Even Ji Tianxia didn't retort. Truly, no one else did either. Kang Jai seized the opportunity to press Dao. "Senior Tongqin Tower. What exactly is this secret they're talking about?" The powerful families glared angrily at Kang Jai, as if he had committed some heinous crime by asking that question. Those old-fashioned, powerful families outside the city often cursed and even smashed things. However, Kang Jai completely ignored their reactions. Kang Jai knew that his own background was no match for these powerful families, so it was good to hear some secrets from the Tower of Babel. Through Tower of Babel's assessment, Kang Jai could also see that Tower of Babel seemed quite dissatisfied with those powerful families. After a century of evolution on Earth, the once ambitious and enterprising powerful families have begun to decay. They are content with the status quo, want to control everything, don't want anyone to share with them. Unfortunately, their rigidity, pedantry, and monopoly have led to the gradual stagnation of society today. If this continues, even without the strange realm clan invading, Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire Blue Star will be dragged down by themselves. Perhaps it was precisely because Tower of Babel recognized this. They reformed the National Higher Education entrance examination without even notifying anyone. Kang Jai was somewhat looking forward to Tower of Babel's answer. The secret that could make the powerful family's children lose their composure like this was definitely no small secret. Sure enough, Tower of Babel sneered, "Nothing much, just a Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit." Among this group of immortal tomb, Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit, Kang Jai and the others gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Not only them, but also those watching the live broadcast were equally shocked and gasped in astonishment. As far as we know, the highest level of cultivation on Earth today is only the Golden Immortal Realm. They haven't even reached Tai Golden Immortal Realm, let alone Grand Unity Golden Immortal. A single Grand Unity Golden Immortal could crush all the cultivators on Earth. No wonder those powerful families guarded this secret so closely, not letting anyone know. Now that this secret has been exposed by the Tower of Babel, many members of the powerful families are looking grim. This means that information that was previously monopolized, blocked by them, is now completely public. It's no longer possible for them to sneakily obtain the legacy inside. Ji Tianxia and the others, upon hearing Tower of Babel's words, also looked grim. They knew very well that the secret here was the foundation of their elite, powerful families. Their rapid rise and ability to get ahead of others are largely due to this. But now, the secrets here have been exposed by the Tower of Babel, and this is how the Tower of Babel treats them. They could imagine that it was completely impossible for these top-tier, powerful families to dominate the opportunities here. Everyone looked at Kang Jai with grim expressions. If Kang Jai hadn't pressed them repeatedly, this secret would never have been revealed. Kang Jai ignored everyone's expressions. His own expression was also solemn. Dalio Golden, Immortal Dao Fruit. This was not something an ordinary person could touch. Looking up at the sky, Kang Jai asked Dao again, "Senior brought us here. It could just be for the assessment. If it were the National Higher Education entrance examination, there would be no need to let them enter here at all." Outside, the National Higher Education entrance examination has already concluded. After all, there are no otherworldly creatures here. Upon hearing Kang Ji's words, many people were taken aback, as they had not expected this. Upon hearing Kang Ji's question, Tower of Babel burst into laughter. "Little one, you're right, I deliberately led you here." Everyone was taken aback again, and their expressions immediately turned serious. Tower of Babel's frankness in telling them meant that things might not be so simple. Sure enough, Tower of Babel continued, "Dao. In fact, I also accidentally captured this immortal tomb in the Void Realm turbulence. Although I placed it inside the Tower of Babel, I don't actually have complete control over it. If we cannot obtain that Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit in Time Legacy, perhaps it will slip away at any time. For so many years, the plan was to send powerful people from Earth's families here, hoping that their strength would earn them recognition and allow them to obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. Unfortunately, over the years, those people have not only failed to obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, but have also prevented potential individuals from entering. By doing this, they are crushing the hope of Earth, crushing the hope of the Dragon Nation. Their selfishness could cause Blue Star human race to miss out on a tremendous opportunity. Originally, I let the beings from this world in to test where they could succeed. Unfortunately, after years of testing, it seems that the creatures of this world are also not suited for it. Therefore, we have brought you here for this National Higher Education Entrance Examination to see if you, the pride of heaven, can obtain that Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. Legacy. If possible, this would be a tremendous boon for all of humanity on Earth. These words excited everyone. If I could obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, wouldn't I be able to ascend to the heavens in one step? This is Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. Their strongest being on Earth right now is only the Golden Immortal Realm. We are still a long way from Grand Unity Golden Immortal. And Blue Star Heavenly Dao, the cultivation technique, inherited from the legacy, can only be cultivated up to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal level. The highest realm they knew was Grand Unity Golden Immortal. This is also the ultimate goal of all Blue Star human races. Now, if we tell them that as long as they obtain the Dalio Immortal Dao Fruit, they can rise to the top and achieve great success, who wouldn't be excited? Even Ji Tiangxia and the others were extremely excited at this moment. And they no longer cared about the impact that Tower of Babel's previous words would have on the powerful families. As long as I can obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, then all problems will be solved. But what Tower of Babel just said has silenced all the powerful families outside. That's bullshit. How could Immortal Tome escape after being captured by it? It's slandering us. It's trying to damage the prestige of the powerful families. An elderly man was furious and wanted nothing more than to confront the Tower of Babel on the spot. Unfortunately, they couldn't get in touch with the Tower of Babel at all. Some clan elders also relayed this news to the elders of each family, who guarded the 5 great demon caves. The response they received was to ignore it. Tower of Babel could do whatever it wanted. This made many clan elders so anxious that they scratched their heads and jumped up and down in frustration. In fact, the Tower of Babel understood the intention of each old ancestor the moment they heard the news. They also understand the changes in their own family over the years. In just a century, many members of the clan have begun to decay. If things continue like this, even without the enemy's intervention, these corrupt people will be able to bring down the Dragon Kingdom. Those who experienced the initial cataclysm knew best how terrifying the strange realm were. We cherish even more the hard-won peace we enjoy today. But with the family on one side and the country on the other, these old ancestors also find it difficult to balance things out. Now that Tower of Babel wants to reform, they will naturally not stop it. But they will not actively help Tower of Babel either. Moreover, they can't stop Tower of Babel from doing whatever it wants. They've angered the Tower of Babel, so what are they anyway? Unable to get a response or support from the old ancestor, the elders of various families could only watch helplessly as the National Higher Education Entrance Examination was broadcast live. I only hope that these phase family members can seize this opportunity and gain the greatest opportunity. While everyone else was eagerly anticipating the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, perhaps only Kang Jai remained calm. Fusion Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage that as long as fusion is absorbed, by obtaining the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, one perfectly inherit the power and realm of the other party, thus achieving the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Fruit level. However, similarly, because is inherited from someone else's Dao, therefore, breakthrough Grand Unity Immortal, it becomes very difficult to make further progress. One may be trapped at Dalio Golden Immortal Realm for life. For Kang Jai, who owns Prehistoric World and knows about Grand Unity Golden Immortal and Realm, This is a double-edged sword. Even if Kang Jai goes to fusion, the Pangu Dao fruit fragment in this world could not possibly the fusion Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. But Kang Jai didn't want to give up this Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit to someone else. After all, this is Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. Whoever obtains it can break through to the Dalio Golden Immortal in a short time. Once the first Dalio Golden Immortal realm appears on Earth, he will become the uncrowned king of the entire planet. Kang Jai doesn't want this uncrowned king to be at odds with him, as that would be a disaster for him. Therefore, the best way is to obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit yourself, and then process it yourself. Just as Kang Ji's thoughts were racing, the voice of Tower of Babel pulled everyone back to reality. Little ones, put away your fantasies. I let you in only as a last resort, and I didn't really expect you to obtain that Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. After all, over the years, quite a few beings have come here, including those 3 golden immortal realms from your dragon kingdom. The old ancestor also visited this place. Even they couldn't find a way to obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. Obtaining the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit requires both fate and luck. Tower of Babel's words brought everyone back to reality. And someone couldn't help but ask Dao, Senior Tongqian Tower, what conditions are required to gain the approval of that Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit? Tower of Babel scoffed, that's a good question. Your family's old ancestors would also like to know. Unfortunately, even I don't know how to gain the approval of that Dao fruit. Even the Dao fruit's location, within which immortal tomb, is unknown to me. It all depends on your fate. Everyone was momentarily speechless. It turned out that they had been allowed in because they didn't know how to gain the approval of the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. They were indeed treating them like a hopeless case, leaving everyone both amused and exasperated. Then Tower of Babel said, Of course, little guys, if you can't that Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit, you can try to get the approval of the owners of these tombstones. If you could gain access to an immortal tomb and acquire its legacy, that would be an immense opportunity for you. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and someone couldn't help but ask, Senior Tongqian Tower among these immortal tombs, are there any Grand Unity Golden Immortals? Legacy? Yes! It's the immortal tomb that contains the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. As for the other immortal tomb, many of them are Tai Golden Immortal. If you can obtain them, the crowd became excited again. Even if you don't get Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit and legacy, you can still get Tai Golden Immortal. Legacy is also good. Alright, this is your turn now. You don't have much time left. There's less than a month left until the National Higher Education Entrance Examination ends. Once the time is up, I will teleport you all out. If you don't want to stay here now and want to continue hunting otherworldly creatures, you can tell me, and I can send you out of the immortal tomb, so you can continue hunting otherworldly creatures and earning points. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Kang Jai. Why are you looking at me? I'm not going out. Everyone rolled their eyes. The reason they were looking at him was because everyone knew that Dao Kang Jai, that beast, had gained a massive amount of points. Although they did not know Dao, they knew exactly how many points Kang Jai had earned. But most of the otherworldly creatures who besieged the 4 human race cities were killed by Kang Jai. Hundreds of millions of otherworldly creatures have been hunted down by it. And Kang Ji's score has reached a terrifying level. Even if they were released to continue hunting otherworldly creatures, even if they killed all the remaining otherworldly creatures, their score would still not surpass Kang Ji's. Under these circumstances, who would want to leave? Competing for first place in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination has become utterly meaningless. No matter how hard they try in the next month, they will not be able to surpass Kang Ji in points. Since that's the case, why not try our luck here? If you can obtain Tai Golden, Immortal Legacy, even got incredibly lucky, and obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. Back then, who would care about rankings like the National Higher Education Entrance Examination? At that time, they will be on par with, or even surpass, their own old ancestor sect. Seeing that no one spoke, Tower of Babel naturally understood what everyone meant. Seeing that Tower of Babel was no longer speaking, everyone understood that Tower of Babel had left. Even if they don't leave, they won't pay any more attention to them. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The teams that were originally allied suddenly realized that they seemed a bit redundant. In this situation, it all depends on one's own luck to find opportunities. As long as they don't enter the same immortal tomb, they don't need to form alliances or have conflicts. In this way, the alliances that were originally formed seem somewhat superfluous. Jiang Ixu looked at Kang Jai. What are your plans? Kang Jai scratched his head and looked at Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan beside him. I promised them I'd help, so I probably need to take care of some personal matters first. You can find your own opportunity and don't worry about me. Kang Jai then looked at Dian Lai and the others behind head. There are so many immortal tomb here, you can try and see if you can obtain the legacy among them. At this point, Jiang Ixu also said, even if we can't get immortal tomb legacy, you don't need to be discouraged. The Sea of Laws here has remarkable effects. You can try cultivating and refining law inscriptions here. Condensed law inscriptions? Kang Jai, who had been nonchalant, was stunned when she heard this. Jiang Ixu laughed and said, you probably don't know, but the Sea of Laws here is no ordinary place. The Sea of Laws here is formed by the Dao rhythm emanating from countless immortal tombs. This includes not only law Dao rhyme, law divine power, and pure law. Here, not only can low-level cultivators like us comprehend law inscriptions, but powerful cultivators can also comprehend law divine power, and even pure law. Hiss. He can actually comprehend law inscriptions and law divine power. Isn't this the same as the Divine Ability Pavilion? Kang Jai exclaimed in shock. Jiang Ixu curled her lip. What's so special about Divine Ability Pavilion? In fact, Divine Ability Pavilion is just a projection of the Sea of Laws here. The Divine Ability Pavilion is a projection of Sea of Laws. Kang Jai, Dian Lai, and the others were all shocked. To be aware, one of the rewards for the top 100 in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination is access to the Divine Ability Pavilion to learn law inscriptions. Unexpectedly, the Divine Ability Pavilion is just a projection of Sea of Laws. So, wouldn't it be better to comprehend law inscriptions here than to go to the Divine Ability Pavilion? Gao Ming asked in surprise. But Gao Ju shook his head and said, brother, you're wrong. The Divine Ability Pavilion can accelerate our understanding of law inscriptions, but not here. Jiang Ixu scoffed. Who says this place isn't suitable? Everyone was taken aback. What did that mean? The Sea of Laws here could also accelerate the comprehension of law inscriptions? Just as everyone was wondering, Jiang Ixu explained Dao. The Sea of Laws has a characteristic. The higher your comprehension ability, and the more focused you are when comprehending law-related content, the greater the blessing the Sea of Laws will give you, and the faster the flow of time around you will be. If you can enter Epiphany state, the flow of time around you can be accelerated by thousands of times. One day here in Epiphany is equivalent to thousands of days in Cultivate outside. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Exu's statement. They never imagined that the Sea of Laws here would be of such great help to them. It is incredibly powerful, Jiang Exu said to Tadao. So, even if you can't enter the immortal tomb to obtain legacy, don't worry. Cultivating here will also be of great benefit to you. Gao Ming Gaoju nodded repeatedly. They are the weakest here, as the entire body cultivator is still at the nascent soul realm. If it weren't for Kang Jai, they wouldn't have had a chance to get in here at all. They were extremely fortunate to have followed Kang Ji early on. Otherwise, how could they have obtained such a great opportunity? Even Kang Jai was tempted. He needs to comprehend as many as 36 law inscriptions. I have only grasped 20 of them so far, and there are still 16 more to go. Although a plan has been made for the remaining 16 law inscriptions, collecting all 16 is no easy task. Now that the Sea of Laws is right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? Gentlemen, could you please wait a moment? I'll be right back. Kang Jai couldn't wait any longer, rushed straight to Sea of Laws without waiting for Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan's reply. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen Kang Jai so excited and flustered. Kang Jai rushed into the Sea of Laws and began to swim quickly. Jiang Exu frowned. What he doing? Comprehending law inscriptions requires a calm mind, so why is he swimming in the Sea of Laws? Diane shook his head and said, could Ji be looking for a specific kind of law? He probably wouldn't be interested in ordinary law descriptions. Everyone thought it made perfect sense. Only Kang Jai knew that he was currently swimming in the endless Sea of Laws. In particular, the Dao rhymes woven from these laws collide with each other and decompose into countless tiny laws. This made it infinitely easier for him to understand law inscriptions. In addition, terrifying comprehension ability means that any law cannot withstand a second of his analysis. This is not what I want. This is not what I want either. This is pretty good. It would be a waste to just discard it like this. As Kang Jai browsed around and made her selections, she murmured to herself. He would also show a conflicted expression when he saw special or powerful laws. These laws don't align with my plans, but I'm reluctant to abandon them. This made Kang Jai look conflicted. Just as Kang Jai was struggling with this, a thought suddenly struck her. She seemed to have forgotten something. He slapped his forehead. The main body doesn't need to cultivate these laws, but cloning is fine. With a thought, Kang Ji immediately began to examine the human race she now possessed. Clone, please? Huh? Human race? Are there really this many clones? Kang Jai was surprised. Ever since the first Dao human race clone, son of Suiran clan, Fang, after his birth, Kang Jai didn't pay much attention to the situation in the prehistoric world. After all, it's almost 2 million Dao's clone, and Kang Jai couldn't possibly keep track of their changes all the time. Kang Jai will only conduct investigations when needed, or when clone contacts her proactively. Upon this investigation, Kang Jai was astonished. Surprisingly, the number of reincarnation clones in the human race has now reached 128. And this number will continue to increase. With 128 human races clone, Kang Jai finally has enough clones to share the various laws here. Perhaps due to a suppression of his talent, Kang Jai discovered that his human race's clone can only condense a maximum of 33 spiritual energy vortexes. It cannot 36 spiritual energy vortexes like the main body. Even so, Kang Jai was very happy. 33 spiritual energy vortexes mean that each clone can comprehend 33 law inscriptions. And these 128 human races clone has already broken through to a staggering 81 nascent soul realm. With the help of these 81 clones, Kang Jai no longer had any worries. Anyone he takes a liking to but who isn't part of his plan, he lets these clones figure it out themselves. Unbeknownst to him, Kang Jai was comprehending more and more law inscriptions. 5 elements laws, wind and thunder laws, law of death, dream law, destruction law, law of strength, luck law, I Ching laws, reversal law, world law, law of tribulation, Buddha Dao law, demonic path. Laws. Kang Jai was quite surprised to find a total of 13 law inscriptions that suited her. In particular, reversal law, world law, luck law, and law of tribulation surprised Kang Jai the most. The reason for choosing reversal law, because reversal law cultivate to a high level, enabling acquired to counter innate to counter chaos, and even chaos to counter grand mist. Of course, this depends on reversal law. Cultivate to the point of large Dao. Regardless of the circumstances, the power of reversal law is undeniable. What Kang Jai didn't expect was that King Xiao immortal tomb. The fact that the Sea of Laws contained such a law was quite unexpected for him. Besides reversal law, world law and luck law also surprised Kang Jai. After all, these 2 laws are quite rare, and not just anyone would choose to cultivate them. What surprised Kang Jai the most was the law of tribulation. Law of tribulation, when cultivate becomes powerful enough, it can be used for countless eons. Similarly, the law of tribulation is not manifest in the world. Sentient beings can only see its power, but not its form. However, Kang Jai never expected that she would actually capture such a law in Sea of Laws, which truly surprised her. After much thought, Kang Jai could only come up with one possibility: that King Xiao, immortal tomb, had once experienced a terrifying cataclysmic event. It is precisely because of this great calamity that the world in which King Xiao, immortal tomb, exists is falling apart. It was precisely because the world containing the King Xiao, immortal tomb, disintegrated that the power of the great calamity was left within the immortal tomb, ultimately merging with the Sea of Laws. Fusion, through collision, gave birth to the law of mass calamity, which was captured by Kang Jai. After refining 13 law inscriptions, Kang Jai did not stop. Now, only 3 more law inscriptions remain to be mastered out of the 36. Finally, Kang Jai chose star law, law of reincarnation, and destiny law from the 3 options. None of these 3 laws are found in the Sea of Laws. It's likely that none of these King Xiu Fox spirits cultivate these 3 laws. Star law is easy to understand. Over the years, through my interactions with the yin-yang divine tree and the star fruit tree, I'm almost ready to grasp its essence. Kang Jai then concentrated all his computing power and began to fully comprehend the star law emanating from the star fruit tree. Dao rhyme. With Kang Jai's full comprehension, he mastered the star law inscription in just a short time and inscribed it into his nascent soul. This leaves only destiny law and law of reincarnation. Destiny law already has a way to obtain it, namely the Buddha relic, which is worth 10 billion source coins. Kang Jai originally planned to purchase it after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. The law of reincarnation is the most troublesome. It seems that all reincarnations in other worlds, except the prehistoric world, have disappeared, and it is impossible to find any laws or items related to reincarnation. That is why Kang Jai can only begin to understand the law of reincarnation by starting with the prehistoric world. Phew! Now is not the time to ponder the law of reincarnation. Let's wait until after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Having made up his mind, Kang Jai stopped his further contemplation. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Kang Jai not only enabled the main body to comprehend 14 law inscriptions, but also enabled the prehistoric world to comprehend. 81 DOS. Human race clone also figured out hundreds of law inscriptions. In the future, prehistoric world human race with enough clones, one can even fully comprehend all the law inscriptions. You didn't find a suitable law? When Kang Jai returned to Jiang Xu's side, Jiang Xu was stunned for a moment. In everyone's eyes, Kang Jai only swam in the sea of the laws, for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, without stopping to seriously comprehend any of the laws. This situation greatly surprised them. Could it be that there wasn't a single law in the entire sea of the laws that Kang Jai was satisfied with? Little did they know that in the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Kang Jai had mastered hundreds of law inscriptions. If this were told to others, probably no one would believe it. Faced with Jiang Xu's doubts, Kang Jai simply shook her head. Don't worry, I've already gotten what I wanted. Jiang Xu opened her mouth as to ask a question, but in the end she nodded instead of pressing information. She could tell that Kang Jai wasn't lying. Perhaps Kang Jai really did have something special about her that she didn't know. Kang Ji's ability to get to where he is today is certainly not without some special skills and abilities. Let's go, I'll take you to find their souls. Huang Xixuan and Supreme Grand Elder were overjoyed and quickly carried the human and the fox following behind Kang Jai. Kang Jai retrieved the karma worm and used its power to deduce the whereabouts of the two souls. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Kang Jai was stunned as he stared at the karma storyline featuring a human and a fox. Daoist Kang, is there a problem? Kang Jai remained silent, staring intently in a certain direction from the sea of the laws. In Kang Jai's eyes, the karma lines of the human and the fox were both heading towards a certain direction on the seabed, and there were signs of them overlapping. This unusual behavior made Kang Jai somewhat serious. Follow me. Kang Jai didn't say much and led the two deeper into the sea of the laws. How did it end up in the sea? Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan exchanged a glance, both somewhat. They didn't ask any more questions and followed behind Kang Jai. Upon entering the sea of the laws, Kang Ji immediately felt a sense of pressure. Not only him, but also Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan behind him. Kang Jai didn't feel much when she was on the surface of Sea of the Laws. The surface of the Sea of the Laws is quite broken. Dao Yun is the best place to understand law inscriptions. The deeper one goes, the more profound the laws in the Sea of the Laws become, and the greater the pressure they place on living beings. The unconscious Shiyu and the fox seemed completely unaffected. The Sea of the Laws appeared to pose no threat to them. Perhaps it's because their souls are incomplete that they can't feel the law in Sea of the Laws. But this made things difficult for Kang Jai and his two companions. The further they went, the greater the pressure became. Daoist Kang, how much longer do we have to dive? I can't hold on much longer. When they were still 1,000 meters from the seabed, the Supreme Grand Elder finally couldn't hold on any longer. Left with no other choice, Supreme Grand Elder had to communicate telepathically with Kang Jai. Back at the two of them, Kang Jai noticed that Huang Xuan's expression was also not good. However, Huang Xuan was slightly better off thanks to his immortal artifact wings. But based on Kang Ji's speculation, Huang Xuan also wouldn't make it to the bottom of the sea. Their roots are still at the bottom of the sea. Huang Xuan didn't say anything, but went straight to Supreme Grand Elder's side and used his wings to help him withstand the pressure. Supreme Grand Elder gave Huang Xuan a complicated look, but did not refuse. Seeing this, Kang Jai didn't say anything and continued to descend. Not only is his physical body powerful, but his divine soul is equally powerful. And he also has the trump card of Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. sea of laws cannot put too much pressure on him. The three continued their descent until they were still hundreds of meters from the seabed. Taoist Kang. Huang Xuan suddenly called out to Kang Jai, who turned around in confusion to look at the two of them. It was only then that Kang Jai noticed that the two of them had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, a sign that they couldn't withstand the pressure of the sea of the laws. You, Supreme Grand Elder gave a bitter smile. Taoist Kang were done for. Kang Jai looked at the two of them, then turned to look in a certain direction on the seabed. Look there, can you see the altar over there? Kang Jai pointed to a spot on the seabed and asked Dao. The two nodded. Taoist Kang, it is because we saw that place that we have persisted until now. But we've reached our limit. Even if I were alone, I couldn't dive that far, so Huang Xuan hesitated slightly before saying, we would like to ask for your help to bring Xiao Yu and Zian over there. I don't know if you, Dao, have any way to save them, but we trust you and hope you can help us. He then bowed deeply to Kang Jai. Kang Jai hesitated for a moment before saying to Dao, I can help you, but I can't guarantee that I can save them both. That altar wasn't the final destination either. I suspect it was probably just a teleportation array. Kang Jai didn't make any definitive statements. Although he found this place based on the karma storyline, Kang Jai couldn't guarantee that he could definitely save the person. After a moment of silence, Supreme Grand Elder was the most decisive, nodding and saying, no matter what, we must thank Taoist Kang. If we truly cannot save my daughter, then it is simply her fate. Huang Xuan fell silent for a moment, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. But after looking at the fox in his arms and then at Kang Jai, he finally nodded. Kang Jai didn't hesitate, took the person and the fox and continued to sneak towards the altar below. Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan stacked slightly and watched quietly. Kang Jai descended all the way down without even using myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bells, and arrived at the underwater altar. This was largely thanks to his powerful soul. The Tao rhyme of Sea of the Laws didn't have much of an impact on his divine soul. Upon arriving at the underwater altar, Kang Jai frowned slightly. What should we do next? After setting down the human and the fox, Kang Jai sat on the altar and began to explore the entire altar inch by inch. Aside from a recess in the center of the altar that looks like it's for holding something, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Kang Jai frowned. She couldn't possibly have to guess what was in that groove herself. Could she? I'm not omniscient, so how could I possibly know what's in that groove on Dao? Feeling somewhat agitated, Kang Jai simply relaxed his mind and focused on comprehending the law here. Dao Yun, let's see if we can find any clues. Huh? What's going on here? But when Kang Jai began to understand the law here, when Dao Yun was playing, he discovered that there was only one law on the entire altar. Dao rhyme, luck law. There's only luck law here. Kang Jai was quite surprised, as there was only one law, luck law, within the entire altar. The Dao rhyme exists. This is the seabed of the Sea of the Laws, a place where laws are chaotic, various laws collide, and it should be filled with all sorts of laws. However, to his surprise, there were all kinds of laws outside the altar. But inside the altar, there was only one type of luck law. Something's not right. Perhaps the key to unlocking the secrets of this altar lies in this luck law. Kang Jie immediately connected to all clones, and in an instant, its computing power soared to an incredible level. The entire altar and luck law evolving in his mind. This altar is indeed a teleportation array. But it's more than just a teleportation array. Kang Jie's eyes flashed with golden light. The central groove was originally supposed to have something related to luck inlaid in it. To activate this altar, that thing must be placed inside. Kang Ji's eyes flashed with light. His mind raced, and countless possibilities were forming in his mind. That's it. Finally, Kang Ji focused on one item, and her eyes widened immediately. Yun Dragon Pearl. How could it be this? When Kang Ji deduced the final conclusion based on all her memories and clues, she was completely stunned. I originally planned to comprehend luck law by purchasing the Yun Dragon Pearl after the National Higher Education entrance examination. However, he never expected that there would be a luck law in the Sea of Laws, and that he had comprehended this law inscription ahead of time. Now, the Yun Dragon Pearl is no longer that important to me. However, the price of Yun Dragon Pearl is too high, amounting to a full 10 billion source coins. The National Higher Education entrance examination is still ongoing, so you can't use your own source coins. You can only use the source coins you obtained when hunting otherworldly creatures during the National Higher Education entrance examination. Although I earned more than 30 billion source coins, or more than 30 points, in this National Higher Education entrance examination, it's definitely much more than others. However, Kang Ji was unsure of the exact amount. If I use up 10 billion source coins, will my points be surpassed by others? Just as Kang Ji was struggling with her decision, a screen appeared in front of her, displaying a shopping list specifically for test takers. The sudden appearance of the list startled Kang Ji, but in an instant, Kang Ji controlled his expression, did not show any surprise. Pretending to look at the list, Kang Ji was actually shocked. The list didn't come to be on its own. In other words, this is something that the Tower of Babel actively presented to itself. What does Tower of Babel mean? With his mind racing, Kang Ji quickly came to a terrifying conclusion. That is, all of this was arranged by the Tower of Babel. The appearance of Yun Dragon Pearl on the list of test takers was intentionally done by Tower of Babel. If anyone comes here and wants to open the altar, they will inevitably need this Yun Dragon Pearl. In other words, the original Yun Dragon Pearl on this altar was taken from the Tower of Babel. If that's the case, then what Tower of Babel said before, that King Imultu might leave at any time, was a lie. The reason why the Tower of Babel did this, Kang Ji quickly connected this to the current situation on Earth. His eyes flickered, and Kang Ji's heart pounded wildly. The altar, which requires a Yun Dragon Pearl worth 10 billion to open, will obviously teleport you to somewhere. Once the altar is activated, you will likely be teleported to the immortal tomb containing the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. This possibility is extremely high. Kang Yi is almost certain of it thanks to his powerful computing capabilities. The Tower of Babel's blatant self-reminder is probably a ploy to obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. But how could the immortal tomb that this altar is meant to transmit have anything to do with Xia Yu and the fox? Kang Ji instantly became alert again. While his thoughts were racing, Kang Ji decisively bought the Yun Dragon Pearl. Having spent 10 billion source coins, Kang Ji only hopes it won't affect his ranking. Holding the Yun Dragon Pearl, Kang Ji arrived at the center of the altar. Slowly placed the Yun Dragon Pearl into it. The moment the Yun Dragon Pearl was placed on the altar, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, instantly piercing the Sea of Laws, even the Kinkyu Immortal Tomb, and penetrating the central forbidden city, appearing in the outside world. Kang Ji, Xia Yu, and the fox vanished from the altar in an instant. However, the moment they were teleported away, Kang Ji used divine sense to instantly retrieve the Yun Dragon Pearl. This is a Yun Dragon Pearl worth 10 billion source coins. We can't afford to lose it. However, without the Yun Dragon Pearl altar, It suddenly froze, and the originally soaring golden pillar of light vanished instantly. The altar emitted a creaking sound, like an angry roar. Kang Ji's vision blurred, and he quickly found himself in a huge palace. Upon reaching this point, the live broadcast was abruptly cut off. What's going on? Why can't I watch Kang Ji's live stream? Countless viewers were cursing under their breath. But at the crucial moment, the live stream was cut off, which was unbearable for them. Even among the powerful families, there was constant criticism. Kang Ji's made had such a big commotion. The place he's about to be teleported to must be extraordinary. It is very likely that it contains immortal tomb of Dalio golden immortal fruit. But at this crucial moment, Kang Ji's live stream disappeared. How could they possibly tolerate this? But the National Higher Education Entrance Examination is broadcast live by the Babel. If the Tower of Babel doesn't allow them to watch it. Quick! Get people ready. Once Kang Ji obtains the Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit, do everything in our power to get it from him. Someone hesitated. What if the Feng family makes a move? So what if it's the Feng family? The Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit belongs to the capable. As long as we devour that Dao fruit before they do, how can the Feng family possibly steal it? Yes! Get the appropriate tribulation transcending realm or above cultivator for the family ready, and we'll get started once the National Higher Education Entrance Examinator is over. We should thank Tower of Babel for pulling this stunt. Even if you bring in a bunch of little guys who haven't even reached the transformation god realm, what good will it do if they get the Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit? They can't even absorb fusion. Want to absorb fusion? The cultivation level must at least reach the tribulation transcending realm. It's all the Tower of Babel's fault for being so foolish as to use these test takers. Now look what's happened, haha. Someone also reminded Dao, Master, what if Kang Ji? What happens when the National Higher Education Entrance Examination is over and the fruits of one's labor are sold to other children of powerful families? After all, with the National Higher Education Entrance Examination over, these candidates could still stay at the Tower of Babel for another day. What if he happens to sell the Dalio Dao fruit other children of the powerful families on that day? Many people were taken aback by these words. Yes, what if Kang Ji can't withstand the pressure and sells the fruit to other family members? Let's buy it too. Even if we can't buy it, we have to keep a close eye on Kang Ji. Whether he sells it to someone else or keeps it for himself, we have to keep a close watch on him. As soon as the National Higher Education Entrance Examination is over, immediately contact family members and have them keep an eye on Kang Ji. Make sure they keep a close eye on him. Just as the various powerful families were in chaos because of Kang Ji had already appeared in a huge palace. However, hundreds of coffins were densely packed inside the palace. These coffins are arranged around the largest crystal coffin in the center. Above the central crystal coffin, a green, transparent fruit was floating up and down. Could it be? That's the Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit. Kang Ji's eyes flickered as she looked at the green, translucent fruit. At this moment, that fruit was radiating a rich vitality and law. Law of life. It's actually law of life? Kang Ji's eyes flickered. Could this be a law of life? Dalio Dao fruit? Just as Kang, the man and the fox he had brought in suddenly transformed into two streams of light and shot into the central coffin. What's going on? Upon entering, Kang Ji was so captivated by everything that he overlooked the human and the fox. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the man and the fox merged into the central coffin. Without thinking twice, Kang Jai started to investigate. But just then, a loud sound rang out. "Little one, don't get excited, those are just my two. Incarnation now fused with me is inevitable." The voice came from the central coffin, causing Kang Jai, who was about to step forward, to pause. "You're saying that the human and the fox are both your incarnations?" Kang Jai was suspicious. If told that one of them or one of the foxes was the other's incarnation, Kang Jai might believe it. But the other party claims that both the human and the fox are their incarnations, which is a bit far-fetched. Humans and foxes are two different species. How could they be the incarnations of the same person? Seemingly sensing Kang Ji's doubts, a voice rang out leisurely. "Who says humans and foxes can't coexist?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "I am bloodline, a human fox. My father is a human race, and my mother is a fox." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "Human fox bloodline? Then why did you create two incarnations, one human and one fox?" "And she's out there causing trouble, while everything outside has nothing to do with you." Kang Jai doesn't believe that so many things are just coincidences. Without this person's arrangement, would Huang Xuan have fallen in love with a fox? Xia Yu, however, was in love with Huang Xuan, and in the end, both of them fell into a coma due to the loss of their souls. If there wasn't some scheming by the person in front of him, Kang Jai would never believe it, even if you beat him to death. Faced with Kang Ji's questioning, the person in the coffin did not deny it, but just chuckled and said, "I didn't say it had nothing to do with me. But do you think I could accomplish all that on my..." Kang Jai was speechless. At this moment, the voice from within the coffin continued, "As for why I transformed into a human and a fox. It's because I want to shed human-fox bloodline and become a true immortal." To become a true immortal? Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. "That's right, I want to break through. Grand Unity Golden Immortal, the human-fox bloodline, is my constraint. If I cannot shed it, I cannot truly break through to Grand Unity Golden Immortal." Kang Jai was taken aback, looked at the Dao fruit above the coffin, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you the Grand Unity Golden Immortal? Then what about that one above you?" "You mean Dao fruit? It is indeed a Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit, but it's not mine." "Not yours," Kang Ji exclaimed in surprise. The other person's voice suddenly turned low. "That belongs to my mother." Forehead, Kang Jai was speechless. If it wasn't the person in the coffin, then it can only mean that the owner of the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit has already passed away. Otherwise, the fruit cannot remain outside the main body for an extended period of time. "Little guy, how about we do a trade?" The person inside the coffin suddenly said Dao. Kang Jai did not respond to the other party, but instead asked Dao, "I still don't know how to address your excellency. My name is Ziyu, the original clan chief of the Fox Fairy clan." "Ziyu, Ziyan, Xia Yu." Kang Jai murmured to herself, then asked Dao, "Can you tell me the ending of that human and fox story? You're doing this because of those two people outside, aren't you?" "Ziyu?" suddenly asked Dao. Kang Jai did not answer, and Ziyu continued, "I can separate the two of them again. This is a cultivation technique of mine, a trinity. One person, one fox, and one immortal, each an independent individual. Of course, I am the main body. Although they are independent, they are still under my control. If I wanted to, I could bring them back to life. However, you have to grant me one request." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. He didn't think Ziyu was being so kind. He suspected this condition wasn't simple. "Conditions? Tell me first." Kang Jai spoke calmly and was not led by the nose by the other party. Seeing that Kang Jai remained unmoved, Ziyu's voice continued. As long as you return that Q Yun dragon pearl to me, I will let them reappear and continue to live with people outside. Kang Jai neither confirmed nor denied this, and Xia Yu, as she is human race, is indeed the daughter of Supreme Grand Elder. But the fox was different. Huang Xuan fell in love with her because of Ziyu's secret influence. Whether Huang Xuan would still be willing to live with a fox once he wakes up is uncertain. However, Kang Jai was still somewhat surprised by Ziyu's news mention of the Q Yun dragon pearl, especially the other party's use of the word still. You want the Q Yun dragon pearl? Yes. This originally belonged to my clan. However, at this point, Ziyu seemed unwilling to continue. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Was it taken by Senior Tongqin Tower? Ziyu didn't reply, but Kang Jai could hear that the other person's breathing seemed a little rapid. After a long while, Ziyu calmed down and said in a calm voice, "The Qi Yun Dragon Pearl is useless to you. The luck power gathered inside belongs to my clan. Even if you take it, it will be useless to you." Kang Jai scoffed. That's not very fair of Fairy to say. Although the Qi Yun Dragon Pearl may contain the luck of your Fox Spirit clan, it is extremely precious. Why should I give it to you like this? As for your 2 Dao incarnation, I will save them if I can, and I won't if I can't. I don't owe those 2 people outside anything. On the contrary, they owe me a lot of favors, so if you want to exchange that for the Qi Yun Dragon Pearl, heh. Ziyu fell silent for a moment, clearly not expecting Kang Jai to give this answer. Aren't you afraid I'll lay a hand on you? When soft tactics failed, Ziyu resorted to force, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed down on Kang Jai, seemingly intending to force him to the ground. However, at that moment a big bell appeared above Kang Ji's head, directly blocking all of Ziyu's pressure. This is Heavenly Dao, magical artifact, Ziyu exclaimed. Immediately, an even more terrifying pressure pressed down on Kang Jai, and a huge bell rang out, as if from a myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Master, this guy's cultivation level is terrifying. She's only 1 step away from Grand Unity Golden Immortal. I'm no match for her. The sound of a myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell rang out, filled with tension and trepidation. Although myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell is powerful, it has not yet evolved to its final form, and it is somewhat powerless when facing Ziyu. Fortunately, Yu only used her aura and did not use her own strength. Even just intimidating aura put a lot of pressure on Kang Jai. Kang Jai spoke up. Fairy, do you not want the Q Yun Dragon Pearl anymore? If you really don't want it, then I will destroy it right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Ziyu's aura paused. Heh, destroy it? My clan's luck. Is magic treasure so easily destroyed? In response to Ziyu's sarcasm, Kang Jai sneered in return. What if it's heavenly punishment power? The myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell emitted heavenly punishment power, startling. Previously, Ziyu. You big bell actually control heavenly punishment power. Ziyu was truly shocked. Heavenly punishment power was terrifying. Although it might not actually destroy the Qi Yun Dragon Pearl, she dared not gamble. Taking a deep breath, Ziyu slowly withdrew aura. What do you want? Ziyu asked Dao very directly. Kang Jai dusted off imaginary dust from his body before slowly saying, Before we get down to business, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Ziyu gritted her teeth, but helplessly asked, What do you want to ask? Why did you scheme against Huang Xuan? Kang Jai asked curiously. Of course, it's about breakthrough cultivation. Breakthrough cultivation level? Yes. My race wants to break through to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Besides needing cultivate beyond the law, one must also overcome the inner demon tribulation. Inner demon tribulation? Yes. Watanabe's inner demon tribulation. Ziyu seemed to be recalling something. Xiaoyu and Ziyan 2 days. Incarnation is what I use to cross the inner demon tribulation, and it also allows me to sever my human fox bloodline, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Kang Jai frowned. You only need 1 person to perform the inner demon tribulation. Why did you have to go through all that trouble? And you even used magic treasure to influence Huan's mind. Ziyu was speechless for a long time before finally saying, because this is the best and fastest way to get through the inner demon tribulation. It was Senior Tongqian Tower who told me about it. Senior Tongqian Tower told you. Kang Jai was stunned. Ziyu didn't hide anything, stating frankly, this method is better than the original method of our Fox clan to cross the inner demon tribulation. This method not only allows me to feel loved, but also to feel the feeling of loving someone. Through this double love, I will soon be able to overcome the inner demon tribulation. Kang Jai opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. After a pause, Kang Jai said with some helplessness, You've really put Huang Xuan in a terrible position. Kang Jai was also deeply moved. Huang Xuan was indeed innocent, having been schemed against by Ziyu, and not only did he suffer the guilt and pain of Xiaoyu almost dying because of her love for him, she also inexplicably fell in love with a fox to the point of obsession, which was truly pitiful. However, Ziyu's next words completely stunned Kang Jai. You don't know Huang Xuan is a leader of the Tower of Babel. Incarnation? What? Huang Xuan is a senior professor at Tongqian Tower. Incarnation? This news really shocked Kang Jai. He imagined that Huang Xuan would be the first Dao of the Tower of Babel's spirit. Incarnation! How is this possible? Kang Jai found it hard to believe. Ziyu scoffed. What's impossible about it? Huang Xuan was created by the Tower of Babel specifically to help me overcome the inner demon tribulation. Kang Jai seemed to have caught something and asked Dao in surprise. You mean Huang Xuan was specially created by Senior Tongqian Tower to help you overcome the inner demon tribulation? Why would Senior Tong Tower do this? What agreement do you have? You're not completely stupid. You guessed right. He helped me through the inner demon tribulation, and I broke through. After Dalio, Golden Immoral Realm, help him guard the Tower of Babel. Ziyu's tone shifted again. So, little guy, by taking the Qiyun Dragon Pearl, you're ruining something good for your Senior Tongqian Tower. Kang Jai scoffed. Senior, don't exaggerate. The fact that I obtained the Qiyun Dragon Pearl already proves something. If you want the Qiyun Dragon Pearl, you'll have to trade it for something. Trying to intimidate me with the Senior Tongqian Tower? Ziyu was also annoyed by Kang Ji's stubbornness. But as Kang Jai said, without the Tower of Babel's tacit approval, Kang Jai would not have been able to obtain the Qiyun Dragon Pearl. After a long silence, Ziyu asked helplessly, What exactly do you want? I want that Dalio Dao fruit. Impossible. Ziyu refused without even thinking. This is Dalio Dao fruit. How could it possibly be traded to Kang Jai? However, Kang Jai calmly asked, The law you practice should be the luck law, right? So what if it is? Ziyu sneered. Kang Ji's lips curled slightly. So the Qiyun Dragon Pearl is your breakthrough. The key to Dalio Golden and Immortal Realm. Get one that will help you break through. The key treasure of the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. Exchanged for the Dalio fruit that clashes with your law. Don't you think that's a great deal? That's just sophistry. Ziyu Kiji. Even without the Qiyun Dragon Pearl, given enough time, I can still break through to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The Qiyun Dragon Pearl merely accelerates my cultivation. However, this Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit can directly create a Grand Unity Golden Immortal powerhouse. The two are incomparable. Kang Jai retorted just as sharply. That's not right. This Dalio Dao fruit is, in the end, an inanimate object. Once it absorbs fusion, it will be trapped in the Dalio golden immortal realm for life, with no possibility of ever advancing any further. And you, through your own cultivation of the law breakthrough, if you reached grand unity golden immortal, then you can continue your cultivation and even advance further. The two are not comparable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to break through on your own instead of opting for the fusion dummy. You! Kang Ji's sophistry left Ziyu speechless. But what alarmed her even more was that Kang Jai seemed to know Daos. There are other realms after Dalio Gold Immortal Realm. Even in their original world, very few people knew this secret. According to the information she had about Blue Star, the highest level of cultivation realm known to the Blue Star human race was only the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. How could this human race kid be so certain that there are other realms after the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm? For a moment, Ziyu's thoughts raced. Kang Ji's importance in her heart was growing, and she was no longer the kind of minor character who could be manipulated at will. After a long while, Ziyu seemed to have finally made a decision. It's not impossible for you to have this Dalio Dao fruit. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, waiting for Ziyu to continue. Seeing that Kang Jai remained calm and composed, Ziyu had no choice but to continue. But if you only want to exchange a Qiyun Dragon Pearl for it, that's impossible. A glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. It seemed the other party had compromised. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai slowly said, "Senior, please state any other conditions you have." However, if your offer is too outrageous, Senior, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Kang Ji's words left Ziyu feeling uncomfortable. He took several deep breaths before slowly saying, "What do you take me for? Even if I wanted to propose some outrageous conditions, could you fulfill them?" Kang Jai wasn't annoyed by Ziyu's retort. "I don't want anything from you, I just want you to promise me one thing." Ziyu Dao. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "If possible in the future, help me break through to realm at Grand Unity Golden Immortal or higher." "Huh?" Kang Jai was stunned. "Senior, did you make a mistake in your conditions?" "I'm just a nobody who's still a long way from immortal ascension, and you're telling me to help you break through to realm at Grand Unity Golden or higher. Are you kidding me?" Ziyu chuckled and said, "I'm just saying if it's possible in the future, not that I'm asking you to do it now." Kang Jai narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind racing. She quickly realized that there was a loophole in her words, which had allowed the other party to discover something. Kang naturally knows what realm lies above Grand Unity Golden Immortal. But regardless of whether you go through Law, the Dao path leads to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, or one can traverse the Dao that cuts through the three corpses to reach the quasi-saint. Regardless of the method, breaking through to the level of Ronaldo is not easy. Otherwise, in the prehistoric world, quasi-saints wouldn't be so rare. They would already be considered top-tier combat power. However, if I don't agree, they probably won't easily hand over the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit to me. Well, my conditions are already quite lenient. You're not even willing to agree to this. Kang Jai rolled her eyes. Senior is really joking. The conditions for breaking through to realm above Grand Unity Golden Immortal are described as lenient. How about we switch, Senior? You help me break through to Grand Unity Golden Immortal or higher. Ziyu chuckled and said, "Little guy, don't be so dramatic. I was just saying if it's possible in the future. If you don't have the ability, I naturally won't force you." Kang Jai still frowned. Promises are not to be made lightly. Under the law of karma, any promise that cannot be kept will be a huge obstacle to one's cultivation. Kang Ji understands, that she will definitely be able to help him break through to a higher realm in the future. Perhaps Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm is a bit difficult, but cutting down 3 corpses breakthrough is still a viable option for a quasi-saint. As long as you can find innate spiritual root or innate spirit treasure will suffice. But no matter which one it is, Kang Jai always feels like she's been taken advantage of. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai said, "I can agree to your condition, but the price you've offered isn't enough." Ziyu was not angry at Kang Ji's increasingly audacious behavior. On the contrary, she was secretly delighted. This little guy is indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Ziyu asked Dao, "What else do you want?" Ziyu's decisiveness caught Kang Jai somewhat off guard. "What else could I possibly want? Magic treasure? I don't think I need it much. Spirit medicine? I don't seem to be that lacking in it. Cultivation technique? It seems like only the cultivation technique is somewhat useful to me. I want all the cultivation techniques of your Fox clan," Kang Jai demanded exorbitantly. "Our cultivation technique?" Ziyu was taken aback. "While our Fox Spirit clan's cultivation techniques are also cultivation techniques, they are not a perfect fit for your human race. Do you really want them? Yes, you can't bear to part with it?" Kang Jai provoked. Ziyu laughed and teased Dao, "Little guy, no need to goad me. When it comes to my realm, the so-called cultivation technique is just so-so. Unless it's a top-tier cultivation technique that contains the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Otherwise, general cultivation techniques don't make much difference to me. The only difference is in the use of law. As for our Fox Spirit clan's cultivation techniques, even if I gave them to you, they wouldn't be of much use to you. Since you want them, why shouldn't I give them to you?" Kang Jai was taken aback, not expecting Ziyu to give such an answer. Although she was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Kang Jai did not intend to back out. Without further ado, Ziyu released a jade slip from the crystal coffin. "This contains the vast majority of our tribe's cultivation techniques. If that's not enough, our scripture pavilion also contains some incomplete cultivation techniques, which we can give you later." Without hesitation, Kang Jai took the jade slip and immediately placed it on her forehead. In an instant, a massive amount of information overwhelmed the brain. Kang Jai connected all clones, and its powerful computing capabilities began to analyze this information. After a short while, Kang Jai put away the jade slip, her brows furrowing slightly. Except for the information above the Wonderland that could not be analyzed, all cultivation techniques below the Wonderland were successfully analyzed. After analyzing the data, Kang Jai frowned. "Your luck, why isn't there a cultivate method?" Kang Jai asked Dao. You want my luck? Cultivate method?" Ziyu's voice was inexplicable. "What? Didn't I tell you all about the cultivation techniques? Are you going back on your word?" Ziyu snorted coldly. "Little guy, the luck cultivation method isn't so easy to cultivate. Without sufficient luck to support it, it's easy for it to backfire, ultimately leading to its demise. Do you really still want this cultivation technique?" Kang Jai chuckled. "Whether I die or disappear is my business. You just need to give me the cultivation technique." Ziyu remained silent for a moment, then finally threw out a jade slip, which flew towards Kang Jai. "Your good intentions have been taken for granted. I hope you won't regret it." Kang Jai did not respond, took the jade slip, and began to analyze it. With regard to luck, as the information from the cultivate method was continuously analyzed, Kang Jai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Ziyu is right. If you don't have enough luck, practicing this method will only lead to your death. Especially in the initial stages of practicing this method, a large amount of luck power needs to be infused. Without enough luck, this method will actually devour its own luck as nourishment. Similarly, once this method passes the early stage and one condenses their own luck dragon, it will bring immense benefits to the practitioner. Luck? I wonder how lucky I am? With this in mind, Kangji activated a special technique from the cultivation technique to begin investigating her own situation. At this moment, Ziyu laughed disdainfully. Little guy, don't waste your energy. Your luck is just so-so. You're not destined for greatness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kindly reminded you to avoid going astray. However, Kangjai remained unmoved and continued to investigate her own situation. Upon closer inspection, Kangji immediately noticed the problem. Kangjai discovered that her luck was indeed quite average. Although not too bad, he is much stronger than the average person. However, compared to the offspring of those top-tier, powerful families, he still falls short by quite a bit. After all, Luck, a member of the powerful families, has a family. With the luck buff, he's significantly stronger than he was on his own. If your luck comes entirely from yourself, it seems somewhat weak. Kangjai always felt that something was wrong. Although my family and power are not as strong as those powerful families, I possess millions of primordial clones and a world within me. Luck shouldn't be this ordinary, right? Kangjai murmured to herself and couldn't help but observe her own luck even more carefully. Wait, what is this? Kangjai quickly noticed the abnormality in her luck. Deep within its own luck, there was actually a Dao portal. Kangjai cautiously approached, and as soon as his mind portal, a suction force pulled his mind into it. Kangjai felt a blur before her eyes, and her mind had entered another space. This is... Looking at the space filled with immense luck power, Kangjai was completely stunned. There was actually a hidden luck space within my luck. And all the luck here also belongs to you. Could these lucky be the same lucky I cloned? Kangjai quickly realized this possibility. Only this possibility can explain the origin of luck here. So that's how it is. It's not that my own luck is ordinary, but that all the luck of the clone has gathered here. If we release luck here, shaking his head to suppress the crazy thought, he decided it was better to play it safe. With the power of luck here, it seems that this luck, the cultivation method isn't entirely ineffective in cultivating. Kang jotted to herself, it wasn't this luck. How mysterious is the cultivate method? Rather, this method can solidify and stabilize one's own luck, preventing others from harming it. From cultivate to late stage, luck's various functions also made Kangji envious. Kangjai certainly wanted feeling of people giving you money while you're walking down the street. Taking a deep breath, Kangjai slowly withdrew from his thoughts. The secret of this luck space must not be known to anyone. Kangjai pretended to be slightly disappointed and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Ziyu chuckled. Little guy, have you accepted your fate this time? I told you before, some things can't be forced. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Kangjai snorted coldly, ignoring the other party's sarcasm, and directly said, no need for further nonsense. Here's the Kui Yun Dragon Pearl. Give me the Dalio Dao fruit. Kangjai threw out the Kui Yun Dragon Pearl, which flew towards the central coffin. Ziyu quickly manipulated her power to draw the Kui Yun Dragon Pearl in the coffin. As the Kui Yun Dragon Pearl was absorbed by it, Dao Dao's divine essence emanated from the coffin. Kangjai retreated several steps, his eyes warily fixed on the central coffin. He could sense a terrifying, slowly rising from the coffin. Just as Kangjai was getting nervous, he suddenly disappeared from the mysterious hall. Daoist Kang, why did you come out alone? It was only then that Kangjai realized that she had been teleported to Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan's side. Turning to look at the two, Huang Xuan appeared calm, indicating that the Tower of Babel Spirit had not taken him back. although I didn't know that Tower of Babel would create such a thing. Incarnation may have his own plans, but Kang Jai won't meddle. Just as I was about to explain, a towering aura covered the entire immortal tomb. Everyone exploring the immortal tomb stopped in their tracks, staring in horror into the depths of the Sea of Laws. Could it be that the Dalio golden immortal Dao fruit has been born? Someone's eyes lit up. However, a person of broad knowledge said, "It's not a fruit. A fruit is dead and cannot produce such an aura. This is more like someone through to a very high realm, which released such a aura. Breakthrough a very high realm? Could someone have absorbed that Dao fruit through fusion? Breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal? Or the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm? Unlike aura of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, who can exert such pressure even across Sea of Laws, this must mean someone has broken through to the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. Feng Buhui looked solemn. He had seen the old ancestor of their Golden Immortal Realm before. Although Tai Golden Immortal is far superior to Golden Immortal, this aura, even across the Sea of Laws, poses a fatal threat to them, far exceeding the threat posed by Golden Immortal Realm. The old ancestor was many times more powerful. This is only possible for aura to be released in Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Aura released it, and then withdrew it immediately, without causing much of an impact on the others. Otherwise, aura from Grand Unity Golden Immortal alone could crush everyone here. With a flash of light, a figure appeared in the void realm. With a wave of his hand, Kang Jai and the other two appeared on the surface of the sea. "Little one, this is the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit I promised you." As soon as the words fell, the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit, emitting endless Dao rhymes, flew towards Kang Jai. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, their eyes gleaming with greed. This is Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit. Who wouldn't want that? But Ziyu was still in the sky, so no one dared to overstep their bounds. Kang Jai no joy at all as the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit flew towards her. This woman is incredibly vengeful. Kang Jai is 100% certain that Ziyu did this on purpose. The goal is to let everyone know that Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit, is within oneself. Faced with Ziyu's schemes, Kang Jai was helpless. Looking up at Ziyu, she met his teasing gaze. At the same time, a loud voice reached Kang Jai's ears. "Little guy, if you don't want it, I can trade you something else." Kang Jai snorted coldly and fearlessly put away the Dalio Dao fruit. Seeing this, Ziyu raised an eyebrow but said nothing more. With a wave of her hand, Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan disappeared from her side. Ziyu's leisurely voice rang out, "I've taken them with me. I'll explain everything to them. You don't need to worry about it." Kang Jai was relieved to hear this, as he genuinely didn't know how Dao should explain Ziyu's situation to Supreme Grand Elder and Huang Xuan. As the mysterious Grand Unity Golden Immortal disappeared, everyone's attention instantly turned to Kang Jai. Seeing the eager crowd, Kang Jai smirked and telepathically told Jiang Su and Dian Lai, "You two stay here and continue searching for opportunity. I'm going out now." After speaking, he called out to the Tower of Babel, and before anyone could react, he left Central Forbidden City and returned to the outside world. The group, who had been eager to try, were all taken aback when Kang Jai suddenly disappeared. That guy actually ran away. The group looked at each other, hesitant for a moment. "Should we go with them?" Someone hesitated. "Go out with him. You think you can steal a fruit just by going out. Don't forget that guy's strength. Besides those three, who can rival him?" As they spoke, everyone couldn't help but steal glances at Ji Tianxia and the other two. At this moment, Ji Tianxia and his two companions did not show much surprise after seeing Kang Jai leave. they would have done the same. In this situation, if Kang Jai doesn't run, he will definitely be surrounded and attacked. Perhaps Kang Jai is not afraid of any of them, and Jiang Xu might even be on his side. But the others wouldn't be so polite. If they all ganged up on him, Kang Jai would definitely be overwhelmed. In the eyes of Ji Tianxia and others, Kang Ji's departure from King's He immortal tomb was absolutely the wisest choice. In this way, the choice is given to them. Leaving here means losing the opportunity here. But what good would going out do? Is it really possible to obtain Dalio Dao fruit from Kang Jia? If not, they will not only fail to obtain the desired results, but also lose the potential opportunities they might gain here. Although Kang Jai took the most precious Dalio Dao fruit, there are still countless immortal tomb and legacy here, and they are not without a chance to obtain them. If you can obtain Tai Golden Immortal Legacy, that is also a great opportunity for them. Moreover, even if they obtain the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit, they will have to hand it over to the family. The probability of them absorbing the fusion is extremely low. Unless they can now implement cultivation realm breakthrough to tribulation transcending realm, otherwise they would not be able to absorb the Dalio Dao fruit at all, and would ultimately have to hand it over to the family. Considering all the pros and cons, in the end, no one chased after Kang Jai, which surprised the elders of various families watching the live stream. However, no matter how anxious or annoyed outsiders may be, those who can enter the immortal tomb are all prodigies and naturally know how to make choices. Even Ji Tianxia and Feng Buhui didn't plan to chase after them. They knew very well that even if they chased after them, it would be useless. Kang Ji's cultivation was no weaker than theirs, and if they couldn't beat them, they could still run away. Once Kang Jai plays hide-and-seek with them in this huge examination hall, they are helpless against her. Instead of wasting time on Kang Jai, you'd be better off finding your own opportunity here. All of this was part of Kang Ji's plan. Phew, luckily I ran fast. After leaving Central Forbidden City, Kang Jai also had a long, pleasant speech. Immortal Tomb not only features disciples of various powerful families, but also the terrifying ZU. Although it's unlikely that the other party will cause me trouble, Immortal Tomb is, after all, their territory, and I always feel uncomfortable staying there. What should we do with this fruit? Kang Jai was somewhat perplexed. Although he obtained the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao fruit, he had not yet figured out what to do with it. Absorbing it on your own is definitely not enough. Leaving aside his current realm, it would be impossible for him to absorb it even if he wanted to. Even if he were to reach the tribulation transcending realm in the future, he would still be unable to absorb this Dao fruit. Someone else's success is ultimately someone else's success. With such a great opportunity, why would I cut off my own path? If I don't use it myself, then who should I give it to? Sell it to a powerful families? Kang Jai shook her head. Although those powerful families may be able to give themselves a satisfactory reward. But once someone breaks through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, or even the higher Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, therefore, the balance of Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire planet Earth, will inevitably be broken. If the other party harbors disloyal intentions or harbors malicious thoughts towards me, the consequences would be unimaginable. After much deliberation, Kang Jai still felt that it was safest for his own people to handle this fruit. Among his family, the only one who barely met the absorption requirements was little grand-uncle. This moment, Kang Jai also thought of little grand-uncle's health condition. If one could obtain this Dalio Dao fruit, it would not only completely solve the problem of one's own lifespan, they can also break through their cultivation in a short time and reach a position on par with the three powerful families. Once little grand uncle, the breakthrough cultivation level does not require reaching the Dalio golden immortal realm. It can be as low as the golden immortal realm, or even the lower level profound Mo realm. The Kang family will be a force to be reckoned with. Not many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even on Earth. With this in mind, Kang Ji immediately understood. But before that, he had to put on a show and deceive the enemy. With a thought, Kang Jai flew towards the city of Cultivator Human Tribe. Daoist Kang, why are you back? Where are the city lord and the others? Kang Ji's sudden return surprised and worried Seventh Elder and the others. How long has it been? Less than a day, and Kang Jai is already back. Could have happened? Kang Jai waved his hand. Don't worry. City Lord Xu and the others are fine and are still searching for their opportunity in Central Forbidden City. I found my opportunity shortly after entering and, since there wasn't much to do inside, I left early to return and prepare for my breakthrough cultivation. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this explanation. Over the years, I don't think anyone has ever said that you can get an opportunity so quickly after entering the Central Forbidden City. However, they didn't want to ask Kang Jai what opportunity she had gained that made her willing to leave so quickly. Those in the powerful families who heard Kang Ji's words were extremely nervous. Is this guy trying to break through his cultivation level so he can absorb that Dalio Dao fruit before the National Higher Education entrance examination ends? Impossible. He's only at the nascent soul realm. To absorb the Dalio Dao fruit, he'd need to reach at least the tribulation transcending realm. Do you think that's possible in such a short time? After being reminded like this, everyone realized what was going on. Yes, Kang Jai is only a nascent soul realm. To absorb the Dalio Dao fruit, he needs at least a tribulation transcending realm. In less than a month, how could Kang Jai possibly have broken through to the tribulation transcending realm? But just then, someone said, but he's body refining. Has realm reached the God transformation level or the body integration level? Does he have some special method that allows absorption even if the cultivation realm doesn't reach the tribulation transcending realm? But other realms do. Upon hearing this, the previously calm crowd tensed up again. That shouldn't be possible, right? Even without cultivating the Dao, can he still absorb the Dao fruit? But at this moment, no one dared to guarantee anything, and they all showed signs of nervousness. While the outside world was in chaos because of him, Kang Jai had already gone into seclusion. With a flash, Kang Jai hid inside the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, leaving only a big bell to land in the secluded training room. Was he doing this on purpose? Those outside who wanted to keep a close eye on Kang Ji immediately panicked. No matter how angry they were, they couldn't anything about Kang Jai. Upon entering the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, Kang Ji immediately calmed down. Phew, my current strength is still a bit weak, Kang Jai muttered to himself. The physical body must at least break through to the body integration level. And the last 2 of the 36 law inscriptions should also be completed. With a flick of his wrist, a Buddha relic appeared in his hand. Before going into seclusion, Kang Jai had released all his pets to continue hunting otherworldly creatures. They also used 10 billion source coin points to redeem this Buddha relic containing the destiny law. Xiao Lei, be careful later. If you sense anything amiss, blast this Buddha relic to pieces. Kang Ji instructed myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, worried that this Buddha relic might be hiding something fishy. After all, the Buddha who was able to comprehend the destiny law was by no means a simple Buddha. While remaining vigilant, Kang Jai slowly released Dantian true fire to envelop the Buddha relic before penetrating it with his mind. Pala, Ma. The moment my mind entered the Buddha relic, a magnificent Buddhist sound suddenly arose. Without a second thought, Kangji unleashed an endless torrent of Dantian true fire, surging towards Buddha relic. At the same time, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell, having received the order, immediately unleashed endless thunderous punishment, striking Buddha relic. Dantian true fire and heavenly punishment power blasted into the Buddha relic, immediately blocking the chanting of Buddhist hymns. Taking advantage of this time, the infinite computing power was connected, and the massive computing power began to analyze the destiny law contained in the Buddha relic. In just a few breaths, Kangji deciphered the destiny law inscription, and within this Buddha relic lies a vast amount of power of destiny. Kangji even vaguely sensed that it contained a mysterious destiny law, divine ability. But before Kangji could continue analyzing, the suppressed Buddhist chanting rang out again. There was definitely something wrong. Almost the instant the Buddhist chanting began, Kangji withdrew his mind from the Buddha relic. The next second, his Dantian true fire and heavenly punishment power were both squeezed out by Buddha relic. Not good. Kangji's expression changed, as if he had angered the Buddha relic, and boundless Buddhist light burst forth from it. When the Buddha's light shone on him, Kangji felt an urge to return to Buddhism. Oh no, we've gone too far. Without time to think, with a wave of his hand, the 10 directions sealing heaven ring flew out and absorbed the Buddha relic into it. Fingers flew. One Dao, the Dao mudra, is driven in the 10 directions sealing heaven ring, activating its sealing power, and sealing the Buddha relic tightly. Phew! Thank goodness for this ring, otherwise things would have been much worse. Kangji felt a pang of heart palpitation. After sensing the situation within the 10 directions sealing heaven ring, and seeing that, although Buddha relic was still radiating boundless Buddha light, it could not break through the seal of the 10 directions sealing heaven ring, Kangji breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 directions sealing heaven ring is the ring of the head of the Kang family. Since little granduncle gave it to me, I have never used it, but only regarded it as a symbol of the head of the family. In particular, after creating the spirit realm space, the 10 directions sealing heaven ring became useless. But this thing is, after all, a complete immortal artifact. Although it only has the ability to seal and store, it is still an immortal artifact. At this crucial moment, it finally came into play, delivering that terrible Buddha relic to seal. Feeling the secure seal of the 10 directions sealing heaven ring, Kangji breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, some things aren't so useful, especially these Buddhist things. Kangji felt a pang of fear. If she had been any later, she might have met with a terrible fate. Although we don't know what's hidden inside Dao's relic, it certainly isn't anything good. Perhaps this was a backup plantland left by the owner of the relic. Shaking his head, he realized that his own strength was too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been afraid of a relic. My own strength is still the most important thing, Kangji murmured to himself. Now only one of the 36 law inscriptions remains. But the law of reincarnation is a bit of a problem. Kangji frowned slightly. The law of reincarnation has been concealed within the myriad realms, cannot be sensed in any world except the prehistoric world. This law really appealed to Kangji. If I can comprehend the relevant divine ability in the future, will I be able to establish 6 paths of reincarnation? Kangji was very interested in this. However, comprehending the law of reincarnation inscription is not easy. There is almost no way to do so except through the prehistoric world. However, even in the prehistoric world, I cannot access any items related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Apart from, my mind sank into the prehistoric world. At this moment, there is a Dao clone is undergoing reincarnation. Clone can only stay in the 6 paths of reincarnation for a very short time. The goal is to utilize this limited time to move from the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's simply impossible to deduce the law of reincarnation from the Dao rhyme. However, the one thing Kang Jai has no shortage of is clone. If one doesn't work, then 10. If 10 don't work, then 100, 1,000, 1,000. A Dao grass-type clone was retrieved by Kang Jai, who absorbed the soul clone within it and then split off more soul clone, which were then released into the primordial world. One Dao clone enters 6 paths of reincarnation and can only stay each Dao for a very short time. However, there were simply too many clones from Kang Jai. With the combined computing power of millions of clones, Kang Jai was analyzing the Dao Ra rhyme hidden within the 6 paths of reincarnation at an alarming speed. However, the law of reincarnation in the prehistoric world is far too profound. Even with Kang Jai possessing millions of clones, continuously reincarnation and supported by terrifying computing power, 15 days still passed in the outside world, and more than 400 blue star years passed in the prehistoric world before the law of reincarnation inscription was finally deciphered from the reincarnation. With the successful deciphering of the law of reincarnation, Kang Jai now possesses all 36 law inscriptions. At the same time, after this resplitting of soul clone, the number of soul clone remaining in prehistoric world has reached nearly 10 million. Such a terrifying number, Kang Jai really wants to Dao. Once all these clones are cultivated. What a magnificent sight it would be if immortal ascension were to occur. Having calmed my mind, I have now reached the main body. At this crucial moment in his breakthrough cultivation, Kang Jai dared not be careless in the slightest. 36 law inscriptions, namely soul law, law of strength, law of space-time, destiny law, law of karma, law of reincarnation, devouring law, fusion law, chaos law, yin-yang law, 5 elements, laws, wind and thunder laws, star law, world law, law of tribulation, reversal law, luck law, deprivation law, law of creation, destruction law, law of life, law of death, contract law, sealing law, purification law, war of law, dream law, I Ching laws, Dan Dao law, array Dao law, instrument Dao law, law of immortality, God Dao law, martial Dao law, demonic path laws, Buddha Dao law. The 36 law inscriptions are incorporated into nascent soul, which means that Kang Jai will achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating anything related to these 36 laws in the future. Not only can you use these 36 law inscriptions as a foundation to comprehend and build your own unique law divine power, can also break through after immortal ascension. It is of great benefit to comprehend the relevant laws. This is why a foundation is so important. The stronger and more robust the foundation, the better it will be for future cultivation. With the integration of 36 law inscriptions into the nascent soul, Kang Ji's nascent soul has reached its perfect state, echoing the 36 holes on the nascent soul's nest. Now, Kang Jai gave a low shout in his heart, and the already perfected nascent soul soared into the sky, bursting out of the nascent soul nest, carrying with it the endless spiritual Kai from lower Danshin, and rushed towards middle Danshin. Nascent soul made its way through Danshin unimpeded, first rushing out of lower Danshin, and then heading upwards towards middle Danshin. However, nascent soul encountered an obstacle when rushing towards Danshin. There is a barrier between lower Dantian and middle Dantian. Nascent soul must break through this barrier to enter middle Dantian, and then continue upwards towards upper Dantian. Taking a deep breath, nascent soul, enveloped in terrifying flames and spiritual ki, slammed violently into the barrier. However, to Kang Ji's dismay, her physical body was so powerful that the barrier between the two Dantians had become exceptionally strong. Isn't this a case of reaping what you sow? Kang Ji felt depressed. Time waits for no one. Nascent soul must rush into upper Dantian as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the harder it will be to break through. Let's give it our all. Kang Ji had no choice but to use the World Tree in Dantian. It is unknown whether Dao utilizes World Tree. Will there be any abnormalities during the breakthrough? But Kang Ji can't care anything else right now. The barrier between lower Dantian and middle Dantian is too strong. Even if nascent soul manages to break through, it will consume too much of its power. It will be almost impossible to imagine the barrier between Dantian and upper Dantian and break through by then. Take a deep breath, and Kang Ji communicates with the World Tree. The World Tree begins to grow wildly, its roots carrying the chaos-breathing earth, crashing violently against the barrier below. At the same time, nascent soul also exerted its power, and the two forces, one above and one below, collided with the barrier, immediately creating ripples. There's hope. With this impact, the barrier has become noticeably weaker. Kang Ji launched a fierce attack with the roots of the World Tree and the nascent soul constantly colliding with the barrier. With a pop, the barrier shattered, breaking the barrier between lower Dantian and middle Dantian. Nascent soul darted into Dantian with a whoosh. The spiritual ki, which was swept up by the nascent soul, also surged into Dantian. Moreover, the spiritual in lower Dantian seemed to be summoned, continuously flowing into middle Dantian. Just as Kang Ji was preparing to continue his pursuit of upper Dantian, World Tree contacted him. Master, may I take root in lower Dantian? Kang Ji was taken aback. You want to settle down in lower Dantian? Why? World Tree hesitated for a moment. I don't know, Dao. Oh, I just have a feeling that if I could connect the upper, middle, and lower Dantian, it would be of great benefit to me. Kang Ji raised an eyebrow, looked at World Tree, and then at her own three Dantians, top, middle, and bottom. Kang Ji suddenly had an impulse. Should she give it a try? Kang Ji is not someone who likes to follow the rules. World Tree was created by himself, so naturally he wouldn't harm himself. Since World Tree has this kind of intuition, it is very likely that it will also benefit itself. Thinking of this, Kang Ji nodded. Okay, let's do it your way. With Kang Ji's approval, World Tree was overjoyed and said to Kang Ji, Master, you don't need to lift a finger. Just sit still and let me take you into upper Dantian. As soon as he finished speaking, the World Tree began to grow wildly, its canopy rushing towards the upper Dantian along the passage between the middle Dantian and the upper Dantian. The tree roots then rapidly descended, carrying the chaos-breathing earth, and arrived in lower Dantian. The moment the World Tree roots entered lower Dantian, they immediately established a connection with the nascent soul's lair. A mysterious feeling arose in Kang Ji's heart. It came from the soon-to-disintegrate nascent soul nest. Normally, once the nascent soul enters upper Dantian, the nascent soul's lair will transform into pure energy, nourishing the physical body and allowing the physical body to synchronously break through to the transformation God realm. However, since his physical body had already broken through to the transformation God realm, this step of no use to him. However, the moment the roots of the World Tree entered lower Dantian, I had a strange feeling. It seemed that his nascent soul nest could not only be disintegrated and absorbed by the physical body, but also had other functions. Kang Jai did not hinder this feeling, allowing the roots of the world tree and the nest of the nascent soul to touch each other. Composed of 36 golden cores, the nascent soul nest, formed by fusion, has 36 faces and 36 holes. As the roots of the world tree carried chaos-breathing earth, they entered the nascent soul nest through the hole at the very top. Something amazing happened. After the roots of the world tree carried the chaos-breathing earth into the nascent soul's lair, the nascent soul's lair began to grow. Moreover, the chaos-breathing earth, which was wrapped around the roots of the world tree, seemed to be activated after entering the nascent soul's lair and began to expand rapidly. Chaos-breathing earth quickly filled the entire nascent soul lair, and the nascent soul lair, filled with chaos-breathing earth, did not stop growing until it reached the lower Danshin barrier. Phew. I didn't expect the nascent soul nest to grow so big. But what's the use of it? Just as Kay was wondering, the nascent soul nest, which had already come into contact with the lower Danshin barrier, did not stop growing and began to squeeze the lower Danshin barrier. Oh no! Will the nascent soul lair overcrowd lower Danshin? Kang Jai was shocked and immediately contacted World Tree to see if the situation could be stopped. However, the next second, Kang Jai was stunned again. The scenario of the Danshin being crushed, as imagined, did not occur. After the nascent soul hive squeezed the Danshin barrier, it actually began to fuse with the Danshin barrier. To Kang Ji's astonishment, the nascent soul nest gradually replaced his lower Danshin. That wasn't all. After the nascent soul nest replaced lower Danshin, the chaotic breathing earth that had filled the entire nascent soul nest began to overflow from the 36 holes in the nascent soul nest. The overflowing chaos-breathing earth began to spread throughout the entire physical body. An intense pain spread throughout my body. These overflowing chaotic breathing earth elements actually began to interact with their own physical body. Fusion. Each cell is enveloped by the chaotic breathing earth, which then breaks down and absorbs the waste, reconstructing new cells. This, Kang Jai could only watch helplessly as the chaotic breathing earth transformed his physical body. While Kang Jia was observing the physical body, another change occurred on the nascent soul side. Nascent soul sat atop the world tree canopy, charging word upper Danshin with immense power. Without even using the power of the nascent soul, the world tree, imbued with the power of the world, helped him break through the barrier between the middle Danshin and the upper Danshin. In an instant, the world tree canopy carried nascent soul into upper Danshin. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, it immediately began to absorb the special energy in the upper Danshin and began to transform into a primordial spirit. Just then, the 9th grade soul lotus, which had been quietly residing within the nascent soul, suddenly appeared beneath the nascent soul. Before Kang Jai could react, the 9th grade soul lotus had taken root in the canopy of the world tree. This is rooted in the 9th grade soul lotus. The world tree also trembled. The next second, 9th grade soul lotus couldn't wait to send itself a message. Plant the karma fire red lotus seed in the nascent soul nest and water it with Danshin true fire. When Kang Jai received the inexplicable message, 9th grade soul lotus, she was completely bewildered. Kang Jai could understand planting the karma fire red lotus seed in the nascent soul's lair, since the nascent soul's lair was now filled with chaotic breathing earth. Although it was pseudo-chaos breathing earth, diluted many times over, it could still provide energy for the karma fire red lotus seed. What's the deal with using Danshin true fire for watering? My Dantian true fire is a mixture of various different flames. Wouldn't there be problems with using it? Just as Kang Jai hesitated, ninth grade Soul Lotus sent another urging message. Although he couldn't communicate with ninth grade Soul Lotus, Kang Jai could sense from the messages the other party sent that the other party seemed very anxious. With a determined effort, he threw the Karma Fire Red Lotus seed, which he had stored in the spirit realm space, into the nascent soul's lair, which is now known as Lower Dantian. Looking at the Karma Fire Red Lotus seed enveloped by the chaos-breathing earth, Kang Jai gritted his teeth and poured all the true fire within Dantian into the Karma Fire Red seed. Huh? It actually works. With the watering of Dantian true fire, Karma Fire Red Lotus actually changed. The originally dark brown seeds began to emit a Dao Hongmeng. At the same time, a strange power seeped out from the chaos-breathing earth and merged into the Karma Fire Red Lotus. I see. It is because of the special power of chaos-breathing earth that the Karma Fire Red Lotus seed has the ability to devour Dantian true fire. Although she didn't know what benefits or changes Dao would gain from doing this, Kang Jai still chose to believe in ninth grade Soul Lotus. Nourished by Dantian true fire and chaos-breathing earth, the Karma Fire Red Lotus finally sprouted. However, to Kang Ji's slight disappointment, it turned out to be just a third-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. But thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, it's just a Karma Fire Red Lotus from a low-level world, so having a grade 3 is already quite good. To Kang Ji's surprise, the third-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, after absorbing Dantian true fire, began to become ethereal. Kang Jai grew anxious as he watched Karma Fire Red Lotus gradually fade into the distance. However, he had no way to deal with the Karma Fire Red Lotus, and he also couldn't contact the ninth grade Soul Lotus. Under Kang Ji's worried gaze, the third grade Karma Fire Red Lotus finally materialized into a giant lotus flame, enveloping the entire interior of Dantian. Not only that, Karma Fire Red Lotus also devoured its own Dantian true fire, completely fusioning with it. The fused crimson lotus blazed with intense flames, climbing up the world tree trunk and eventually enveloping the entire tree. Just as the crimson lotus of strange flames enveloped the entire world tree, the chaos-breathing earth also completely fused with its physical body. In the instant of fusion, Kang Jai suddenly had a special feeling. It was as if my incarnation had become a chaos, with a giant world tree growing inside me. With every breath, I can inhale and exhale a massive amount of external energy. Every pore absorbs all energy. He felt as if he were an incarnation black hole, with boundless energy flowing through his body toward Lower Dantian. The infinite energy, after being transformed through the body of chaos, ultimately becomes the heaven and earth spiritual key most suitable for itself. Spiritual key enters Lower Dantian through 36 holes, where it liquefies into the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. During this process, the spiritual liquid was further refined by the crimson lotus flame, transforming into an even purer spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. This extremely high-quality elixir of heaven and earth was absorbed by the roots of the world tree and transported towards central Dantian. After the spiritual liquid entered Dantian, it was quickly absorbed by the spirit realm space. After absorbing the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth, the concentration of spiritual Kai in spirit realm space increased rapidly. Xiaokai, devil vine, and some lower-level insects, currently still in spirit realm space, are gushing in and out of these heaven and earth spiritual ki as they continuously inhale and exhale heaven and earth spiritual ki. They also continuously emit various distracting thoughts and soul power, as well as karma generated during their previous battles. These forces were absorbed by the world tree the moment they appeared. At this moment, the strange fire attached to the world tree began to burn away these powers. Karma was absorbed by the strange fire, turned into nourishment, and transported towards the strange fire lotus in the lower danchan. After being refined, the distracting thoughts and soul power continued upwards, eventually reaching the 9th grade soul lotus, where they were devoured. After absorbing the distracting thoughts and soul power, the 9th grade soul lotus did not keep it all to itself. Instead, it spat out the most refined essence and sent it to the primordial spirit on the lotus platform. As the primordial spirit absorbed this pure soul power and psychic energy, the psychic energy spread out uncontrollably and merged into the physical body. At that moment, Kang Ji's physical underwent another change. After absorbing soul power and psychic energy, the primordial spirit absorbs soul power to nourish divine soul, while the psychic energy is transformed by the primordial spirit into divine thought, more advanced power than Kang Ji's original divine sense, which is derived from the primordial spirit. After divine combined with physical body, Kang Ji's physical body changed again and began to grow rapidly. A terrifying suction force emanated from Kang Ji's body, drawing in and expelling all the energy within the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Oh no! The physical body is somewhat unstable. As physical body surged, Kang Ji was caught off guard by the fact that physical body showed signs of collapse. It was a collapse from the inside out, as if the current physical body could no longer support its current explosive growth. What's going on? Kang Ji immediately connected to the infinite computing power and began calculating the physical body situation. No, my physical body is still transforming. It's evolving towards a higher base. However, the current physical body's foundation couldn't support its current evolution, which led to its collapse. Kang Ji's eyes flickered. Although the physical body was just a fusion of pseudo-chaos breathing earth, it still acquired the chaos attribute. This indicates that I am evolving towards chaos demon god. Although this evolution is far inferior to the true chaos demon god, and even to the innate gods of the prehistoric world. Compared to myself now, I am so much better. However, its own bloodline foundation was too weak to support such a violent evolution. It's as if he himself doesn't possess the chaos demon god bloodline, but the physical body was using chaos demon god's divine ability, which caused the physical body to collapse. If only I had a drop of Pangu blood essence, Kang Ji murmured to herself. If there is even a single drop of Pangu blood essence, it can sustain any physical body. Of course, if you actually gave him a drop of Pangu blood essence right now, he wouldn't dare absorb it. He would be burst from the overload. However, his current situation is clearly due to his weak bloodline and his failure to evolve steadily, which has led to this awkward predicament. Without bloodline support, it seems the only option is to refine it through cultivation technique. With this in mind, Kang Ji immediately began to reanalyze body refining. Cultivation technique. The previous Dragon Elephant Vajra Primordial Salvation Sutra, clearly no longer suitable for the current pseudo-chaos demon god body. Kang Ji needs to develop a new cultivation technique that suits her physical body. Various cultivation techniques swirled in Kang Ji's mind, especially the 9 revolutions profound skill he obtained from How To. Although the 9 revolutions profound skill was only suitable for the cultivation of the Kongsuan brothers, it was still of great help to him. After all, this is the cultivation technique of the Wu tribes cultivate, originating from Pangu. Legacy is very helpful to me now. In addition, Kang Ji also referenced many cultivation techniques of the Fox Spirit Clan. Although the Fox Spirit Clan's cultivation of immortality does not focus on body refining, many of their methods of energy application are still very useful. In addition, Kang Jai constantly reflects on the chaos attribute inherent in her physical body, using it as a foundation to reconstruct the prototype of cultivation technique. During this process, Kang Ji's physical body continued to grow rapidly. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. In a short period of time, Kang Ji's physical body grew to a height of 10,000 feet. It is precisely because of this rapid surge that Kang Ji only the physical body can't support it. If it weren't for the fact that it was inside the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, it would probably have already caused a commotion outside. Even so, the towering physical body, standing in the world of thunder punishment, was like a giant supporting the heavens, with its head reaching the sky and its feet firmly planted on the ground. However, this is not the end, because the physical body is so enormous that its rate absorbing and releasing energy from heaven earth is also quite terrifying. Seeing that it could no longer supply Kang Ji's absorption, and that Kang Jai was in a predicament. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell was also a sudden numbness. With a determined effort, Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell burst forth from its secluded retreat, soaring into the sky and heading towards Central Forbidden City. The sudden turn of events left not only cultivator human tribe bewildered, but also those watching the live stream. And why did Kang Jai suddenly stop drinking Big Bell? Look, isn't that Central Forbidden City? Could it be that Kang Jai wants to go back in? While everyone was discussing it, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell had already flown above Central Forbidden City, but did not enter Central City. The reason for coming here is that Central Forbidden City has the highest concentration of heaven and earth spiritual Kui. Kang Jai requires far too much energy from heaven and earth. Without finding a place with abundant energy, I fear we won't be able to supply it. Flying above Central Forbidden City, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell transformed into a colossal bell reaching to the heavens, directly enveloping the entire Central Forbidden City. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying suction force emanated from the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell, and terrifying energy swept in, pouring into the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell. The changes in Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell have once again sparked much discussion. What's going on? Why is this big bell so frantically and releasing the energy of heaven and earth? Isn't it afraid of displeasing the grand unity golden immortal powerhouse within the immortal tome? The moment the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell arrived above Central Forbidden City, you, in Immortal Tomb, sensed it. Seeing it so arrogantly absorbing and releasing the energy of and earth above its head, even though the other party was Heavenly Dao, Spirit Treasure, and Kang Ji's magical artifact, Ziyu is ready to teach the other party a lesson. Just as Ziyu was about to make a move, Tower of Babel's voice suddenly rang out, "Don't make a move yet. Kang Jai must be in trouble, otherwise he wouldn't be so rude." Ziyu raised an eyebrow. "Have you run into trouble?" A smug smile crept across her lips. She was naturally unhappy that Kang Jai had tricked her before. Hearing that Kang Jai is in trouble now makes me feel much better. She wasn't afraid of offending Kang Jai. Karma was already born, and no matter how much she schemed against Kang Jai in the future, she had to fulfill the promise Kang Jai made to her. That's how terrifying karma is. Tower of Babel ignored Ziyu's gloating expression, and seeing that he didn't pursue the matter of the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell, relented. looking at the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, which was still frantically absorbing and consuming the energy of heaven and earth. Tower of Babel's mind stirred, and a surge of boundless energy poured down, directly enveloping the entire myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. With the help of the Tower of Babel, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell absorbed the energy of heaven and earth at a much faster rate. However, this behavior has also caused displeasure among many families. This is equivalent to the Tower of Babel personally helping Kang Jai. This is during the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. However, how displeased they are, it is none of their business what the Tower of Babel does. What on earth is Kang Jai doing? Why is he absorbing the energy of heaven and earth so frantically? Could it be that that guy really wants to reach the top in one step? Break through to the tribulation transcending realm before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination ends, and then absorb that Dalio Dao fruit. The moment this idea came out, countless powerful families couldn't sit still. The reason they can watch this show so calmly now is because they're certain that Kang Jai can't absorb the Dalio Dao fruit. What should they do if Kang Jai manages to absorb that precious fruit before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination ends? While the outside world was in an uproar due to various speculations, Kang Jai was becoming increasingly nervous. He continuously improved the new cultivation technique over time. Taking this opportunity, Kang Jai also gave Ziyu the luck. The cultivate method is given to cultivate. At this moment, in his upper dantian, the world tree canopy occupies almost a third of the area below the upper dantian. In the center of the tree canopy, another 9th grade soul lotus takes root, forming a giant transparent lotus flower. On the lotus platform, Kang Ji, the primordial spirit, sits within, its body expanding with each breath. Although the primordial spirit is not as large as the physical body of today, it is still many times larger than the primordial spirit of a normal person. Kang Jai suspects that if he wants to break through to the fusion realm, the size of the primordial spirit is not based on the human race's body, but rather on the size of this pseudo-chaos demon, God's body. Fortunately, his primordial spirit seems to have mutated as well, growing larger with almost every breath. Once it reaches the same size as physical body and is imprinted with it, after law inscriptions, you can then break through to fusion realm. At this moment, a golden dragon was encircling the primordial spirit. This is the Luck Golden Dragon, formed from Kang's own luck. Luck's golden dragon isn't large, but it's very refined compared to Ziyu. The description in Legacy is more concise. If you look closely, you'll also find that a dragon bead has actually been condensed inside this Luck Gold Dragon. This dragon bead is no ordinary dragon bead, it's made from the previous Dao. The dragon bead transformed from the luck portal. Within this dragon pearl lies the luck of all of Kang Jai's clone. If this luck were released, even the Luck Golden Dragon itself might burst. With luck and dragon now complete, Kang Jai's upper dantian has become more stable. In the middle dantian, with the infusion of massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual ki, the spirit realm space also surged. With the infusion of boundless spiritual power, Xiao Kai's realm was forcibly boosted by 2 realms. Under the infusion of this immense energy, spirit realm space also underwent a transformation. Without the help of source coins, spirit realm space underwent 2 transformations simply through pure energy infusion. Xiao Kai's realm has now moved from nascent soul peak, directly broke through to body integration peak. Similarly, spirit realm space from nearly 100,000 square kilometers to nearly 10 million square kilometers. Such a vast space enough for Kang Jai to produce all kinds of offspring insects at will. Similarly, with the advancement of spirit realm space, the authority over space-time has also been enhanced. The normal time flow rate in spirit realm space has now reached 40 times. Even without consuming additional energy, 1 day outside is equivalent to 40 days in the spirit realm space. With the evolution of spirit realm space, the Danshin in the middle has also been stabilized. As for the most fundamental lower Danshin, it was originally least stable due to the presence of the chaotic breathing earth. But with Kang Jai based on the evolution of cultivation technique, Kang Jai incorporated the roots of the world tree. Kang Jai directly caused the roots of the world tree to fill the entire Danshin space, and the 35 thickest roots to spread along Danshin. The 35 holes of the nascent soul's lair spread outwards, reaching arts of its body. Using the roots of the world tree as meridians, the entire physical body is connected. In this way, Kang Jai's entire physical body is more like a chaos space. Within this chaos space, a gigantic world tree grows, taking root in every part of chaos. The entire world tree is divided into 3 parts. The lower Danshin space, where the roots are located, the middle Danshin space where the heart of the tree, i.e., the spirit realm space, is located, and the upper Danshin space where the Kani carries the primordial spirit. The lower Danshin connects to the entire physical body, which in turn absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Within the Danshin lies the spirit realm space, which stores ki, transformed from the essence of heaven and earth. Upper Danshin sit cross-legged as the primordial spirit, absorbing the gods transformed from all spirits in the spirit realm space. Finally, the divided soul will combine with the physical body, bringing the entire physical body's spirit into perfect unity. The 3 Danshins, upper, middle, and lower, are all connected by the world tree, forming a complete system of ki refining, soul transformation, spirit refining, a state of returning to emptiness. With the help of world tree, Kang Jai's physical body finally stopped collapsing. At this point, Kang Jai finally deduced a new body refining cultivation technique. This cultivation technique, based on the chaos attribute, fuses various body refining techniques. The essence of cultivation technique has ultimately led to the current cultivation technique. Kang Jai named this cultivation technique Chaos Demon God Sutra. The Chaos Demon God not only includes all the features of the previous cultivation technique, but most importantly, it contains the chaos attribute. With this attribute, Kang Jai can counter any energy. Moreover, since it's called the Chaos Demon God scripture, it naturally carries the attributes of Chaos Demon God. Once Kang Jai unfolds his physical body, he will incarnate Chaos, the body of Demon God. Of course, the current Chaos Demon God's body can only be considered a pseudo-Chaos Demon God's body. Even so, once Kang Jai incarnation Chaos Demon God, your combat power will increase exponentially. However, this method also has a drawback. It consumes too much energy, and if used excessively, the physical body may collapse. The reason for this deficiency is that its own foundation is too weak. If I could fuse a single drop of Pengu blood essence, everything would be fine. However, this is just wishful thinking. Even in the prehistoric world, there is currently no Pengu blood essence. One can only imagine the essence of the 12 ancestral witches. If we could gather the essence of the 12 ancestral witches, we might be able to re-evolve the Pengu blood essence. Shaking his head to suppress these chaotic thoughts, he realized now wasn't the time to dwell on them. Following the new cultivation technique, Kang Jai began to cultivate. With the cultivate, the enormous physical body was finally brought under control and stopped growing endlessly. Its body began to slowly descend, continuously compressing, with terrifying energy stored in every cell. Prior to this, Kangji's physical body had already broken through to body integration. Early stage, that's not all. With the compression of the physical body, Kangji's body refining realm is also growing rapidly. However, when compressed to 1/3, the physical body encountered the bottleneck and could not be compressed any further. Looking at his height, which was still over 6,600 jang, Kangjai felt a headache coming on. With that kind of height, you can't even get out. The primordial spirit's control over the physical body is insufficient, which is why the physical body cannot be compressed further. In an instant, Kangjai found the problem. Ultimately, it's because the physical body is too powerful and the primordial spirit is too weak. So the primordial spirit cannot control the physical body. If primordial spirit isn't enough, then breakthrough is the only option. Primordial spirit. Kangjai is not worried about this. After breaking through to the transformation god realm, the next step is to imprint the law inscriptions from the primordial spirit into the physical body. Only when the physical body is also imprinted with law inscriptions can the primordial spirit and the physical body form a special connection, allowing the cultivator to use certain spells. Bonding to the law. These spells are essentially simplified versions of law divine power. While it cannot be used as freely as law divine power, it can still be used with the assistance of hand seals, talisman, formation, and other methods. With the transformation god realm, the cultivator truly enters the cultivation realm. Combat is no longer limited to a simple skill, but involves the Tao of heaven and earth. Each time a law inscription is imprinted in the physical body, the primordial spirit will surge accordingly. When all the law inscriptions in the primordial spirit are imprinted in the physical body, the primordial spirit will also grow to the same size as the physical body. At this point, the primordial spirit can achieve a perfect fusion with the physical body, breaking through to the fusion realm. Upon reaching fusion realm, cultivator can independently comprehend law divine power, which is the true foundation for cultivator's future development. What Kangjai needs to do now is to select law inscriptions to imprint onto the physical body. This is a meticulous task, requiring not only a thorough understanding of one's own law inscriptions, but also the use of one's divine thought to guide the power of heaven and earth, gradually imprinting inscriptions into the physical body. Fortunately, Kangjai meets the standards in both her control over law inscriptions and the strength of her divine thought. The first law inscription Kangjai chose was Soul Law, which is Kangji's innate talent and the first one he had to choose. It didn't take long for Kangjai to imprint the Soul Law inscription into his physical body. After completing the Soul Law inscription, Kangjai discovered that his sensitivity to the power of the soul had actually increased significantly. Even the soul power that roams freely in the world can be sensed by one's own physical body, and one can even absorb it. However, the soul power absorbed by the physical body was not directly absorbed by the primordial spirit. Instead, like ordinary energy, it first passed through the lower dantian, then the middle dantian, and finally the upper dantian. After being tempered by both the crimson lotus and the 9th grade soul lotus, the most essential part was finally absorbed by the primordial spirit. With the soul law inscription imprinted, the physical body has gained such benefits, making Kangjai even more eager for the upcoming law inscriptions. Kangjai chose the second Tao law inscriptions is Chaos Law. With the Chaos Law inscription successfully imprinted, Kangjai discovered that his physical body had become much more stable. Not only did the physical body become more stable, but the speed at which it absorbed and released the power of heaven and earth also increased significantly. It was as if, because of the chaos law inscription, his physical body had taken another big step toward becoming the true chaos demon god. And with the 2 Tao with the law inscriptions completed, the over 6,000-foot-long physical body also descended rapidly, dropping more than 2,000 feet. Without hesitation, Kang Ji imprinted the strength law inscription, devouring law inscription, fusion law inscription, world law inscription, luck law inscription, sealing law and contract inscriptions into the physical body. When there are a total of 9 Tao, when the law inscriptions were successfully applied, Kang Ji's physical body finally returned to its normal size. At this point, when Kang Ji tried to continue imprinting law inscriptions, he was unable to do so. It seems that being able to imprint 9 law inscriptions at once is the limit. Kang Ji was also amazed when he saw the primordial spirit, which had grown to a height of 10,000 feet. Unexpectedly, after imprinting only 9 law inscriptions, his primordial spirit surged to the same level as Chaos Demon God's body. But Kang Ji knew that neither his physical body nor his primordial spirit had reached their limits. Fusion is only possible when both reach their limits. Having reached this point, further progress is no longer possible in the short term. Even so, Kang Ji is quite satisfied with this. Now my physical body realm has already broken through to body integration. The peak is just one step away from the tribulation transcendence level. If he were to unleash the chaos demon god's body, his physical body strength would be able to directly transcend the 2 realms and reach the Mahayana realm. However, I myself would not use this method lightly. Even using the conventional divine and demonic battle body, one can fight across a large realm without any side effects. His primordial spirit was so strong that it was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The immense primordial spirit is probably unprecedented and will likely never be repeated. Although the realm is still the transformation god realm, its terrifying primordial spirit power is so great that even a tribulation transcending realm expert would likely be unable to harm it in the slightest. In addition to the physical body and primordial spirit, the surge in spirit realm space has made the amount of cosmic energy it can store even more terrifying. It will probably be impossible to exhaust the body's energy through a war of attrition in the future. In addition, Dantian True Fire has also undergone another mutation. Fusion after Karma Fire Red Lotus, Dantian Fire has now transformed into a strange red lotus that exists between illusion and reality. It is a spiritual root, a magic treasure, and a strange flame. As the spiritual root, the crimson lotus of the strange flame is rooted in the lower Dantian, and it grows along with itself. As a magic treasure, the crimson lotus flame can take on a physical form and attack and defend just like a magic treasure. As a different kind of fire, Kang Ji can not only be used to fight enemies, but also for alchemy. More importantly, after absorbing the properties of the Karma Fire Red Lotus, the Red Lotus also gained the ability to absorb and refine karma. From now on, Kang Ji's killings will not take up karma, and karma will have no effect him. Kang Ji never expected that such a small breakthrough would lead to so many unexpected events. Fortunately, everything is moving in a positive direction. If he were to encounter Ji Changxia again, he could easily crush him with one hand. Phew! I wonder how long this breakthrough has been going on, and whether the National Higher Education entrance examination is over yet. Just as Kang Ji was thinking this, the voice of myriad tribulation, heavenly thunderbell rang out. Master, the National Higher Education entrance examination is not over yet. There are still 5 days left. 5 days. Kang Jai frowned slightly. There were still 5 days left. What else could she do? Was she just going to sit here and wait? Just then, Kang Jai suddenly thought of otherworldly creatures in the exam world. These were all points, and also source coins. Since we still have 5 days, why not clear out all the otherworldly creatures here? Master, the otherworldly creatures were all cleared out 3 days ago. Now it won't be easy to find them. The remaining ones are probably hidden very deep. What? Otherworldly creatures have all been cleared out too. Kang Jai was stunned. Yes, Master. Xiao Hong and his group led billions of insect offspring to clean up this world. They wiped out all the otherworldly creatures they could find. Upon hearing this news, Kang Jai truly didn't know what to say. It seems that he doesn't have to lift a finger. His pets do all the work for him. This feeling is pretty good, but there are only 5 days left. What can I do? I can't get into King Immortal Tomb, and even if I could, I wouldn't dare to go in. How about we look at Dalio Dao Fruit? The next second, Kang Jai shook his head. That's someone else's post after all, and Kang Jai doesn't want to be influenced by others. Are we just supposed to wait here like idiots for 5 days? Just as Kang Jai was struggling with this, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This outfit. Kang Ji's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the lifebound treasure that he had just refined not long ago. Now I finally know what Dao should do for the next 5 days. At the same time, looking at her lifebound treasure, Kang Jai suddenly had a bold idea. Although the lifebound treasure was only recently created, it is now clearly lagging behind its current state. Now, his physical body has transformed into the pseudo-chaos demon god body, while the core mother cell of lifebound treasure is still the bloodline cell from before his transformation. Although my bloodline cells were quite good before, they were not nearly as good as my physical body cells now. Moreover, the previous lifebound treasure core mother cells were still hidden inside the underwear, which always posed some hidden dangers. However, his Danchin has now been replaced by the nascent soul nest, which is filled with chaos-breathing earth and enveloped by the crimson lotus of strange flames, making it completely different from what it used to be. Kang Jai suddenly had a bold idea. Could he hide the core mother cell of lifebound treasure inside Danchin, use the crimson lotus flame to refine and temper it at any time? In this way, not only can the core mother cell be protected more safely, but it can also be constantly tempered, which is a win-win situation. However, if the crimson lotus of different flames is only used to temper the core mother cell, Kang Jai feels it's a bit of a waste. After much thought, Kang Jai came up with a solution: to use the core mother cell and endless daughter cells to create an alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was placed in the lower Danchin, and alchemy was carried out using the crimson lotus flame. In this way, not only are the core mother cells protected, but they are also constantly tempered by the strange fire of the crimson lotus, and can continuously refine medicinal pills on their own. As long as you divide one Dao soul clone can be integrated into pill furnace for control. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Without hesitation, Kang Ji and me immediately took out the core mother cell and carefully added his current pseudo-chaos god and demon cells to retemper it. Fortunately, with the experience from last time and help of Xiaolei's endless lightning tribulation, the core mother cell was able to complete its evolution with great difficulty. The evolved core mother cell immediately connected with all the daughter cells, and as a massive amount of spiritual energy was absorbed, all the daughter cells also underwent a transformation. But that's not enough. The number of subcells that have been transformed into clothes and capes is currently limited, and the alchemy furnace needs to generate new subcells to rebuild them. To build a new alchemy furnace, the number of daughter cells required is many times greater than that of clothing. Master, I'm afraid I can't supply the heaven and earth spiritual ki you need. The Tower of Babel has already reduced the supply of spiritual ki, probably because they know you've successfully broken through. Just now Kang Jai, the successful breakthrough, reduced the need for spiritual ki, and the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell naturally slowed its consumption of heaven and earth spiritual ki. Tower of Babel immediately knew that Dao and Kang Jai must have overcome their difficulties. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai had another sudden idea and refined life-bound treasure again, which increased the demand for spiritual kui once more. This time, however, the Tower of Babel did not provide endless energy again. After all, helping once is fine, but helping a second time would probably cause an uproar among the powerful families outside. Kang Jai was also taken aback when she heard the words myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Is the energy insufficient? Kang Jai frowned. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai flipped his hand, and the 7 treasure furnace appeared in his hand. The 7 treasure furnace is itself a top-tier alchemy furnace below the immortal grade. If it is incorporated into a life-bound treasure, it can save a lot of energy. The problem is, this was the magic treasure given to him by the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family, and he's a little reluctant to let it melt away. But now there was no other way but to do this, so with gritted teeth, Kang Jai melted down the 7 treasure furnace. When it came to his realm, the 7 treasure furnace quickly became ineffective against him. If it could be integrated into life-bound treasure, it would be a great achievement for the 7 treasure furnace. Time flies, and after 5 days, Kang Jai finally integrated the 7 treasure furnace into life-bound treasure. With a thought, life-bound treasure automatically splits into several parts. The largest of these, containing the core mother cell, was directly transformed into a new alchemy furnace. The new alchemy furnace looks very similar to the 7 treasure furnace, but it has 2 more interior spaces, making a total of 9 independent spaces inside. Kang Jai named it the 9 Treasures Alchemy Furnace. After the 9 Treasures Alchemy Furnace was formed, it directly entered the body and landed steadily on the crimson lotus of strange flames. It occupied a considerable space in the lower dantian, compressing and condensing the original chaotic breathing earth in the dantian. The remaining cells then transformed into underwear, outer garments, boats, belts, capes, and other items, reappearing on Kang Ji's body. With a wave of his hand, the cloak transformed into a large sword in his grasp. Looking at the weapon made up of the new daughter cells, Kang Jai noticed that the weapon in his hand was much heavier than before. Although it is still composed of the same number of daughter cells, its weight is more than 10 times heavier. In addition, the transformed blade has a more substantial feel and also possesses the chaos attribute, which allows it to absorb the opponent's attacks. Kang Jai loosened his grip, and the greatsword transformed back into a cloak, reappearing behind him. As expected of a natal magical artifact crafted from pseudo-chaos god and demon cells, even standing here now, I'm afraid I could defeat someone like Realm. Even if cultivators attacked, they probably couldn't break through my life-bound treasure's defenses. Kang Ji's physical body has now achieved body integration. Peak and life-bound treasure is Kang Ji. It is made primarily from physical body cells. Therefore, life-bound treasure with the chaos attribute can absorb almost 100% of the attacks from cultivators with an undergoing tribulation level or lower. Even if Kang Jai stands still and lets enemies below the tribulation transcendence level attack her, They will only charge their life-bound treasure, but will not have any effect on her. Even if a cultivator is one size larger than a realm, some of their attacks will be absorbed by the life-bound treasure, greatly reducing the damage they can inflict on themselves. With the help of life-bound treasure, even without incarnation, the body of chaos god and demon will also cause one's combat power to soar. Originally, he could fight across a large realm with his ordinary demon god form. With the aid of life-bound treasure, he might be able to overcome the challenges facing the Mahayana realm. Early-stage cultivator is not without a fighting chance. Finally, I have some ability to protect myself. Feeling his own immense power, Kang Jai smiled with satisfaction. His current surface combat power is the strongest physical body power, reaching the body integration level, peak. However, besides his physical body power, his life-bound treasure can absorb enemy attacks, and coupled with the powerful crimson lotus flame, which fused with his original divine senses divine thought and divine soul attacks, he was even capable of handling undergoing tribulation. Even a peak-level expert is not without the power to fight. If the ordinary divine and demonic battle body is used, the combat power will directly soar to Mahayana, early stage. If he were to unleash the pseudo-chaos demon god body, he would be invincible below earth immortal. It can be said that, if the cultivation realm were not so low, Kang Ji's current skill level would be sufficient to graduate from the 3 great academies. The 3 great academies require students to achieve the minimum graduation requirement Mahayana realm in the cultivation realm. If students of the 3 great academies do not pursue other cultivars, their graduates may not necessarily be a match for Kang Jai. However, whether it's the 3 great academies or other universities, the graduation requirement for students is cultivation realm, not other cultivate systems. Because once breakthrough at Mahayana level and above, all cultivators will switch to Tao training. Cultivation technique. Whether it's cultivating immortality, cultivating demonhood, or cultivating Buddhism, gods, or martial arts, they are all just branches of cultivating Tao. The cultivation technique descended by Blue Star Heavenly Tao is based on cultivating Tao. If you want to go further, repairing the Tao is the only way out. Even those Western systems will eventually embark on the path of cultivating divinity. And cultivating divinity will still be based on cultivating divinity on Earth. It is derived from the cultivation technique. Because cultivating Tao is the foundation of everything, all universities require students to meet the cultivation realm standard in order to graduate. Although Kang Ji's current combat strength is no less than that of some graduates of the 3 great academies. But if Kang Jai wants to graduate from the 3 great academies, she still needs to cultivate her blue star. Cultivation technique. Cultivate to Mahayana realm. Kang Ji's current cultivation is only the 9th level of soul transformation. Distance to soul transformation perfection is still 27 small realms away. Master, the National Higher Education Entrance Examination is almost over. The myriad tribulations of Heavenly Thunderbell remind Kang Jai. It's finally going to end. Kang Jai also breathed a sigh of relief. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination is no longer of any use to me, and staying here is a waste of time. Fortunately, the exam is over, and I can finally go out. With a flash, Kang Jai stepped out of the myriad tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. Myriad tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell obediently returned to Danshan. But as soon as the myriad tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell returned to Lower Danshan, the entire clock froze. Master, my lord, what happened to your Danshan? What happened? Feeling the chaotic breathing earth that filled the entire Danshan. The myriad tribulation. The Heavenly Thunderbells. I was a little dazed. I only went out for a short while. How come the whole house has changed so much? Upon hearing the sound of myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell, Kang Jai was taken aback and immediately a little embarrassed. Hey, how are you feeling? If you're not feeling well, you can stay in spirit realm space or upper Danshan. Kang Jai, naturally, wouldn't be stingy with his praise for the hero who helped him break through this time. Although the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell originally resided in the lower Danshan, it is not impossible for it to stay in the spirit realm space and the upper Danshan as well. Upon hearing Kang Ji's words, the spirit of the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell rolled its eyes and immediately said, Master, may I go and take a look at these two places first? Kang Jai did not refuse and first sent the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell into upper Danshan, which was still relatively spacious. Apart from the lower third being covered by the world tree canopy, the entire space contains only the 9th grade soul lotus and Kang Ji's primordial spirit. Behind the primordial spirit was a massive, ancient primordial portal, much like Kang Ji's. The background of primordial spirit is average. The appearance of the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell sent a shiver down my spine. Master, what is that? It's terrifying. I don't want to stay here. Before Kang Jai could react, myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell left upper Danshan. Kang Jai was taken aback and asked myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell in confusion, What terrifying aura? Where did you sense the terrifying aura? That portal. The information there is terrifying. I don't want to stay there. I feel like I could lose my life at any moment. Kang Jai was puzzled. How could there be a terrifying message coming from the prehistoric world portal? Why hadn't she sensed it herself? Is it because this portal was created with me that I can't sense any threat? But if that's the case, why didn't the world tree and the 9th grade soul lotus sense anything? Kang Jai was puzzled and hurriedly asked world tree, Master, I was born in chaos, bloodline in the legacy. What kind of information haven't we experienced? A mere portal naturally won't make us feel anything. Myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell is probably of too low a grade. It's also heavenly Dao. Spirit treasure, therefore, is very sensitive to this kind of world information. Master, the world behind this portal in your sea of a consciousness must have a very high rank, right? It must be at least a higher rank than the world where the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell originally existed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have this feeling. Kang Jai was taken aback, not expecting world tree to be explained this way. However, on second thought, it's possible. After all, world tree was born in chaos and is constantly bathed in the great Tao. It's natural that it wouldn't be interested in information about the prehistoric world. Moreover, this is just a portal to the prehistoric world, and its power has been weakened many times over. However, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell is different. The world it once lived in, no matter how powerful, could not possibly surpass the prehistoric world. That is why it fears the breath of the prehistoric world. But why didn't 9th grade soul lotus feel anything either? Kang Jai voiced her doubts. World tree pondered for a moment, then Dao said, Master, there is only one possibility. The 9th grade soul lotus has a powerful background and is likely no weaker than me. Not weaker than you. Could it be that it's also a chaos spiritual root? World tree shook its head. I don't know about that, my bloodline. I haven't seen it in legacy, and I don't know its origin. Kang Jai was helpless. There was no information about the 9th grade soul lotus in the world tree's legacy information, so it was even more impossible for Kang Jai to know about Dao. In the prehistoric world, although there are many magic treasures related to lotus flowers, There are none related to the ninth grade soul lotus. The magic treasures that have appeared in the prehistoric world include the 36th grade chaos blue lotus, the 24th grade creation blue lotus, the 12th grade karma golden lotus, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, the 12th grade karma fire red lotus, and the 12th grade world destroying black lotus. In some ancient fantasy novels, even the 12-petaled reincarnation purple lotus would appear. Of all the lotus-type magic treasures, Kang Jai had never heard of a ninth grade soul lotus. Moreover, the current ninth grade soul lotus is not in its complete form. The complete form is likely to be grade 12 or even higher. Unfortunately, the ninth grade soul lotus remains dormant. Even when it occasionally awakens, it can only transmit a few messages and cannot communicate at all. This also prevented him from figuring out the true origins of ninth grade soul lotus. Suppress your guesses about the ninth grade soul lotus. If you can't guess, then don't guess. When the time comes, you will know. With a wave of his hand, he threw the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell into spirit realm space. How's it here? Kang Jai asked Dao. Myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell, looked spirit realm space over and compared it with lower Danshan. Although it can stay in chaos-breathing earth still possesses chaos properties, which constantly dissolve its main body. Although this dissolving power is not strong, it does not require much energy to resist. However, it had not evolved into a complete world and could not convert the power of chaos. Staying in the chaos-breathing earth was ultimately somewhat uncomfortable. If it waits until the world of thunder punishment evolves into a true minor thousand worlds before staying in the chaos-breathing earth, then it can absorb and expel chaos to grow itself. For now, it's more comfortable to stay in spirit realm space. Master, I want to stay here. Kang Jai nodded. Okay, then you can stay here from now on. I'll call you if you need anything. Myriad Tribulation Thunderbell was overjoyed and immediately flashed into the dimensional space opened up by Xiao Kai. Master, it's stealing my territory. Seeing that Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell was so arrogantly taking over his spot, Xiao Kai immediately became unhappy. Kang Jai was also somewhat troubled. The dimensional space was inspired by Xiao Kai's observation of the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell, creating the Heavenly Dao space, which led to the creation of the Spirit Realm dimensional space, which would also become the future Spirit Realm, the prototype of Heavenly Dao space. Unexpectedly, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell had such a keen eye for location, choosing this place at a glance, which gave Kang Jai a headache. Before Kang Jai could speak, Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell scoffed at Dao. What's so great about your crappy space? I just wanted to help you. As soon as the words fell, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell unleashed boundless thunderous power, and the Heavenly Dao, the power of law, filled the entire dimensional space. With my help, your dimensional space will evolve at a faster pace, which will only benefit you and cause you no harm. Xiao Kai was stunned as she looked at the drastically changed dimensional space. Master, there's another benefit to doing this. When I'm bored, I can use the power of lightning to help realm space temper their physical bodies and enhance their resistance to lightning. Kang Jai's eyes lit up. If that were true, the transformation of dimensional space by Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell would only bring benefits and no harm. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai, what do you think? Xiao Kai was dissatisfied with Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell's actions. It was right that modifying dimensional space in this way would also benefit itself. All right, for the sake of the Master, I'll reluctantly let you stay here." Seeing that the two sides had reached a settlement, Kang Jai also relented. Just as the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell was settled, the Tower of Babel's voice rang out, "Exam over. Attention all candidates, you will be teleported out of this world in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves." 3 minutes later, everyone felt a blur before their eyes and found themselves back at their previous residence. Then the voice of the Tower of Babel rang out again. "Attention all candidates, you may stay in the Tower of Babel for 1 day. After 1 day, everyone must leave. If anyone wants to leave early, they only need to call upon the deity. Furthermore, the isolation restriction for all candidates has been lifted, and you are free to move about, but violence is strictly prohibited. Anyone who uses violence will be immediately expelled." Upon hearing this, Kang Jai was startled. Without thinking, she immediately concealed her aura and dodged into the myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell. At the same time, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell instantly turned into a speck of dust and headed out of the dwelling. Kang Jai had just left not long ago. Dao Dao's figure swiftly swept across the sky, appearing at the place Kang Jai originally lived. "Oh no! They've escaped. He couldn't have gone far. Find him quickly." One Dao Dao's figure flashed past the void realm, recklessly releasing mental energy to probe the surroundings. Some people here want to work with Kang Jai. Trade Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. However, some people want to force Kang Jai to produce the Tower of Babel. If Kang Jai is forced to take action, he will be expelled from the Tower of Babel and returned to Guangling No, one high school. There, their various families had already planted all sorts of spies and powerful figures. As long as Kang Jai appears, they have plenty of ways to make him hand over the Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. That's Dalio Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. Even if it means taking a huge risk, they are determined to give it their all. If they succeed, their family will immediately rise to prominence, even surpassing the 3 great families and becoming the uncrowned kings of Dragon Kingdom and even Earth. How many people can resist such temptation? Feeling the light in the sky, Dao's unbridled QI breath caused Kang Jai to frown deeply. Judging from this situation, there must have been many informants around outside. As soon as I go out, I will definitely be targeted. Hiding isn't a solution either. We can only stay in the Tower of Babel for 1 more day at most. He will still be forcibly teleported away a day later. He didn't believe the Tower of Babel would make repeated exceptions for him. The strong are never created through protection. In the eyes of Tower of Babel, this is also a test. With a thought, Kang Jai controlled the myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell, to descend deeper into the earth. Having reached a depth of 10,000 meters underground, Kang finally emerged from the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell space. I don't have much time. I must break through this impasse in a short period of time. With that thought in mind, Kang Ji immediately summoned the Tower of Babel shopping list. The only thing that gives him hope of breaking the deadlock is the Tower of Babel shopping list. Perhaps the solution lies within this list. I glanced at my points. 37 billion points. This is his secret to breaking the deadlock. He killed almost all the otherworldly creatures in the entire practical assessment world. Hundreds of millions of otherworldly creatures ultimately contributed more than 57.5 billion source coins to him. However, he used 20 billion of that to purchase Ki Yun Dragon Pearl and Buddha Relic in advance. There are still over 37.5 billion points remaining, which is over 37.5 billion source coins. In addition to the source coins earned from hunting otherworldly creatures, You can also obtain more than 24 billion source coins by selling your alchemy to the Tower of Babel. Adding the two together, I now own approximately 62 billion source coins. With so many source coins, Kang Jai refuses to believe he can't find a way to break the deadlock. Draw up a shopping list. First, there was an internal shopping list for the test takers. Unfortunately, he had already bought most of the good stuff on it, and the few remaining items, while good, didn't hold much appeal for him. For example, a certain top-tier cultivation technique, immortal artifact, or rare spirit pill. These things may seem priceless to outsiders, and are rarely seen by outsiders, but for me, it doesn't hold much appeal. What suits me best is the best. Moreover, having acquired an entire prehistoric world, and with his focus shifting there, he naturally wouldn't be interested in such things. As Kang Jai searched, her eyes grew increasingly dim. The entire list of candidates contained nothing she needed. Then I can only look at the big list. I just hope I can find what I want. The big list is a shopping list for all Tower of Babel users, containing items that are even more valuable than legendary items like the space-time divinity shard. The most expensive item Kang Jai saw was worth a staggering 1 trillion source coins. And he didn't even have the right to see the information about that item. Although she didn't know what Dao's thing was, Kang Jai was certain that it was an extremely rare and valuable item. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to view items worth over 100 billion. I can only search among items worth less than 100 billion. If we want to break this deadlock, then the fruit cannot be on our own shoulders. Not only that, but you also need to have enough power to ensure that others dare not easily attack you. This means either purchasing an offensive item that poses a threat to the profound immortal, or even the golden immortal. Either have your own people fuse in a short period of time, Daluo Dao fruit. Breakthrough cultivation level makes others wary and dare not attack me or the Kang family. Kang Jai quickly analyzed the key to breaking the deadlock. Buying disposable items is a poor choice. The better option is to find a way to get little Gunduncle to fusion in a short period of time. He broke through his current cultivation level and achieved the immortal fruit level. Even earth immortal, heavenly immortal might not work. True immortal, or even profound immortal would be best. The problem is that the Kang family and little grand uncle are already being targeted. And even if I spread the word about the Dalio Dao fruit, someone else will intercept it. What to do? Kang Jai pondered as she quickly flipped through the list of items. Chaotic stone, a good thing. It's a pity. 9 heavens breathing earth, that's also a good thing, but now. Kang Jai found 2 items she wanted, but now was not the time to buy them. Although 62 billion source coins seems like a lot, Kang Jai is not sure if he can buy what he wants with that money. After searching for a while, Kang Jai finally found an item. High-grade immortal stone. There's actually a high-grade immortal stone. Kang Jai's eyes lit up when she saw immortal stone on the list. Immortal stone can accelerate Mahayana realm cultivator breakthrough to earth immortal realm speed. In general, cultivator after breaking through to Mahayana realm, one needs to transform the energy within the body and the physical body into immortal spiritual energy and a divine spiritual body. This process requires 1 day immortal spiritual energy serves as a starting point. As long as there is a Dao Ying in immortal spiritual energy as a catalyst, all the energy in the body and the physical body can be gradually transformed into immortal spiritual energy and an immortal spiritual body. However, such a transformation usually takes a very long time, typically around 5,000 years. Mahayana realm, the cultivator's lifespan is only 10,000 years, Therefore, the immortal stone is not the same as the Mahayana realm. It is very important for a cultivator, because with the help of immortal stone, the transformation speed between immortal Kai and the immortal body will be greatly accelerated. The higher the grade of immortal stone, the faster the conversion rate. If all use low grade, if immortal stone transforms immortal Ki into a celestial body, the transformation speed will be increased by 100 times, often taking only 50 years. However, if medium grade is used, if immortal stone is used for transformation, the speed can be increased by another 100 times, taking only half a year. If a high-grade immortal stone is used, the speed can be increased by 100 times, and immortal ascension can be completed in less than 2 days. The transformation of Qi into the immortal body. This is why high-grade immortal stone is so precious. And a low-grade and immortal stone can be exchanged for 1 million source coins and 1 medium-grade coin. An immortal stone can be exchanged for 100 million source coins, while a high-grade immortal stone can be exchanged for 10 billion source coins. As for the even higher rank, top-tier immortal stone, okay, with Kangji's permissions, we can't see the exchange price of the top-tier immortal stone yet, but on speculation, it's worth at least 1 trillion source coins. This is beyond Kang Ji's current reach. Now, he can only afford to buy a high-grade immortal stone. With the help of a high-grade immortal stone, once little grand-uncle absorbs the Dalio Dao fruit, he will be able to break through to the Earth immortal realm in a very short time. Kang Jai added the high-grade immortal stone to her shopping list, but did not buy it immediately. This thing can only be used as an aid. It can't truly help him. Kang Jai continued searching, and soon finally found an item. One-time defense formation plate. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. He discovered that this time the list contained even more good stuff than the last one he had seen. Perhaps because he had more source coin this time, he saw more good things. For example, the previously rare sites of chaotic stone and 9 heavens breathing earth are now included in the list without any quantity limit. The one-time defensive formation plate is also something that wasn't available last time. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Last time, my total assets weren't even 10 billion, while this time the one-time defensive formation plate I saw was worth 10 billion. Looking at the description of the one-time defense formation plate on the list, Kang Jai decisively bought it. This formation plate has powerful defensive capabilities, but unfortunately it's a one-time use item. Against golden immortal level attacks, it can withstand 3 breaths. Against profound immortal level attacks, it can withstand 1 incense sticks time to 1 hour. Against true immortal level attacks, it can withstand 3 to 9 hours. And against attacks below true immortal, it can withstand 12 hours. Even without an attack, the defensive formation plate will automatically disintegrate after 12 hours, which is why Kang Jai took a liking to this disposable defensive formation plate at first sight. With this, my plan finally became a possibility. Looking up, Kang Ji asked Dao, Senior Tongqin Tower, is it possible to teleport this thing out? Tower of Babel's voice was calm as Dao replied, okay. However, at that moment, Ziyu's voice suddenly rang out. Little guy, have you ever considered that even if you send this thing out, it's unlikely to be activated? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand Dao. Why does Senior say that? Ziyu chuckled and said, I've already checked the situation outside. Are you planning to use this to protect some? And then let that person absorb the Dalio Dao fruit? If that's the case, let me tell you it simply won't work. Won't work? Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, already having the answer in his mind. But he deliberately said to Dao, Senior, aren't you exaggerating? How do you know it won't work? Ziyu scoffed, unconcerned by Kang Ji's provocation, and said, with a grin, "Because your school is surrounded by a large number of powerful individuals, do you think they would let you teleport things out? No matter what you send out, they won't let you succeed easily. You didn't even have a chance to activate the formation plate, so how can you talk about the next step of the plan?" Faced with Ziyu's question, Kang Jai was speechless. I never expected the external situation to have reached such a dire point. Under these circumstances, I have to change my plans. Just as Kang Jai was preparing to revise his plan, Ziyu's voice rang out again. "Little guy, I can help you defend against external attacks, giving your people time to activate the defensive formation plate. But what do you want?" Kang Ji asked without mincing words. "Although you can modify your plan, the modified plan also carries significant risks. If Ziyu is willing to help, that would be the safest option." However, Kang Jai also knew that it was unlikely that Dao would take action without offering something in return. "Hey, what a clever little fellow. My request is not high. When you grow up, you can help protect my clan in the future." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "You really believe I can grow to that level of realm?" Ziyu chuckled, not giving a direct answer, but instead asked Dao again, "Are you willing to do this trade?" After a brief silence, he nodded immediately. "Okay, I promise you. A very wise choice." Ziyu chuckled. "All right, go ahead and do it. I'll take care of it." Without further hesitation, Kang Jai bought everything she wanted. One-time defense. 10 billion source coins for the formation plate, 10 billion source coins for a high-grade immortal stone, 10 billion source coins for the family, and 10 billion source coins for upgrading the Three Kingdoms world. With over 20 billion source coins remaining, Kang Jai simply bought another 10 billion chaotic stones and 10 billion Nine Heavens breathing earths. 100 grams of Nine Heavens breathing earth is 100 million source coins, and 100 billion source coins can only buy 20 kilograms of Nine Heavens breathing earth. Put away the Nine Heavens breathing earth and the chaotic stone. These two things are not good for your physical body. Cultivate is very helpful. Chaos breathing earth has merged with physical body, so absorbing chaotic stone and Nine Heavens breathing earth can not only enhance physical body, but also evolve chaos breathing earth, thus benefiting spirit space as well. It's a pity that chaos key wasn't found. Otherwise, directly absorbing chaos kai would have been more effective for the physical body, just as Kang Jai was talking to little grand uncle. "Quick, quick! They've made contact." Guangling no. One high school, one Dao Dao's figure concealed his presence, keeping a close watch on the Kang family's movements. They had already deduced that Kang Jai would likely send out the Dalio Dao fruit first. After all, Kang Jai is no longer capable of absorbing the Dalio Dao fruit. If he doesn't want to sell it to other families, he will only hand it over to the Kang family. Little grand uncle absorbs it. Therefore, as soon as they learned that Kang Jai had acquired the Dalio Dao fruit, many powerful families sent people to help. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom government also dispatched a considerable number of personnel. They weren't there to steal the fruit. They were there to help Kang Jai. "General, with our limited manpower, are we really capable of stopping those with ulterior motives?" Looking at his own men, his subordinates were all very nervous. Their strongest weapon is a true immortal realm. What would they use to defend against a profound immortal realm if the enemy sent one? The general grinned. "Don't worry, the elders have contacted the ancestor of the Zhu family. With him there, nothing should go wrong." Hiss. They actually managed to get the ancestor of the Zhu family involved. Everyone was shocked. After all, the ancestor of the Zhu family was a profound immortal realm. With him around, It seemed that no one could withstand him. After all, the 3 great families and the 12 families, those old ancestors, wouldn't be so shameless as to steal it. Especially the 3 great families, the old ancestors, are all golden immortal realms. Not far from Taiyi golden immortal. They have all established their own DOS, and should not abandon their own abilities to steal the Dao fruit of the golden immortal Dao. Of course, the reason for saying this is because these 3 people are trustworthy in terms of character. As for the remaining 12, as long as those 3 don't make a move, it's unlikely that the other 12 profound immortals will act easily either. Of course, this is not absolute, so the central cabinet contacted the ancestor of the Zhu family. With this person in charge, the other 11 companies will have any ulterior motives. While everyone was watching anxiously, Kang Jai also got in touch with little granduncle. Little granduncle, listen to me first. I will send you an item in a moment. Activate it immediately after receiving it, without any hesitation. Little granduncle's heart tightened. Has something happened? I always feel there's a bit of a somber atmosphere here at No. 1 middle school. Kang Jai shook her head. Don't worry about that for now, just listen to me. Little granduncle wanted to ask something else, especially about the Dalio Dao fruit, and wanted to know how Kang Jai planned to handle it. Given the strength of the Kang family, they simply cannot hold on to it. They might as well sell it to those top-tier, powerful families, and exchange it for something they need. But he swallowed the words back down his throat. Kang Ji is very opinionated, and even if he speaks, Kang Jai is unlikely to listen. Rather than making things difficult for Kang Jai by saying it, it's better not to say it. Kang Jai nodded to indicate that he understood what to do. Without hesitation, Kang Ji immediately spent 10,000 source coins to have the Tower of Babel send out the one-time defensive formation plate. Watch out. Whatever that kid offers, don't let that old man get it. In the shadows, countless Dao divine thought rang out, and the instant Kang Jai teleported out of the defensive formation plate, a Dao Dao key rose up and reached out to grab little granduncle. Little granduncle stared nervously at the things Kang Jai was handing over, about to take them. But just then, a Daowa terrifying aura rose up and pressed down on him. Little granduncle's outstretched hand froze. He found himself unable to move, watching helplessly as the defensive formation plate hurtled toward him, unable to do anything about it. At the same time, those rising 1 Dao Qi breath quickly conjured numerous large hands, reaching out to grab the defensive formation plate in the air. Presumptuous, Principal Sun Zhen, who was well prepared, shouted loudly and unleashed the Earth Immortal Realm. Key, it is time to collide with the enemy on the other side. However, at that moment, a cold snort rang out. Sun Zhen was sent flying backward with almost no resistance, his face filled with horror. A true immortal realm powerhouse. Sun Zhen looked desperate. With a true immortal realm expert making a move, Kang Ji's little granduncle was doomed. That was reckless. I shouldn't have sent that thing out. Sun Zhen sighed inwardly. At this moment, he was powerless to reverse the situation. If it were only celestial immortal realm, he could have fought desperately for a few more breaths. Even a true immortal realm expert couldn't withstand a single cold snort from his opponent. And everyone was in despair, and the authorities were preparing to take action. A melodious, bell-like voice rang out. So many people bullying a little old man, isn't that shameless? As soon as he finished speaking, all the pressure around little granduncle disappeared. The defensive formation plate also fell firmly into little granduncle's hands. Without hesitation, little granduncle immediately activated the defensive formation plate. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the outside. Your Excellency, do you really intend to oppose my blue star human race? Ziyu's laughter paused. Seeing that little grand uncle's defensive formation plate had been activated, Ziyu chuckled and said, Your Excellency is exaggerating. We just can't stand you bullying the weak and the many. When did we ever say we wanted to oppose the blue star human race? Hearing Ziyu's words, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. He could tell from Ziyu's words that Ziyu was somewhat wary and had backed down. It's not that we're afraid of our opponents, but rather that we're afraid of blue star human race. Given Ziyu's strength, it seems that even the entire blue star human race combined wouldn't be a match for her. Does she need to be wary of blue star human race? But then Kang Jai thought about it again and felt was not right. The highest level of the blue star human race is only golden immortal realm. Yet they possess the powerful spirit treasure, the Tower of Babel. Besides the Tower of Babel and Demon Suppression Tower in Dragon Country, I've heard that there are similar spirit treasures abroad. Moreover, Blue Star human race possesses the awakening talent, which is unique to human races in other worlds. Besides the 2 points mentioned above, Blue Star is also the only planet in the entire universe to have descended into the portal world. Throughout the entire Blue Planet universe, countless races coexist, yet only on Blue Planet have countless portals descended, connecting to the myriad realms. Furthermore, besides the Blue Star human race, Blue Star universe, and myriad realms like human race, it also cannot have the talent for awakening. Judging from these circumstances, Blue Star and Blue Star human race are definitely the most special, so special that even a Grand Unity Golden Immortal like ZU doesn't want to offend them. While I'm curious about why the Blue Star human race is so special, now is not the time to investigate those questions. Seeing that the defensive formation plate been activated with Ziyu's help, Kang Jai then teleported the high-grade Immortal Stone and Dalio Dao fruit to Little Grand Uncle. And gee, you made me absorb the Dalio Dao fruit. Little Grand Uncle never expected that the Dalio Dao fruit that Kang Jai obtained would be something he would have to absorb. This is Dalio Dao fruit. The Dalio Dao fruit that can elevate one to the highest level and achieve the great Luo fruit. Kang Jai actually wanted him to absorb it. At this moment, Little Grand Uncle was both moved and hesitant. He was well aware that his own aptitude was far inferior to Kang Ji's. If it takes 100 years for me to absorb the fruit of Dalio, then perhaps 10 years is enough for Kang Jai. Seeing Little Grand Uncle's conflicted expression, Kang Jai urged, Little Grand Uncle, quickly absorb the fruit. The formation plate defense won't last long, and that senior will only make one move. There are too many enemies outside. You need to break through your cultivation level as much as possible in order to withstand them. Otherwise, once I get out, these people definitely not let me go. Kang Jai deliberately exaggerated the situation, and Little Grand Uncle became very nervous upon hearing it. Kang Ji is the hope of the Kang family. How can we let something happen to him? In the short time that Little Grand Uncle was delayed, those outside also saw the high-grade Immortal Stone and Dalio Dao fruit that Kang Jai had teleported out. Perhaps a high-grade Immortal Stone wouldn't be enough to make them fight to the death, but the fruit of Dalio Dao. Your Excellency, it is Dalio Dao fruit. Secretly, Luo family old ancestor Robinson was thrilled the moment he saw the Dalio Dao fruit. Beside him, a mysterious person wearing a wild boar mask and with a rat tail braid said in a deep voice, You make a move and see if that powerful figure will still make a move. Robinson was taken aback, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. But he's weakly, Your Excellency, my strength is meager. If I offend that person, I'm afraid. There are so many people hiding here. I'm from Gwangling City. What if I'm recognized? Before Robinson could finish speaking, mysterious person with the rat tail threw a mask at him. Wear this, and no one will recognize you. Meeting the cold gaze of the rat-tailed mysterious person, Robinson had no choice to grit his teeth and put on the boar mask. In the short time it took for the two of them to talk, some people had already begun to probe Ziyu's attitude. This time, however, no one stopped them. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Knowing Dao Ziyu felt relieved that she didn't dare to really interfere in their human race affairs. One Dao figures rushed out recklessly, each wearing a mask that could block detection, and charged towards Little Grand Uncle. Seeing that these people were no longer hiding, Little Grand Uncle was also startled, worried that the Dalio Dao fruit would be stolen, so he hurriedly swallowed it. Once the fruit enters the stomach, it immediately releases boundless energy. Little Grand Uncle immediately radiated a bright green light, which was the law of life at work. Oh no! He swallowed the Dalio Dao fruit. Quick! Kill him now, the Dalio Dao fruit can still be extracted. One Dao figures rushed out again. Dozens of Dao figures attacked simultaneously, bombarding Little Grand Uncle's energy defense shield. Meanwhile, Principal Ixinzan had already led everyone away and fled far away. Not only them, but all the teachers and students in the school fled towards the outside of the school the moment this group of people appeared. Outrageous! Attacking recklessly inside the city, you are courting death. The city guards and the officials hiding in the shadows were also getting restless. These people are far too reckless, actually resorting to violence right here in the school. If this energy were to explode, how many people would die? Fortunately, this group of people also knew the importance of the matter, and each of them restrained their energy to the extreme. If they cause a large number of innocent casualties, the Dragon Kingdom government will probably spare no effort to wipe them out. Even so, the energy released from their collision with the defensive formation plate caused the destruction of a large number of buildings. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the city Lord Wei Dalong disregarded everything else and quickly arranged for people to relocate all the people of the city. Let's go to the new city and settle the people there first. Xun Zhen found Wei Dalong and proposed Dao. Wei Dalong's eyes lit up. Xianyang had long planned to relocate the people of Gwangling City to the new city, and this time it just gave them the opportunity. Wei Dalong hurriedly arranged for people to relocate. However, although Gwangling City was not a large city, its population was around 20 million, making it extremely difficult to relocate all the people in a short period of time. Just as Wei Dalong frowned, military personnel approached him. Thank you so much. With your help, things are much easier now. No need to thank me. This is a rare opportunity, and we can take this chance to relocate the people to the new city. As for those powerful families, don't touch them yet. If they cause trouble, let me know and I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, Wei Dalong was immediately startled. Xianyang's arrangement didn't seem like a last-minute one. It appeared they had anticipated this situation. Wei Dalong didn't dare any more questions and hurriedly cooperated with the relocation of the people. On Little Grand Uncle's side, almost instantly after consuming the Dalio Dao fruit, the Dalio Dao fruit transformed him. My blood law, Little Grand Uncle exclaimed in surprise. The moment the Dalio Dao fruit entered his body, his blood law inscriptions and blood law divine power were dissolved by the Dalio Dao fruit. Before he could react, the new law of life inscriptions were rebuilt, replacing the previous blood law inscriptions. Following this, with the law of life inscription as its foundation, the new law of life, Divine ability appears. Blood transforms into spirit. Is this my reborn divine ability? Feeling the newly generated law divine power, little granduncle's eyes lit up. Seemingly influenced by the previous law divine power, the new law divine power is also related to blood. However, the new divine ability is far superior to the previous divine ability. The old divine ability simply enhanced combat power by burning blood. But the new divine ability can create a Dao with just a drop of blood. Clone, whether it's one's own blood or someone else's. Under the divine ability, it can all be transformed into a single blood vessel. Clone. This clone can be controlled by its original owner, as well as by little granduncle. If little granduncle wanted, he could even use the enemy's blood to create clone to fight the enemy. Clone's abilities are influenced by the blood owner. The stronger the blood owner, the greater the divine ability. The more powerful the spell, the more powerful the clone it creates. Little granduncle was overjoyed to have acquired such a powerful divine ability. And this happened in the blink of an eye. Under the transformation of Dalio Dao fruit, little granduncle quickly broke through to Mahayana realm. Upon arriving at Mahayana realm, little granduncle did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out the high-grade immortal stone and prepared to absorb it. Those who saw his actions were extremely anxious. Oh no! How could the transformation have been completed so quickly? Could it be that the law he cultivated before is so perfectly aligned with the law of this Dalio Dao fruit? Everyone was extremely anxious. Before anyone could react, little granduncle, holding the high-grade immortal stone, absorbed it in just a few breaths with the help of the Dalio Dao fruit. In an instant, the original energy within the body was forcibly expelled, and then a terrifying suction force was emitted from the body, drawing the immortal ki from the high-grade immortal stone into the body. Immediately afterwards, the Dalio Dao fruit emitted endless Dao rhyme and began to transform little granduncle's physical body. As little granduncle gradually moves towards Earth Immortal Realm breakthrough. This time, even true Immortal Realm experts couldn't sit still. One Dao, powerful, true Immortal Realm appeared and blasted towards the defensive shield. Outrageous. Are you really not afraid of being punished? No matter which family you are backed by, Dragon Nation will not let you get away with this. However, no one paid attention to the official threats. After all, they had come this far, and they were unwilling to give up without getting the desired results. Seeing these people becoming increasingly frantic, both the city lord waved along and the military personnel wore solemn expressions. How is the relocation of the people in the city going? Ancestor of the Zhu family suddenly asked Dao. Half of the people haven't had time to migrate yet, Wei Delong honestly replied to Dao. Speed up. Once the profound immortal realm makes its move, even I cannot guarantee the safety of the people. Babu what? A profound immortal realm. The old ancestor, is there really a profound immortal realm hidden in the shadows? They. No one knew what to say. If profound immortal realm were to intervene, the situation could spiral out of control. That likely means that one of the 12 powerful families was as involved. They dared not imagine the consequences. Just as they were talking, a terrifying aura rose up, followed by a loud boom, and a terrifying shockwave emanated from little granduncle's defensive shield, spreading in all directions. Not good. Ancestor of the Zhu family's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he waved his hand and a barrier appeared above the center, narrowly blocking the shockwave. Quickly, evacuate everyone. Everyone must get away from Guangling City. Ancestor of the Zhu family never imagined that a profound immortal realm could be so insane as to dare to take action within the city, and it was a full-force attack. As the smoke cleared, the entire Guangling one high school had vanished, leaving only a faint glowing screen where the original principal's building had once stood. They actually managed to defend against it. The ancestor of the Zhu family was shocked. Even with the profound immortal realm going all out, it still couldn't break through this simple energy defense shield. This shows just how terrifying the thing Kang Jai threw out was. The person who made the move was even more shocked. It's unbelievable that his full-force attack couldn't even break through a small energy defense shield. Just as he was about to make a move, the ancestor of the Zhu family finally acted. You're asking for death to make a move inside the city. Suppressing his anger, the ancestor of the Zhu family launched a fierce attack on the man in the boar mask. Since the city's inhabitants had not yet been completely evacuated, the ancestor of the Zhu family had to restrain his forces. Faced with the attack from the ancestor of the Zhu family, the man in the boar mask sneered and threw a full-force punch without a care in the world. The opponent didn't intentionally compress the energy in this punch at all. It was directed in all directions. Ancestor of the Zhu family's expression changed. If he allowed this Dao's attack to collide with him, the spreading energy would definitely destroy most of the city. You're asking for it, ancestor of the Zhu family, in this dire situation. The other side is utterly despicable for disregarding the lives of ordinary people. However, he was forced to intercept the opponent's attack, which put him in a passive position. Just then, the man with the boar mask and rat tail chuckled. Friend, if you don't make a move soon, I'm leaving. A seemingly random remark sent a chill down the spine of the ancestor of the Zhu. Could it be that the enemy has reinforcements? Just as ancestor of the Zhu family was filled with doubt and surprise, a figure emerged from the void realm, slowly forming a triangle with the two of them. This person was dressed in a blue robe, was very tall and thin, wore a weasel mask, and exuded spatial fluctuations around him, making it difficult to discern his figure. Who are you? Ancestor of the Zhu family frowned. He sensed a familiar feeling from the other person, but he couldn't quite place who it was. Just as the ancestor of the Zhu family was wondering, the man in the boar mask chuckled. Friend, how about we join forces to deal with this guy first? Good. A hoarse voice came from under the mask, clearly having been deliberately altered in tone. Ancestor of the Zhu family felt a chill run down his spine. With two equally powerful figures attacking him, he was no match for them. If the city's residents hadn't not all been evacuated, he would have fled long ago. But given the current situation, he has no choice but to take action. Who are you? Are you really going to do this? Have you thought about the consequences? Have you thought about the fate of your families? Ancestor of the Zhu family tried to intimidate the two with words, but unfortunately, they remained unmoved. Moreover, the two of them made their move before the ancestor of the Zhu family had even finished speaking. Two were unleashed, one unleashing its full power, the other restraining itself. Regardless of whether they restrained their power, ancestor of the Zhu family struggled to withstand these two attacks. Clang! A peeled furnace appeared in the field, taking the place of the ancestor of the Zhu family and blocking the attack from the boar-masked man. Another Dao attack was blocked by the ancestor of the Zhu family, but it forced the attacker to retreat more than 10 kilometers. This power... The ancestor of the Zhu family was filled with doubt and surprise. Although the man in the weasel mask tried his best to conceal his identity, 12 family among the old ancestors who hasn't sparred with each other many times. ancestor of the Zhu family, still sensed something amiss from the other side's attack. "You're Lao Kong?" Ancestor of the Zhu family. A man wearing a weasel mask. However, the man opposite him remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard the ancestor of the Zhu family's telepathic message at all, and launched another attack, charging towards the ancestor of the Zhu family. A terrifying spatial rift appeared, seemingly about to devour the ancestor of the Zhu family. Ancestor of the Zhu family let out a cold snort, and a ball of flame appeared out of thin air, then burned the heavens and earth, transforming into a chain of flames that pierced through the spatial rift like a giant needle stitching the spatial rift shut. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, the ancestor of the Zhu family felt even colder. If he wasn't certain before, he's almost certain now that the person opposite him is the Kong family. Old ancestor Kong Wood. Kong Wood. Have you gone mad? As one of the 12 families of Kong family, aren't you afraid of dragging Kong family into the abyss by doing this? Ancestor of the Zhu family is trying to awaken Kong Wood, who is one of the 12 families. If outsiders find out, the consequences will be unimaginable. One of the 12 families, he openly robbed the Dalio Dao fruit and, disregarding the lives of the people, took action within the city. Either way, it will drag Kong family into an abyss of no return. However, the ancestor of the Zhu family's words were met with claw from Kong Wood. The abyss? Ha! What a joke! As long as I get the Dalio Dao fruit, I can break through to the golden immortal realm in a short time. No, golden immortal realm is just the beginning. Tai Yi golden immortal and grand unity golden immortal are not the problem. Even if it's just breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Who can punish me? Ancestor of the Zhu family frowned as he watched Kong Wood descend into madness. Golden immortal realm? Heh, have you forgotten that breaking through to the golden immortal realm also takes time? Before this happens, your entire Kong family will be plunged into an abyss of no return. Are you really going to remain stubbornly deluded? Kong Wood fell silent for a moment, and just when the ancestor of the Zhu family thought he had been persuaded, Kong Wood said leisurely, "It's all right, I will avenge them." Ancestor of the Zhu family was stunned and looked at Kong Wood in disbelief. "You're insane! You're really insane. You don't even care about the family. Do you want your father to die with regrets? Your father dedicated everything to the kingdom of Dragon, even sacrificing his life, which is why the Kong family enjoys such honor today. Are you really going to disregard your father's honor and tarnish the reputation of your Kong family like this? Honor? Fame? Ha! Kong Wood chuckled coldly. You still know that my father sacrificed everything for Dragon Kingdom, so shouldn't this fruit be given to me? Kong Wood's breathing became rapid. I'm not like you. You're all human race. Even though Prodigy accepted legacy, they still followed their own path. You have a bright future ahead of you, but I am different. I was able to cultivate to the profound immortal realm because of my father's initiation. But with profound immortal realm, that's my limit. Without the fruit of Dalio Dao, I would have remained at the profound immortal realm for the rest of my life, and would never have broken through. I don't want this. I want breakthrough. I want immortality. I want to be forever supreme.